think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake out the doubts and have a good time. Oh, we'll have a good time. Oh, we'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live it up. We're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up? We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Fight like an animal, spinning like a hurricane, shooting like a fireball, heavy like an airplane, crashing like the thunder, rolling like a steam train, fly like a cannonball, burning like a heat wave. We're half on the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're half on the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a soul of it.
sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and drums her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the
Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 on my MTV.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just attraction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare.
We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down.
Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare.
We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Yes, you do, baby. You bring out the best in me. Make me so happy. Yes, you do now. You bring out the best in me. Your love's making me shine. You bring out.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to everyone. It is a second day here in Stockholm. Of course, you're watching DreamLeague, Season 23. We have some group stages going on right now, which means a lot of Dota to go through. It's going to be a fun day. Let's go. A very good morning. We're all clapping because we love seeing the opening here from the PogChamp Pandas. Of course, you're joined here by some awesome people that are not just the PogChamp Pandas, who are also awesome, but also we got Owen Fogg and Sir Action Slacks. Hello.
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 Hello, everyone.
How you
Top of the
doing?
morning.
Oh, good. Were you going to continue with the accents or no?
No, not at all. I just like I like emulating you. That's a good part.
That's how I sound?
No.
Hello?
Hello, everybody. No, I'm excited for some big Dota here today, especially our first series, but we'll get into that later, okay? That's supposed to be our casual catch-up time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's catch up with those two.
Oh.
Morning. Warm, snuggly. Nice
Oh,
hoodie.
yes.
Very
what great
snuggy.
outfits you have on.
I feel like Slacks didn't get the memo,
Yep.
but, you know.
What beautiful outfits you have on. What is
Thank
the
you.
quality like?
Very soft, very warm.
Good.
I feel snuggly. Oh, that's nice.
It is snuggly. It is snuggly. Nice and cozy. How you doing, Owen, this morning? You know,
Yeah,
day
good.
one down?
Yeah. We've got many more days to go. I think yesterday we had a fair few kind of stomperinos in the morning.
Yeah.
For the live stream in particular. And I think today we're going to have a lot of close series. So looking forward to today. I think we're going to get back on track with the long games. We did have some long games yesterday, but I think we're going to have even more today. Because yesterday we had some quick ones as well. A 16-minute game or something.
Yeah.
Pretty
We-
crazy.
We may have had the longest and the shortest game of the tournament yesterday.
There's a high
we,
chance.
we set
Probably.
low lows and high highs right away, so yeah.
And both had sniper.
And both had liquid.
I mean, so many games had snipers.
That's-
Yeah.
But we haven't
Sniper
enough of
Bristol
this sniper.
every game.
Yeah.
That's
I
good.
I tuned in at one point and it was all three series at one point. We had Sniper Bristol in it.
Reminds me of those old Americana novels, you know, with the big brute and the little guy. He's like, get him, yeah! Beat him up! And then the big stupid guy.
no idea what you're talking
What do you
about.
mean?
I know what you're
It's
talking
a
about.
classic literary trope of the big muscle and then the little guy egging him on.
Wasn't there a book like Max something back in the day?
Yes. That
Max
was
the
it.
Mighty? Is that it or something?
Yes.
Something, I think it was. So one of these. I
Whatever
remember.
nonsense.
Is
fucking
it the
thing.
same concept as Pinky and the Brain?
No, they were both of similar stature.
No, definitely not.
Well, one
one
was
of them wasn't-
lanky, but the other
yeah.
one was short.
They
I'm
weren't
talking
muscly.
about muscly.
Oh.
I'm talking about the thug. You know, it's
Oh.
like Fear and then other weaker analysts. Kind of like that. You got the big boy out there.
It's a great analogy.
I mean, I don't care what Fear says. I will never correct him. That guy he's got guns. That guy is ripped. If he's like, you know, Slacks, so Techie's the best character in the game. I'm like, yes, sir. Absolutely.
You don't get any reaction.
It's not.
It's like, what's happening?
Thank you, Slacks.
Well, I'm just mentioning. So
Yeah.
I'm excited though.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And speaking of mentioning, it's the greatest segue ever. I'm going to mention that obviously DreamLeague Season 23 is the final stop. The final stop for the Esports World Cup.
I think that final stop's probably the cup, Sheever.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I say before.
Before.
Oh, before.
I did say before.
You did.
Yes.
Did you?
Sorry about
I
that.
don't know. I heard
Okay,
it.
fair enough.
Thank you,
I
Fox.
may have just heard it in my own head, but I heard it.
Fox is agreeing with everything today.
It's
Don't listen.
a good morning.
Now we got 5 teams already secured for the EPT, and we are going to see which 3 teams will join them. And I know there's still a lot to be said, but like Team Spirit's not here. Tundra is here,
Yeah.
and so is Heroic and Shopify. But like, there's a lot of teams that like have to come top 2 in order to still have a chance to make it on points. So that's very hard to do, I think.
I mean, especially for some teams. You guys watch Shopify's game yesterday?
Oh, what happened in that one? I missed
Which
that.
one?
Was it- give us a summary.
I saw
I
one where
don't-
R2 is 0-7 in one game.
Ain't
Oh,
no way.
I saw the bit with the Nature's Prophet. That
Yeah.
was pretty entertaining. Right, where we had the Thompson Prophet, right, pushing himself down, and then he
Oh,
caught
yeah, and he
easy.
catches him and kills him.
And
And we
then,
were like,
oh,
why is he
no.
even there? We were like, what's R2 doing? Yeah,
That was rough. That was
Yeah.
rough. But they didn't lose all their games.
They did not.
No, they got a, was it 3-1 on the first day?
Yeah, 1 and 3, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Maybe something like
similar.
that. It's
other way
you know,
around.
they're getting there. One team
won.
that has already gotten there is Extreme, and they
Woo!
got there via this route. So they did not qualify for season 21 of DreamLeague, but they came first. ESL1 Kuala Lumpur. I know it was Azure winning, but the 3 players of Extreme were of course the core of Azure, so they took a large chunk of the points with them. And other than that, third, DreamLeague Season 22. They came top 8 in Birmingham, which is probably the outlier. But that was also, they said, because they thought there was going to be a patch and therefore they did not practice.
Wow.
And then there was no
ballsy.
patch.
Never heard that one before.
That's a ballsy move right there. Can you imagine doing that in a real world job?
Like, I didn't practice because we thought the job going to change today.
Yeah, I just stopped coming to work because I thought the hamburger patties were going to be different soon. So I didn't want to waste my time. It's not good.
It's a good analogy.
Keep working. Well, keep working, guys.
Yeah.
We're paying you to play. Well, get out there and play. What are you doing? Playing some custom games instead?
Yeah, that was a pretty bad excuse.
Yeah.
You know what happens.
It happens sometimes. You know, it happens to the best of us. And that did change their perspective, as in they tried really hard. They came, of course, second in Wallachia, and they're doing okay yesterday. Let's take a look at all the 12 teams that are here, that are participating, that they want to try and beat. I want to say, actually, you know, yesterday,
Yeah.
we said, like, ooh, very excited to see Quest, because this is the first time they came out of the region.
How'd they do?
And we thought they were going to do well. They're the only team that didn't get a single win on board.
I don't know
Did they
how
have
this
tough
happened.
matchups, though? What were the matchups?
They got destroyed by Heroic.
What?
They gave Chen one game. They gave Chen and Lesh. I think they gave them the 2
Okay,
best
that's
heroes.
pretty
That's the
rough.
game 1 that I remember.
Yeah.
Game 2, I don't remember what heroes they had, but it was literally the same thing. They got stomped. Like,
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I expected them to come in much stronger, at least Fate 1. But
Ah, that's such a bummer. I love that team. They
Yeah.
have such cool players. They have such cool personalities. I just think that they'd be really good for the scene
Yeah.
if they were good. But they're getting there. They just need practice.
They need practice.
Out of the region, you know? I mean, that's what they say. You got to face off against better players and steal from them.
And on the bright side, if you come dead last, you still take home some cash. We got
Hey!
$1 million prize pool, and everyone's invited. They even get some points still, although obviously, as just mentioned, it won't matter in the grand scheme of things if you get last, because that just does not take you over the edge.
Quite generous, DreamLeague.
Yeah, it is.
$25,000 for basically showing up. Quite generous.
Quite generous.
Very good.
indeed.
Invest in yourselves. New computers. Should you get last
Hey, look,
with
you
a
can,
wide
you
screen
can.
monitor?
from $5,000 computers each.
Yeah, well,
a
no,
good
but you're
investment.
forgetting there's a manager probably takes a cut. I'm just thinking about manager takes a cut. You might have to pay some on the boot camp you're doing. You know,
Still pretty good.
Manager only gets paid if you win. That's how they keep blitzing.
I don't think that's how that works. That's a code, by the way.
You had to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Poor William.
Oh, yeah. It's actually his birthday today.
Happy
Happy birthday.
Happy
Are they
birthday,
they're playing
Blitz.
today, right? Who are they
What?
playing against?
They are playing today
XG.
against. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but I will tell you, they're playing against Extreme Gaming.
Oh, no.
And they're also
Tough
playing
one.
against Gaming Gladiators.
That's a tough one. Gaming's looking good. It could be a rough birthday.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense one, that's for sure. But that was getting way ahead of myself.
Yeah,
Let's first take a look at what happened yesterday. See how Liquid did, for example.
Oh.
Yesterday, this is what happened on the Storm stream where
think
Liquid
it's-
wasn't playing. But what we do see is that Navi, this was their stream. They did take one win home at the end of the day.
Aye.
But that was the only 1-1 we had over the entire line of games.
Wow.
by the way. The
Really?
rest
Well,
was
all of the games?
All every other game.
Every other game.
This is the Ember stream where we see again all 2-0s, and this was Team Liquid losing the longest game there against Aurora. And
25k lead, I think they had too.
yeah,
That was a rough.
and then the game after that they also got demolished by Aurora as well. And then this was yesterday on the main stream, and we do want to dive a little bit deeper in some of the games that happened yesterday, because I think coming into yesterday we were expecting Extreme Gaming to do very well, considering they came second at Wallachia and they 2-0'd mostly all of
they
their
are.
opponents during the entire event then. So they came in as the favorites.
Yeah, it's weird too because Gaming Gladiators has been a little weak lately. We've seen kind of them very heavily affected by the patch, which was basically built around destroying their entire team, and it worked. But they actually won against this team. Extreme, they were good in Birmingham too. They're a very hyped team.
Yeah.
It was an interesting series, mostly on the back of that little man and his friendly hedgehog.
Yeah, I don't know. I think also giving the IO to Celery. I think teams there's so many heroes, but this is the team that kind of was one of the first that started the IO always. They were the IO Lesh flexers and stuff. So I think maybe people just they wanted to try to play against it. They wait for this AM. This was a hard game. This was a really, really tough one from Draft. It felt like they got everything it felt like for Gladiators.
You know what you remind me of? Because yesterday we heard Celery in his post-game interview. It's a hard one from Draft. They changed things up. It is tofu drafting.
Interesting.
Draft.
Yeah.
It's really cool. So
He wanted to give it a shot, and they said as long as it doesn't keep you up at night, you can give it a shot. And obviously it worked out great.
I mean, I could draft on a pro team right now. It's not that hard. Tofu.
Bristle Sniper.
Bristle Sniper, some healer, IO. But yeah, that's interesting though. That's a nice little tidbit.
Yeah.
Tofu's an interesting cat. Every time I talk to him, he's talking to me about some mountain hike that he did several years ago to grow himself as a human, and I don't know.
Yeah, it worked out.
It worked.
weirdly.
Look at him go.
Yeah. It also means that Celery doesn't have to do it anymore. So he was very relaxed with it all. It's like, this is super. It's like I can just show up and think like, oh, that's the hero I want to play today. And like at the end of the draft, potentially, I think he got an abandon one of the games as well. So he could shout out some more unusual heroes. So pretty cool there. Let's focus our attention on the series that came after that, because we also had ourselves Falcons versus Tundra. And Falk, that was one that stood out for you.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the screen. I mean, Snaking and Crit were out of control yesterday. I think they would clearly showed a separation between any other support duo. They actually were solo carrying these games by with the Hoodwink. In particular, Crit playing his Tusk 2 is unreal. And that's without even talking about the core players, which I think all of them are just outrageous on the side of Falcons. These two support guys are just, I don't know.
Ancient Operation
Next
starts
level.
rising.
Yeah,
Next
there
level.
you go. Invest now. Dude, when Falcons plays and they're killing it, it is like brutal to watch them. They do shit that is like massive emotional damage.
Dude, Malrine solo killed Pure, I think, 3 times in this game. Pure's like split pushing, and he just flame cloaks, lands on him, boom, blows him up. And then I think he found even a couple other ones, even on the puck and stuff. He dominates mid. So yeah, I mean, Falcons is obviously the one to watch during most of this, but that one was brutal.
It's
Time to
Owie
smash.
2000, I will say. Falcon's entire playstyle is about doing psychological damage to their enemies. Like, every single time there's a 7-minute rune, they go for that. They just mess you. The 14-minute, they want to team fight in front of it so that you can watch them take it. It's some sick, twisted shit. It is really good.
Every time I watch these, teams for Owie, like Tundra, etc., and everything, it's everybody has ways to clear these waves, so you never even see heroes. So they're always the waves are always pushed on your side, and then you're trying to clear them, and then you just get ganked by like 3-4 heroes or something. They just have a special understanding of playing the map.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
It's
so.
about upsetting people. Like carries are like, where's the farm? And then they die. And that's insta die. That's like hoodwink. Crit just kills you from 100 to 0, and you get mad.
They do get mad.
It's very good.
It's very good. We can take a look at the standings and see just how good it is.
Oh.
Because Falcons did not drop a game today, but of course we start with Group A. Falcons is Group
Woo!
B. And Group A, oh, and there's another team that doesn't have a single loss.
Yeah, Neat Gaming.
Yeah.
And I think, as we said, looking at the performance for the last LAN, it's like, okay, are these guys still having struggles, still having difficulties? But as you say, maybe the change up with Drafter is making that much of a difference. They look fantastic, and I think there's every reason to believe, especially now we've seen the rest of the group play their games, that this very much could be a situation where Gaming aren't going to drop a single game throughout this whole group stage when you look at the opponents that they've got ahead of them.
Yeah.
I think they're looking on top form, and I don't see them slipping from yesterday's performance.
Totally agree.
They won it, man. If you remember, Riyadh was the only tournament that they didn't do well at last time when they dumped every single tourney. So they're mad. They want revenge for that. So you can definitely see, I agree with you, they might not lose anything.
And here we have Group B. Falcons 4-0. Shopify and Na'Vi, they're at the bottom with the 1 and 3. This group looks spooky for them. Let's put it that way. There is something else that's spooky about it. Because Tundra,
Yeah?
if they do well today,
Okay.
I'm trying to look up the exact quote.
I can fill for you.
I can't remember exactly what placement
it-
they need, but they're doing
They're close to
They're
making.
pretty close to making it, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
If Tundra can secure a top 6 finish, which is meaning you go to the upper bracket,
Upper bracket.
Okay,
So-
so you had to be top 2.
top 2,
Top 2.
that would lock them in for Riyadh Masters at the Esports World
Whoa.
Cup. Which means everybody else that is not locked in needs to be top 2 in order to qualify.
Everyone else?
Everyone
Everyone
else.
else, yeah.
Like, there can only be 2 extra teams, but then, you have to
Oh,
be top.
And that can start like pushing some of those other teams
Yes.
that are already
That are
kind of
already
in it.
secured in a way,
Out,
push
yeah.
them out. Yeah.
OG and Secret? Sorry, OG and Spirit?
Spirit, yeah.
OG
Secret?
and Spirit. Those are the 2 teams that are not here, that are they are in the top 8 right now. So they are very, very, very much rooting for everybody that already has points and already has themselves secured to do well here so that they can stay in the top 8.
Which is, I guess, statistically probably the most likely. Right?
Yeah.
The teams that
Very
are already
possible.
going are probably the teams that are going to do well here. So unless we get crazy upsets, which, hey, maybe we do, and maybe, hey, if a big patch comes in and changes things up, makes
Hey.
those upsets more likely, could happen. But yeah, statistically, they should be safe if you're already in that top
Yeah.
spot.
We can take a look at which games we got coming your way today because, of course, if Tundra wants to secure themselves an upper bracket slot, they need to do well. Their first opponent today is going to be Tundra. This is the Storm stream. We got 3 streams
Yep.
going on at the
Alright.
same time.
Big game to
Again,
watch.
Storm is for the Na'Vi fans because they play both their series here. Azure Ray there for them at the end of the day as well. And they start the day off with Gaming Gladiators versus Heroic. And Slax is at the Ember stream.
Yeah, the Ember stream looking really good. Or Mr. Quest. I'll be watching that one. Shopify, will they fix their stuff? We'll find out, but that's basically the Quest stream today. Shopify versus Falcons. Gonna have a lot of viewers on that one. Very exciting.
Crit versus Arteezy.
Oh, boy. Check out the Ember stream for that bad
Check out
boy.
the numbers.
Yeah. Let's take a look at what's coming on your screens on the main stream.
Yay!
We have Tundra Bet Boom on the last one also for this one. Oh my.
Oh,
I mean, this
It's like
is,
such an
this is a
important
great
game.
run of games here. Yeah.
yeah, Bet Boom Day here today, but Team Liquid versus Extreme, our first one of the day, gonna be super hype. Great Dota in that one. And then Falcons Bet Boom, baby!
Back.
The new El Clasico of Grand Finals. We'll be having that number 2. So very exciting day for us.
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, all these games, they're basically all bangers in their own right.
Why didn't we show the Void stream? There's 4 streams. That's
No.
the secret one.
Oh,
You never seen
they're
that
not
one?
supposed
No.
to know about that
Oh,
one,
we don't
Slax.
tell
we don't
the
tell
audience
the
about
audit,
the
no.
voice stream.
That's only for
Okay.
those that know.
You guys are missing out. That's the adult stream. the adult Dota stream.
Oh.
We let the kiddies watch the other 3, but the my producer.
That was so good.
My producer is saying, stop talking.
and
Yeah,
stop
in
talking
case-
about the
He doesn't
void
want to know
stream.
about the void stream.
void
It's the hidden one.
In case you're
Look
wondering
for
why
it.
we all burst out laughing, that was perfect timer in all our ears, producer, because we are ready to move to our first series of the day. So, we're going to have ourselves Team Liquid versus Extreme Gaming. Owen Fogg, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We'll see you again for the cast, and let's head over for our first match. All right, so we got ourselves a top tier series coming at you, and for top tier series, we got top tier brains, we got Kezu, we got Fear. Hey, Fear, how you doing?
Wonderful. Another day at DreamLeague. It's always a good day.
It is always a good day.
It is.
That's wonderful. What were you? Oh, you were second and third yesterday.
I
like,
was,
you had plenty of sleep because you didn't have because the last series went pretty late.
Don't make assumptions. But no. No, I did. I got plenty of sleep.
Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Kezu, how are you doing?
Pretty good, always looking forward to some good builds. Because yesterday I feel like I was a little disappointed with some of the series that we did have.
Okay.
Because, there was like some very fast games
Yeah.
and then there was a super long game, but I want like, teams to just show up and give it a good fight.
Okay. And you think that's gonna happen today?
Yes, absolutely. I think so.
Okay. So with our series coming up, we got Extreme versus Team Liquid. What are you gonna focus on? What do you got for us?
So I have a little graphic, two actually. So we will first focus on the fact that these teams have matched up against each other at Wallachia. So when we look at it here, you see that Extreme, of course, they did win 2-0 against Liquid, but I want to highlight the arrows, of course, because what we will focus on is Boxy and Jinkyu. So if we look at the Extreme heroes, you have Earthshaker, Marcy. I would attribute them to like more the slow pace type of heroes. They come online in the mid game with their blink daggers, with a BKB. Whereas Liquid, you have the IO on Boxy, you have the Bounty Hunter on Boxy too. And that just kind of leads me to the next thing where I would say the support style of these two supports is quite different. Like Jinkyu, he's more of the slow guy. He comes online later and he can win the game. He can carry his team. Whereas Boxy, he's more the type of guy that in the early game, he will try to set up his cores. And when we look at the statistics as well, so at the end of the game, they ranked 3rd and 4th in terms of average assists. But at minute 10, Boxy had the 4th highest kill participation, whereas Jinkyu was all the way down at 15th place. So I'm looking at this series for Boxy to like really take over, set the pace early on, because if you don't slow down Extreme Gaming and Jinkyu, this man on his heroes, he will destroy your ass in the game.
Like he did to
Like-
Team Liquid already.
Like he basically does in every game.
Huh?
Nani? Nani?
But with that in mind, yesterday's games for Extreme weren't as strong. Is there something that Team Liquid might be able to learn from Gaming Gladiator's performance?
Maybe like more about focusing on your own tempo, making sure you play fast. But I feel like that's already within kind of Liquid style, I would say, at least when I looked at their most recent matches. I don't know if Fear Darkness has a different viewpoint. Fear Darkness, back to you.
Back to me. I mean, I think for Extreme Gaming, like the biggest issue they ran into was Anti-Mage in one of their series. Like it was one of those series where they definitely, you saw them be fast for the most part, especially on Ame. He played super fast to make room for Jinkyu, who oftentimes were getting away with murder by getting Marcy every single game, or some Ricky doing some really illegal stuff into the position 4 role.
Ricky Naga.
Illegal.
Naga. But like then they kind of switched it up. It's like Jinkyu, you're gonna be more of like a hard support. We're gonna pick the Anti-Mage last pick. And I think that tempo just really does not fit them right now from how they were so dominant in the last tournament. So I would really like to see them fight a new Marcy, pretty much, because he doesn't get that anymore. That is permabanned. It's not gonna happen. He's got to find a new hero.
Gotta find a new hero on an old patch. That seems to be a tough challenge there.
Well, he brought the Marcy. No one else was playing that, so there is potential.
I mean,
Why don't they play the good heroes, though?
Like what?
like what?
Well, like Hoodwink, what we're seeing from everybody else. Everybody,
yeah, he doesn't really like the Hoodwink, even though it does skill.
What about the good ones?
I mean, they kind of found their own good ones. They're also the ones that found like the Klings with Ame. He brought it in. So they're very, I would say they are very smart and very experimental when it comes to finding new heroes and bringing them in. But I know you very much like the Hood Stinker.
Yeah, that thing is unbeatable right now, but that's my own personal opinion. I do like that Jinkyu, Extreme Gaming, they're still sticking to techies. That's respect right there.
True.
And that's a whole new damn hero, but he used to be the best in the world of that hero, and then obviously they murdered that hero and had a new one take its skin and wear it. So a very different hero now, but I think it's pretty neat. I don't know. I feel like Extreme Gaming's always picking this crazy stuff. Anti-Mage, what are you guys doing? Just pick the good ones, please.
Just pick the good ones. Well, maybe they'll do that today. And obviously, it has kind of worked for them to pick their own style because they did come very highly ranked in a lot of the tournaments. But yeah, Extreme Gaming has had a very very good year so far. Let's learn a little bit about how Extreme Gaming came to this point.
After winning ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, Azure Ray players XM, XXS, and Jin Q was picked up by another big Chinese team, Extreme Gaming. Along with Ame and DY, a new star-studded roster was formed. Extreme Gaming's new team were off to a great start. However, in ESL 1 Birmingham, they hit trouble, getting knocked out by the only other Chinese team at the event, G2IG, who then promptly fell to OG. In an era of resurgence for Chinese Dota, with several teams competing for the top, the competition is fiercer than ever, and Extreme Gaming are at the forefront. With a roster that can defeat any team in the world, there's really no limit for how far this team can go. But we've also seen this story time and time again, and we can't know how it will end. Extreme Gaming could be the next TI winners, or they could fall apart under the pressure. Let's see if they can stand up to the challenge of beating the greatest teams in the world at DreamLeague Season 23.
Let's see if they can indeed. And it is Team Liquid that is their opponents for today, start of the day. But I think Extreme Gaming, they're one of those teams that I think yesterday's losses that they had, they're gonna be a little bit triggered by it, right? They seem like a team that they don't want to underperform.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that most likely gets in their own head because, like, at the last tournament, they didn't lose a single game into the grand finals.
Yeah.
And then they lost the grand finals.
Yeah.
And they come into this tournament and they seem a little bit shook. And you can sometimes get in your own head with that very easy. Be like, oh, we're doing something wrong. We're not the best. We need to recreate ourselves. And it kind of feels like they're not completely doing that, but to some degree, because I don't think they would have picked Anti-Mage ever before.
No, for sure.
Previously.
Like, they lost to Yatoro's Anti-Mage, and we all know the love story between Ame and Yatoro. You know, it's like, wow, this hero must be really good if we're going to lose to it. But yesterday, they pick it into like a super high tempo lineup of Gaming Gladiators. So I hope today, because Liquid are quite similar to Gaming, you pick a hero that is equipped to stop all the stuff that's coming at you so you can fight it. Instead of, oh guys, I need another 10 minutes, I need my Manta, I need my Axe, my Butterfly. Well, congrats, dude, game's over.
Yeah. I think this will be a really good series in general, though, because both these teams know a lot about each other. We've seen them go head-to-head so many times, and they're ready for each other. These are some of the best series, I think, that you can get in Dota. I love the, like, oh, it's the grand finals, we weren't prepared for Bet Boom, and now it's like crazy, wild stuff coming out kind of deal that we've seen so many times. But these are two titans going head-to-head once more. So, yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I think those will be good.
Yeah. I actually want to highlight, after just looking at this real quick, we're talking a lot about Jin Q, right? I'm going to name his score lines on all his games so far. Shadow Demon, 1-6. Earthshaker, 0-12.
Oh.
Yeah, and then the next game he ended up playing Clinks, 2-9.
Whoa.
And then he played Winter Wyvern, 2-7.
This guy sucks.
He is feeding this tournament, to put it bluntly. And that is not how he was performing in PJ Wallachia, so he needs to find some way to be successful, but he also has a big target on his back, too. Every team is like, this guy's owning, we need to shut him down.
Yeah. Wash his face, maybe a little bit.
Okay, take it easy.
We'll see how he shows up here today, because we're saying, you know, world-class team one going up against world-class team the other, but at the same time, Team Liquid yesterday, we've seen both sides of the coin, because we have seen them do very well. They crushed Heroic. That was not an easy series, but then they were up against Aurora, and then Kazoo didn't go so well.
So the first game was very long, and that one, honestly, they were ahead. They most likely should have won. I would say they got out-clutched when it came to the late game team fighting. But game 2, oh man, they got handled in that game by some Nature's Prophet. He TP'd around, so I really like what Aurora brought there. But it just goes to show you, Liquid are a quite inconsistent team. So you never know what you're going to get, even on the same day. Like, in the morning, they 2-0 a team in 40 minutes, and then the later series, it's like they play for 2 hours and lose both games.
Yeah. I have to concur with that one. Like, Liquid, it seems like if they have a plan and they're sticking to it and it's working, they're like invincible. You just can't do anything against that plan, and they play so clean, so perfect. But when things go wrong, they seem to struggle to get back into it. So it's an interesting one where a lot of teams, that's where they thrive. You know, back in the day, Heroic, when they weren't losing everything, they did great when their plans weren't working. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what Liquid we get today. Should be interesting.
It should be interesting. I know also yesterday afternoon, I believe the second series that they played.
Yeah.
I believe they did have Blitz helping them out maybe a little bit, like on online. But for the first one, they did not. So I don't know how it is today because it is Blitz's birthday. So I don't know if that means that he's with the team or is without the team. Don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I wonder if that also makes it a little bit of a different fear because that does give a different influence in the draft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when you do have like a coach like that who's heavily involved in the draft, him being missing make someone else step up to the plate and kind of fill those shoes. And that can change a lot of different things. And looking at their draft so far, they've played 4 games, right? And every single one of them has played a different hero in every game. So that's a lot of variety. Of course, like you do have like certain target bands, but when I look at Liquid, they're not the type of team other than have 1 or 2 heroes where they just want to pick heroes and win with them over and over again. They just pick what they think is best for the game. And sometimes that can be hard to do being so versatile.
Yep. Let's focus our attention a little bit of what to expect for the game because we are 1 minute away from the draft, as you can see in the timing. And we talk a lot about what kind of heroes we see and that Extreme might be having their own style, which means Team Liquid should be having a fairly easy job, Kezu, to focus on Extreme style to ban it out.
I think so. I think you want to take out the comfort from Extreme, which, as we've talked about it many times, it's like your Marcy's, your Bane, Grimstrokes, I think Bristlebacks, Snipers as well. But on top of that, I wouldn't want Liquid to focus too much on Extreme, but rather focus on, we want our Monkey King, we want a good safe lane, and we want from this lane to go through the Twin Gates and just play fast, because that's how they ultimately beat Heroic super easily. And this is also what Extreme faltered yesterday when they played against Gaming Gladiators. It was the tempo that they brought, so Liquid should look to just emulate that, play their own style, and then just play the good dotes.
Yeah, they were the ones brave enough to buy the meme hammer to finish out the game.
That's
so they
true.
know tempo. That's the ultimate. Why don't people do it?
Because generally, I feel like that game they were crushing so hard, Fear, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the time to do it. Otherwise,
high ground ain't hard. You get
enemy
meme
team
hammer.
is griefing, so you got to buy Meteor Hammer and end the game quick.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, he did have a naked Kaya, which can turn into the Meteor Hammer. If the game was more even, you have to go your boring Kaya Sanj. But I like it. Innovation, Meteor Hammer, their base. What can go wrong?
That's where
Nothing.
the patch is going. It's like kind of evolution in crabs. You know how in evolution everything turns into crabs? Eventually, it's true.
It's true.
I believe it. Sure.
Trust me, bro.
Eventually, when you get too deep into a patch, everything returns to Meteor Hammer. That's where it all goes back home.
Seen it many times before, of course.
1,000
Yeah.
times.
I
The patches,
can verify
the patches always end with the Meteor Hammer into patch drop.
and crabs.
Crabs. That's where the night always ends.
I mean, I think when you look at Team Liquid, they have one unique hero that most teams don't have right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like, especially on second pick, it's that TA. Because they played so well in the safe lane. They played well in the mid lane. Are you happy about Disruptor?
We got a Disruptor? Woo! This sucker's been banned out for years. It feels like I haven't actually seen this hero get into a game in so long.
Years might be a stretch, but you have been
seen
banned
a
a
few.
lot.
Years! No, dude, this is so hype. Oh my god.
Since you're an analyst now, tell me what is good about Disruptor now, Slack?
Oh my god. I am an old school Disruptor player. I remember
That's
back.
where it's
Let
not good.
me tell you, back
Yeah.
in the day.
Now seriously, DreamLeague Season 6. All right, this is when
Holy.
this is when people were really picking Disruptor back in the day. This hero is so strong, mostly because what I believe to be a bug. His Q, slight buffs, and then now you rush shard on that Q. If you can stack that Q on the other one, the damage continues to ramp up. You can start getting out pudges. Late game pudges, you can keep stacking that Q. Most broken item is that purple one. The level 1.
What level 1 purple
The
item?
neutral item. The purple one.
Various trinket.
Yeah, that's a broke-ass item on Disruptor, dude.
The level 1 purple item, everybody. I hope it came to
All
mind
right,
quick.
anyway, suffice it to say, Hero has a lot of great team fight, a lot of solo damage, owns the lane, owns the mid game, has one of the best breaks in the entire game, has a good mute. Or is that?
Yeah, he mutes. He
the best
doesn't break.
mute. I always get confused on
It
that one,
mutes,
but
yeah.
Hero's just dunking. I'll stop talking for the rest
No,
of the
that was good.
Spot on.
I mean, there's a couple of things you missed, but overall, it was good.
Why do you think it's good, Fear?
I mean, there's, as you mentioned, everything on top of what you said.
Yes, of course.
Of course, like, Disruptor in the landing stage is very good. This glimpse cell is absolutely ridiculous playing the map. It's so hard. Like, if you lose a team fight, you're losing +1 at least on top of it every single time, making it quite disastrous. You do have the Thunderstrike with a shard. million cast range, so you can always get vision for your glimpse. And on top of it, that little shard with the talent, you can just pop it in a creep wave, and you can cut the creep wave.
Yeah.
And then you get giga farmed, you get your Aghanims, and then do all the things you mentioned with that Aghanims where you can mute them and silence them.
That's right,
And
not
they
a
cannot get out. And those are invaluable. And the most biggest counters I've seen so far to Disruptor has been number 1 Rubik.
Yep.
Because the telekinesis shard, you can throw them outside of the kinetic field for some reason.
Yep.
And then number 2, I'm sure you like this one, the Centaur cart.
Yeah.
The Centaur cart is the number 2 counter I've seen. You just pop BKB, you go in there with the cart, you save your buddy, saving Private Ryan, and then you're out.
That's hype as hell, man. I'm coming, baby.
I've seen people fail with the card way too often.
It does happen. I wanted to also point out that the Chen is still in the pool, also a hero that gets banned out a lot, but is ignored for now. Speaking of saving out of things from Disruptor, though, Shadow Demon falls into the same category, surely.
No.
It does
No.
slightly, but the problem is
Okay.
it's like a 2.5 second save on like a 12-second disable, so
Yeah, fair.
they still die right after usually.
It helps. I mean, SC is just a super good meta pick because stacking is too good. That has to go anyway in the upcoming patch. Like, if you just watch these games, everyone has stacked 20 camps by minute 10, and it's the best thing you can do. So, yeah, that makes the hero a lot better. The fact that he scales. With the shard, you can also make people survive longer in the static storm because you're purging off the Thunderstrike and other stuff that they may throw on you. So, overall, just great pick, but...
Enchantress.
All right, I got one more Disruptor thing. Okay?
Nice.
I've been holding on to this one. This is one that not a lot of people think about. I think Disruptor is the hardest counter in the game to Monkey King.
Continue. Elaborate. I don't know where this
All
is
right,
going
number
yet.
1, fantastic at scouting trees, especially with his Q. And his circle. Number 2, Monkey King has to commit in the fights. As he's jumping, you can ult very easily. Most important though, glimpse out of ult. His entire kit is specifically designed to counter Monkey King, which is a pretty used
Unplayable
hero.
matchup.
Unplayable.
Okay, guys, am I stupid? Am I stupid?
The problem is a good
We all
Monkey
know
King
the answer to
jumps
that, but that was like, you have some good reasons for
Yeah.
Well,
they're
then
not
you
bad.
didn't say they were correct. You just
I
said they were
mean,
good.
it's not the hardest counter in the game, for
Well, no,
sure,
but-
but
Depends on situation, because if Monkey King jumps you, you might die. But if he's on the receiving end, you're slapping him.
I mean, there
So
you
you
go.
were correct.
I mean, there's actually an argument that Disruptor counters every hero in the game.
Yeah. Just like
They
Doom.
go in, you can send them back.
That's a good point, but this thing's strong.
If they cast spells, you can make them not cast
That's
spells.
what I'm talking about, baby.
Hood stink.
Hoodwink. We got Hood Stink and the Centaur, the hardest counter Disruptor, the cart taken
Lockpick.
away. That's a good draft so far. That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, Extreme Gaming.
Why don't you have a song picked for Centaur?
Oh.
That seems like such a good one to have a song for.
Oh, yeah, we need a Disruptor song, too. There's so many songs that are like,
They're just-
Thunder, Lightning,
Yeah, Thunder.
I don't know.
Thunderstruck! I hear a pony.
I don't know
in
how that
one.
song goes except for that one line.
But I heard a pony. They did like a pony because a cart.
Oh, a pony. Oh, he knows Thunderstruck. He's playing it. All right, we got our Disruptor song. What a god. Okay, Lifestealer. Smart people. Can we talk about this hero?
Oh, we can.
I thought this hero was invincible. Every pub where there's a tryhard carry, he's a Lifestealer. Why aren't we seeing Lifestealer every single game, guys?
Honestly, we're seeing this hero quite a lot. I think the hero is incredibly strong. Everyone wants to play these beefy boys that go in, right? Your Primal Beasts, your Centaurs. He has really good matchups. People want to play aggressive. He fits all of that. I would say he builds great items as well. Radiance is like a giga item when it comes to scaling as a carry. You build armlets. So all in all, just great pick. You've got the Rage, one of the few heroes that actually has built-in counterplay against the Disruptor.
True.
Because otherwise it's unplayable.
Unplayable.
Need to play Jug or Lifestealer, otherwise the game is over on the spot.
Yikes on the jug. But no, I think the biggest issue with Lifesteer and why we don't see it like first pick is it can have laning stage issues,
Yep.
right? But when you see a Centaur, you already know. 2 support Centaur, that's a great matchup for him so you can get him in the game. So as long as you don't get, Razored or Slardart or Enigma or something in the off lane, it's almost usually a good Lifesteer game as long as you see a couple strength heroes into the game and you see your matchup. So I would agree with you. This hero is really good as long as you see your matchup in the off lane. You can always find ways to do some counterplays on carry versus carry matchup just because of the new Aghanims. Radiance is so good too. They're going to pick up a Dragonite too on top of it. Just another stock standard hero. It can go either mid, off lane. Seems pretty good.
Well, that's a guaranteed Manta style for Mr. Dragonite too with the Shadow Demon. That's no Gucci. You're gonna have those 6 dragons or whatever. I'm not good at math, but that's a lot of dragons hitting your racks. 5. Huh?
1 plus 2 plus 2. Yeah.
But yeah,
3,
7.
you could have 7 with an illusion rune.
7. That's the prophecy.
Is that?
We
Listen,
could see
Al-Gaib.
it. That's
7
forbidden.
dragons.
You're not allowed to have 7 dragons. No good. Okay, so cool draft so far. I have to say, I really respect Extreme Gaming so far. The respect ban against TA, the picking of the meta supports, the first lock on Disruptor. However, it is scary when you see a hero that's banned every single game and it's left in the pool. That's like the gigabait sometimes, right? Where it's like, yeah, pick it, do it. We're ready for it. Oh my God.
They have the ultimate lightning draft.
Double lightning? Pick Zeus. We could go, you could do,
So this matchup is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, take it away.
So in the mid lane, I always thought that Razor for DK, unplayable.
Yeah.
Then I saw Quinn play it. He was a DK against a Razor. He destroyed him. I don't know what's going on with this matchup right now.
Yeah.
I think it's just the Link nerfs are kind of significant at early levels, so you can actually get away with these melee matchups in the mid lane, whereas Razor plays more around the Q, farms more. Obviously, the matchup throw later on the game isn't the best for the DK, but I have not seen this Razor hard carry not only Lifestealer, but also the DK in a lot of games, even though theoretically it is super good. I think both of them just have good counterplays with the Ags and Fest. The miss chance is great. DK, he can fly over terrain now, buy a pike if he wants to. So it is good in theory. It could be their carry, it could be their mid, but this hero isn't the be-all, end-all for heroes like DK and Lifestealer anymore.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you care all that much about the lane, because like Fierce mentioned, with the Link nerfs, you have so much sustain, like with your Brief Fire, you just lane well, you get 6. And honestly, Liquid also have a lot of tempo that they could bring to this lane. If it were to be DK Razor, DK hits 6, suddenly there's some inch creep, some SD comes from the side where Razor now suddenly gets pressure quite a lot. But it would be really cool if Extreme could find this last pick that can also go between the mid and the safe lane, just because Razor has a soft flex. I don't know if it's very easy to find this hero, but if they could, that would be very beneficial for them.
Can we get an Electric Avenue for Razor, guys? You guys know that one?
I don't know. what is Electric Avenue?
I don't know.
You don't know Electric Avenue?
No.
We're gonna rock on to Electric Avenue.
Sounds like a banger.
Sorry, guys.
No, sounds like a banger. I'm down for it.
The guy's just shrugging. Nobody knows that one? Okay,
I
sorry.
have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll play it for you later.
What about
All right, last one.
the other one, the We Are Electric?
We are electric.
No, that's a giga banger.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's hard to play though.
That's impossible to play. What
I
are
don't
you
know
guys
anything
trying to do
about
these
music,
guys? All right, so last pick's coming up here. Viper banned out. I've seen a lot of last ban Vipers.
Scary hero.
Yeah, nobody wants to play against that.
You get 25, you can become universal.
Become the universe.
It's probably the best 25 talent in the game.
Yes.
Like top 3, at least.
His early game is also really good in certain games, so I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Lifestealer are pretty good against him in general. Ench also pretty good in her own right, so we'll have to see. But you do have to kind of like show where this Razor is going right now, or you can pick the double flex.
The double.
The double.
Hey, Zeus banned.
Fry.
I told you, Zeus. You guys thought I was stupid.
Banned.
They banned
themselves.
it. Yeah, that's the only other lightning guy.
No, there's also Storm Spirit.
No. He doesn't do that anymore. Faceless Void. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Faceless Void right now is the only hero. Like, sure, Razor in theory could be good against Lifestealer, but I don't think you're actually very confident going late game into that most of the time, because normally you're infested, you jump, oh, boom, someone's dead. Faceless Void, though, you infest, you pop out, double Chronosphere easily, and you can die in one Chrono, get perma bash. You can go head-to-head with the Lifestealer. I feel like this is his worst matchup this patch.
Yeah.
However, it does take a lot of time for Faceless Void nowadays to get there. His laning stage is much weaker, but he is still very strong in the late game.
I mean, Liquid don't have much time left, but whenever you play against Void and you don't have like a really giga nuclear answer when it comes to team fighting in the mid to late game, it becomes very hard. Like if Void just gets to choose, okay, we take this team fight at Chrono, this guy, he's dead. I feel like then it's always hard to play. Liquid kind of chose I'll say they chose the tempo route, right? They want to amp up and speed up the game with the Brewmaster split, DK taking some towers, and you run around with the Lifestealer. You try to take over the game. So I would say Liquid are bringing their style. They want to try to run over Extreme. But if their like first 10 to 15 minutes don't result in like the mid tower being taken, Extreme safe lane tower being taken with the Brew split, I feel like this game will go into the hands of Extreme after like half an hour.
Yeah, I agree. I'm always a big fan of a double bubble strat. You know, you got Void and you got Disruptor, very powerful combo, able to get in there with a Centaur super easily, even before they have the necessary blink daggers to make stuff like that happen. We definitely see this one going Extreme's way. In fact, I think that this is probably the best draft my favorite draft they've done yet.
Is it because there's a disruptor on the team?
And a hood stinker.
Yes, I've listed all the reasons. This is not a surprise if you've been listening. I think it's cool.
I could easily see this going Liquid's way too, because they have a lot of tempo. They got the Dragonite, they got the Brewmaster, they have an Enchantress. If they get ahead in the laning stage, these heroes like Razor don't recover very well. Same with Void, he takes a very long time to get online too. Sure, extreme gaming in the late game, but Liquid, if they get on the roll, they can end this early.
I'm with you on this one. I think both drafts are like really cool. It's like a clash of kind of like two styles. But I always prefer to be the aggressor. I feel like it's more up to me. It's more in my hands. Relax, Lax.
That's a weird way you said
No, it's
that.
more up to me to
Why'd you say
miss
it like
the game.
that?
So freaking slacks.
All right.
Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you. Because from the sounds of it, we're gonna have an even match on our hands, but we are gonna see a lot of movement early on because it seems like Team Liquid wants to set a high tempo, and I know two people that like that very much. We're heading over to Odie Pixel and Fog for the game, but first some PogChamp Pandas.
Time here to get stuck into the action with Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming. And Fog, what we have for the draft and what they thought, I think they're pretty much bang on, right? Liquid,
Right on it, yep.
They want to play it fast, they want to get ahead. If they start to slip behind, Extreme Gaming, it's going to be all smiles on their side.
Yep, absolutely agreed. And it's exactly what they're saying, like clash of two styles. Yeah. So it's going to be really exciting to see. We also have Disruptor making it through for the first time. I mean, obviously in this tournament, but this hero never makes it through anymore.
Never.
This hero is banned every single game, so we'll see if they do have a good plan versus it. And ideally, one of the big plans that people used to do versus it, or I say used to is still, is if you can get ahead. If you're the ones setting the tempo, if you're the ones kind of running at this Disruptor,
that's true.
You're not worried about getting glimpsed. You lose a fight, you lose continuous heroes. You're the ones killing these heroes, getting that advantage. So I think, yeah, Liquid, just like the panel talked about, really looking to play super aggressive. And they've set themselves up with like these lanes that can, I don't want to say completely be left alone, but their two side lanes can definitely be isolated. Like this Lifesteal and Brewmaster can be left alone, and the supports can go mid, kill these early towers, play with the DK, set that pace.
Oh, well, little things, but Extreme Gaming, they do get the majority of the bouncy runes. 3 runes going their way to start things off.
But a D-ward for Insanio, right? So he gets
true.
a good chunk of, a little extra bit.
Bit of balance there. Yeah. But I think that the thing is, though, even though Liquid, as you say, they want to play fast, they're going to have this great tempo, great sort of mid-game presence. The lane setups, it's not like the lane setups are bad for Extreme, right? They're like, I feel like some of these lanes, Extreme, they could very much come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, top, I don't know. The thing is, this Disruptor, right? Disruptor's like a crazy wildcard, but Liquid has really strong lanes. They're very safe.
Okay.
Yeah, because like DK versus Razor, they talked about on panel. It's like, yeah, once the level 2 Link and a couple more of them comes out, it becomes worse. But I've seen these DKs be able to kind of stand their own a little bit, at least in the first few waves. Bottom, it's a Lifestealer versus Centaur, so he can just hit that Centaur, and they have a super safe Enchantress, so Liquid's lanes do look safe.
All right. You don't, like that bottom lane, you don't think the Enchantress is at any risk of dying to the burst of the two of them on Extreme?
I don't think so, personally. Like these, the way that they just play with the heal. So it's, and if they make a mistake and they're playing low, then sure, but most of the time they're sitting at full HP, so they have to commit a lot to get the kill, and then Lifestealer's playing for Centaur, so.
Fair enough.
He's chilling. So.
Okay, so you feel like in terms of game plan, Liquid, they have every reason to believe that they will come out ahead of the lanes. 10 minutes in, they'll have that early lead. And if they don't, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, should. I guess it's just, yeah, we'll see how the mid end up going in the top in particular. Bottom, I think they should be fine, but they should. But the thing is, like, if they make too many mistakes in this game, XG, they have insane scaling. Oh, the supports, they're the two best supports, it feels like, right now in the patch for scaling. And the 3 cores obviously are incredible, so. And quite limited stuns, I would say, for Liquid. So if they don't run away with things, versus like Void, he's going to be very elusive.
I mean, that's true, right? The only thing that's going to stop him is a Dragon Tail.
Yeah, so I feel like their game plan is you can't let that Void get to that point where, oh god, he's time walking multiple times. They want to run over it. But let's see if they can.
Yeah, had a bit of a sort of a rocky day yesterday, right, Liquid, in terms of their performances. They had some great start, right? The first series, they looked incredible, but later on in the day, they did struggle.
Yeah, and we see right away Nisha, he gets the boots immediately, so no bracer upgrade, nothing. It's just stats right away, then into the boots so he can play to distance himself from the Link, and look at SCS.
Oh, he's getting the denies in.
Pretty damn good.
And 9 and 5 against the 8 and 2.
Yeah, top 33. should be able to sustain up here versus the two. Versus Disruptor and Void.
Yeah, Arme likely to have a bit of a tougher time on the first few waves.
Yeah, shouldn't be at risk of dying on the Void for the most part, but yeah, should get, I mean, a little bit slowed down maybe on the CS, just slightly. I love when we see that. I really do like when we see Clash of Styles and stuff, though. It's always interesting to see.
I mean, overall, in this meta, in this patch, do you feel like one of these two styles ends up winning more often than not? Like
the late game style.
The late game style is normally the safer bet, you would still say, in this patch?
But looking at Liquid, they do have the 3 tanky strength cores as well, too. So, you know, they do have, if they get an advantage, these heroes can get pretty unkillable and stuff. So we'll have to, like I said, have to see how many mistakes go on and how they group together. Because I think the first DK form is very important for the side of Liquid, well, how they collapse with the 2 supports. Because if they find a kill onto XM, it's going to kill his momentum as well. And that's, I would imagine that's their ideal setup, because they can leave Lifesteal alone for a second, send that Ench creep mid as DK hits 6.
And say with Liquid's draft, if things don't go to the initial plan of getting ahead, getting that strong lead in the mid game, are things that terrible if this does go late?
I think they do skill scale. You know, they still have the options for this DK Aghanims. That, I mean, I could even see these double Radiances coming out since we've seen, you know, not so much lately, but Brew can go Raid, so can Lifestealer, and he can go Aghanims on Lifestealer later to deal with the Void and the Chrono and versus the Razor. So possibilities, probably requires quite a bit better execution at that point if you are
it won't be
those
easy.
later stages, but
it's not impossible.
Not impossible. Dude, this is insane. Nisha's actually 18-11 versus the 12-5. He's doing super well.
Looking on the other lanes, it's, I guess no sort of real surprises. Bottom lane, both cores are farming just as much as each other, and just on that top, I mean, only slightly, but
very slightly.
Again, it's very close, the distance between Arme and 33.
There's a lot of denies. Look at the denies coming out from, I mean, it's both sides, but from Liquid a little bit more coming out here. 25 from the 3 cores. It's quite high in the first 4 minutes.
Definitely going to be one of those games with the more passive of laning phases, though, I'd imagine. As you say, in terms of someone dying in these lanes, it's going to be someone making a big mistake, right? There's not an easy, clear chance to go.
Or a rotation, right? Like someone making a move. Like especially, I feel like it's going to be 6 minutes, right? When they make the move to mid to sandwich on DK.
Sure, maybe a support dies.
Yeah. Or XM, honestly, if he steps up too far.
Okay. XM trying his best, but indeed still missing out on a lot of XP with that denies that Nisha's been able to get in.
Mika is about to have Corrosion delivered bottom, so that actually could potentially get them some kind of kill threat
Try
bottom.
and go on the sense of 3-6.
Because they have the enchant as well too, it's very powerful. But first, they're going on Mika. He's got a salve. But yeah, Corrosion about to be here, so we'll see how aggressive he can get. The movement's happening on mid, so Insania already ditching, getting that creep with the catapult wave, 6 on DK. They want to start getting that accelerated momentum.
Yeah, and obviously up top with the start, the 33s, he's kind of chilling. There's definitely room for Boxy to maybe head away as well. Let 33 just finish up that XP, get towards the 6.
Okay, XM actually going back to base. The catapult wave, it's going to be a full wave with the catapult for Nisha. He's popping ult.
How low was it? He just got completely bullied out? I mean, didn't seem like he was that low.
No, I guess he just wanted Matter to be able to spam wave.
Sure. Be able to sort of take the aggro off the tower.
Boxy. Edge creep is up here.
Can they dive Arme much with this Hellburst Smasher? Not going to be enough. They look towards DY instead, but not enough damage for the kill. Still, good bit of harassment, keeping the Void back and make sure that 33 continues to have a very good time. I mean, you see it right now on all 3 cores of Liquid, actually. They're pretty much getting free farm.
Yep. And they get, what, 800 damage on that mid tower with first catapult. And that's without actually a support rotation.
Yeah, that was on his
made the move top. See who's going to get the wisdoms. Looks like it should just be a 1-for-1 exchange. And yeah, they're just ditching the Lifestealer now. So it's a Lifestealer in a 1v1 versus Centaur. Centaur has to cut wave so he doesn't play versus him. And Mika is just fine. So it lets the supports do what they want on the side of Liquid. No kills, though. 7 minutes already. And yeah, the farming build that we've seen on these Centaurs. The Blade Mail, the Max Retaliate. I think I saw... I think Amara was the one who first did this a while back. 33 already has his talisman. He is perfectly fine up here.
He really is, and he's just what, 1 wave or so away from the 6. I mean, very similar sort of XP situation as XXS.
He's in trouble.
This should be the the first death we're going to get here. Blood grenades out. They'll dive in for this. He'll put the fairy fire. It won't save him. As Insania able to find the first blood with that presence that he's been bringing it and just sort of sitting up on this top lane with. And it pays off. They get the kill.
Nice deny. Insania even doesn't let poor Ame get a centaur creep out of it. And yeah, Nisha just keeps bringing it in the mid lane.
And not a lot really they can do to sort of push him off this tower. I mean, what do you do in response to this, really?
Might have to bring the
in a lot.
support. I think you have to bring the disruptor too. But they're ready for him. They're going to fill the bottle. Boxy's in the area.
They're going to try and maybe see if they can just set up onto the Shadow Demon instead first. XM's in with the static link, but the disruption is there. Boxy's able to break away from it. Will get glimpsed back. Bushwhack connects as well onto Boxy, but he's perfectly fine, and now they're just turning. Indeed, DY gone again. They'll kill off the disruptor. Liquid get the kill. They lose no one.
Heads up from instant on the disruption. So XM gets what? Not even 18 damage, and it's not on a DK. So Nisha just is able to walk up.
I mean, this is starting to show signs of the early advantage that you've got to imagine Liquid were hoping for coming in with this draft. 8 minutes in, 2-0, 1k lead, and a heavy bit of damage done to the mid-tier 1.
Yep, and leaving that lifesteal completely alone to do whatever he wants, choose what items he wants to go for after that armlet.
And they're going to get the tower here.
Get it. Yep.
So far, so good here for Liquid. All things going to plan.
2k lead. I think that's kind of ideal what you'd want with these type of hero setups too. Yeah, and Enchantress getting some good farm, and they can go back, a pretty good timing, go back and stack camps immediately after they take that mid tower, maximizing nicely. Side of XG, still getting levels. They have Stampede online, they have Chrono, they've got their ults now. The 3 cores can look to turn up for that next tower defense. So I'd imagine they would like to try to hold those next few tier 1s. Top might be a little difficult versus Brew Split, but we'll see if they'd like to battle up there anyway. No ults on the supports yet, though, so no Static Storm to try to go for the Brew. These inventories always look so funny now in Brew. It's just double bracer, Radiance. Insania.
It's just still kind of hard to go on. They could drop the Chrono, but no, they'll hold back on that. As soon as Insania gets the heal off, they know how hard of a target it is to go for.
Nisha's connecting.
And may just be able to set up something here as they're straight in onto the raise. The Chrono's there. It's a 4-man, very flashy. But do they have any damage? They really don't. And now the kinetic field's out. And it's head top the back, but they just walk around it. It didn't actually hold back Liquid at all. Jinq does beautiful. Bushwhack, though, catching the 2 supports. All right, Jinq coming in and maybe allowing XG to turn this one around. They'll get the glimpse back onto Nisha. Bring him in underneath the 4 of them. See the static link, they're able to keep it going. They close the gap, they've got the plasma field. Nisha will pop the stick charges, but Ame's in on top of him. He's gone.
Oh, that's beautiful.
33's trying to focus down XM here with a primal split, and he will manage to take the Razor down in return. Won't be able to stick around under the tower to try for Jinq though, as Liquid, they've got to back off here with 33. But a very, very impressive turnaround there from XG, and yeah, the main man himself, Jinq, coming in with that clutch Bushwhack. Really sort of throwing a spanner in the works there against Liquid.
Ame will say it was his 4-man Chrono starting things off.
So was all the Chrono.
But it did prevent them from getting caught right away. It looked a little awkward, but then it
gave time.
Liquid overchased. And yeah, Jinq comes in, catches the 2 of them, and yeah, they isolate Nisha under that link.
That's a big couple of kills there, and as I say, really slowing down some of the momentum that Liquid was getting.
Yeah, and Jinq getting online. You know, these hoodwinks always have to keep eyes on them.
You do.
The scaling, especially a player like Jinq. They talked about it on panel. It's a bit of a slow burner sometimes, but that man can carry. This tournament he's been struggling, but only 1 day sample size, so. Mask of Madness.
I think Ame's pretty happy. It's sure it's a slow start, but against the pressure that Liquid can apply with their lineup, you know, sure, he's at the bottom of the cores, the net worth of the cores right now, but he's got his basic items, right? He's got the Mask of Madness, he's got the Treads, and he's in a game where outside of kind of having pressure being put on him on the lane, when he's sort of getting the space to move around, farm the camps freely, it's not easy for Liquid to hunt him down and catch him.
1 stun. That's
all
the
they got
DK
to play
stun.
with.
Yep, the Brew Split and stuff, but yeah.
So like this Void, very likely to recover pretty fast, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, sort of 5 to 10 more minutes of passive play, it's going to allow Ame to hit that top spot.
Liquid's got to keep bringing the heat. I don't think they can ever really let this game slow down to this type of state. Even though, yeah, as you said, they can have some type of scaling. That's not the ideal for how they want to be playing this one, it feels.
Jinq, he might find something here. He's going to try for it. It's a good shot, but not quite enough damage.
Nice try.
Good effort.
If he wasn't on strength treads, perhaps. Nice little catch. Bounty runes being picked up. XM getting himself an illusion. And yeah, net worth, it's pretty much even.
Liquid, they've You know, we've seen it from them before when they get these sort of leads, and sometimes, especially, I swear, it tends to normally be around that top tier 1 when they're on the Radiant, they're playing against Dire. Seems to be a bit of an area that mistakes do happen sometimes with Liquid.
Yeah, it was only a small one, right? It's only like that 2K lead or so, but yeah, this
Sure,
is a
but
draft
it's
that they
important
want
when
to.
you're running this sort of lineup, right?
Absolutely.
Those little mistakes, it really does give all the chance for Extreme Gaming to get into their element.
Liquid might actually just wait for the Radiance before they go for the next type of play.
I think-
Because
I mean, they're
33 is
close,
close.
right?
Yeah. And it is a huge power spike.
Yep.
They'll have Blink DK, they'll have Radiance, they'll have Armlet, so they'll have 3 item timings. But a Blink also already found, I mean, XXS was able to farm up a Blink and a Blade.
He was getting a lot of space.
Got the Chrono.
And they have they got the follow-up? The Rage was off in time.
got the
Static Storm's
Static
going to be
Storm.
there. I mean, this looks like a pretty dead last. He's able to get the armlet off. But Arme, can he find the bash? The disruption's there. XXS trying to move in, but with the Wild Wing Ripper, great
Nice
move there from
play.
Insania. Insania able to blow back XXS, so we couldn't close in onto the lifesteal. And Mickey gets the chance to jump in onto Boxty, jump back out. They've killed Xinkyu, they've killed Arme. So they can maybe even get more here as they surround XXS.
Oh,
Indeed, they will. They'll get him as well. As Liquid, this time it's their turn to punish the aggression from Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming trying to go for that play between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. It may just cost them XM as well as the Razors surrounded and killed off. Liquid back to a 3K lead.
Oh, look at the support play. I mean,
Insania.
just watch Boxy and Insania, right? The double saves, the Lotuses, etc. Oh, that was beautiful.
I mean, he looks so dead, but he got the armlet off.
And look at that Wild Wing. I mean, that's next level.
Very likely that XXS may have been able to close in. I mean, maybe as well if Farming got a bit luckier on the bashes, they would have had a chance, but they couldn't kill Mickey. The turnaround's there.
And that's right before the Radiance, actually, too. So now 33 will have it finished. That was pretty big, up to 3K.
Yeah. I mean, you're Liquid, they may have sort of shaken things up against themselves with their play up top, but this play from Extreme Gaming, this definitely hurt Extreme way more, losing all of their cores and giving a lot of money and XP that's really going to fuel up this fire that Liquid's trying to ride with.
Absolutely. I mean, wow. I don't think I get to see so many plays like that with the Wild Wing Ripper. That was very cool. Yeah, 50-second split's going to be back up. Radiance, they've got big timings here now on the side of Liquid with that lead. And Ame, who was recovering, they forced the fight, and now he's kind of, he's at that bottom by a pretty significant margin.
He's going to want to go back to hitting the creeps.
Yeah.
He's not going to be interested in turning up to a fight until he's at least got that
Xinkyu.
first time done, and indeed the setup's there, but the Stampede is available. So Xinkyu to be saved, but the Tier 1 tower, that's going to be going down. Liquid back on track to just getting these objectives.
It is a Stampede also it's to save a support, right? So in the next upcoming 60 seconds or so, they do have to be cautious. Xinkyu?
Ooh, is he going to be able to find Xinkyu? No, Xinkyu's fine. He's teasing around with him on the edge of the vision.
Steals his creeps, though. And the smoke up. Looking for more aggression and things we can talk about for actually before that.
It's looking like a pretty dead disruptor here, D-White. Let's jump by the two of them. Nisha picks up the kill.
Back to business. 2k HP on this DK.
Nisha feeling very strong right now. Knows that at this stage of the game, it's difficult for XG to bring together the damage to take him down.
They need almost, they need like 3 or 4 heroes even, it feels like it. Because if he has a buddy there, if he has the Shadow Demon, that disruption's always going to come out. And that's something we'll always have to watch out for the Void, right? He does have to catch quite a few heroes.
Maybe I'm sort of out of the meta. Are we okay with this, the double Radiance?
Yeah, I was saying it's possible, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just because both of these heroes need the item to function.
I'm perfectly fine with it.
Okay.
Times have changed. You know, they're playing different areas of the fights and stuff like that. There's bruise splits killing the back line while the Lifesteal is just hitting the Centaur in the front line. So I lately, especially since like last year, I think I'm much more fun.
What about the triple? Nisha's got it queued up as well.
No, he doesn't.
Made you look.
That sounds bad.
No.
It's a DK also. I don't want to see no DK Radiance.
What do you mean, Radiance Man to Octarine?
Oh God, Owen, please, no.
Dire's bottom tower is under
8 for 3, 5k lead. And yeah, both these Radiances are going to be a good times. Of course, 33's already got his, and Mickey very close to picking up the Relic. 30 gold off that.
33's about to hit level 12 also, and he's about to have shards, so 2 more big timings that they're going to hit to be able to continue these fights. And for XG, they have ultimates to fight, but their items now a little lacking. The Void, probably Ame, as you said, doesn't want to show up.
No, he doesn't want to get involved for a while. Not with the way that last fight down on the bottom lane went.
Yeah, unless it's like it's Liquid overextending and he can show up for a Chrono in that overextension, but I don't think we're going to see him lead the charge with the Chrono for a little bit at least. Liquid, yeah, grouping up in this area, 3 heroes. That is a lot of Van Braces. Yes, there's a lot of strength heroes in this game, but I think I saw like 3 Van Braces or 4 of them picked up now.
I guess one thing for Liquid with the tempo they go for and the way that they can push towers and such, do they sort of have the best means to try for a Roshan very early on this game, or is that you can see them heading into the pit?
Yeah, they could. I don't think they need to force it by any means, though. Because they have the Enchantress creep, so it's just safe. The Enchantress sits there, or the Ench tanks it herself, you know, it's not the, I mean, not really the super fastest just yet, but jump DY again. They just keep finding
Nisha.
him.
See if DY is able to get away from this. We'll get the kinetic field down, but the right clicks from Nisha allow him to claim another.
Ame.
Be a bit careful, but we're not quite ready to dive the tier 2s yet. Very close to getting his Maelstrom, but still a long road to recovery with that slowdown. Off the back of that rough fight down bottom, it's going to take him a lot longer than he would have hoped for here, Ame.
How's XM doing? He's got S and Y. Alright, so a little bit tankier and stuff like that, but there's just a lot of control in the team fights in particular for the side of Liquid, just because this brew.
Dire's bottom tower.
And they're commencing that tier 2 push. Ame. Oof, be careful, Nisha.
Ooh, he's trying to close in for the Dragon
DK
Tail,
form.
but he won't be able to get it, and TPs are coming in anyway.
The DK form cooldown 3 seconds, the dilation slowed it down a little.
I mean, they might just get another tier 2 tower here. We could see Extreme Gaming, they don't want to give this up for nothing. They're going to look to try and burst 33. See if they can take him down. They've got him caught in the Static Storm. They're jump across the Infest, trying to give us some heals, but Ame's in with the Chrono. He's caught the 2, he's caught the 3 of them. In fact, as Insania walks in as well, they've killed off 33. Stampede to reset position and get back in with a beautiful who stops straight on top of Mickey. Extreme Gaming punishing Liquid hard around this tier 2 push that Liquid were going for. As they get the 3 of them, Boxy will be able to TP out. But back to Extreme Gaming having a great hold, great defense. And Liquid maybe just feeling a little stronger than they were there. I think 33 felt that he had the chance to sort of survive throughout it all, but he couldn't.
They did catch him. I mean, they sync their spells up really nicely, but they caught him on Void Stance, which in some situations for stuns is nice, but versus the mass magic damage, in this one, he wasn't on that Earth Brawler form, so takes a lot more damage, does get focused down. Good layering of spells coming out from XG.
Yeah, very nice, and a great fight for Ame to get involved in.
Whoop. And successful. TP himself out. Down to 2K again. Liquid, gotta give respect to these ultimates. Do they just go again now, though? Brew Split is up.
I mean, Chrono's down.
XG has nothing available, so I imagine Liquid's just gonna run at this
I think you do. I absolutely think you do. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Ame in this stage, he's just popped the Mask of Madness. They have any way to get the jump in? He's just going to try him with a Dragon Tail, and Ame's gone. So now, not even having to worry about the potential of a Void trying to turn up and punch, even though he didn't have the Chrono anyway. So every reason for Liquid to get back on with the push, despite that rough last team fight.
And they can take Tormentor. So they can take this, take Tormentor, and a smart play the way they do it too. They know he's there probably, but then they get experience from the Ancient, right? Nisha was just lingering right next to it. And double Radiance online. Alright, Insania getting the shard too. I mean, he is definitely scaling quite a lot. He already has his Treads Dragon Lance, now he's got his Sporink built in. So he's also getting that progression. He's getting, I mean, he's right behind Ame. He did get handed 1,400 gold, of course, from that, but yeah, pretty close. Can they get the Wisdom? Insania dancing.
Of course, just can they punish Insania? Maybe with the Glimpse back.
They should have.
They've got XM here as well. Yeah, there's... Well, I mean, they'll miss the Sharpshooter, but that shouldn't matter. Ooh, they got the Disruption to buy him a bit of safety. They'll drop the Static Storm. They are not happy that this man stole their Wisdom Rune.
Nice attempted save there from Boxy. And there we go. Liquid hits back as soon as those ults are on cooldown. Just playing around some of that timing. Back to that 5-6K that they ideally want. And Ame, yeah, still telling me he's really poor. He is quite poor. Not getting blessed with the kills. He's 1 and 2.
Yeah, so that fight down on the bottom lane around that tier 2, if he was able to get a few more of the kills out of that, that would have been pretty great. But I don't think he got any right. I think that first kill was from some earlier fight.
Yep. Bottom of the course.
Taking time for him. A lot longer than he'd hoped for as well. Definitely got sort of slowed down with some of those plays that Extreme were going for about 5 or so minutes ago.
But always the timing for the Void, of course, you know, he just needs 7 levels, right? That's what he's looking at. He just wants level 20. Mjolnir 20 BKB. The ideal if they're able to slow it down to that point without being at too big of a deficit versus Liquid. But Liquid controlling the map nicely. Taking away those Tormentors is going to be good little injection.
I mean, what's the next plan for Liquid? Are you looking towards another sort of round of items, and then you're going for the tier 2s, you're going for Roshan? What do you think is the next point of call for them?
Let me see what they're close to. I think they can kind of just chill out and farm a little bit here. They are getting close to what the BKB, I would say, on Nisha would probably be one of the next ones. Yeah, I think they can chill. I think XG, they're going to probably look to make a play pretty soon. Yeah, they're actually making their way bottom. They have XM's BKB. So Liquid, they'll fight back. That's for sure.
Oh, you think TPs are going to be coming in as soon as they see this?
Yeah, let's see if 33 is at the ready. He's on Earth Brawler form. Boxy is behind him, but Boxy's the one to get caught first.
I mean, 33's happy with that one. His supports tank the gank, and this is given the chance for 33 to pop the split. Army's going to come up with the Chronosphere. They're going to see if they can try and kill off the split, and they may just be able to do so here. He's gone. He's still alive here as they've lost the Disruptor. Army's got a time walk away. And now with the chase down, I mean, 33, he's still alive. He's managed to close in onto XSS. They kept him alive. The bushwhack's there. XSS is trying to TP out, but the stun comes out from Nisha. This fight, it's going to be Liquid. They're able to keep 33 alive and make sure he survives that full attempt from XG to kill him.
Very nicely done. I mean, the infest on the Wind Panda to save it, I think.
You see it pretty much at the last moment as well. Eyes on Mickey there, ready to come in and help out as the chrono came to an end, and there it is.
Yep.
Gets him out just far enough. They put everything into really trying to take 33 down through the split, and they couldn't do it. And at that point, chrono used. They've not got much left to play with. I mean, you saw there as well, actually, the full Mione got completed after that play. Maybe, I think 100%. If the Mione was actually there before they went for that, they would have killed 33.
Absolutely. And now they can get a Roche off it, a pretty, enormous for Liquid getting that. You can't let this Brew get split off. And Ame now.
He's got one time walk to play with.
Where does he go?
There's not much that he can do here at all. 33's in, he's gone again.
Oh,
just like that. I mean, this is really full force now for Liquid. Aegis, ready to push. These tier 2s are going to be in a lot of trouble, and maybe even the high ground now.
Now they can actually look to fight into those big ultimates because they've picked up all these next items. DK's about to have, instead of that BKB, he's going to have Aghanims.
Jinkyu.
Okay,
they're going to try for Mickey, but I mean, Mickey's got the Aegis, so of course, even if he goes down once, he's not going to care. And yeah, these two, they can't even do it the once here. Mickey's totally fine.
Yeah, he's got the healing Lotus.
I mean, they're even seeing if they can punish them as Nisha. He's managed to get the jump in over towards Jinkyu. Jinkyu's going to try for the TP out, and he'll make it. Not enough damage quite yet from Liquid to kill him off during that channeling.
Nice little evasion, 30%. I was checking if he had the talent also, because it looks like they missed a ton of them there, but either way, push. That's, they used their glyph, huh? Okay, so they used their high ground glyph.
Oh, and now there's an Aghanims DK. Ready in 40 seconds, it's going to be back up again.
I'm sure Liquid's going to say that. They have...
And level 18. He's got everything, Nisha.
I mean, yeah, they have like 5 minutes where that's going to be down. XXS bottom. Scan does catch him. Boxy in the back line.
Oh.
Dire's middle tower
good.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
Liquid accelerating things.
Mid tower's gone.
Yep. How is... Okay, so Mjolnir, BKB still a ways away for the Faceless Void. Yeah, XM.
Really going to need a huge chrono from Arme.
XM.
Multiple huge chronos, really, at this point.
Yeah, XM is pretty far up right now. They are surrounding him.
Are they aware?
He has BKB TP, but if he gets initially stunned...
Should be fine coming down here.
Let's see.
And if he walks back up into the jungle, though, I mean, he's going to see Nisha.
They're picking the fight, actually, with Stampede.
I mean, yeah, they've got DY, Jinkyu, and XXS in position. They could try and go on them. They've got the glimpse back, but the disruption's there. It's going to make it a bit trickier now for XG. They try with the jump, and they drop the static on Nisha. He was already out with the blink.
Oh, no,
he was able to blink away. The chrono comes out, but can Arme do the damage? I mean, he's tried to hit Insania. It's not really working out for him. They got him with the Dragon Tail stun. He'll jump out to the side, but Arme is dead.
They picked that fight themselves.
I mean, that's got to feel rough. Oh. I think definitely the point now where frustrations are starting to show here from Extreme Gaming.
They must have just not expected Boxy to be near the area at all. But there's a tower there as well, too. So even if he's not from the top angle, because they have that one ward, right, that's watching it. But I don't know.
I was looking for these sort of fights into an Aegis as well.
Yeah, that was a bit
getting it. Maybe if as well, it was sort of an attempt to try and catch Liquid by surprise with like just the four of them, but it was a situation you bring in your Void and Arme's getting involved. He's using the Chronosphere and nothing good's happening.
And now they have nothing for the high ground defense, and they don't even have the glyph because they used it for the tier 2 earlier.
This is going to cost them a lot here potentially.
See if Liquid looks to actually keep going. I mean, still pushing high ground is a task, but they did use that glyph, so some damage will come into it. Success. 10 seconds left on Stampede Box. He's setting the trap.
Oh,
He's gonna get him.
I mean, he certainly is. The disruption's there.
Hey, what if he disrupted himself? You know, crit did happen.
It did happen the other day. And XXS. I mean, he's going down.
Boxy is a menace this game. Gotta be honest, a couple times now he's getting these, clutch disruptions to save his teammates, or he's tanking the initial play. Shadow Demon. This Blink Rush, just super good.
Dire's middle tower
12K
is
lead.
under attack.
XG looking to just keep that push, keeping their farm going, also trying to get their Wisdom Runes, but it just keeps getting taken away.
They're going in for this, Jin-Q. Extremely dead. Very much getting to the point now where XG, they can barely step outside of the base.
Nisha Invis has ult at the ready for mid. Bottom is shoved out, though, at the least for the side of XG, but the other two lanes in jeopardy. Nisha may be expecting to find somebody up here, but they're actually playing opposite side. And they'll see XM now. Courier does get taken out, so they'll know he's all the way down here.
I mean, do you think they care? Like, are they going to bother heading back for him, or are they just going to try and force him back?
That explains it right there.
Yep, straight in down the mid. XG, what are you going to do? Arme's got his chrono back up, but still short of the goal for BKB.
And you have to find the Shadow Demon. Rax is dropping.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The glimpse back, but Mickey's got a rage. He's got a rage, he's got a BKB, he's got an Aegis. The Aegis will now expire.
But they got what they came for, at least a little bit.
Yeah, they got some damage out. They took the range drags out, and they also, of course, forced back the entirety of XG back up to their high ground.
And all three lanes shoved in. Insania sent the Centaur Conqueror bottom, so dealt with the push there. All three lanes shoved in.
Arme's just got to desperately find his BKB, and as you said, even more importantly, get those levels, and it's just not happening. Still stuck on level 16.
He did get blessed with probably the best neutral he could have got, right? He did get the Vindicators, so damage did go up a lot. Same for survivability, but still, yeah, needs time, needs levels.
Just very, very tanky heroes that they're going to have to try and take down. When you look at Liquid's cores, they're not easy to kill.
Yeah, that's always going to be the question, too, is even if he does get these timings, they are getting pretty ridiculous. I mean,
Insania's halfway to his Moonshard.
Why not? Refresher already finished up onto XM, though.
All right.
He needs everything he can get. He needs the double BKBs, needs the double links. Nisha's just in.
Whoa! Stampede is there for XXS, so should be able to get out of this one, no problem. I mean, they're going to try and fight this.
He got BKB off.
Do they have the damage? They've got the link, they've put the ult, and the refresher is. XM's ready to go for round 2. There'll be a disruption buying some safety here for Mickey, but it's a big link build-up, and they've got it.
All right.
Mickey's gone, and now XM can try and turn towards Insania. Push him back with the Hurricane Pike, but Arme jumps and closes the gap. XG, they'll take this fight.
Perfect timing for the refresher, right?
All right, yes, straight in, and XM immediately getting the use out of it. Good job as well. He did turn up the fight. I think he had sort of 3 mangoes, so had to munch on a couple of mangoes to get the full combo off a couple of times. But he was absolutely ready to follow up there on Arme, finding that opportunity to just go for the chrono and just sort of having the faith that they would be able to do that, be able to kill this lifestealer, even in the situation where he did get the BKB off before the chrono hit. So great stuff there from XG. They'll be able to push back Liquid momentarily.
And much needed for them to slow down that pace. Yeah, the link with the armor talent and everything, of course, too, right? Gets the 2. It all adds up. Level 20 now hit, at least for the Razor, so you see Ame getting more and more time. He's got his level 18 after that fight. Do they look to respawn and go, right? Chrono on cooldown, 80 seconds. Feels like that's gotta be the game plan here for Liquid. Keep playing around that chrono timing.
Like, it's absolutely showing that despite the lead and advantage Liquid have, you know, a good chronosphere can still cause a lot of issues.
Absolutely. Anisha setting up for the push. 4 heroes in the mid lane, smoked up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
20 hit on Brew. Okay, 20's hit on Brew, so now Brewlings can't. Brewlings won't die. Get the push started. And yeah, I'm gonna keep looking at timings. Refresher, 80 seconds. Chrono, 45.
Success. He's going to try and start some sort of a defense here, but it's very risky. They're going to just move straight on towards him. He'll use the snap to get away, but these impetuses there absolutely go on the smoke. They'll put the smoke at the last moment there to save him, but he still dies regardless, I believe, to the poison.
Oh, demonic.
It was a
Purge
good
of
effort
poison.
to try and save him, but that is him out without buyback for a minute. So Liquid absolutely, once again, just getting straight back to business to punish these cooldowns and take as much as they can. They finish off 2 sets of barracks, and they're on to the 3rd.
Trying to get as much as possible on that downtime. Chrono, 10 seconds.
And they'll respect that. They'll pull back from the bottom lane for now.
Got what they came for sure. Full set items also should be coming out, at least 1 or 2 for these heroes.
I mean, at the end of the day, the game plan may be for Liquid, you know, in this sort of situation, like, okay, the next fight,
Chrono.
we'll probably lose it, but then after that fight, we'll probably win it.
Or they, you know, set up a Roche, right? You wait for the 2-minute Roche, and then you maybe try to win around a Chrono, around a Roche, because you have that second life. But yeah, I mean, they have a couple options now, it feels like, that they can, if they can look to just set up Megas. Lane position. I mean, top and mid now constantly going to shove in, so Liquid can just sit around down here, but that Roche, it is going to shift. They'll have, what, like 10 seconons to kill it as it's shifting.
Yeah, I don't think they kill it
They
quick
don't kill
enough.
it that fast.
So they'll
They
probably
don't.
have to take it up on the top side.
Yep.
I do have the AC. Done.
Oh,
3.
goodness, yeah. And now they have actually a 4-staff too on the DK, so...
I look at this, though. She's coming for them.
Break.
They've got their ults.
Okay, see what they can land.
Refresher on XM, ready to pop again. And he's got his mangoes
They
ready.
see Ame. They know that Ame's all the way far away, though. They have a ward on Ame in the lane.
Now they're going to get a lot of information with XM revealing himself, popping the first ult as well. They'll get the drag back onto Insania. Can they burst through this Enchantress? They certainly can. Good hit comes through with the sharpshooter. Insania's gone.
All right, all right. Still setting up in the area.
Oh! I mean, DY is able to scout out 33, but 33 gets the split off in time. They'll be able to deal with a couple of the Brewlings, or maybe even just the one, honestly, as 33's also got the backup of the Illusions of Nisha pushing in.
Oh god, the Illusions.
Is under attack.
So 30 seconds until we'll see Roshan back in action.
I mean, Bruce Split is starting to wear away. 15 seconds.
And they're going to have to head back with some heroes as the tier 4s are taking a bit of a beating from the creeps. So that's going to be Jinkyu's job. Jinkyu no longer with the team.
XM has BKB Refresher and Eye of the Storm at the ready. Ame still holding on to Chrono.
Them's back on to 33. Gonna start with the static link, see if they can start to threaten him at the same time. XXS, good jump! He's patient, he waits to see where Boxy's positioning is, and he jumps back and forces the Shadow Demon away from 33. So give the chance to XM to continue to get in, but Boxy was able to blink back over, still gets the disruption off onto 33, but it's a big link, and 33's out of action. The Stampede pop by XXS to keep his distance from Mickey. See if XG can get back in on this, they'll turn towards Insania. XM moves across here. Struggling to find the damage though to bring out this Enchantress. The Dragon stun comes out for Nisha. Ame's jumped in, he's got a Chrono, but he's falling extremely low. I mean, I don't know if he can do the damage on his own here. He's looking towards Insania, but Insania's able to force away. Ame jumps forward to attempt to chase, but a bounce back from Insania allows him to keep the distance. Ame's dead. He's not able to get the kill.
He was in 20.
And now they may even get more. Shinkyu, he headed over to try and help out, but now he's all on his own. Nisha turns back over towards him. Jinkyu can't finish off Boxy. The supports from Liquid survive, and XG, they take a painful hit there.
Great buyback from Boxy. Overextending the fight. Ame got stuck in the trees for 6 seconds, by the way, on his initial time walk, and then he had the time walk, tries to land this Chrono. I didn't see if he hit 20 during it or right after it, but either way, he didn't have the attack speed talent. Maybe he gets 1 kill at least.
I mean, maybe you get the Enchantress, but
yeah, either way, it's another fight Liquid.
Time to push. I mean, it's the timing again. Now there's no Chrono.
And DK form, it literally has no cooldown, so Nisha right back to it. I mean, Nisha in that fight, honestly, like, these illusions are just so pesky. Everyone's getting slowed. They can't synergize their ultis together because they're all just split up in a way. And even though Razor does get a double link, it's onto the Brewmaster, so you're not actually taking that damage away from the DK or Lifestealer.
XXS. He's tried to step up, but he's gone. He does at least have the buyback available.
But they're looking to end
They're
it.
pushing straight forward towards the tier 4s with the Brewlings here, 33. They'll have the whole team up, but no Chronosphere. XG, can they do anything to push Liquid off the base? The second tier 4 to fall. The Ancient exposed. 33 continuing to push on. Extreme, they've got to do something soon. XXS trying to finish up the Brewlings here. XM's going to be able to step up. He'll get the link in onto Insane. He's going to commit fully over towards the Enchantress, but the burst damage kills him off. He'll buy back, but the Ancient's already down to half HP. Liquid do hold back a little bit now with the Brew split coming to an end. But XG only just barely holding on now. Smoke up from Liquid.
Fake back. They've got DK form back up.
They can go for Roche if they want to be safe.
That's quite a bit of respect being given to the Chronosphere. I mean, after yesterday, though, I don't blame Liquid.
That's true. They've had some games that have slipped away from them with pretty big number leads.
Yeah, they've got, I think the 80-minute one...
Is it 25?
It was 25K, but they didn't have, like, mega creeps or anything, though. So, you know, have to gauge it as it was. But, yeah, they'll just go back. They'll be safe. Get the Roche. Lincoln's, of course, Mickey finished that one up during that last fight. So, obviously, harder to get these links and stuff off, but... Yeah, it really does feel like the game plan for Liquid was, all right, team fight spells used, we lost the fight, go push.
You know, it's working
and
well.
It's
working well. I think, you know, you sort of wonder, you know, was this the plan all along with like that Brew final pick? Do you think this was always going to be the direction that they took? Or as soon as they sort of see like XG go for like this Void carry, they're like, well, we absolutely just go all in on the strength that this lineup's going to have around this sort of 30-minute mark?
I think they were looking for it, right? They were kind of assembling it with the Eng, with the DK, so yeah, looking at the levels. Get the gold. Everyone quite rich now on the side of Liquid.
Probably gonna have one more chance here, Extreme Gaming.
I mean, Q also. I feel like he's been quiet this game as a Hoodwink who's so farmed. Just doesn't have the chance to be able to be that flashy because he's playing versus the like 3 of the tankiest heroes in the game, it feels like. And
there we go. Liquid, they're ready to end it. 33. Gonna start ending with the boost, but they're gonna jump onto Arme just gets caught by the Dragon Tail, he's immediately dead! He's out of the game! It's gonna be GG as they're onto the Ancient. XG, they can't do anything to stop them. There it is, it's called Game 1. We'll go to Team Liquid.
Disruptor defeated.
It was, they let it through. They let them have it first pick, but they've got the strat, they're just gonna run at them. And as you say, they're gonna play to the fact that these longer cooldowns, the ultimates, on XG were going to be their weak points. And yeah, Arme just never really able to get back into the game, had a slow start and was never really able to recover. You know, those last 3 chronos at the end of the game just went to show how far behind they were as a team. Even if he catches the heroes, killing them, that's another issue for them.
Yeah, it really does feel like Liquid, like they cover their bases really well, how they protect each other. Because in this game, it's like, okay, we need to kill Brewmaster like 100% in most of these fights, but we need to find Boxy as well too. But then there's also an Infest, so they have these like triple ways of kind of protecting each other. So let's see what they can adjust for next game.
Absolutely. Well, the drafted strategy that Liquid approached this game with absolutely going to plan here, as they'll be able to take this Game 1 38 minutes in.
Strong showing in the opening game for Team Liquid as they take Game 1 against Extreme. I'm joined by Fear and by Action Slacks, and I you know, Slacks, you gotta be very disappointed.
I am. I thought that was a perfect draft by Extreme Gaming, and I just have to say, skill issue on that one. What can
That's
you do?
analysis.
That's my analysis, is skill issue. No, that was a really depressing game for Ame. Every time he went in, he gets some okay chronos, and then who does he hit? Enchantress?
He's got a fantastic chrono. His first chrono was fantastic. He got like 4 people. He just ran out of it.
Yeah, Disruptor's like level 4. I mean, don't get me wrong, Fury. You a support position 5 in early game, your carry gets a 4 or 5-man chrono at like 7 minutes. You're like, yeah, I'm feeling it. All right, he's testing it out. Nobody can literally do anything with that, but he's on it. He's cooking. But they were not cooking. In fact, it was burnt.
Overcooked them.
It was a dirty burnt game, I'd have to say.
Anyway, moving on for this game, I think Extreme Gaming, like their lineup was just incredibly slow. And we're seeing that time and time again where these fast lineups, you have this DK, and I think this DK versus Razor matchup is turning into a bait because they picked the Razor after the DK, but the DK won in lane. He got really farmed. He was like the most farmed hero for a long time. And then they were able to just end this game fairly early with the last pick Brewmaster there. And I think this really went down to like, you have this Void. He's really slow. As you can see, he didn't kill anyone in Chrono. You typically can't get solo kills in Chrono until you're level 20, which I don't even know if he got to that mark in the game because of how fast it ended. But it didn't really happen, right? And then Razor in the mid lane, he had to just farm. He needs to get his level 20 talent, his level 15 talent, maybe even those level 25 talent. Then he's online. And where's your damage in Chrono this game? Like, it just didn't really exist. And unfortunately for Ame, he also didn't get the perfect chronos. A lot of them were defensive, as you mentioned, with the 4-man one. And it was just too slow of a lineup for Extreme. And I feel like they tried to play too fast with a slow lineup.
Yeah, look at that Chronosphere indeed. 4-man. All you gotta do is run out and try and get the safety.
He did one right click. He's like,
I mean, they got a nice comeback off the back of it as well. I will say, I mean, you're saying that the Extreme Gaming has very slow lineup. They're waiting for the scaling. I was a little bit confused because minute 13, that was when Extreme made a move on the bottom lane, and they were the aggressors.
Right.
But if they're supposed to be the slow scaling team, why did they try to make these moves that were not even working out for them?
That was on the live store, right? When they chronoed him, I believe. Yeah,
so.
I mean, so like, you want to use chrono when it's up, but unfortunately, if you do want to make a move, if it works, it's great, right? But if it doesn't work, well, now you're digging yourself in a ditch, right? Because they lost 3 heroes for that. The snowball continued, and sometimes the way to make slow lineups work is you have to play fast, otherwise you're just going to be on the defensive. Also wanted to highlight the Centaur build too. He also went for Max Retaliate, Blade Mail, and it's an AFK farming build, and he needed to make things happen with Jin Q and the supports to buy time for Razor, but all 3 cores decided to farm, and they got punished really hard by Liquid for doing so.
Yeah, and it ultimately, obviously, led to their demise in Game 1. But there's always Game 2. Before we get to Game 2, though, it's time to check in with Kezu, who has a Acer Predator head-to-head for us.
Hey guys, for my Acer Predator head-to-head, we have to look at the mids. Usually, XM is the one that will shut down the enemy mid laner, but this time around, you know, Nisha, he cooked them pretty hard. So we're gonna first look at the KDA at 50 minutes. Nothing too fancy, but you can already see that Nisha, who picked before XM, 3-1 and 2, you know, starting to push his team forward with the Blink Dagger, opening up the map. But then if we move forward to the end of the game, this is gonna be Nisha's KDA, 10-1-12 to the 4-4-9. And I also want to point out, lastly, the hero damage. Because we need to look at, like, Nisha's, this is not even like his main goal in the game. He's a Dragon Knight. He's opening up the towers, which is a stat you, like, won't really see. He's pushing his team forward. And on top of all of this, he has more net worth and more hero damage than this Razor. Already here, again, need to emphasize, they picked Razor to counter the DK, so that didn't really work out. First clip of the game, they go mid together, Liquid, you know, they just play it nicely. Nisha had an incredible lane against the Razor, so they just keep playing forward with him. He makes it super easy for his team. Like, look at all the space that's being made, and I love this play. Nisha, right place at the right time. They go on Mickey. We also need to pay attention. There's someone who feeds a Lotus right now to Mr. Mickey, so he can now get Disruption saved as well. They continue forward, so it's like the second play of the game, and I think this is the one that Fear talked about on the panel, where it's like, I'm not sure why Extreme are actually trying to make this move. We talked about their scaling and that they just want to chill. So they basically ganked themselves at the worst timing possible, put their spells on cooldown, and I think from here on out, the game was incredibly hard for Extreme.
So why did they do these things? Is it just... Because this is not the Extreme that we're used to seeing.
Yeah,
normally they play very clean.
I'm honestly not sure. Sometimes you just feel like, okay, spells are up, or they probably thought, oh, he's alone, let's punish him, let's get him killed, but obviously that was not the case. Maybe a bit of a misread, which also may have started in the draft a little bit, right? They take this Razor against the DK. He didn't really do anything but farm the whole game. Fear mentioned the Retaliate build on XXS. A lot of mismatched timings, which Liquid took, like, perfect chance of. English is hard.
Yeah.
No, they took advantage of, you know, Extreme's mistakes. Made it look simple.
They did make it look simple for Team Liquid, that is. The question is, will Extreme be able to shake it off and come back in game number 2? We're finding out. See you after a break.
Wow.
Puck Jam Pandas, where we're back and we're in the middle of our first series of day 2 of our group stages. And we have Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming going head-to-head. First game already taken by Team Liquid, and we're getting ready for the draft of game number 2. And here with Fear, Sir Acroslax, and Kezu. And Kezu, going into game 2, we want to see some adjustments, but I don't know if the adjustments needed specifically to be made in the draft.
I feel like the first 3 picks could absolutely stay the same. I don't see anything wrong with some Centaur, Disruptor, and Hood Stinker. I'm sure Sir Action Slacks would follow me on that one.
Give me that stink.
Maybe the 4th pick and the 5th pick and the build on Centaur, because I would also say it's a lot up to the gameplay. Again, you pointed it out, was my mistake earlier. They didn't need to take this fight down bottom. There's no need to do it. Play to your strengths. They messed it up. Liquid, they did everything right, so they're going to win.
And this was the first game that Gen Q had a positive ratio.
And he lost.
That's
so back to basics.
He should die more.
Yeah.
No, he lost those games too.
Oh.
No, he won half. He won half.
Dear.
But either way, like I did like the adjustment to Jin Q going to Hoodwink. He doesn't play it a lot, but he did really well on it. We saw that double kill he got on the top lane. I think the big issue they had was a lot of teams are having right now, and even actually it was Extreme Gaming that had this issue against Gaming Gladiators. It's a lot of words, but it's playing too slow. That is like, to put it simply, they're playing way too slow right now, and they're getting punished hard.
And some would say, you know, Liquid is the best early game team. They have a lot of momentum. So having a momentum-based team and then picking, you guys said it completely right. Where was the damage last draft, right? I mean, Void was clocked in. He was getting good chronos. And then what are you supposed to do? Have Hoodwink follow up? A Hoodwink doesn't need a chrono to do her damage, you know? So hopefully they fix that in the draft. I'll say
they
that.
just they needed more time with the cores, which then they have to pay double the price when they mess up those timings, because Liquid already want to play fast. Now you take a bad fight, you put your spells on cooldown, you give them even more gold to get their items faster, so they're gonna punish you even more. So Extreme, they need to just step it up, quite simply put.
No, that sounds like a good solution now. I mean, it's just play better.
Yeah,
basically.
just play good, lol.
That was it was game 1, but it's also the first game of the day, and it might have been the first game of the day for the players as well. And that means they are now warmed up. How much of an effect is that, Kazu? Is that a thing?
I mean, yeah, but it goes kind of for both teams. Like, I would have given the statement more credit if Liquid had lost game 1, because I feel like they're usually the ones that don't wake up, but it's Extreme Gaming. Like, these guys, I feel like it doesn't matter when they play, they're a great team. But the one thing I do see, they lost to the same style now 3 games in a row. Gaming Gladiators ran you over. Liquid game 1, they ran you over. Make a small adjustment, be ready for it, and play your game.
Smarties, was Disruptor left in the pool of bait? Because they're doing it again. No ban on Disruptor. They let him have that first pick. They got baited. It's over. They got baited.
They lost again.
Bye-bye. No, but that's, they let him have it, and then they insta-lock it again. Is this the bait, Fear?
This time Shadow Demon is banned, so they don't have
a good save.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Shiver. I'm going to write that one down.
But they did have to swap it for the Oracle, I believe.
Which is another save.
Yeah, so I feel like it doesn't give each other much. Maybe they just feel like, okay, you know, the SD was a bigger problem. If they pick Oracle, it's easier to counter because it goes only to one lane. We'll pick some backline jumpers, so we'll have to see how Liquid want to react to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Oracle ban was not really necessary.
So smart.
We'll have to see, though. They're going to pick it regardless, which it does allow you to do a lot of different things, like survive inside the Static Storm, I suppose, which is nice with the Fate's Edict. However, Oracle is a hero right now that he's a little bit weaker on the laning stage than most heroes right now, and if you're Extreme, you have to be a little bit happy about that because you're losing a lot of your games due to tempo. So if you're already slowing the tempo down a little bit, but you do have to deal with this Oracle. You need to find a hero that can get on that back line and disrupt with it and kill him. So that sometimes could be the challenge, as we'll most likely see some bans targeted towards that Oracle.
Can I ask a dumb question? As the only non-immortal player on the panel here.
Go for it.
Why is Oracle weak in the lane? Because when I'm against an Oracle, he's always dunking me. Level 2, level 3. I mean, he's got a lot of magical damage output. He's usually spamming that shit.
Hero's pretty dog shit level 1 and 2. So the damage is very low.
Sure.
It doesn't really stun. I mean, it has a root, but that's a kind of it.
Okay.
You don't really protect your carry, and generally the lanes you have to go for is like, you need carries that carry Oracle out of the lane. Like some Lunas or maybe some melee carries, like some Sven Oracle lane, stuff like that. Because this hero, against good players, they're going to abuse the hell out of you.
Yeah, I mean, your right-click damage is very low.
Yeah.
Right. But doesn't he have the best bat in the game besides a gyrocopter?
I mean, his damage is bad.
Yeah.
I said so.
When you we got it there.
Like he tickles you a little bit.
But it
like,
keeps tickling.
It does keep. Exactly. That's how I feel when I play versus an Oracle. I'm being tickled. I giggle every once in a while.
I think as a support player, I do not like playing against Oracle because they does have a very short cooldown on all the tickles, and they eventually do start to hurt. So we'll see, though. I mean, apparently, Extreme previous game thought Oracle was a bigger threat than the Shadow Demons. And it's a pick your poison type of thing. That does mean, by the way, Chen and Enchantress both still in. Obviously, previous game they went for the Enchantress at this point, but maybe they want to give the Chen a gander. Or the Bristleback.
Oh
as
my.
a combo.
You know a hero's busted when they second pick it and then they're just like,
Well,
that's okay.
This is definitely a problem because you needed to find that hero that can be the front line for the Oracle.
Yeah.
And now you're playing against a hero that you have to kill him quick or he kills everyone. And now there's an Oracle. So now you have the situation where I feel like you 100% need a hero that can get on top of this Oracle, kill him. And you also need someone who can kind of kite out this Bristleback as well. Kind of looking at heroes like potentially... I mean, Brewmaster and Summer Guard could be good, but it's also bad at the same time. This looks like a very scary Liquid draft, and we're only 2 heroes in. But this definitely helps.
Okay, so Timber is good. You have the damage. I think Brewmaster could work. I always think about like Mars when I see like some Bristlebacks and some Oracles.
I mean, Hoodwink has been pretty effective too.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing about Hoodwink versus Bristle, I do feel like the break is nice, but you can dispel it. You know, Lotus Orb, Oracle can dispel it too. So of course there is counterplay, but can't really go wrong with Hoodwink ever. Like the hero's just too solid in most stages of the game.
How do you think they should nerf Bristleback, guys?
Nerf Bloodstone.
Nerf Bloodstone. They should just delete Bloodstone. It feels like every time there's a broken patch, it's because of Bloodstone.
I think he could be indirectly nerfed if you lower sustain. I feel like when he gets like a Seeds of Serenity, he doesn't have to build any HP regen, so he can quickly rush his Ags. I also think there's too much gold on the map. Stacks are too good. He abuses all of these things. But Nyx Assassin, I like this one. Jin Q on this little beetle, he destroys.
Little beetle.
He destroys.
Little beetle.
Little dung beetle.
Why do you like it so much?
Okay, so it's pretty good throughout the game against the Bristle. You will basically stun him in every single fight, right, with your Carapace. It's really nice setup. You just need to make sure you get it through the game, like through the laning stage, because that's this hero's weakness. So I feel like when you're presented with an Oracle, it can open up slightly weaker laners, like a Nyx Assassin, that you now abuse in the game. So overall, I kind of like it.
Yeah, that's great. And somebody to hunt that Oracle, too. You know? Killing Oracle at the start of a fight or to enter into a fight is fantastic. So that's huge, for sure. Interesting.
Liquid most likely will pick the Boxy hero here. I wouldn't be...
And mid, I would say, right? That we can flex this Bristle all the way to the end.
Yeah, I think so, too. I mean, I always like... I mean, I don't love seeing Boxy on Rubik, but I feel like it's a pretty nasty Rubik game. Like, Impale is incredible, Timber spells are pretty good. You have a secondary save from Disruptor. I wouldn't value it as highly because you already have the Oracle, but something you could think about. Audible vomit, thank you.
Why are you going to pick a Wind Ranger into Nyx Assassin Disruptor? A fantastic counters there already.
Disruptor, he counters everything.
He can Q, he can glimpse,
he can press his buttons.
He can press all of his buttons upon her.
But what if you're shackled?
That's not something I ever have to worry about.
Because I silence him before I get shackled.
That's right.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
glimpse. But anyway, okay. Any particular reason why? I mean, Wind Ranger can potentially do a lot of damage, of course, to these small supports if she gets her hands on her. Pretty good against Timbersaw too, right? Based on damage output.
Liquid love this like open pick on 16, 17. Like now they have this Wind Ranger. In other games it's like a TA. It can go carry. It can go mid. It could be a Boxy hero. I kind of doubt it. I feel like it's just like keeping their flex open, which just makes drafting very hard for Extreme.
Radiant team pick.
There's the combo.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's very interesting. They have like some double flex again. And I think this is why second pick, if you're a very flexible team, can do this. And it's very strong on that last pick there. Yeah. Bristleback could be carry, could be offlane. Wind Ranger could be mid, could be carry. Most likely won't see it in that offlane position. I don't think 33 really enjoys that hero too much. So it's very difficult for Extreme to counter what they see right now. Like you have to like do some type of blanket counter and be like, we need general heroes that are good versus Wind Ranger and also versus Bristleback. And this hero is one of the heroes that you can deal with in a way with the amount of mass heal that's coming out with the Bloodstone, with the Oracle. You can get the Ags. I mean, if you want, you can get Scotty too on top of it to help deal with that.
Won't she just get jumped by the Tusk? I believe that he normally is able to having ways to getting on top of people, which Drow Ranger hates.
That is true. I mean, Tusk is good versus Drow, but I think all these players are experienced enough where they have counterplays in mind. Either you buy the Blink or you have a Hurricane Pike. These type of things will help you out. But there's generally never a perfect game for like these like turret type of heroes that hit in the back lane. You just have to play into the counters a little bit. But right now, that's about it. That's all they have.
Yeah.
So that helps. And also versus the Wind Ranger, the Drow, your marksmanship does pierce through the Wind Run. So if you can hit them with those, it can be some extra damage.
Most would say the superior Ranger.
True.
For sure.
I would agree.
Most of the time. I mean, there's a lot of good things about the Drow. She can also like buy a Silver Edge, I think, against the Bristle. You can kind of like, if Nyx is around you, you have quite a lot of burst damage. Some silence is good this game. You also mentioned that your ulti can proc through the Wind Run, so that's kind of chill too. So if they can now just cover themselves where Liquid have a hard time to get on the Drow, I think they'll be A-okay.
Yeah, and with the addition of the Shard too on the Drow, even if Tusk is on you, it doesn't remove the marksmanship anymore. So you can kind of stand your ground more with this hero. And I wish I saw this hero more often, but it's just so situational to pick. And there's a lot of other heroes that are better with seeing less. But this is a good Drow game. I'm pretty hyped to see what Ame can do with this one.
Where do we want to see the heroes go on Team Liquid? Because there's so much flex potential still there. But is there anything that would be, the best right now? Because for Extreme, we know that Drow Ranger is going safe lane, right? So do you want to have a Bristle there? Do you want to pick a whole new hero there?
It's hard to say because you do have that overall last pick, but if I'm looking right now, I mean, probably in this moment, you're thinking probably Bristle off lane. You'll survive, chill, do some stacks. Wind Ranger, you can follow the Timber if you want, and we'll see what they pick on the last pick.
Yeah, I think it's still very open for them. There's one hero that if the next hero for Extreme isn't very good against it, I could see like some kind of cheesy Lycan pick. I feel like both the supports are kind of annoyed by the hero. Drow's a bit annoyed by it, and it fits like the run at you style. But the next pick of Extreme will tell us more, I think, of where Liquid will go.
I was looking at a website that said Lycan was one of the best win rates right now versus Oracle.
That is
about
true.
that.
That is true. I was calling it more for Liquid, but that is true as well.
Well, they could deny pick it as one of
I mean, the Lycan is probably the best win rate versus Disruptor as well.
Yeah.
Impossible. He can just glimpse him back.
You know what, Slacks? You actually can't glimpse creeps back. You know you want that in the patch, but...
What? Lycan?
The creeps.
He's not a creep.
The big ones.
Just because he turns into a wolf doesn't mean he's a creep.
No, but you cannot glimpse the creeps back, aka you still
dumb,
die
it's
if
fine.
you can...
He's pretending. Don't
He's
play.
pretending
He's
to be dumb.
pretending.
He's not actually
No, I
dumb.
think he actually did hear what you said.
No, Stever has no faith in me. My God. All right, Storm Spirit. I can see that pick for sure. Get on top of the Oracle and get on top of Wind Ranger. If you check out this game, if it goes past 32 minutes and 35 seconds, they're going to lose on Liquid. That's what I call the Wind Ranger number when she becomes
32 minutes and 35 seconds?
32, 35. If they don't win before that, the game is over because Wind Ranger is dog after that moment. So write it down, Sheever. I see she's actually writing it down, smiling, so that's not good.
Maybe she's pretending as well.
She's pretending. Yeah, what do you think about Storm, guys? A lot of backline Pierce, but is that really what you need?
I kind of like Storm a lot. I think you have now multiple like single jumpers. Like you can have Nyx +1 go on one target, Storm +1 on the other. I also always love Drow Ranger with like mid-range heroes, so you get the effect of the ult.
Huh?
Do we like this? I don't know. I mean, mid-Tiny versus Storm is a classic, right? You see it all the time. Storm pretty low HP. Tiny can kind of abuse that. Big issue that you do have with Tiny most of the time, why we don't see it, is this hero falls off a cliff at some point in the game, doesn't farm very well, so you got to keep getting those kills. So for Nisha's sake, you got to play fast. But luckily, you have a carry Wind Ranger, you have an off-lane Bristleback. Your team wants to play fast, and I think this is a type of lineup that Tiny could thrive in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Tiny, but it fits their draft very well. And maybe there's also this thing, they're going to have Storm, they want to play through a mid, I want to be this tanky guy. When they go on me, I pop my Avalanche, my stick, and I get to live. So overall, I feel like Liquid, again, have what they want. I do prefer the Extreme draft a little bit more compared to the last game. I feel like Liquid's laning is a little more volatile, like some dual melee lane bottom, Oracle 5. So I'm, again, looking at a more even game, but this time I'm leaning on my Extremes.
Wow. You think Extreme's got it, huh?
Yeah, I do.
That's Wind Ranger, my friend. That's what happens right there. They're going to be able to hold out 32-35. Look for the number. Suddenly going to go down. So I agree with you. I like Extreme's draft. Nyx Assassin, you know, he's a hero.
He can do it.
I got to go with Liquid on this one again. I think speed has been Extreme's enemy right now. I think you're going to get a free farm lane on mid gate. Nisha's going to free farm, and they're just going to start running at this drow, and it's going to be a problem.
Wrong.
Correct.
I heard you say this morning. But you'll agree with anything Fear says.
Huh?
Not
I just
this
said it. He said wrong first. I just want to be his friend. I'm sucking up.
All right. Well, let's see. Extreme Gaming seems to have a better setup this game round compared to previous, but can they also execute that, or will Team Liquid take this one too? Well, we're finding out together with OD, Pixel, and Fogged after the PogChamp Pandas.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for game 2 here between Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming. Quite a change up in the approach from both teams this time round, Fogs. What are these two drafts sort of scream to you that the game plan's going to be here, and who's are you preferring the approach from?
I mean, Liquid, I feel like still looking to play very aggressive set tempo. I feel like that's when they play the best, when they're able to do that. And XG still looking to play, feels like a bit slower. Nyx Assassin, a hero that we don't really see played too often. I feel like Jin Q is kind of the only one who is.
30 seconds.
This hero's a risk, especially when the group up mentality comes in. This hero can suffer when you're playing versus these kind of just, group up lineups that go for the tower pushes and stuff like that. But, oh, this is interesting. They do have some good scouting, I think, that the Nyx does provide them to allow the Storm to jump in and get some good information from to pick and choose if he can find that Oracle, but looks a bit difficult to execute. And yeah, I think the lanes in particular are the things that I'm going to have to look at, because after the last game, Liquid, they did excellent lanes.
Oh, wow, that's a lovely shots there from Boxy. I mean, that's going to leave no chance for Jin Q to escape, and that's first blood going to Nisha in the mid.
The dream. Yeah, this Tiny especially getting first blood is going to be really nice. He's like the big tempo setter, right? Him and Boxy, they're going to be the ones looking to run around, get all these kills, especially to set up onto the Tiny, look to set up onto the Storm and look to collapse on the Drow.
And just in general, what this lane matchup should be, it's one that Nisha's picked this Tiny to give XM a hard time.
Yeah, just in the mid game, actually not just the mid game, just from lane onward, you always have kill threat. And I'm glad they did this. I was going to mention this immediately. They're putting the Tusk with the Wind Ranger, and they're playing it versus the Nyx Assassin. Something that Nyx hates playing against first is strength melee, strength melee supports. You can't really trade back with them, and you're very, very fragile.
Okay. Does this sort of make things a bit weaker for Liquid on the bottom lane, or are things still good with the duo that they've set up with there?
How does he always do this? I swear to God. No, I think it's fine. You know, instead of double melee, now they have this Oracle and Bristleback, which is quite strong. So I'm fine with this. Some nice setup. Yeah, they're gonna hide these couriers. They know Jin Q. Boxy will be able to get the meat though of the creeps. And Boxy's actually just bringing it.
I was gonna say a fair bit of damage that he's able to trade over to Jin Q. I mean, that power shot hitting as well. You know, Jin Q's taking quite the hit here.
This lane has a lot of kill threat. Wind Ranger Tusk, especially once they get level 2, that tag team. Jin Q just constantly has to be careful because a shard and a power shot.
I was going to say, if they hit their skills.
Yeah, he has to be very, very careful when he's playing. Boxy, can he get the last hits? He will be able to. Gets them all.
In the mid.
Nisha.
Oh. XM, has he got him? Not quite. Stick charges there. And the bottle charges as well for Nisha. But definitely one of those matchups where early solo kills could happen.
XM is just shoving that wave in. Doing good though. That Storm, of course, versus the melee.
Oh, bottom.
Excellent time for
Is
that
this
bottom.
going to save him? It's not. They've got the nuke damage with the Purifying Flames and the Quill Spray. It's DY gone. No TP now.
That lane has a lot of burst potential. Yeah, that's going to be a long time for a comeback. At least Ame playing Drow. He should be pretty safe down here. Him getting run down is pretty difficult unless they have the lane pulled back, so Ame's still safe.
Boxing doing a good job top, just messing with the creeps and making sure that Extreme can't really hold the lane as they want to with the pulls.
It is a double stack though. Anybody who gets that pull off on the side, the creep wave is just dead. Success. Did he put the 2 points in reactive again? I've seen him. Okay, he did just the 1 point. I saw him do it multiple times where he has just 2 points in the lane when he is playing versus high physical. But yeah, 1-1-1. XXS should be fine. 15-0 CS.
If they're ever to go on anyone, probably Jin Q's the one that they're going to have their eyes on most.
Yeah, unless there's a third hero, I don't think this Timber should go down almost ever. Until Focus Fire, obviously, but... Yeah, so far, I mean, yeah, the Storm doing... Even though the Tiny had first blood, yeah, that matchup, just the Storm versus Tiny, being able to get these constant hits. I think wasn't actually looking. Something must have happened on one of these waves, because Nisha took a ton of burst.
Yeah, not quite as... Maybe getting as much denies in as you'd expect here on the Tiny.
Yeah, he literally has just the 2, so... XM bringing out the raindrop early on too, so it should be just fine for this pressure. And Boxy?
Trying for him. Power shot. Not going to hit onto Jin Q.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, the fact that they're doing this well with this, I mean, with a Nyx Assassin says a lot though, right? A hero that's not picked too often because its lane is so weak. The fact that they have this Timber, it's allowing it to work in these first 4 minutes at the least.
Dire's middle tower.
Bottom
is
lane,
under
DY.
attack.
It's time to be very careful with his positioning. Can dive very quickly to these 2 heroes.
Yeah, lane positioning is really important in this one for these squishy double range versus the Bristleback. Yeah, so far so good. Boxy's actually going to look to go for the
Gonna
pressure.
see if they can maybe
They're
dive in.
They're popping that glyph.
That's a good glimpse though. It's going to be able to take 33 away for a bit, but may not be enough to save Arme. He's going to be able to push them back temporarily with the gust. But Arme, he's not surviving this. They'll dive in, get the kill. They maybe even look to do DY as well. Insania, he's even going to live. They weren't able to take down Insania despite the fact he was tanking a fair few tower hits. Liquid, they get the 2 kills and lose no one.
And it's so smart that the way that they do it too, it's like, the Drow, Ame, actually, I'm like confident that they're saying, let's just keep it under our tower so we can make sure that the Drow farms, and then they just double up the wave on Liquid and they call for Boxy to come in, or Boxy calls for it.
And we saw as well, yeah, shout out to the Observer for pointing that out, that Jin Q was TPing down there, but it was the same point, I believe, as Mickey hit the level up, he got the point in Shackle and was able to cancel the TP. So if that TP was able to come in from Jin Q, they would have definitely at least managed to get Insania.
That's a big kill though, because the Drow was actually struggling already on CS. Ame's only at 19. 35 on the Bristle.
I mean, XM wants to do something mid here with Jin Q. But Insania, he's here with backup. And may even have the burst to allow them to set things up to take down Jin Q. They're still going to push forward to try for Insania, and they'll get him.
Nice move.
That'll be the 1-for-1 on the supports.
Mana pool on XM a bit low. Power Rune, 10 seconds. And DY looks like he's trying to do more with that movement. Also, he's blocking camps. So I was looking to see why he was running to the triangle. Does get the block off, at least onto the Ancients for the stacks. Power Rune. Will be top. Regen. It's a nice one. Oh, just kidding. Insane.
Boy. XM would have loved that.
Didn't want to use the zip man, I guess. Didn't see them. 2K lead off these lanes. 5-1. 33.
No, mate. Not quite able to really get in and start to go to town with the Frost Arrows soon enough, so 33 is fine.
Very durable.
And this mid lane, though, still a good start for XM. Got that kill to get out. I'm still good on the Storm.
Definitely going to be important for their team for him to have this, because he's going to be the playmaker. He's got a Timber in the offlane who just kind of sits doing Timber things. So that Storm ideally going to be wanting to make that space for the Drow, because Ame, yeah, very slowed down off this lane.
So DY can get this with the Glimpse play. He can.
Double.
And he's out.
That's big. Supports are going to have a nice time. Focus Fire's online.
And it's going to do it by the looks of it. XXS, he's going to be able to chain away, but Boxy with these shards make sure there's no further escape.
Yeah, really heads up stuff, honestly. Just the rotations from Boxy allowed Mickey to get 6 earlier, right, also, because he made that play bottom, gives solo XP. All these little things do add up when you're looking to go for that lane advantage, which I feel like Liquid goes for almost every single one of their games. Did I actually miss? No, it didn't. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking to see if the sentry from DY actually missed the Ancients, but it looked like for a second it did. I was like, uh-oh.
In the mid. XM still plenty of mana to play with.
He's got Raindrop. He got Seeds of Serenity, too. A nice pickup. Makes him just quite a bit tankier versus Nisha. But Power Rune again, looks like it's going to be secured. 6 heroes. Box able to get a shield rune.
Nah, he's got it. I mean, they're going to try and punish him.
XXS not quite 6 yet, though.
I mean, TPs are coming in, and Liquid may be able to save Boxy and Stania coming in with the hold on towards Xingqiu. They'll lose Boxy, but they'll get the kill in return.
He hit 6 now.
And they take out Xingqiu. Nisha trying his best with the body blocks on towards XXS, but XXS,
Nice
good.
shackle.
Indeed, cancels the Timber Chain, and that's going to allow them to pick up the kill. Liquid turn up with the numbers. They get the 2 kills. They won't quite get XM. He's still got mana to move with. But they get the kill onto XXS. They're punishing him for turning up to the mid lane.
Took them so long to kill this Tusk, because it's a Tusk, number 1, but he also has that shield rune, so extra tankiness coming in from it. And make it turning up and bringing the numbers. Liquid just really wanting to fight.
That's good moves. Top 3 net worth right now, all the side of Liquid's cause.
Yeah, and always important, of course, when you're playing versus like these tanky Timbers or something, getting that Javelin nice and early that we see from Mikke, because he, of course, wants the Maelstrom. We'll always give him that kill threat versus the Timber. Blink looking to be a good timing for Nisha. He is set up for success. And it feels like he always has Insania behind him. The support's, of course, struggling a little bit on Liquid from levels because of those Wisdom runes, but Core is looking very strong.
On top, Xingqiu
spotted again.
Trying to find his level 6, but Boxy and Mikke, they punish him. See if they can get anything with XM turning up. TPs are going to be coming in and back him up. And Mikke, he's got the focus fire ready to sort of chase XM away. XM has to zip away. Can't commit for the kill on Boxy.
I was like, uh-oh, he's very low mana. If he keeps going, that is a concern. And Liquid just making the moves. They can actually respond with like 3-4 heroes because they have 33 just able to jungle. Ame is starting to catch back up, though. He's been left alone bottom now for some time, level 7. Only like about 1,000 behind Wind Ranger, which is pretty large, but catching up after that bad death.
And he is a drow, you know, it's not easy on a drow, especially when you look at sort of the ways that Liquid can get on top of you this game.
Especially with the Tiny having such a good game, right? That blink is going to be devastating this early. But the drow is just a hero that I've been kind of waiting to see if it does have this potential, because it's gotten quite a bit of buffs. I mean, yeah, we haven't had a patch in a long time, but it got a big multi-shot buff. I believe it was like 3 seconds off of all levels. People were contemplating how good it would be with the shard and stuff like that now, but we just haven't really gotten to see it because of the tanky strength cores, I feel like. So I am looking forward to see if Ame is going to actually be able to do anything this game, or if he's just going to be burst every single time from a Blink Tiny.
Boxy going to try and finish off the job here. Of course, Mikke getting glimpsed back. Boxy's going to opt for the TP out, knows that there's no fight to be had, but XXS actually gets in, and there's enough trees to allow him to do enough bursts with that Whirling Death. They'll get the kill before Boxy gets away.
Big damage. Nice glimpse. Thought for sure DY was going to go down. Trying to protect Ame in particular as well, too. Looks like they want to try to finish off this tower with the catapult. It is low, and it does give them access to those Ancients a little easier of 33. DY, not quite 6. It's just missing it, actually.
This tower's gone for sure. Question is if XG can try for kills as well. Nisha's in with a blink. He's straight over, but at the same time, they turn the gust onto him, but he's ready with the illusion rune. He's ready to remove the silence.
Ame.
33 is just going to chase down Ame, force Ame to have to TP out of this back over towards the safety of the tier 1 tower.
Oh my goodness.
He'll only just make it out. I mean, another round of Quill Spray if that came up, but that would have killed him. He just got out only in time, and Nisha, he's back in with another blink. He's actually able to finish up the job and take down DY with that second blink in.
Reset
I mean,
play.
Nisha might be ready to go again soon.
Nisha's definitely looking to jump another.
XM's still got plenty of mana, so XM's able to keep the distance, but this bottom area now no longer safe. XXS has to take the twin gate out of there, and after Ame TP'd over, he's had to walk all the way away from this spot of the map.
I wonder... XXS is getting pulled around the map a lot. He is very low level on the chorus. He's a level 7 Timber at this point in the game.
And Mikke's getting a lot of space top.
Yeah.
Sure, he was glimpsed back, didn't get the kill down bottom, but it meant he was back in a situation where he's been pretty much on his own and just able to continue to stay at the top of the farm.
I wonder it's because like Xingqiu's telling him, I need a lane to be able to get at least a little bit of farm, and then just tells the Timber to move around or something like that. It's interesting, because it's hurting XXS quite a lot. Look at his net worth, look at his levels. Yeah, Xingqiu's got some extra farm, but this Timber is now very fragile, to be honest.
Visibility. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess he does have the stacks. He'll go back and farm them, but he's farming them together with Ame, so it's going to be split XP again. As bottom tower 33, he'll finish it, and that's the Aghanim's done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very, very good time.
Radiant's
Like,
bottom
5K
tower
lead
is
at 12
under
minutes. It's, I mean, faster than last game.
It kind of is.
Able getting this lead. Q.
I mean, it's not happening on his own.
No way.
All he can do is sort of watch this, maybe stick around and soak up some XP if 33 clears this Ancient.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And top lane XX says he's dead again.
And yeah, this is a concern.
I mean, Q, he soaked some of the XP, but yeah, they could try. I mean, they're bringing in XM.
Nope.
It's not going to happen. As low as they bring him, they know how careful they have to go about trying to finish up the job. They're trying to get him.
Oh, Boxy's actually out of mana.
Okay, he wasn't able to pick him up and save him. They get the kill.
Oh, he popped the healing Lotus late, I guess. Wasn't actually
looked like Boxy was indeed going to be able to keep him fine, and I think 33 as well was kind of relying on him.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
Whoopsie.
Try for XM. He's still got a bit of mana.
270.
Got a zip across. Boxy's in good position. They get the shackle, they get the punch up, and they'll get the kill. So they may not have been able to save 33, but as a whole, Liquid make sure to keep these trades going very much their way. You know, Mickey picking up the last touch on both of them. He's 6-0-2, steaming towards the Gleipnir. It's going to be fast items here for the Wind Ranger.
Very fast, and it's an amazing Gleipnir game versus the Storm and Timber. And I have big concerns right now for the side of Extreme with their front line. This Timber has shown now he's very fragile.
Very easily.
Storm's fragile. Drought, they're all fragile. There's 5 squishy heroes now at this point, and I wouldn't say that Liquid's very fragile whatsoever. Not even the Wind Ranger anymore.
No, killing Mickey is very difficult.
He's going to have, what, 2k HP about when he's got the Gleipnir, as it's being delivered right now? What, yeah, 1800?
Yeah,
he's got Strength Treads.
Nearly level 12.
Yeah, it's... And he's got Raindrop, so an extra little bit of protection.
And in the mid. Q is getting out with the Vendetta, but Narnish is in with the toss. Oh,
wait, where'd he go?
Where's it? Where'd he go? There they go. They found him with the quill sprays. Don't have to see him to kill him there.
Haste Rune, getting the ball rolling. They have all their item timings now hit for the side of Liquid.
Things are really starting to crumble for Extreme Gaming, and again, much faster than they were in game one.
It's a similar type of style, though, right? They're not allowing this Disruptor to play the way that Disruptor wants to play, where you're the one kind of leading, getting these constant little glimpse back plays. No, DY is just getting ran at.
I mean, that's sort of seemingly one of the weaknesses they've kind of got with their draft this time, right? You know, last game, sure, you have one hero, the Disruptor, that kind of struggles when the enemy team is kind of grouping up and running at you. This time, both supports right on XG, they just don't succeed against this sort of playstyle that Liquid's hitting them with.
No, definitely not. And there's going to be a lack of somebody that just honestly tanking the front damage. Who's going to survive? Who's going to allow Ame to sit in the back and just dish out any deeps? Looking difficult right now.
Sam. But the Gleipnir, but a quick heads-up glimpse. Take Mickey away. XM fine for now.
Yeah, nice positioning there from DY to protect his buddy. It's been a quiet game, though, from XG so far. 14-4. Just trying desperately to ensure that Ame can get some space to farm. Q.
You gotta pick up the amplified damage rune here on the Storm, but he's just straight up dead. Oh, it's getting messy. It's not a pretty one here for XG.
They tried the Nyx Assassin, but the Nyx Assassin ain't really getting the picks they want. Actually set them up there to kind of get his own Storm killed with that jump forward. His Dagon a ways away.
He's not even close here. 1,000 gold off the Dagon.
Yeah, and he's probably telling, he's probably like, yeah, there's amplified damage here if we can set up, and then Liquid again, they're always ready, it feels like, especially Boxy. I mean, Boxy's always there.
Boxy and Mickey, great angle there, hitting the two-man shackle, leaving no chance.
And success.
And now they found the Timber. Timber chain not going to be up in time.
It's getting messy.
It's getting rough. 17-4, 7K leader, just 17 minutes in.
And even though this Drow, if she is able to get farmed, is able to get stuff, can have an okay matchup versus Wind Ranger, it kind of can go both ways when you're able to get this ahead on the Wind Ranger.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a point where if Mickey gets the Mantra and if he feels the need for the BKB, you just kind of BKB, ult the Drow, and just run into the midst of the fight. You're going to kill the Drow.
Or even Aghanims. You have the 40% physical reduction, you invis, run in. It's a lot of options. Q.
Fun this time. No detection on the front lines. Not on the cores right now.
XG just needs to stop their bleeding, I feel like, for some time. They need to just chill out, stop looking for these fights and pickoffs, let the Drow try to find some farm. It feels like a couple times they forced those fights to get the Storm in a bad position to get killed. Again, 0 and 8. I think Fear brought it up on the panel pre-game.
What did he say?
That Xingqiu is just having a rough one in these first few days.
He was bang on with this
Yeah.
performance again. They'll get boxy.
But my God, I'm gonna quickly pull it up because I feel like I'm just seeing Xingqiu having like. Last game,
yeah, sure.
he was very farmed on the Hoodwink, but the other games, I'm feeling like he has like 8 deaths every game. He is struggling.
Still 600 off the Dagon.
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, he had 2 and 9, 0, 12, 1 and 6, and then this one I know he's 0, 8. So definitely having a bit of a difficult time. Liquid just not slowing down whatsoever.
They might just get him again.
Xingqiu again. Carapace is
Get
good.
the Carapace off. We get the Static Storm down. Insania, though, he's out of the stance. We'll get glimpsed back into it, and I'll allow him to kill off Insania and Nisha.
There we go. That's how you bait him. Xingqiu's like, they keep going for me, guys. Sit behind me.
Like Sam. On the mana, but... I mean, 33's coming in from the side. XM's got to be a bit careful. As Liquid could get ready to get back in on this. They get the Gleipnir hit onto the two of them. And Arme trying to turn over towards Boxy. Boxy's got the snowball. It's going to be heading over the way of XXS. See a few hits from dying. 33's just going to go straight for the supports, chase out DY. Boxy somehow still alive. The raindrop's going to heal him and save him. And Insania's in with the heals.
Oh, he was definitely dead to that next tick. XG get a little bit there. Xingqiu does bait them this time around. Ame finally able to get on the board.
Got some positive action there. And indeed, DY coming in with a follow-up definitely made things tricky for the Liquid at the start of this fight.
Shackle was just off the mark there actually from Mickey. Almost caught XM as well. I don't think we'll see Nisha toss a Nyx onto his Oracle again. I'm sure Insania was like, excuse me? And there's the Dagon finished up, so he's got the timing. Now, if he can find these heroes split up, in particular the Oracle, probably only the Oracle, can look to maybe get some kills, but don't feel like Insania plays so far away from his team.
Oh! Whoa, Mickey!
The catch?
I mean, a beautiful power shot. I mean, just scouts him out straight for the tree line.
That was sick.
And I feel like a bit slow on the reactions there. I mean, the power shot hit, and he may have had the chance to zip away, right? Or was it just completely gone?
Just guess he didn't see the Gleipnir
I
or
guess
something.
not.
I'm not sure.
They caught him.
Xingqiu.
Oh, he's trying to start a defense. I'll tell you what, they completely destroyed 33.
Hit him in the front.
Gleipnir hits into the two-man shackle. Liquid, they want to try and do something with this, but the Static Storm's going to be laid down by DY. It's not going to give them the safety to save Xingqiu, though, as Liquid just push on through the Static Storm. They don't care about it whatsoever. They've even got the burst to take out XXS between the Purifying and the Power Shot.
They know how, even if they're down in the member or something like that, they still know how strong Mickey in particular is. Level 15 is an insanely farmed Wind Ranger. Manta's already done.
Bloodstone.
Oh my God.
On 33, so you may have got him then, but you're probably not getting him next time.
Xingqiu does get blessed. He does get the best neutral item he could have got. Did get the Whispers of the Dread.
All right.
So that burst potential.
Bit more to the combo.
Yep. If they can get, I mean, the burst as we see there if he's facing the front. As long as the Timber's dead, they do have the burst. Nisha also does get blessed, though. He gets the Whisper of the Dread. Massive burst damage. Xingqiu, level 12. Tormentor time.
Should be able to get the Tormentor and get the Roshan. As Liquid not going to be interrupted at all on these efforts.
Still playing it clean. How's Insania's HP pool? No, let's check it out for a second. Yeah, he's still fragile. But he's getting close to a mech as well, too.
I mean, yeah, Xingqiu, the burster stepped up a lot.
He got the shard.
He also got the shard.
Uh-huh. All right. So yeah.
Time for the comeback story of this next assassin.
He just needs to find that one target 10 times.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a lot of burst.
Yeah, it's a
You
ton
get that full combo.
And look at Nisha.
It's not enough burst for that.
If the Timber's there...
Maybe with DY and Static Storm, they could try for this. Yeah, they're going to go for this, absolutely, and there it is. With the three of them, it's not a hard job to do at all.
Yep, with the Timber there, he also got Whispers of the Dread.
Well, bottom lane, though, they lose XM again.
I say you got the shaft.
So, whilst they may have found Nisha top, losing their own mid means that they're unlikely to be able to do anything.
But you know what it is? It's some space and time for Ame. He much needs it this game.
Sure, but can this Drow carry this game?
I doubt it, but hey, a high ground defense with Glacier, I haven't seen it this patch too much. So Ame doing a little taunt in the base.
That's quite nice. I've not seen that
I
one.
don't know this one either.
No.
You shoot the apples?
This is one of the new ones?
Wait, what the hell? This is.
When did this come out?
You don't have that one?
I've not seen that. I don't have that one, no. I don't think. I'm going to check right now.
That is really cute. Yeah. Wait, you can spam it.
This one's great. I've not seen anyone press it. I guess we haven't seen a lot of Drow, to be fair.
We haven't seen any of them, right? No, you don't have that one.
Do I not have this one? Oh, I do. Oh, it's in the treasure. It's in the new treasure.
Oh, it's in the
That's
crown.
why it's
Okay,
in the new treasure.
It looks pretty sweet.
Wait, is it like a rare one? How do I get this?
DY and XXS both found Mickey. Looking for the bigger one.
I mean, Mickey's fine, I think. Yeah, he's trying to kill XXS here. 33 and Nisha coming in from the side. I mean, XXS, he's up on the high ground. And he's back down. But Bogsy's in with a jump. Should have enough control. They'll be able to finish off the kill, get XXS. He's out for nearly 50.
Man, this Wind Ranger pick really does feel like it was perfect versus that Timber. Jinkyu under a sentry. What a shard.
If he gets to press the spells on you, you will die.
He's got the Kaya. Look how much spell amp he has.
Dude, that and the shard and the... It's a lot. It's big numbers, but I don't know if those big numbers are going to help you win the game, unfortunately. We'll see. It's still looking pretty rough here for XG.
Yeah, he gets boxed. I mean, that's... 4 heroes surrounding you. Classic Nyx Assassin pub things.
Dude, how do you get this taunt? I'm looking at this... I mean, the Drow set's the very rare. I'm guessing it comes with that, yeah.
Probably does, yeah. You really want that one, huh?
I mean, I'm going to have to pick this up. I mean, it's a good taunt.
XM?
Yep.
Stops for the Lotus.
Oh. I think he's fine.
Okay.
Even going to go for the twin
Nisha. Oh, he almost knew. Nisha's BKB is now done, so
he can go.
He'll live.
Yeah,
he'll live pretty much every time now that he jumps in. At the same time, we do see the whirling stat death. You know, the whirling death stat. The stat loss. It does more stat loss now. He's got 15 talent.
Oh, Nisha.
Wait, did find him.
He's found him. They've got the opening, but they don't have the follow-up lockdown.
He's got TP.
He's out.
He didn't use it.
Oh, no, he didn't use it. And in fact, zipped over to where Mickey was able to find him. Oh, XM, he's having a rough couple of situations where he's getting caught out.
Look at Jinkyu, he's level 14. He's looking for his target.
He wants to get some kills.
Wait, he's the same level as Nisha, I just realized. Okay.
That's pretty wild.
Oh, Nisha just hit 15, but yeah.
Honestly, these kills are going to do it for you.
He'll definitely kill Insania.
Especially if he's got Ame close by. I mean, if anyone comes here and Jinkyu gets the quick setup, it's a kill.
Insania's in position for false promise this
time.
Could
save Jinkyu. Sorry, save Nisha. Jinkyu was trying to get the spike carapace set up. Doesn't quite get into the avalanche in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Have we seen a false promise?
I don't think he's needed it this game so far. I mean, Nisha, he's in on a Jinkyu. And this, of course, the tree. I'll get him.
Tower is under attack.
Hey, did he not have spike carapace back up the end? I guess not. Gonna get it off.
Didn't see it.
Radiant structures are
Tower,
fortified.
glyph, used.
Radiant's
All 5 heroes liquid at the ready.
Yeah, still yet to kill Mickey. 13-0-6.
Aghanims is done for Ame. Does need the shard.
Yeah, the shard's OP.
top tower has fallen.
He's probably, I mean, I guess he does want to finish the BKB before the shard, but yeah, if he gets the BKB, gets the shard, things could start to fall in place for a pretty good high ground defense.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like that's what they're kind of culminating for XG, because they have Disruptor. He can go for the Aghanims. They always have that potential late game scaling on that high ground. Liquid just keeping it at that 8K consistently.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB at 33.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Because for Liquid, even though they've had this lead this game, I think one thing that I kind of feel is the big difference between this game and last game is, you know, this game, they don't have a Dragon Knight, right? No. So it's sort of the seamless way of being able to break the high ground, end the game. It's not going to be as simple for Liquid, despite the fact that they've had this lead, right? The high ground push could be a bit more complicated this game.
And this game, Ame is having, I mean, he's quiet, but he's having a better game than last time.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do much more this game than he was able to do on the Void in the position he was put in, yeah.
Insania. Oh, they get the stun.
And have they got enough to kill him? Oh, they do. They'll get the kill. It will cost Jinkyu his life, but they'll take a 1-for-1 trade.
He could have false promised. He actually just used Fate's Edict instead. Okay.
Maybe his R-key's not working this game. You know, you never know.
Wanted to save it for his cores.
That's true.
DY.
Have it on the respawn for someone else. They'll get a second support out of it. So Liquid, they get the 2 supports. It's going to mean they'll be able to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Mickey 14-0.
He's having a smooth game.
And Ame. Nisha saw him. Oh! He gets him. No way. Dead for
Ame.
sure.
I mean, he could try and waste their time. I mean, can you run again for the twin gate?
Maybe he can juke around, but...
Go for the twin gate. Quick.
They're going to follow him.
Oh, he's gone.
Nisha's going to chase.
I mean, is he going to chase? I don't know if he will. He's not going to bother.
Okay, Ame.
He's like, whatever. I don't want to waste time chasing you, so Ame, he's able to get away.
Fair enough. All right. TP gets stopped, but he survives. 33 chased him. But unable to find him.
I mean, XG is settling things down.
They're bringing it. Look at the gold. The gold is trickling back their way. XXS.
Gotta find Insania. XM's in with the jump. Insania, this time we get the false promise off. So they have to turn towards new target. Good jump from Nisha in with the avalanche onto the 2 of them. XG, they have to continue retreat.
XM is very low mana. He's got the doubloon. He'll have enough to zip away. Xinq's going back in.
Oh, he's going straight for Insania.
See you later. Level 16.
And they will lose DY. Mickey and Boxy were able to find him over the triangle. Nisha's going to try and chase down Xinqiu, and there's going to be the TP backup of Boxy coming in as well. So Xinqiu, that's spike Carapace up in a second. See if he's got anywhere to play his way out of this. We'll get a nice stun onto the 2 of them, but surrounded by the 3 heroes of Liquid, he is out.
But he'll say space for Ame.
Well, at the end of the day, for all those early deaths Xinqiu did have, the struggles that he's had, I would say that the plays that he's made, he's kind of the key part to them keeping this game going.
Mickey on Ame.
Oh no, I mean, Xinqiu didn't want to die for this. I mean, if his carry dies elsewhere. Ame.
Nice play, nice pike.
He is avoiding these attempts. Second time now that Ame's got away like this. Good moves. Very close to the BKB.
Making this one much more contested.
This game, it's going to get close. It's going to be competitive, this one.
Yeah, even if it's
not a walk in the park for Liquid, despite the fact that Liquid got that early lead.
Yeah, even if it's 32-12, I mean, it's only 7K. It's really not growing. That gold lead has stayed consistent for...
XM?
Yeah, 10+ minutes.
I mean, he's in with the jump of the stage. He's going to be there with the snowball.
Mickey.
Slide out to the side. Mickey's ready to turn. In fact, he gets the stun connection on towards XM. They're able to punish XM, but they will lose Boxy. Okay, also having the backup in Insania, and Nisha's in with the jump. DY's able to lay down the static storm, but Nisha's got the BKB ready. Tosses him over towards Xinqiu. They'll catch the 2 supports by the looks of it. Xinqiu will turn with the combo onto Insania, but he cannot run.
Can DY get out?
I don't think so. The Gleipnir's here. Mickey and Nisha close in on towards him. Liquid. They'll pick up the 3 kills here, punishing XG around their triangle.
I mean, Mickey's going for some record amount of kills for this tournament. Or
He's crushing
17. Getting all of them. Had the backup of Insania. Xinqiu tries, but can't quite get it. Back up now, it's up to 10K. They found a pretty nice opening there on the side of Liquid.
Radiant's middle tower has
Still farming, but there's that Aghanims now for the Wind Ranger. This is one that just allows you to just bypass everything, get on top of that drow. Even if you're getting hit, as long as you've got that active, that damage is negated a lot. But is it 40 or 45%? Oh, it's 45. I actually thought it was 40%. Okay, cool. 45%. Oopsie. Nemesis curse now for Mika too. Already so tanky, 3k HP. Now he's going to kill these heroes so fast.
He is. Once he gets that BKB, he will be able to just sort of run in, and it doesn't matter how farmed the drow is. He can just go fully in onto Ame.
Ame's...
And they're going to have to do everything on XG to just try and separate this drow from the Wind Ranger.
He does get a good neutral item. Does get himself the quiver. He's getting close to 20 also for the multi-shot if...
I mean, the high ground hold will be there.
It will be there.
They do have ways to break it, of course, Liquid. They've got Nisha on the Tiny. If he's able to get a good jump in and a toss back,
Very true.
it can put a big stop to the defense of XG if he gets a big catch.
Yeah, and they still have to... When you're playing versus Nyx Assassin, when he's got this type of game, you have to kind of hug each other in this type of way, where you can't let the supports play separate whatsoever. They have to literally sit right on top of one of the cores. So I'm just watching Insania every single time.
Yeah, he's got the full Greaves now, but probably still dies to the combo if Xinqiu's quick enough. And indeed, he's just never has a chance to press a single button. No. Xinqiu.
There's very little you can do to counter it, even if you buy cloaks and you want to do like cloaks bracers or whatever.
The numbers are too high.
Yeah.
You're just gone.
Yeah.
Xinqiu, as I say, for a man with 15 deaths, he's doing a lot to keep this game going.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. The invisible pressure that this can cause is massive, especially once he starts. The levels are adding up. He's almost 18 as well, so you're gonna have that Vendetta with a super low cooldown.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Aghanims is now finished up. I mean, this is yeah, this is scary stuff. Roche is gonna be able to get taken here from Liquid, but items are being acquired from the side of XG. Big ones at that. I did see that right. It was Boots of Travel too. Okay, yeah, 33 with bots too.
Is under attack.
Not seeing that too often. Not this early.
That is a very early purchase on that.
Always wants to be there, I guess, with Nisha or with Boxy whenever they look to set up for kills. XG is smoked up. They're looking to do some type of sneaky play
This is risky. This is a very risky play because it feels like at this point XG could afford to just kind of play safe, play to the high ground. So taking a bit of a chance at trying to find something out on the map into a team, into Liquid that has the Aegis.
Maybe just really wanted to use this Ag Static Storm or something like that.
Sure, get some sort of surprise play with it.
But Mika is the one with the Aegis, so...
Yeah, Liquid's already out of here. They're actually going to group up around mid themselves, Liquid and Smoke.
Yeah, they just want to pick a fight. They're not seeing anything on the map at the moment. I believe they saw a Chakram top.
XG may try and smoke up again because we just got the two further smokes being pulled by DY, but DY's going to be found.
Oh, the best pick they could get.
And he's gone for 50, so a decent window for them to maybe push in. They don't have to worry about the threat of the Ag Static Storm.
And they might have actually just seen it that it was there, right? They can click on him now, they'll know.
Yeah, they'll know he has it. GQ will get another one again. Definitely doing a great job of making life pretty rough for Instania.
This is your pub Nyx Assassins that's having a great time while half of the other team is having a horrible time.
There we go, right.
May. We'll be all right. The mini game. It's the Nyx Assassin mini game, I call it.
And honestly, it's kind of working. If it wasn't for sort of these pickoffs, these kills, I think Liquid might have been able to end this game a bit sooner. They're going to try for the dive now. Zame pops the BKB. He's ready to turn. XM in on top of them. Jump forward from XXS. It's a fair bit of burst. Liquid, they've got to back off for now.
That's Ame's BKB. Has to be careful stepping up now in the next one. XM also near died through BKB. I believe it was to the coils. My fight recap shows up. Which it does not. It hates me. Oh well. I have to believe it was coils anyway, but... Double BKB is used for the hold. Glyph, I believe, also popped. Actually, that was the glyph from... No, yeah, it was also popped. So. Liquid all sticking together. Do not split up. Jinq's respawning. Another smoke. Poor Aiden.
XM.
That is a...
If they see him.
That is quite the spot to be hiding. I mean, there's smoke, so they know he's here somewhere. Their smoke did pop.
They're actually going to get the toss back. They get the catch on the Jinq. They're going to be able to get him out of the base, and they're going to be able to burst it, but not before he's able to burst Nisha. What? Nisha just dies. His BKB was on cooldown. I mean, even in a situation where Jinq's the one getting jumped, he's still getting the job done. He's killing the enemy mid. Okay, I mean, they'll be able to hold with that one. There's no mid laner here for the push here from Liquid. 33.
They're on Insania.
They're going to go for a deep jump here over towards him, but the snowball is going to come into play from Boxy. Push forward here from 33 with the BKB. He's going to go for the TP out. And in fact, he's going to get the kill on the way out as he takes down DY.
That was swag. TP's inside the Static Storm and gets it anyway. That was cool. But yeah, let's see how much damage Jinq did there. 2,800.
That's insane.
I mean, did he carapace a hit or something as well, too?
It must have been as well. It was a lot.
It was a lot of burst.
I think Nisha was in a pretty healthy position before he was in on that. I mean, he went for this toss back. I don't think he's going to be wanting to toss it back the Nyx Assassin again. But now he wants to accept the fact that he'll probably die.
But he can always blame his teammates. He's like, Insania, what the hell, man? Or Boxy, what the hell, man?
False promises. Come on. Yeah. That's true, though. They've both got the potential to save those that get gone on by Jinq. Especially in a coordinated situation like that, right? They're throwing the Nyx Assassin back. They know he's probably going to get his spells off.
But let's be honest, I don't know if any of us expected the Tiny to detonate like that. Ame shows his face.
You get the BKB off in time. He's been caught by the shackle. Jinq, nothing he can do to save him. Ame dead for 80. A big catch there from Liquid as they find him outside of the base. They even get the connection on towards DY as well.
The illusions.
It's two of them dead and DY without buyback. Liquid With these kills, they can get back to business and try for the push. I mean, we see Xingqiu, he's still scouting things out for the backlines. He could get in and try and burst one of the heroes.
He wants Insania.
Oh, there he is.
They were so quick and he
they
still died.
weren't ready for that. And they get the zip. They might even be able to go for more. I mean, XXS is in with the Chakram. XXS put the BKB. He'll have a zip back. XXS caught by the shackle. He'll die for that. Quite a rough position now with the death stairs. It's XG. They don't have 3 heroes. They'll choose the buyback on DY. Xingqiu, he's just got his buyback up as well.
Yeah, he just reclaimed.
So has got the option for it.
Mickey will back away. Yeah, Mickey just still flawless. 19-0-2. I don't know how many shackles he's landed. 2-man shackles, etc. They've been, I mean, pretty perfect.
Yeah.
Ame has to be so careful in this next moment with his positioning.
Dude, if Xingqiu's able to somehow do his combo onto Mickey and they get a little bit of extra damage and get that kill's going to be worth so much money.
Oh, yeah. But I imagine Insania and Boxy are hyper-focused on Mickey, right?
That's probably what's going on. They're like, ignore Nisha, let Nisha die. We don't care about anyone, it's just Mickey.
Yeah.
We cannot let this Wind Ranger die, because if this Wind Ranger dies and the golden XP swings there, that's maybe when they could start to run into bigger problems on trying to end this game.
Yeah, just maybe. Let's see, neutral items to get picked up now.
That's
okay,
a nice
Mickey,
one.
he'll get rid of the Nemesis Curse that has potential to get him killed. Now he's got the Mindbreaker, a Dream for the Wind Ranger. Near 25 as well, and they're still set up around top. And overall, it does feel like they're having difficulty still for XG's getting the setup of these Static Storms almost ever, even with the Aghanims. They have Xingqiu running in and starting these fights in a way, but they're very fragile afterwards. Storm jumps in, near dead instantly to the combos that come out from the Wind Ranger. Even for XXS. Every time he jumps in, it feels like he just gets shredded on this Timber, so...
Liquid. They just wait for the next Roshan here. Minute and a half until we'll see it's up.
Yep, keeping him trapped in the base in the meantime.
I mean, XG's not afraid of a fight.
Oh, Mickey, he knows. XXS also does seem to know, though. 1 minute till that Roche. I'm watching Insania here by himself. Xingqiu probably going to go on the hunt again in a moment.
He's trying to get that Eon disc as soon as he can here, Insania.
Dun, 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 dun. They did see him, I believe, with the Ob Sentry. They're pinging. They're like, he was over here.
Uh-oh. Run.
What's he gonna...
Who's he gonna find? What's he gonna find?
What's he gonna scout?
These 4 heroes at the moment, not kill potential for Xingqiu. It's Insania or no one.
Oh, look at Nisha. He's trying to help out his homies. He but gets a Martyr's Plate. Got to be able to absorb some of that burst damage.
That might just save... I probably won't save him.
Probably won't save
he'll still die, but the rest of them at the moment shouldn't be a threat.
It'll protect him as well, too. It's an absurd amount of magic resist, so he won't have to worry about Xingqiu popping him ever again.
Good information.
Yeah, we need the Nyx cam. I like it.
From Xingqiu. At this point, even if he's not able to get the kills, he's able to maybe get some good positioning. Reading that of the moves of Liquid.
Just will Ame ever be able to do the Drow Ranger things that he wants to? It's been building up for 40 minutes. Haven't seen it yet.
Still sort of suffering on the damage, of course, having to just build fully defensive and relying on his abilities, his passives, and the procs to be what does the damage. Insania, he'll get gone again. See if he's out with this Cliff TP. He is. Nisha not able to get him in time, so this time Xingqiu getting the kill.
Look at how much he gets.
Losing his own.
826.
It's a lot of gold.
And a 2,800 experience. Oh my god, that's more than a full level. He's level 22.
And what levels is that? So you've got level 2 Dagon. Get up to, he can start finishing that off. Get it up to level 5.
On his way. Insania was so close, right? I think he was like 200 gold away from that Aeon disc.
I mean, if XG somehow win this game, Xingqiu's getting the MVP.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And he's going to have like 30 deaths,
he's gonna
probably.
Yes.
10 and 18 right now on the
Be like Xingqiu. Oh, wait, everyone already was in my pubs. Never mind. This is the Nyx Assassin at his prime.
All right, Gem, 33. He's carrying it. Wind Waker, level 25's been hit as well onto him.
Oh.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. 33.
Invis on Invis. Got the full Lincolns now
Dire's
on
top
Arme.
tower
So
has fallen.
the pieces falling together, that's going to make it very tricky for Liquid to ever get the jump on him when he's holding the high ground. He's looking for that tasty Insania.
Insania's almost got it, though. He's got in 5
Dire's
gold.
top tower is under attack.
No
I mean,
gold.
at that when it gets to that point and you've got this Eon disc and you're this Nyx assassin, do you still do it just to proc the Eon disc? Or do you go, okay, we're not
Absolutely.
going? You do. You just try and get through the charges, get through the cooldowns.
I mean, you can even just, pop it
and just
wait because
peace
the
out.
cooldown is long.
Hey, that's true.
Neon Disc goes up and up to what? It starts 105 up to 165 or something like that, I think. 185? 165, yeah. So, you can just poke it, prop it, re-look to go. Lotus is being grabbed. Insania is going to get a full grader. Be very nice for his next upcoming ult.
Okay. And Mickey's getting pretty wild. I mean, not that he wasn't already. He's managed to eat the Ags, get the Satanic picked up.
Jeez.
So, very much slotted up here on the Wind Ranger.
Definitely feels like the most farm Wind Ranger I've seen at 40 minutes, yeah.
Obviously,
maxed.
Goes all in with the purchases. He's
True.
very confident that he won't die and won't need to buy back, and that's fair. He's 19-0-12. He's got a Tusk. He's got an Oracle to save him.
They've got glimmers, etc. Yeah, they've got lots of different ways to protect
He
him.
knows he ain't dying. And if he's dying, something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. XG, though, getting time, right? Liquid all sticking together. See that gold lead swing quite massively in these last 4 minutes or so. About 5k gold, since they're just farming up, what, 5, 6, 7 camps.
Oh, here comes Xingqiu.
Ooh.
Ooh, didn't get caught by the dust. I knew something was up close by. Came into that op sentry.
Oh, and an amp damage up top.
Get that for XM. He's got the bottle ready for the next fight with that.
Aghanims and Hex soon on the horizon, too. So
Probably not going to be able to do anything about this rush. No. So Liquid will grab this. We pass the refresh over to Mickey. A couple of rounds of the BKB and Satanic.
Let me see if anyone else has anything else that's relevant. I'd imagine his, yeah. Let's see.
Who's taking it?
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
okay.
All right.
He'll give it a 33, though.
Okay, yeah.
Dire's top
Oh,
tower
I like that.
is under
I mean, the
attack.
double Bristol Black, double BKB, Wind
I mean,
Wakers,
this
etc.
Bristol should also not die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he
BKB,
can-
Wind Waker, Bloodstone ×2.
And he can also just double Bristol Back somebody and kill them 100-0 if he does find an opportunity. Aghanims, double Bristle Back thing, yeah. What's he hanging on to, actually? He's hanging on to... Okay, yeah, both. Ogre Steel, Totem, and Ascetic Cap, so very, very defensive item choices from 33. Keeping himself safe. Getting all the waves pushed in. Top still in a good position for the side of XG, but yeah, mid-bottom pushed out.
And what have we got next after the Lincolns here for Arme? Actually looking to try and build a Wind Waker himself, so continuing to just go down this completely defensive route.
I was going to think he needs like a Daedalus or something.
And
I was
he's
gonna
some
think he
sort
needs
of damage.
But maybe feel like he's just going to be able to... If he's able to just survive...
I mean, as a drow, you do still do a fair bit with your, the procs of your ultimate.
Force, double damage.
And the multi-shot.
Buildings are falling.
XM's going to try and start something. With the grab, he's able to get it onto the two of them. The jump force, Xingqiu's in with a beautiful stun to follow up. The false promise is going to be dropped down onto Nisha. Mickey's forced out to the side. Mickey will be safe for now. Liquid, they've got Nisha jumping back him over towards XM. They get the toss back. He's still got a bit of mana to play with, but the snowball's in. It's not enough to lock it down. XM's able to get away, and they've killed off Nisha. 33's diving in with the BKB, though. He's killed off DY. Looks towards XM, but he won't go for the fountain dive as of yet. Uses the Wind Waker to get back out at the base, but there's the buyback coming in from DY. They jump over towards Boxy. They've got the grab on him. Take out a second hero from Liquid. 33's in with the Bloodstone heal, and XM's falling low. He's out of mana. He's gone. Has to use the buyback immediately. Same as we said for Xingqiu. As you have XXS chasing out the supports on top of Insania. He's burst through 33. XM with the big snip back over. They get Insania. The buybacks are paying off here for XG. They have to use the three of them, but they push back the advance from Liquid.
Yeah, it's expensive, but Ame is able to attack the entire duration of the fight. Hits level 25, so he's got the marksmanship chance as well. All right.
They're
You said,
holding.
though, it was an expensive one, though.
It
3
was.
buybacks, but they get 4 heroes.
Let's see how much they can do with this. Because they got to get something done. If the game sort of calms back down and Liquid's able to go for one more push, no doubt about it. The next push, Liquid will win because of the lack of buybacks on XG. But XG giving themselves a bit of a chance here to hit back, get some gold out of the map, and maybe get towards those next few items that will mean the next time they won't need to worry about dying.
XXS this time around was able to do a great job just tanking the spells. He's also at 25, so they're getting these insane talents online. for all 3 core heroes.
Yeah, they're keeping this game alive. Mickey.
He's
still got the Aegis, and he's still very hard to kill.
He's just going in.
He's trying to go for XXS here. I mean, he knows if they get some of these kills, so the buyback situation is pretty big. I mean, good play there with the Wind Waker into Blink Dagger. XXS able to jump away from the two of them and back to the safety of the rest of his team.
Ame's getting the push going.
I got to be a bit careful now with the respawns coming in.
Oh, and that fight was... I mean, they've kind of stabilized everything
now. They get the big items.
XG.
Hex is finished on XM, and he's about to hit 25.
Oh, boy.
But the buybacks it's a risk. It's a dangerous spot to be in, but it's certainly better than losing the game. They keep the game going. They've got a chance here, XG.
I mean, if they keep getting... They have an amp damage room top. If they get... If they can get even like a 2 or 3 hero pull, and they get that Static Storm on top, it's going to be devastating for Liquid. They have to be ready for it. Mickey? Take a big burst, but he's okay.
We'll see what the call is here from Ame. He has, of course, picked up the Yule, so he's definitely going to be ready to go for the full Wind Waker, but I imagine he himself will want to hold on to the buyback gold.
Amp damage. I mean, Liquid definitely shaken up a lot here. They didn't even get the racks.
They didn't. The base is still in a pretty good condition here for Extreme Gaming. They're yet to lose a single racks. And Xingqiu, he's loving life now. He's got the maxed out Dagon, level 5.
I cannot believe it. Level 25 as well.
Radiant are scanning.
How long on Aegis? 30 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Boxy.
Boxy.
The wall's down. The jump in from XXS. The rest of Liquid heading over. They're going to get the toss back over towards DY. DY is able to get the Ghost Scepter off. Going to be taken off him though, and he's out for 100
seconds.
No buyback on the Disruptor.
Oh, the most important kill.
And they've got the control there over towards the Timber. XXS able to get down to the low ground with the Wind Waker. Can he Timber Chain back up to the safety of the base? He can, but Boxy is looking to go in deep. He's in with the Snowball. They're pushing forward as well. Mickey, but there's the grab back with the Vortex from XM. They've killed Boxy off.
Nice toss from
Liquid. They've got to be careful how they go about this dive now. 4 versus 4. Liquid, they back away. The False Promise already used here to help Nisha get out.
70 seconds still, no Disruptor.
I mean, they may be thinking about going for another jump. They're looking towards Ame.
Look at Xingqiu.
Xingqiu's in, but they've got the vision on him. They got the full combo drop down upon him, and that's going to be the 2 supports out without buyback. It's just down to the cause of XG now. As XM, he'll get the grab on towards Mickey, but it's 3 against the 4 here.
Another Focus Fire. Another Wind Waker.
Back up he goes. Nisha's in with the jump. They've closed the gap onto Ame. They get the toss back onto Ame. Ame is caught. He has buyback though. He's going to have to use it straight away. So with the 3 versus 4, DY 40 seconds until he's back in with the Disruptor.
Ame got caught mid-Hurricane Pike as he was trying to force away.
Liquid, they're going to want to stick around for this and abuse the fact that they've got this number advantage.
Yep.
They've got to try and get some of these barracks. They get the range racks.
They smoke and hide Insania in the back with the Ninja Gear.
They'll get the full set top.
Radiant's top barracks.
Now, but it was the mid. They need the creeps to come in though. They're lacking them at the moment. Jumping onto XXS. Nisha's able to get the toss back. XM is in with the silence and the Hex straight away, and he's able to get the 3-man Vortex. It pulls them all back. The False Promise from Insania comes off just in time to keep Nisha alive. XXS in trouble as he's caught by the shackle. The Wind Waker's back up though, and again, XXS he's somehow getting away from it. He survives. Nisha dies as enough damage was done from Ame during the False Promise to kill him off at the end of it.
Oh my God, they're still making it, happen. Again though, another buyback. They've used almost all of them.
I think they're just down to having 1 left on XXS.
I believe so,
Outside of that, it's still a 3-minute cooldown for XM, Xingqiu, and DY, and of course with that fresh one, 7 minutes on Ame's.
But they're hanging on. He's soon going to be getting toward that damage item. These fights are just absurd. If they can get the connections, if they can have DY alive, if DY doesn't get initiated on in the start of these fights, things can be very different. These Static Storms could just change everything.
Dude, imagine if this game somehow ends with XG winning.
And Mickey never dies.
XG's the team, indeed, with a Nyx Assassin that's died like 20+ times, and Liquid, they've got a carry that never died. We could be in a world where that happens.
It's definitely possible. Mickey spends his gold. He's all in. Big damage. Right, now he's going to start shredding these heroes. We saw he was having a bit of trouble dealing with XXS. This is going to solve that problem. DY needs to hide himself better, though. I mean, that one he got picked off outside of the base, so it's hard for him to do much about that one, but every little tool is crucial for the side of XG. How long on Roche? 15 seconds.
Okay.
Liquid.
I mean, they could head for that.
Pretty sure they'll probably look to set up for that one.
Full arcane blink now on XXS.
Two-minute spawn.
I mean, if they want to wait for that Roshan, though...
Means buybacks.
It is indeed going to mean those 3 buybacks from XG are going to be back online.
Yep. No buyback for Ame for a very long time, of course, but yeah,
the other 3, which, you know, we've seen Extreme Gaming, they can hold without one of their heroes.
Okay, yeah, it looks like 33, he is getting frustrated with
Ame,
it.
careful there.
He does have a nullifier now onto this Bristleback, as we've seen a couple times, just XXS living with 10% HP.
Yeah.
Even though they have the Oracle Dispel, you can't always rely on that hitting.
With the nullifier and with on the Bristol and the Daedalus on Mickey's Wind Ranger, if they go on someone, they should die. They should be able to pick and choose their targets and get them pretty securely, which is a big threat and big scare here for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of that can be stopped if DY is able to get him with the clutch Aghanim Static Storm.
He doesn't. The thing is that makes it really hard for him also is that he doesn't have Blink Dagger, which we usually do see for these disruptors at this point in the game, because you're playing so far back and you're a follow-up. You let the Storm jump in, you let your Nyx go in, and then you jump. He just doesn't have that. You know, he's had a bit of a tough time, went for Ghost Scepter and stuff, but might feel like he needs the Blink next on Disruptor, just so he can sit super far back.
I mean, yeah, honestly, maybe even sell Ghost by it now.
I was kind of thinking the same, honestly. But
just get that Blink, just go for the YOLO play. It's going to get to the point maybe where you need to go all in on that. I mean, at the same time, though, Liquid, they are holding back. They're not pushing.
Yep.
It looks like they do want to wait for the Roche, which, yeah, it's going to mean that the buyback situation is a little less hairy for Extreme Gaming. They're going to have them ready.
And maybe DY, the other thing he can look at is go toward an E-Blade, right, to be able to protect the targets from just getting focused. Yeah. Sure, there's going to be Nullifier, but there's only one at the moment. 20 seconds. Roche, they're set up for it. You know the Tormentor was taken, so they probably feel pretty safe to go for it if it does spawn. They're going to have, what, 10 seconds to kill it, though, if they're inside the pit immediately.
I mean, in case Focus Fire and Daedalus, they might be able to commit for it, but at the same time, they probably don't mind. They probably don't mind waiting for it to go to the top corner.
Yeah.
Taking it up there instead.
See if they scout it right away. Insania will. They can start it.
They do.
They should be able to kill it in time.
They can. If they want to take it down here, they can do it.
Quite quickly brought down.
It's close, but they'll have.
Refresher Shard.
Who's taking it this time, Mickey?
What are the banners?
No, they want to give it a 33 again. Okay.
Have they even used the banner? Yeah,
they must have used the first banner
somewhere.
somewhere.
They did. They used it somewhere.
No, they put the second one in mid as well, so I imagine the first one was also just used on the high ground here.
Okay. And I think it was used actually as the... Yeah, they used it actually, I believe, as the catapults got up. So the catapults, they're buffed up.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty buffed.
They're jacked. That mid-wave push is pretty massive here from Liquid now. All of them going top 2. This might catch XG slightly off guard.
Okay.
There's a ward on the high ground.
Yeah, XG, I mean, they surely don't want to take this fight outside the base. DY's got to get back. They're going to try for it, though. They're going to go straight over towards Boxy. At the same time, XXS is in on the back lines. Look at the Static Storm down onto the 2 of them. It's going to give them the chance to take out Boxy, and there's no one in Liquid able to save it. There's a good shackle into the 2, double toss from Nisha to take XXS down. The snipe from the power shot finds Xingqiu. Liquid, they'll take the 2 of them, but of course, as I say, these 2 heroes do have buyback back up. They're going to almost only have to use it here. I mean, you've only got to imagine that Liquid, despite the fact losing Boxy, with this Aegis, Refresher Shard and Search on the team, they are ready to push.
Again, it's DY who gets... DY lives somehow, but it's DY who gets caught at the start of it, so it's like a panic Static Storm, and they try to bail him out, but no Static Storm for 30 when they do respawn, or when they do have to use those buybacks here.
XM, he's in. With the Vortex onto the 2 of them. He's put the BKB as well to commit like this, and he's got to back off now. He's trying to slow down the push. Nisha's in with the jump. The BKB has to come out from Arme. Nisha with a fully completed Wind Waker's able to keep the distance, gets back out of the base. It forces out the buyback of Xingqiu.
BKB from Nisha.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That was XM's BKB. So next one when he jumps in.
Time to be set for Arme as well.
Yeah. They got to be very careful with the next time they jump in. These double tosses are a problem.
Still 30 seconds, they're trying to do what they can to not have to buy back on the Timber. XM's in with the 2-man Vortex. There's the buyback coming out from XXS. They want to try and capitalize on this. They get the Static Storm down, and instead he's in with a false promise on towards Mickey. They turn to Nisha first, and Arme, he's bringing in the damage. They've taken out Nisha. He'll turn towards 33, but 33 is healing over the Bloodstone. He's going to put the Refresher. They've killed off XM.
Mickey lives!
He may have to buy back here on the Storm, because 33 is diving in under the Tier 4 towers. The BKB comes to an end. He's going to be able to bounce out with the Ogre Steel Totem. They've got the Glimpse back onto 33, getting him back into the Tier 4s. The Wind Waker, XM still holding on to the buyback. Now he'll use it. Mickey able to take the kill on towards DY, but DY also has the buyback available. It's the 4th buyback from XG in this fight.
BKB is up for Mickey.
I mean, in the middle, XXS, he's got the burst to take 33 down. They'll get the grab, I mean, if they kill Mickey's worth so much, he's able to get the BKB off though, and he will once again escape. Boxing's finished off here by Xingqiu and XXS. XM, he's going to continue to try and hunt down Mickey. He's out of the win, but they got the sentry down. They get the drag back. Who's going to get? It's going to be so much money. It's Xingqiu, the next assassin, walking away with an absolute windfall of cash here as he's the one to take down Mickey.
It takes the buybacks again, but it's well worth it. Look how much they get. 7,000 gold, 20k XP.
Xingqiu is like, Mickey, you may have killed 22 times, but I have died 21. And I'm going to kill... He's doing it.
Oh my god.
It's a lot of buybacks, again, but Extreme Gaming, they keep this game alive. Let's see what they can do with this, and maybe if they can force out some of the buybacks from Liquid.
The fight got so split up, and I feel like for Liquid, that actually caused a big problem. They can't actually pick and choose which targets they want to go for. They're totally split up, and Mickey is isolated. 33 is just in the base by himself. XG with still an 11k deficit.
They can do quite a bit here.
Still feeling like, yeah, they can at least get the set. Liquid not wanting to use a buyback.
I mean, XXS, he's tempted. He's like, guys, let's get up to this top lane.
This is insane.
Nah, they're playing careful.
Yeah.
They're playing careful. They won't be able to force out the buyback, so Liquid can keep their cool.
But Ame has now been able to farm his, and not just farm his, he's sitting on Drow, so...
Get something special, get something crazy. What are we going to do? Is he just going to be the Daedalus?
Eat the Ags and get the Daedalus, right?
Okay.
If he wants to.
I mean, when your team's not got buyback, what's the point in holding on to your own? Just maybe, you know, just spend out.
His positioning's been very good this game, so...
Let's see what he does. And very close to 60 minutes. Big potential items to be found this game.
I mean, an Apex.
Is that the one you dreamed of if you're Arme?
I would imagine so. Although,
maybe the mirror shield as well, though.
Yeah.
Stop some sort of potential of you getting jumped. You know, that mirror shield, Lincoln's, Wind Waker, and BKB and Hurricane Pike, you're a hard one to jump.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones he could look to get. Level 25s all being hit. Mickey actually looks like maybe that's level 30 very soon. But yeah, they bring him down 22-1.
Yeah, they got him.
And 12 and 21 on Xingqiu. He's got the triple double.
Yeah.
12, 21, 12.
Radiant
It's Liquid. Here we go. Tier 5s. Who gets what? Does Nisha get the giant ring? Force boots on Ame. I mean, yeah, another positioning item. So
yeah, he's a slippery one.
Yeah, and he's considered that the butterfly is a better choice.
Well, get your treads out, get the butterfly in.
Yeah.
And on top of that, of course, still the availability of eating the Ags. You know, he can really get stuff going. Having this force boost and being able to afford to take out your treads at this point of the game, it leaves a lot of room for him to still grow.
And there is no MKB on the Drow, on the Wind Ranger, so. Nisha Pirate Hat. Let the digs begin.
And that, I mean, it's definitely going to help them get towards having buybacks up for Liquid. If they do fall into the situation where they need it. I mean, they have this 4-minute window.
Where they have all 10.
They pretty much do. Just Insania a little short on it, but yeah, Extreme Gaming, they don't have their buybacks.
Yeah, 4 of them still not having it. Oh yeah, sorry, Insania, you're right, my bad.
What we got? 33 gets the Apex.
Okay.
Anything else been picked up yet?
Don't see it yet. Oh, they still do have a Roshan banner. Tusk has one.
Oh, we didn't drop. That must have been the first one. The second one they dropped down straight away.
Yeah, I'm not so. I didn't notice.
Maybe they put it in the base or something and just picked it up just now.
Yeah. Maybe they'll use it for the push on the next time that they go for it.
Oh.
Yes,
Seer Stone.
Okay, okay.
Nice one for Mickey, of course, the classic, the mirror shield.
Seer Stone, and he immediately queues up Ags because of it. The distance he's going to be able to just throw spells out. We don't see Aghanim's
my god, this high ground defense.
Anymore. Oh my goodness.
They've already struggled with it, Liquid. They're going to struggle even more if Xingqiu's able to get that Ags.
XM now getting himself the magic lamp also, so should be able to survive on most of the jumps, and has refresher as well. So the double vortexes plus that static storm definitely going to come into play.
And you can kind of feel it, but it feels, I mean, still there's 3 minutes to go, but we're not really seeing Liquid immediately being able to set up and do anything. Extreme Gaming is getting that time.
They probably just feel like they've been thwarted so many times going for the push, and now they're getting scared for it.
I mean, as you said, the other day they had a game that went post 60 minutes. They did lose it, Fog.
It's true.
There's going to be a little bit of the memories of that kicking in for Liquid. They don't want it to happen again.
Let's see what else they got now. Mickey Mirror Shield, pretty big pickup, and Insania also with the Seer Stone, so he can sit way downtown to use the spell. So all the items have been picked up. Let's see what DY wants. A Book of Shadows.
Great for saving people.
Cool. All right. These fights are going to get pretty wild, but I think still the same recipe overall for XG is if they can get the vortexes with the Static Storm, keep Ame alive, get that distraction going, split the fight up. It's a recipe for success. While Liquid, I mean, they just at this point they need to just kill 1 or 2 of these heroes before the buybacks, or find Ame, which is too difficult.
It's so hard to find. I mean, Ame, as you say, he's been playing great with the high ground position.
Yeah, just shooting his apples, you know.
They do it. That's that taunt.
That taunt, look
Something
at it.
about that. I got to pick that one up. If it's going to win Ame this game, that taunt stonks are going to rise.
Liquid, she's looking for a bit of a sneaky play here.
Xingqiu! He's walked into them. They need him. They need Xingqiu. They need to keep him alive, but they can't. He's out for 2 minutes. Well, 1 minute. 1 minute he'll have buyback.
But that 1 minute.
60 seconds without their main man.
It's a lot of time. They shred these buildings. And Roche is up soon too. 33's going in.
See if they can do it 4v5. XXS, he's going to get the jump in onto Mickey. See what he can kind of force out to get the Static Storm down. XM's in with the jump over to Nisha, but the field falls promises out onto the Tiny. He's going to be safe for now. 33 pops his BKB, tries to push forward. XG back off. 33's attempting to go straight for DY. Can he finish off the Disruptor? He's going to put the Refresher to go for a second chance of killing him off. DY's got the Ghost Scepter, but he's taken off with another fire. They've lost both the supports here on XG. XM, he'll jump over towards the 2 of them, but the Yul's up into the sky with a Wind Waker. 33 is walking away. Ame trying to finish him off, but the damage isn't done. As Ame's got to back away, it's going to be a pretty deep snowball here. They'll get the toss back onto XXS. Ame turns towards Nisha, very close to Xingqiu being able to have the buyback back up. Push back Nisha again. XXS still surviving through this attempt from Liquid. Ame, he's nearly killed off 33. 33 having to use the Wind Waker to get into the trees. There's the buyback from Xingqiu. Nisha in with another toss combo over towards XM, but XM is perfectly fine. In fact, he's ready to go aggressive. Gets him with a Hex over towards Insania. Insania forced to the side here by Mickey's Hurricane Pike. XM, he'll simply turn his attention over towards Boxy instead. Wind Waker's buying them some safety, but not enough to keep Insania alive as Insania's gone. XM starting to run low on the mana, so won't be able to chase Boxy out, but Boxy, he'll have to TP away. Extreme Gaming, I mean, they hold the defense, and at the end of it all, it's only one buyback having to be expended.
And they didn't even connect the Static Storm. I think there was like miscommunication. The Static Storm completely whiffed on the go, but they're still able to just fight them and hold.
Yeah, but these sort of situations, they're keeping this game alive, and Liquid aren't able to close it. It's, as I say, you know, Liquid, they've had some rough losses. This game, I think it's got to be, it's going to start getting to them a bit, Folk.
It's definitely getting scary. I mean, Ame is just, he's using his entire mana pool on just attacking. That shows how much he's able to just do in these fights. Unable to stick on him, unable to get the Nullifier on him, so this Linken's is actually doing work. And the Wind Waker. I mean, Wind Waker is obviously one of the
Wind Waker's a huge
insane items at these later stations of the game, but I feel like Ame's just living and living and living. And now they
might get the Roche.
Are scanning.
Well, then Xingqiu gets an Axe for free.
Oh, is he actually going to? I mean, I think you do, right? I mean, yeah, you definitely do right. The Axe elsewhere, they've already got him.
XXS could argue for it, but there's a nullifier.
Give it to Xingqiu. Give it to Xingqiu.
He's been winning the game
for them. Come on now.
Yeah, they do.
There we go. Okay, so now the high ground defense.
What's the cast range on Impale? Let's see. Oh my God, he just dug to check it. Did you see that?
It's the whole screen?
It's
beyond
the whole screen. This is an insane game.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, Mick is probably like, what's going on?
For Liquid.
I've got one death, guys. But Ame's in there. Guys, don't worry. I got this. 5, 3, and 10. And then Xingqiu's going, I have 22 deaths, guys. No worries.
Easy money here.
Easy money.
And yet the buyback situation is pretty fine. Sure, it's just Xingqiu. The squad is on 5-minute cooldown.
But
everyone else, of course, for Liquid as well, they do also have their buybacks in place.
Did they give Xingqiu the Aegis? Because he's not got that. So.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is
Yeah, that stun range is absurd.
Did we get all of the tier 5s on everyone now?
Everyone's got them.
Yeah.
They had them before the fight.
Yeah, DY just playing with both, right? Yeah, using the ninja gear to sneak around. Axe on Nisha.
Amp damage. I mean, he is all. Everyone's scaling. It's all going to be up to these executions.
I mean, if someone gets caught outside of the base,
Especially GQ, right? No buy. Ame does show himself.
Careful, Liquid's heading over. Ame, oh, run away.
GQ.
He's ready to defend. I mean, they're looking towards him. I mean, you got to be careful fighting around near this Nyx Assassin. Boxy has to put the BKB and run.
Watch out for the dirt, the pile of dirt. We haven't seen it in a whole year, probably, or more. But the pile of dirt is here. I actually don't even remember the last time I saw Nyx with an Axe. All right, how many level 30s are hit as well now in this game? 1, 2, 3, 4.
We might get to a lot of them.
Almost 5.
Who's the lowest right now? Is it just DY, level 24? I mean, he's yet to his 25.
Yeah, just DY.
Just him that's sort of fallen behind a little bit on the XP.
And his is pretty big, honestly.
Okay, the 25.
The radius is pretty crazy how big it is. Like, you can't miss it then.
Oh, it's XG, they're trying to take a fight outside of the base.
They're poking and prodding the mirror shields.
Liquid's going to know that they're up him. So XM, he's going to go for the zip. He's straight over towards Boxy. Yesenia's in position to come in with the save with the false promise. At the same time, they drop the Static Storm down on Anisha. They manage to split Liquid apart to allow them to go straight for the Tiny. He'll buy some time up in the air with the Yules, but he gets finished off by Jinkyu's Dagon. Ame turns over towards Boxy. XXS puts the BKB. Timber chains down over towards the low ground. Boxy blinks away just in time. The buyback comes out for Anisha.
Mickey.
I mean, Jinkyu, he's in his burrow position. They can't get near this Nyx Assassin. Mickey's got to escape. It's Liquid. I mean, Ame's ready to push forward on towards Boxy. He knows the BKB's on cooldown.
Wind Waker.
And that's the zip from XM. A great initiation getting straight to the back lines. He gets the two-man vortex. Jinkyu's ready to follow up here as he burrows up. He gets the spike carapace into the impale. Boxy falling low. Ame trying to do what he can to bring down Nisha, but Nisha's out with the invis up to the high ground. The false promise back up again from Insania will allow Nisha to reset, get back in on this. But Boxy's low. He has to continue to run. And as a whole, Liquid, they've got to get out of it. But XXS, he's in. He's got the setup. He's got the catch on towards Boxy. Boxy will get the snowball off the BKB. It's actually back up. They'll turn towards XXS, but Jinkyu, another Dagon hit straight to the heart of Boxy, brings him down. He'll turn with a stun. Jinkyu falling low. Is he able to get out of this? He is. He's able to burrow up, get the spike carapace, but that's him gone. Doesn't matter though. He's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2. And Liquid, they're not. They're out of here. They don't want to take this fight no more as it's a full retreat. Both teams only expending the 1 buyback each here with the supports, DY and Boxy.
Mick is not able to actually attack in these fights. XXS is doing a phenomenal job just zoning him. He blinks into his face, drops the double shotgun. Mick is keeping having to reset, and Ame is able to just sit there attacking pretty much the entire duration of these fights.
I got to, XM's initiations, they've been fantastic.
Yeah.
The way he goes in, starts the fight. I mean, shout out to this lad on the Storm.
Oh, they're like triple
He's just straight in. There's no hesitation. He knows exactly where to go, and every time he jumps, it's the perfect way for them to start the fight.
Yeah, it really is just allowing Ame to just, he's just sitting there attacking almost the entire fight. And Mickey, I think he spent more than half of that one just running away.
Where's the party?
Difficult for him to get there.
What the Liquid do? They just, every single time, you know, sort of just hitting this brick wall. They can't get past XG. They can't end this game.
And now they're the ones who had to expend the buyback, so...
They did. Just the one of them, right? No, the two, sorry. No, you're right. Earlier in the fight. My bad. It was the 2 from them. Nisha. No, sorry, yeah, Nisha. At the sort of the beginning of the fight where they're able to kill him off. I mean, it's the way they sort of split that fight at the start gave them the whole chance to just get the Static Storm down onto Nisha. And Insania, you know, he can't save everyone.
Mm-hmm. And they're not able to, what I'm seeing happen is they're not able to focus, like use focus fire and nullify on one target to be able to bring that target down. It keeps getting completely split up. 33 and Mickey are unable to actually stick on that one target together. So I'm just seeing the XXS, he gets the Wind Waker, resets the fight. The Nyx Assassin is able to get a burrow off or something like that. They're able to keep getting these disengages and splitting the fight up. Mickey's now got his own Wind Waker to try to further protect himself, but he is kind of run out of slots.
I mean, and this is the thing I think we're seeing in these fights. You know, they're starting to get longer and longer, and the prolonged engagements, I don't know if they necessarily favor Liquid. So whilst, as you say, with these pickups, they might be able to save each other a little bit longer. I don't know if they're going to win the fight even if they stretch it out.
Yeah, I feel like maybe.
XM.
Oh, one second.
Caught by the jump. Nisha put the BKB straight away. But the snowball coming over towards Jinkyu. It's a big Static Storm laid down. They'll be able to get Boxy out of it in time. Zip forward from XM with the remaining of his mana. He's able to control Mickey. Mickey's able to put the BKB. He's trying to go straight over towards Ame. But Ame jumps to the side. He keeps his distance. Mickey's not able to continue to chase him out. And in fact, they get the jump back in. Instead, he's getting burst. They've got the snowball here to buy a bit of safety here for the 3 of them. But the gust comes out. onto all three.
The mirror
BKB
shield.
here popped by 33 as he's up to the high ground. He tries to get back in over towards XXS, but XXS is able to blink away to safety. As the refresh here popped by 33 is going to be ready for the next round of BKB if he gets jumped again. XM's in with the Vortex. And he's looking towards 33. 33 has to put the BKB. Nisha, he's got to be careful. He bought back for this. He's able to jump out in time with the blink dagger, but XM's still got man in his face. They're straight in over towards 33. They've killed off Nisha. Nisha out for 2 minutes. Boxy tries to TP, but the ult is back up. The TP cancelled. He's dead as well. 2 heroes not available with buyback for the next 2 minutes on Liquid. Extreme Gaming, they've got everyone alive.
Holy Iron XXS, you monster. He is literally zoning 4 heroes. Mickey actually was able to get the focus fire into the Drow this fight, but XXS sticks onto 4 heroes, doesn't die. And yeah, of course, JinQ with 22 deaths, of course, he's doing tons of work
3.
too,
They can go for the game ends here.
Oh my goodness, Ame.
Extreme Gaming. Onto the tier 4s. Liquid, which was just these 3 heroes. What can they do? Very little to be done, I think. As the tier 4, it's gone. Ame, I mean, they're going to realize that. I mean, they're going to know, obviously, with the fact that those 2 buybacks came in the last fight
He's
from
just
Liquid.
hitting buildings.
They're going to try and take down JinQ, but the static storms pop down, trying to keep these 2 off him. JinQ, he's able to Wind Waker out. They're not even going to be able to kill him. XM's able to jump over, gets the Hexen on towards Insania. XX is followed with a huge amount of burst here. At this game, it's absolutely over. The Ancients exposed. GG is called. Extreme Gaming will take this game too.
Holy shit. This is an insane game. JinQ, I mean, the space made from him to allow his team.
To him. I mean, everybody of course, played. Sure. There was crazy plays, as you said, the initiations from XXS, XM, the way they started those last fights, DY laying down these statics. It was all brilliant from all of their players, but please, just give the MVPs to poor old Nyx Assassin. He suffered many deaths at the start, but that mid-game, hunting down Insania, doing his stuff with the Dagon.
He let them get to that
alive.
Point. Yeah,
he does.
He really did let them get to that point, killing Nisha even on that bottom side a couple of times in the early pushes.
And
Good
Liquid,
Lord.
I mean, they've had some games that they've lost that have got to feel pretty terrible, and this one, I think this one's also going to feel pretty terrible as well, right? This one's going to hurt.
Yeah, they couldn't solve the issue.
Couldn't end it.
Getting to the backline heroes, preventing JinQ and XXS and XM from doing this. This was a beautiful game.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the scoreboard. Yeah, Mickey died twice.
Twice.
You know, which is it the team with a player that died twice or the team with the player that died 22 times who wins? You know, it just goes to show that KDA ain't everything.
No, absolutely
not at all in Dota 2.
Look how many Wind Wakers too. Jesus, the late game of Dota.
Yeah. I mean, they played it. They played it right. They knew exactly what to do in this post 60-minute game, Extreme Gaming, and they made the game impossible for Liquid to end. Fantastic stuff across the board here from Extreme Gaming, as they'll get the second win of this series, as they leave it 1-1.
1-1, such fashion. Oh my gosh, the most entertaining game so far. I thought we had our longest game yesterday. I think maybe this one tops it, but this was so much fun to watch that I do think we're going to be talking about this for a little while. I'm here with Slacks and with Fear. Fear, this game, how did it get to this?
Yeah, okay, that's a really good question. I think when you are Liquid, right, you're trying to go high ground, it's very difficult in Dota right now to just end games. And I think if you're holding on, especially a lot of these heroes that are popular right now, Drow Ranger, Sniper, these type of heroes, even Zeus, it's very difficult to end a game. And if you can delay a game long enough, this Disruptor hero becomes a very big problem. And I think the biggest issue is actually JinQ on this Nyx. He may have had 22 deaths, but he was buying a lot of time. He was getting kills in between. And I think at some point in this game, you fail one high ground push, and then all of a sudden the game like breaks wide open. I'm sure Slacks will tell us like how all these late game team fights happened exactly in detail.
Absolutely. Ice Frog's a weeb. That's what happened. Lena the Slayer, based off an anime. This is his dream game. It looks like a Dragon Ball Z episode. 2 guys fight, and then one of them just starts zipping around in the air. Now, what a joy, absolute joy to watch. Such proof of how bad this Wind Ranger hero is. Tell me one carry that goes 19-0 and still can't end the gosh darn game.
At some point, it was even 21-0.
21-0. Put that on a Slark and see if your game goes past 40 minutes. Ain't no way, bro. I stopped watching this game at 32-35. I don't care. I already knew what was going to happen. Easy. Easy!
Can I give a special shout out to both DY and Insania? Because I feel like these... the game obviously was very long, but the fights within this game, the last 20 minutes or so, had incredibly long, drawn-out team fights. And the only way that happened the way it did was Insania's positioning and also DY's positioning. That was fantastic. Veer, I mean, what do you want to pick apart from this game? Because there's a lot to talk about. You can talk about the itemization of Drow. At some point, we thought, oh, why is there no Silver Edge?
Well, you don't buy Silver Edge anymore because everyone knows you need to have a Wind Waker in your inventory.
That's true.
And I think the Insania and DY shout was pretty good because they're the only heroes that can't afford Wind Waker in this game.
Yeah.
So they have to do it the old-fashioned way.
True.
And actually just click around and have good positioning. The rest of them, they can just blink in, Wind Waker out. Go in, blink in, Wind Waker out. But yeah, this game was just really a ping pong, and late game Dota is really crazy. And I was trying to follow the team fights that was going on. It's basically just one person initiating, one person Wind Wakering out over and over again, unless I'm actually on a PC for like 10 minutes to like sit there and study it. It'll be very difficult to break down everything that happened there. But either way, late game Dota is absolutely crazy. I think I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah.
And Liquid, sometimes if you pick these lineups where you're really mid-game focused, you have a Bristol back, you have this Wind Ranger carry, as you mentioned, late game can be hard.
Late game can be hard, especially apparently for Team Liquid. They suffered yesterday in that one as well. And we're shouting out the supports here. And one thing that supports are responsible for are wards generally. And so we're heading over to Gezu to see which ward he wants to highlight.
All right, we got the Kitty Award of the day, my friends. I'll take you a little earlier in the game. It's going to be around the 20-minute mark because, you know, wards are always very important and they can and will win you games. At least in this scenario, it should have really helped Liquid to help them win the game. They already have such a nice lead. They placed this ward behind the tower, which allowed Mickey to spot XM, run into the tree so he can power shot, use his little flip-flop, glip-glop into the shackle shot. They get the first kill. And overall here, their position in the game is so good, but this entire play isn't even possible without the Observer ward. So guys, respect your supports, help them to place good wards, and use those wards to win the game. Unlike Liquid, who they just failed the game to win, but you know, it's the wards that should help you win, so better luck next time, Liquid.
Better luck next time. Oh. I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves. This was a tough one for them, I think, to lose. They were ahead most of the game. That being said, I do think this was a great showcase of potentially some changes we'll see in hopefully a patch soon, because come on, this Wind Waker is just...
It's got to go.
It's at least got to be changed.
It's great. It's a good way to judge how good of a Dota player you are.
How?
Do you know if Wind Waker exists? That's it. Can we talk about Xin Q? I like to talk about Xin Q.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about how important positioning was in that entire game.
Yes.
He had a very, very impactful positioning, not for his team, but for the other team. Why that guy dies so much?
Why that guy die?
Why that guy die so much?
I mean, yeah, it was all strategic. He won, didn't he?
I mean, it was hype.
I mean, that's just Nick's gameplay. Like, you go in there, you get one kill, you're out of position, you die. But unfortunately for him at the beginning stages, like, he went in there, he didn't get kill, he die.
Yeah, that's true.
And that happened a lot. But at least he did get a couple kills that really put him to like the top of the net worth, because he was more farmed than all the supports, even when he was at like 17 deaths, which is insane to think about. But you know, every once in a while you'll get that solo kill, and solo kills in Dota give you so much golden experience. So you can die 5 times in a team fight, but as long as you get that one solo kill.
At some point, he had a great trade outside of base, because he died, but so did Nisha. That was like the beginning of their high ground defense actually turning it around a little bit more. So, you know, he had some good deaths too, and sometimes, I mean, we highlighted a great ward. Think Q was the ward for his team, because DY couldn't go out on the map that much to place the wards because Team Liquid had the map control. So then it's Think Q. That's, you know.
Yeah. Typically, I use that as an insult in my pubs. I say, you're playing like a ward, bro, but in this one, it actually won them the game. Ward with a Dagon. Very powerful.
Very strong. Stronger than your average ward, I'd say.
That's factually correct. I don't... But anyway, just a really fun game. Probably one of the most fun games I watched in a really long time. I was super, super hyped.
It was super, super hype. I will say, I mean, I feel like as Liquid, are you going to walk away from this thinking, you know, we could have had it? Like, what? Because sometimes this is a type of game where you can be like, okay, you know what, forget about it. never mind. We're not going to forget about that game. Definitely not, because the guy that I'm going to talk to hopefully wants to talk to us a little bit about the game as well. We are joined by none other than DY and translator Jin, I believe, as well. Hey Jin, hey DY, how are you doing?
Hey Shiver, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I have a question for DY. First of all, I need to know what was like in his team. You know, you're playing with XinQ. He died at some point 21 or 22 times, and they take Roshan. And they're like, bro, you take the Aegis. I want to know what the vibes were like in the team around that time, because it was pretty crazy.
DY， 首先恭喜你们赢下了刚才那场比赛，然后就想问一下，就是关于你们团队里面的氛围是怎么样了？就是尤其是前面就是XinQ他已经死了22次了，然后当时你们好不容易算是接近要翻盘，然后你们成功了拿下你们第一个肉山，然后当时盾还是让给你了。当时就是团队里面的氛围是什么样的？
首先盾不是我拿的，盾是 Q 哥拿的，然后
对 Q 哥，
然后我们肯定就是知道后期这种他们打不过我们，就肯定拿到盾就觉得翻盘了，开心。
All right, so we were obviously pretty happy about it. I think we were quite confident right from the get-go that, we felt that our lineup was simply stronger than theirs in the late game. So I think at that point, we were really very confident in ourselves. And then once we got the Aegis, we were all just pretty happy about it.
Yeah, it's good to put it on XinQ, as he was the one that ended up dying quite a bit. Both games, both game 1 and the crazy game 2, DY, you got to play Disruptor. Obviously very strong hero and oftentimes banned out in the first phase. But another hero that is like that, also banned out a lot, is Chen. But both games, that hero was ignored. Could you shine some light on that?
然后第二个就是想问你关于这个英雄的问题，就是看到你2场都玩了这个萨尔嘛，也知道萨尔确实是现在版本里面是一个非常强的一个英雄，而且呢也是经常被 ban 的。但是让这些解说感觉更加有趣的是陈这个英雄，因为陈现在属于版本非常热门的英雄，就是非 ban 就必选的。但是这2场你们2个战队都就是完全忽略陈这个英雄，既没选也没 ban。然后就想问，这个逻辑是怎么呢？
因为陈其实经过很多个补丁的小虚弱之后，他现在首先技能耗蓝有点高吧，我觉得。其次我本身玩陈玩的不是特别好，所以我不知道液体为什么不玩，但是我对这个英雄应该优先级没有其他英雄高。
Well, personally, I think that Chen has been kind of like hit by quite a few minor nerfs, so he's not as strong as he used to be. And personally, I myself don't really play Chen that much. Or rather, like Chen is probably not my best hero, and probably not as high on the priority list in terms of like positions, like a hero pool selection for me. As for why Team Liquid didn't choose to pick it, I'm not sure why as well. We felt that it's kind of a strategy on their part as well.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the insight. I also have Kezu here. Would love to ask a very Dota-specific question.
Hey, my question is, in Game 1, you 4th picked the Razor, you 5th picked the Faceless Void. If you could go back to the Game 1 draft, would you keep it and play it again? Or do you feel like that it was just the gameplay that made you lose that game?
然后下一个问题是当时第1盘里面，你们第4手选了那个电棍，然后第5手选了虚空，然后你觉得就是如果再给你们一次机会的话，你们是否还会再重新选同样的英雄呢？
恐怕不会了吧，感觉有点难打。我们打完以后也有说讨论，应该会做出一些改变，如果再来一次的话。
I don't think we're gonna pick the same heroes if given another chance. I think during the game itself, we also noticed that there are clearly some issues between the synergy of these 2 heroes, and it was definitely something that we discussed after the game as well. So I think if we had a second shot, I don't think we would pick the same heroes.
All right, thank you. Sure.
All right, thank you very much, DY, for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much also for that incredibly entertaining second game of the series. That was fantastic to watch. Good luck in your series later today, and talk to you again soon. Thank you. That's it for series number 1. We got more Dota coming your way. It's going to be Bet Booms versus Falcons after a break.
Here at DHL, we utilize the most contemporary technology like virtual reality to keep our warehouses organized. This is crazy. Oh, it's so real.
This is real. Those are ski goggles?
Ski goggles. These are VR goggles, okay? Just got the high score on the fruit cutting minigame.
Well, that was my lunch.
Oh, that would explain a lot. If you've got some better ideas for how to bring us into the future, sign up.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. She'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. Who's more alive, and my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
Bring out the best in me, baby. are the sunshine after the rain. You lifted me up, made me happy again. You're everything a lover could be. You bring out the best in me. Yes, you do, baby. You bring out the best in me. Make me so happy. Yes, you do now. You bring out the best.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 23, and we're in the group stages. Day 2 of group stages, and the second series here as well. We got a rematch of our grand finals of ESL One Birmingham. We got Bedboom versus Falcons. 2-game series coming up. Still with Fierce, still with Kezu. But now we've got Purge on board. Hey, Purge, how you doing?
Hello, doing good. Excited for the match. Every game today is amazing on the mainstream, so a lot of good Dota to watch.
A lot of good Dota to watch. And why this one in particular is going to be good?
Well, you know, we've watched a lot of Falcons. We saw both of their series yesterday. We see them at every tournament ever. So screw Falcons. I don't want to focus on them. I want to look at what Betboom has been doing.
Yeah.
And I have some excuses for them because they disappointed in the last tournament. They went out during the Swiss stage group stage. And if we take a look at this beautiful graphic that was made for me, it's not entirely their fault, okay? In Swiss stage, you have to lose 3 times to be knocked out. In their second loss, they lost against Team Spirit 0-2. Team Spirit won the whole tournament.
Yeah.
No big deal. The other team they lost to, G2IG.
Do we have the graphic? I want to see the graphic.
Computer, load the graphic.
Computer, load graphic. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. They lost to Team Spirit. They won the tournament. No big deal. And then they lost to G2IG, who kept almost getting eliminated like 6 times in a row, but they ended up making it to top 4.
Yeah.
So they lost to 2 teams that had really good results.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they got knocked down group stage, but you know, they lost to good teams. And then we can take a look at their unique heroes so far this tournament. They're kind of just keeping it unique. A lot of teams are doing this. Every single draft, they're doing something different. The only 3 repeat heroes are the top ones.
Wow.
2 Magnus games, 2 Bane games, and 2 Morphling games in a total of 4 games prior to this one. So they're just kind of all over the place. Their openings are different every single game. They're just getting the vibe and the feel for it right now. And that's why I have decent hopes for them. I don't think they're feeling locked into a certain strategy. They're like, look, we just got a little unlucky with the draws last tournament. Those teams won. We're still a good team. They'll be fine, I think.
They'll be fine. Maybe
Bedboom not this series, but
maybe no. Bedboom has got a very good track record. Let's learn a little bit more about how they're doing this year.
Betboom is undoubtedly the strongest Eastern European team in Dota right now, but settling for that isn't enough. With a roster that remains unchanged, Nightfall, GBK, Miro, Save, and Toronto Tokyo are starving for a first place, not another second place. They need a win. A roster this strong should be able to beat any team in the whole world, but they still struggle immensely when it comes to clutching out the big games, and especially taking home the grand finals. Since formation, they haven't won a single big event, and while they have gotten a lot better, going from not even scratching the top 10 to regularly making top 3, they are still not there. Their biggest rival and roadblock are Team Falcons, who eliminated them in the grand finals in both ESL One Birmingham and the last season of DreamLeague. Before Falcons, it was Team Liquid, who eliminated them in their own tournament, Betboom Dacha, at 3rd place, ouch, as well as at ESL One Kuala Lumpur in 4th place. Is it nerves? Are they not experienced enough? I don't know what needs to change for this team to finally take home a big W, but hopefully they do. And DreamLeague Season 23 will be their chance to finally reach first place.
Maybe not. It is, of course, a long road to be able to get to the grand finals. And for them, this series could be a little bit of a grudge match because you already heard it just there. It is Falcons that keep standing in their way, and they're standing in their way again today. Let's see how Falcons got to this place today.
Team Falcons are made up of Skeeter, Malrine, ATF, Crit, and Snaking. Together, they make the undisputed best team in the world right now, getting first place in pretty much any event they attend. With unique drafts and impeccable gameplay, they are a team to be feared and prepared for by any team that wants to make it far in an event. You know what? This is boring me just talking about it. You've heard it all before. We've all heard it before. When are they gonna get last place? When is someone gonna clip the wings off these bastards? Let's talk about something different. Something much more interesting. Falcons. The falcon is a bird of prey that very few animals can stand a chance against. Falcons inhabit most of the world, being spotted in Birmingham and Riyadh, among others. With incredible agility and vision, the falcon can spot any prey that is out of position and will swiftly gank it. One little-known aspect of falcons is that they are attracted to shiny things and have been known to collect vast amounts of objects. Falcons are very intelligent birds and will frequently drop items in the nests of other birds as a display of power. With the powerful strength of their claws, they can even pick up heavy trophies to add to their hoard of items. To anyone trying to defeat a falcon, good luck.
I was so not ready for that one, but I think they kind of, he kind of heard a little bit of the same, tiredness almost as Purge. He doesn't want to talk about Falcons. Everybody talks about Falcons all the time because they're so good, but we're going to do it here anyway, as they are, of course, part of our two teams playing right now. Fear and Kezu, I know, even though they had a lot of chance to talk about Falcons and BetBoom over these last couple of months, I know you're eager, jumping at the bit, Fear.
Take it away, Fear. Where are we starting? Doesn't matter?
It does not matter.
All right, let's start with BetBoom then. This is a team that, it's like a repeat record at this point. Like, we expect so much from them. They fall a bit short. Probably will happen again. I hope not, but this is a team that has such good skill. It just comes down to these critical moments, and what I remember from them, what they're doing really well is they're drafting a lot of team fight. They're getting these enigmas, which a lot of teams aren't playing. They're picking a lot of faces void, oftentimes on the same team, and they're looking good for a large portion of the game. Then a couple mistakes will happen here and there, and they will just end up losing the game when it looks like they should be winning. So hopefully they can kind of cash out some of their issues when it comes to their late game Dota. But that's a big improvement from last year. I think I recall them being like an early game dominant team and just didn't play late game very well. So I feel like they're just trying to work through all their issues, and dealing with the late game is something that they're making strides towards.
I mean, BetBoom to me are just a bit of a strange team. I like what Purge pointed out, that at least they're being very unique when it comes to the draftings and their openings so far. Like, there's a lot of unique heroes to them. But, every tournament we go into, we're like, oh, maybe this is the one that BetBoom's going to win. I feel like this is not going to be it again. I don't know what it is exactly they need to fix. It's very likely just this mentality type of thing where you just keep things together. Because we all know their individual skill is top tier.
Yeah, maybe that's what they need. We just need to call them out and be like, they're not going to win.
Make them the underdog.
Yeah, maybe they need to be the underdog at this point, because every event we're like, yeah, BetBoom, they're going to go all the way. They're going to get in the grand finals. Not this one. They're going to get last place. They're going to get eliminated, and they're going to give their worst performance.
I mean, sometimes the one thing you do need is a horrible placement, which just happened. They didn't make it out of the groups. Maybe that's like a wake-up call where one guy finally he crosses the boundaries to tell people, guys, you can't do this anymore. We need to fix this. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have the draft here. DK first pick, very solid. Feels like they probably kind of needed to take it because Falcons are the best team at playing this hero. But Falcons get the little fishman who has been on the rise for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, been super strong, and I believe is also a hero that does have flex potential. Because I think that's something that Falcons, we're praising them a lot. Oftentimes it comes from the draft. Their strength is that they can flex almost everything.
Yeah, and I think Malrine, I'm sure he has played Slaughter and mid as well. I don't think it's a hero you need to play too many times in pubs as well to pick up.
He hasn't played in professional yet, but yeah, maybe in the pubs. We'll have to see with that one, but I know Skeeter can play it. So it could be a potential flex.
Could be for sure. As we're waiting for this is the second ban phase, so we got position 4 is banned out on the side of BetBoom, both the Clinks and the Hoodwink removed. And Falcons will, of course, ban a hero into pick. Is there anything in particular you like to see from this draft purge going into it? Obviously, first picks are on the board already, but they don't show too much just yet.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you always have to worry about some Storm combo for BetBoom. It's something they occasionally pick up, but I just feel like Falcons is so confident in their gameplay that they're just ready to pivot with whatever they need. So, both teams are flexible. They have good openings. There's not going to be a Hoodwink on Crit for once. Not that he's not going to be competent on 10 other heroes, but yeah, just slightly different heroes that they're gonna have to deal with.
Well, the problem with Crit, I feel, is like sometimes if you take away his 1 or 2 heroes that he prefers, he'll like to go into the deep end and pull out like an Earth Spirit or something like that is comfort but not really good this patch. So in a way, if you take out his most played hero, sometimes he'll pick up something that is not in the meta, and that could be advantageous for you.
It's like you're abusing his confidence. He's like, you know, I could pick some guy that hasn't been good for a year because I'm so good, but then it ends up being a little bit underwhelming. Yeah, interesting.
I mean, the one thing that I did see with the bans from Bedboom, I liked them a lot. I think the Clink Slaughter together is actually enough physical damage to even cut through a DK. And then the Hoodwink, we mentioned Crit has played it countless times. So I think Falcons had to reach like a kind of a slightly different pick. Gyro, of course, for them can also be flex. It could be the carry or the support for snaking. He has played it before.
But are you scared? Because whenever I see Slardar, of course Clinks comes to mind, but so does Lifestealer.
Yeah, those 2 heroes are scary together.
Yeah, so like you got to be a little careful for that. The Bane kind of helps a bit with that, but I still wouldn't be dissuaded from a Lifestealer.
Once again, this is one of their repeat heroes, the Bane. Now something they picked in 3 of their 5 games. So just, it's fine here. We talked a little bit about Enfeeble against Flat Cannon last night, and how it could be a solution against Gyro and lane. But as a whole, you know, long duration nightmares on any of these like very independent cores, like Slardar or Razor or anything like that, is just a really useful skill.
I mean, I wonder if Falcons want to look for like more heroes that kind of break through. I think like both Bane and Mirana play a lot off of what you can do on the map and how far in you really can go. I feel like Falcons a hero that they could look at for maybe Malrine if they want to pick up their mid tier. I always like Primal Beast when it comes to like seeing these type of supports that I feel like don't really want to be ran at. You can have the scaling against the DK later, as they'll do something, at least for now, completely different. As far as I'm concerned, they would mainly play the Enigma in the 5 role on snaking.
Yeah. And it's a little bit of a steal pick from what you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it typically is. He likes it a lot, but I don't think he likes it versus the Gyro necessarily. I think this pick was really just meant as they thought it was good for the game. Maybe the Midnight Pulse for the DK. I know snaking gets very farmed on this hero, and sometimes when they do play this hero, they have a hero like Gyro or something that they already know is a strong laner. But now they have the IO, so it's probably going to IO Slardar on the off lane. We're going to have the Enigma and Gyro on the safe lane, and we're going to last pick Malrine.
I really like these 2 supports. I feel like the Enigma lane matchup against Bane, or I mean, they will check what, but I feel like Enigma against Bane is probably one of the few supports that can out-trade him because you have Eidolons against the Brain Stab. If you think about Mirana, she has high range, low damage, which means she pokes you a lot. A hero like Io, I feel like can completely offset this pressure. You don't really stop an Io Slardar lane either from continuously running in. I really like what Falcons just did with this double pick.
Kunkka coming out.
I mean, I kind of like it in this case because it makes Mirana's setup godly. Like, Mirana Arrow with any of these other 3 heroes means a likely kill potential, so that part's pretty cool. And Kunkka is definitely arguably the best setup hero in the game. Hits 6, and almost any hero is catchable in that case. So if that allows them to set tempo, that's great. Also, X combos against a possible relocate is great as well. More ways to cancel Enigma Black Hole to pre-BKB. So it looks good for Bedboom.
Yeah, in the laning stage as well. In theory, the Tidebringer is good versus Eidolons, but might be a little tough to do that early on, especially if you are laning with a Bane. But you do have like the sleep and the potential Torrent combo, which is nice. Don't need to get that X super early. I'm a little worried about the laning stage though for the Kunkka though, because yeah, he's not the strongest level 1, level 2 laner, especially if there's an Enigma that's able to transfer the sleep as well.
Do you feel like they should put one or the other like mid or top? Like, do you have a preference between a DK Kunkka? Because I feel like they're both flexible, at least for now.
I feel like DK is fine no matter what in either lane, where Kunkka might not be. So if they can see a bit more, which they won't. I mean, at the end of the draft, I guess you can kind of decide, because you still need to carry no matter what.
10 seconds remaining.
And I wonder what that will be. I mean, they're going to ban the Wind Ranger. I mean, it's an Io Slardar lane, so illusions potentially are good, but then you're playing versus the Gyrocopter, so not a particularly easy one. And for the side of Bedboom, they're just going to ban Malrine heroes like this guy's for sure when we play one of his heroes, and it's going to be versus the strength hero, so why not ban the Huskar?
I'm having a hard time finding this carry pick for Bedboom that allows them to slow down the tempo of the Io Slardar, but isn't also too slow for themselves, because this mid game, if you're not doing well early, you're going to be ran at by an Io Gyro combo, or just like a Slardar Io running around, there's a relocate. Like this mid game, I feel like you need to make sure you cover your bases a little bit here to not open it up too much for Falcons in the early game. And I'm having a hard time finding this hero.
I mean, you need a range here. Like, Drow doesn't sound bad. Someone that just stays away. They have a lot of tanky heroes, so that could work. I was thinking maybe a Naga, but then again, like, first Gyro, Enigma, not sure if you want to go that route, plus a potential counter pick there.
Is something like a Terrorblade not something that could work?
It can work.
for them?
It definitely can work. The lane is going to be a bit harder, just because Io and the Slardar is very strong, but at some point in the game, it also works. Like these Drow, Terrorblades are ranged heroes that apply either by a Scotty or have a built-in one through the Ags, like the Drow does. Do sound pretty good. Outside of that, it gets a little tough.
I wonder if they're just going to default into the Morphling again. It's not exactly ideal here, but it's a carry they're comfortable with.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with Morphling right now is the fact that I don't feel like it wins very much. It's just like, it's locked down so easily, even by a Slardar. Sure, you have high armor, but you're just getting stunned after stunned into Black Hole, into Missile.
Yeah.
I feel like you need something, either that can mix with the BKB, which Morph doesn't love to buy. You need a lot of items before that, or a hero that just can do damage from afar.
Yeah, we saw it last night against Slardar as well, and BSJ said he just doesn't like it that much against Slardar because that stun into stun you mentioned.
Yeah.
And the other issue is that the amp damage just removes most of your armor, so like this extra health you get from strength morphing doesn't feel that good because by the time your agility goes low, you have negative armor instead of positive. So there's just not a lot of upsides. But if there's not much left, I would have liked the Troll. I've seen Trolls completely dumpster Slardars before. You just pop BKB and kill him, and you root him through his BKB. But that got banned, so.
I mean, like one other way, because I actually cannot find a carry pick that I'm very comfortable with. I think this one is good. I somehow didn't think of this one. You have decent lane, good mid game. The other thing, if they would not have been able to find a carry, you could have maybe played DK. But I feel like Nightfall isn't a player that will play these types of heroes.
Yeah.
I feel like he's very strict. I'm gonna play my Luna, I'm gonna play my Morphling, my TB, and we're just gonna do what we want.
I mean, this one is like, it's okay in the laning stage. It could go really badly, but it also could go fine. But the big thing is if the lane doesn't go great, you can always go jungle very quickly, get your farm. At some point, you have a pretty good head-to-head matchup here. If you get your W off, it like makes you a bit more tanky against Black Hole. Luna's just kind of like an all-around, never bad type of carry pick, but it's never ever usually the best possible pick either. So going for more of a safe route, I think, here.
Yeah. Both teams, actually, for their final pick, they still had a lot of time left in their bonus time. Which is quite interesting to see.
Malorine versus... The cool thing about Malorine's pick here is, like, he's playing versus a strength hero mid, no matter what they do, so that kind of makes it a little more easy for him to pick his hero in this particular instance.
I feel like there's a few that he might be eyeing. I think Monkey King is too spicy. I don't think he'll lean into that one too much, but I could still see, like, some Primal Beast. Primal, Bad Rider are bad, maybe also more on the spicy side, but I feel like that could also heavily work in this game.
You do want a strength hero as well? Like something like Alina wouldn't work, for example?
I think there's a decent amount of catch on Bedboom that I would rather lean on, like a Primal.
Something that survives the combo of Bedboom,
Are you worried about Puck getting chain stunned, even though it's kind of good at disrupting backlines here?
It might be a little hard. I mean, what about the Death Prophet? He plays that.
I was honestly thinking DP
cool
too.
Idea.
It's like slightly off meta, but I feel like if there's going to be a DP game, you might as well just bust it out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good versus the DK and also good versus the Kunkka. I feel like you are last pick here. You need to pick a hero that has some impact, and this is a hero that is similar high magic damage that can kind of burst through these tanky cores. And they have an IO. Yeah, that's like the big thing for me is like whenever you pick Lesh, you have a hero like an Oracle or an IO or something like that that can sustain you through the fight so you can keep doing damage, not getting burst. I like it a lot.
And it gives them more ways to take towers too. It doesn't have to be like Gyro in the front hitting buildings, having to worry about a chain stun. He could just kind of cheese some towers out here and there, and it opens up the map a lot more to make relocate plays more successful and with less responses from Bedboom.
Bedboom's redemption arc after Wallachia, does it start here?
I mean, I could definitely see them winning a game here for sure. I mean, Falcons is definitely the favorite still.
Yeah,
they're at full power right now. I feel like, but yeah, they could do it.
I like their switch up with like putting the Kunkka offlane against the Enigma, finding like the DK mid and having the Luna safe now against the Slardar, but I really like the Lash pick. I feel like out of all the options we mentioned, I like this one the most. I'm very afraid for Bedboom to kind of withstand this Falcons early game pressure, so I'll have to go with them.
Yeah, I mean, I was checking Mallory how many Lesh games he has. 10 games, 80% win rate, lifetime, and competitive. Seems like he's pretty comfortable on it. He's got an eye on his team. I really like their draft a lot. I have to go with Falcons as well.
So with Io Gyro and Io Lesh, and Io Slardar as well, is there like who's the preferred target for crit? Like who is he gonna? Because everybody's gonna ask for the overcharge.
gonna be Slardar in lane, then you move with your mid, open up the map, and then he's gonna free for all. Whoever wants me, I'm coming, bro.
Snaking, keep snaking alive.
Yeah.
If Mallory's zoning, maybe he'll never let go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan for success. But doesn't that also mean that IO is going to be always the goal for Bedboom to take down with the combo that they have? Because we keep saying that their combo with the arrow from Bane and Kunkka with the Mirana.
Yeah, he's the target, but they have a lot of single target chain stuns basically. So as long as he's sitting behind like 2 of his cores that are playing in front of him like pawns, then which they are of course, you know, he's the king in the back. Then he should be able to save whichever guy gets going on.
Okay, so it's gonna be all about positioning for Crit's IO, which we know he can do, but can Bedboom disrupt that positioning? We're finding out. Game number 1 coming your way with Odie Pixel and Font via the Pucktem Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's time for game 1 here between Falcons and Bedboom. Fogged, I'm looking at these 2 lineups now. I'm kind of liking both of them. A lot of strong stuff coming through on this one. Pretty much kind of top drops in terms of what you can hope to get from this patch right now. I think both teams are going to be feeling pretty happy coming into this one.
Yeah, and maybe some slight variety. Yes, Falcons, they play everything under the sun, but I feel like this is one that made them go a little bit outside of those super comfort heroes where we see Snaking playing Mirana and stuff. Yeah, sure, as Enigma, he plays it a lot recently, but a little bit of change-ups coming out from them. This is going to be a really interesting one. Like as they said, triple IO pairings, strong lanes again from Falcons, but Bedboom, a lot of magic damage as well too, a lot of good stuns to be able to set up, so let's see how it ends up going down. Again, I mean, Falcons, their draft looks very strong, but Bedboom, they switch things up a lot, I feel like, in this draft. Like, I'm looking at it. These guys always stick with their Coddle first pick. They've been doing it every single time for GPK. Falcons answered it 3 times in a row. As we saw, at least 2 times in a row when we were at Birmingham. So, changing stuff up, trying to find the winning formula. Picking the DK. We'll see if that does end up working out for GPK. With this cool set.
The battle begins.
If you want to try anything here, just go for the arrow, but no connection.
A little brain sap.
Easy first TS of the game here for save.
120 mana for that. And yeah, let's see how these lanes do go down. Looking forward to see. I think bottom is one that I'm going to be looking at the most just for volatility, because it feels like they can get lots of kills if the Luna missteps. This IO and Slaughter is very threatening. But the constant harassment and chip from a Luna Mirana can make it hard for them to get aggro. So yeah, that one is the one I'm going to be looking at for the most part, just for aggression. And top, let's see if Snaking can actually keep the Eidolons alive. That's a nice thing I did like about the switch where they put this Kunkka top. They get all the Eidolons right away. Kunkka has traditionally always been kind of one of the best versus Enigma. It's like Kunkka and Bristle to be clearing Eidolons early.
I mean, save. You see him already. He's picked up sort of the 3 CS on those Eidolons. So, the potential farm to be cleaned up.
Yeah, and he has a lot of, good options to be able to be pretty aggressive up here. It's a bit of a passive lane from Falcons this time around.
And overall, what sort of timings do you think both teams are playing towards? Is there a bit more pressure on Bedboom with this kind of DK Luna to take over the map a bit sooner?
I mean, Falcons always just has a draft that can scale immensely, so I would say, yeah, Bedboom probably does want to play a little bit faster, it would feel, but they do have the Luna to be able to rely on, but triple scaling cores with an Enigma as well, too. I would imagine, yeah. Get the ball rolling with the DK early, get some good tower pressure, ensure that Miro has a good game. They actually hit level 2 first up here, so they might actually have a kill.
They will indeed. They're closing with a rocket barrage save. He's nothing to be done here to keep himself alive, and Miro also taking quite the hit on the way out of the lane. So.
He must have just not seen that they hit the 2 that quick. Snay hits it and just instantly stuns him, throws a blood grenade. It's a slip up there. I don't see Save die like that very often, honestly. He usually is a pretty strong safe laner on this 4 position. It's a Falcon special.
It's not going to get any easier for really Bedboom on these 2. I mean, as you say, they could clear out the Eidolons, but good aggressive plays from Snaking, keeping the lane very solid for Skeeto to farm in.
Yeah, I'm actually quite shocked that he did end up dying, but they'll clear the Eidolons again. He's got the sleep available. Gonna try to put some pressure onto Skitter. Gotta love that combo. Doesn't wake them up, of course.
This time they've got the damage, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. So they'll strike back on the top lane.
Yeah, it's a strong one. I love seeing that sleep play. That doesn't wake them up. One of the few interactions.
By your leave, Princess Miranda.
Bottom lane so far. 14 for 3 against the 13 and 1. Very even stuff.
When level 3 hits, that's when like the constant harassment starts to hurt a bit more versus the Slaughter in the IO, but there's always going to be that potential kill threat if they just step up too far on this Luna. Mid lane, we're not really talking about.
It's just going to be a straight trade of farm.
Yeah, this is probably the one that's the least exciting. Unless GPK makes a mistake under a creep wave where he gets cleared, because Malrine is going for the Edict build to have that kill threat, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, he's got the 2 points in Dragon's Blood, decent amount of regen.
Yeah, he doesn't even go for like the second brace, he actually goes for the null. Don't see that one as often on the mid laners, but...
Top lane again, I mean, Skeeter and Snake King, they're keeping both of them very, very low. And in fact, down bottom, it happened. They're able to get in on top of Nightfall. Crit and Amar take down the carry.
Did they have the Lotus? I guess they did, yeah, to be able to dive forward. And actually, no, they didn't even have the healing Lotus, so they just pushed forward onto him.
Oh, nice move there from Skeeter. Takes the Nightmare off Snake King. If he didn't do that, he would have been caught in the torrent. He would have absolutely been dead. So good save there from the Gyro.
Yeah, cool to see the build from Crit. Just pure stats on the IO too, getting the bracer so they can actually play that early aggressiveness even more onto this Luna. Those type of kills are very important early on when you have this Gyro versus Luna who are going to be getting that insane farming timing. Whoever gets slowed down more in the early game will be able to kick off that very, very fast farm. And this Gyro will have an IO always to back him up too, so if he chooses to pair with him to farm. It might just be one of those games when he pairs with the Lash, if Malrine does have
it's going to be so strong. I mean, if that combo starts to pop off in this game, it's going to feel rough for Petbim specifically, because that was the last 2 heroes of the draft, right? Falcons ending up with this IO Lash. I mean, a lot of times in the previous patches and even in this one, you don't see teams get the chance of kind of ending the draft with that IO plus core combo.
Yeah, and looking around, like I always check to see about the corrosion carriers, the Spirit Vessel buyers and stuff like that. They don't really have that so much. They don't have a corrosion carrier. The Vessel could maybe come from the Mirana.
I think so, right?
Which is probably going to be the case. But that means it's going to come late because it's a 5 position as Skitter dropping low. So is Save though.
See if they can finish Save off. Not quite. Got the X mark. At least into a Tidebringer hit.
Nighttime has been hit now too, so that Lunar Blessing of course goes Nighttime. Bit more damage to threaten Skitter, but he's sticking up here.
Save. He's being cheeky. He's going to try and go aggressive here with the Blood Grenade. I mean, he tries for it. He'll die, but he does manage to set up for Miro to find the kill on Skeeter, so they'll take that as a worth there from Save.
And Snake will take it, of course, too, right? These supports, especially the greedy ones like Snaking. 6 minutes. Toronto took it. They'll be able to set up for the Power Rune. At least deny that one away from the Lash, and they're bringing more. Does mean that both of the Lotuses probably go to Falcons, but we'll be able to secure this rune. And we'll be able to maybe get some pressure. Get the connection.
He's trying for the setup. I mean, if they get that Nightmare, they may have just gone for the dive. But
so close.
But I mean, it does mean, yeah, Nightfall's left vulnerable. They're in diving under the tower for him. They'll get him again.
No hesitation. As soon as they see the Mirana mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That definitely hurts. Yeah, they may have sort of been able to get that amplified damage rune in the mid, but losing their carry down bottom.
That's twice.
Dire's
not an easy lane for him.
I think he's already pinged that he doesn't want to lane anymore. Thankfully he is a Luna, so he can just go jungle and stuff like that, but that just means Amar's going to have absolute free farm. We've seen what this man is able to do when he gets that, especially even as a Slardar.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's essentially a hero that can absolutely just become the carry.
Yeah, I saw yesterday he was top net worth by a significant margin when he was playing this hero as well.
And he's got an IO.
Yeah, he's got an IO. So as they said, yeah, triple pairings. So yeah, Luna slowed down by a decent amount. I mean, Gyro is actually 3,300 net worth. The Luna's 2,600, so pretty big difference between the two carries already.
Top lane Miro's close to the 6, so maybe when the 6 is there, they can try and go aggressive for a play again between the two of them.
Skeeter's prepping himself up for it. He doesn't want to leave the lane. He's got Falcon Blade. He's even buying a raindrop, so he wants to stick around up here.
And of course, by all means, if he's able to live through the burst and there's time for TPs to come in from Falcons, they can turn around any attempt from Save and Miro to try and bring down Skeeter with the boat.
Absolutely. I mean, Crit, he's got the Healing Lotus and Double Bracer at the ready if he does need to TP and help a buddy. And Mountain's Tower actually almost drops entirely off this second DK form.
GPK is doing some good work here.
Yeah. The good rotation from the supports. Snaking now looking to come toward mid. It's almost level 6 on the Enigma.
That's the tower gone. GPK, 8 minutes in. Perfect timing to bring that down over the pressure of the DK.
Very nicely done.
And he knows what's up. They're not going to be able to catch him by surprise here.
Radiant are
GPK definitely going to be sort of the driving force behind BetBoom getting these early objectives and making these early plays.
And I like that I see him queuing this up if he does go for it. The Mage Slayer this game, since he's playing versus the Lesh, it's going to be very strong. Having that frontline DK to be able to slow down the pressure that comes from this Lesh that's going to start coming in. You know, we know how Falcons plays. They do look to start pressure the map very early on after the lanes break.
And there's no sort of pressure on him to get the Blink Dagger early because they've got the Nightmare, they've got the X-Mark. Setups there from the rest of the team.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like that. I like if he does go for it. Bottom tower is going to drop quick. And yeah, Amar, he is queuing up the Blink. He did this yesterday too. You know, even though Amar can be a bit of a greedy player at times, and sometimes we have seen like even Mask of Madness is on his slaughter and stuff, I think he's, you know, determined that he wants to have that initiation. And it's, yeah, he's versus Luna. If he gets on top of the Luna, it's going to make a huge difference. Level 6 is coming up for the supports on the side of Falcons. Still not quite 6 on save. He is actually quite a bit behind. He's only level 4.
They're going to bring in the move through the Twin Gate here, Maureen and Crit. Maybe anticipating that BetBoom may themselves have tried to go aggressive, but it's not going to be the case. BetBoom, they had the ward down behind the tier 1, so they know that this sort of play is coming in, and they won't get caught by it.
Nice stacks to farm here. Miro will be able to go down this very valuable Blade Mail game, actually, looking at it. Vesh and Gyro, that's going to be really nice if he's able to pick it up, too. So some cool, you know, first items that BetBoom's able to get.
This might catch them by surprise. It's a good setup here with the Moonlight.
Torrent connect.
They're going to look towards Mallory. Snakey's coming in from the side. Look at the Malefice down onto Miro, but they can't save Mallory. Mallory's gone.
Great sleep.
And now with a sleep over towards Crit, they should be able to have an effort of chasing down the IO as well. Crit on the retreat. GPK, he's in with another touch to slows. They'll tether across, but that torrent from Miro, he reads the tether play perfectly.
That was sick. And I mean, both back-to-back reads, right? The sleep to stop the reload, the torrent to catch mid-tether. BetBoom.
I will see it again here.
Yeah, look at save. Chasing the IO.
Yeah, fantastic plays here from the two of them, really saving Miro, as you say, controlling this fight. I will see if Falcons, now they're going to look to hit back now, because as we saw there at the same time, the Blink Dagger now picked up by Amar. He's going to be ready to jump.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely just going to run right over. Takes the Spark of Courage, his damage is high.
Is under attack.
Got the Bash primed as well.
Who's the target, do you think? Do they want to try and get into this triangle? I mean, it's
a risky spot to go in. Boat's going to be back up soon. We'll get some vision. Let's see where Amar looks.
They want to try. It's kind of hard with just the two of them. They're going to need further backup.
Yeah, the Bane is there as well. They need another one because the Bane can just kind of counter the jump with a sleep and a Fiend's Grip if it's just 2. BetBoom.
I mean, they know that they're pushing forward like this. They're not hitting the tower top, so they know that this sort of play is swinging over towards them. They make sure they don't get caught in a spot where they can get jumped by Amar.
Good map reads. And in the meanwhile, I mean, Nightfall's able to get that catch-up. He's got the Mask of Madness up, level 8.
Miro thinking about going for the X-Mark setup. He's got it into the torrent save. He's going to drop the Fiend's Grip into the arrow. They're throwing everything down here on towards Skeeter. Skeeter, he's able to lift those. He's able to turn with the black hole. He gets it out of the two of them. Save's taken out. Toronto Tokyo to full as well. And with the full team turning up, they'll clean up no problem. They get the 3 of them. Miro's on the retreat. Amar may even be able to find him as well. He's closing the gap. The crush just off the mark, though. A bash may be enough to buy time for Marine to get him with the combo. Indeed it is. It's a triple kill for Marine. 4 heroes killed off by Falcons.
And Skitter lives. He doesn't even die.
I mean, you saw how low he got as well. He looked dead for sure. They get him with the Fiend's Grip, the arrow, the breathe fire, but bam! The heals are there, pops the one, snaking in position to hold them back with the black hole. And then you see Amar, Crit, and Marine just completely surrounding GPK.
They needed just a little bit more to at least kill him, but either way, they were going to lose a lot of heroes even if they did get him as a 3K lead now for Falcons. They strike and they strike hard.
And they're going to be able to take away these Ancients.
It's a quad stack?
Triple or quad hit.
I can't tell.
They're not going to be happy about this bet boom. They're going to try their best to do something about it. They step up.
Marine.
So if they can burst through this Leshrac, they'll get the connection with the arrow. Crit trying to do his best to keep Marine alive, but Marine, he'll fall. Amar, he'll head back in, see if they can get some revenge. They'll take out GPK in return.
He's in the front.
They're in on top of the Luna. They get the Amplified Corrosive Haze on towards him. They're going to be able to pick him up and now look towards Miro. Miro will get the poke buff out upon him, but he's falling so low. See if he can run from this. I mean, save gets finished off by Amar. They got any potential to dive any further? Miro.
Blinking 5.
Amar. They've got the missile onto Miro. I mean, Amar's going to be very tempted to dive this. He's going to go for this for sure. He's going up past the tier 3s. In he goes. There's the bash.
He's got a TP.
And he's out. And again, another situation. Falcons, they kill off 4 heroes. They only lost the one there, only losing Maureen themselves.
And Nightfall turns up and dies instantly. He doesn't. I think he maybe gets an assist on the kill on the Lesh or something, but...
I mean, this is the thing with Falcons. Once they get that sort of successful play up about that 2-1 on the top lane, you know that they're going to immediately go for more. And they go for more, they get it.
They collapse so fast. Okay, he did get the last hit, at least on the Lesh, but either way, not worth turning up. So much time spent dead.
4K lead now.
And Falcons just always knowing how to take these fights. Even though the boat comes out, the Rum didn't connect on anybody. They just push right through them. Skeeter's gyro. So
He's
rich at this point.
Yeah, the amount he's getting from these fights, 4, 2, and 5.
He's getting tankier and tankier too. He now takes the 10 talent, so plus 175 and a point booster. So he just gained, yeah, like 300 something HP. So for Beck Boom,
I mean, they've got to find some way to survive through the next fight that Falcons bring to them.
I mean, their damage is going to be a bit lackluster on Bet Boom now versus the tankiness that has come out from these heroes as they've lost the last 2 fights. They haven't acquired anything new.
He's heading in. He's got the bash set up, but the leap's up in time before the crush is there. Full retreat mode now for Bet Boom.
Okay. Those deaths, I mean, those back-to-back kind of sequences of deaths really do hurt because their damage is... It's definitely lacking when they're playing versus this Isle that's going to have these heals coming in.
And died.
I believe the mech is it finished now? Yeah, it is. So he's going to have that now for Crit as well, too. So for that next fight, big explosion of heals. See if Bet-Boom's able to get the angle to find these squishier heroes.
Toronto Tokyo is getting some valuable information. It will give them the chance to set up with the X mark onto Amar. Oh, the blink timing perfectly. As soon as he's dragged out, he's away before the torrent connects.
And it's just a Sentry D-Ward too. 4 heroes forced to top side. As we know how Falcons plays, you know, when 4 heroes show up top, they're getting farm. There's always going to be at least 2 other heroes farming on their side.
Miro, got to be careful showing on this wave.
Yeah. I love that ward. I've been seeing that one a lot more. Either placed there or placed in the lane so you can watch around the ancient areas. So for Bet Boom, yeah, I think you have to kind of strictly play around the GPK movements. I feel like he's super important in these next few moments. And all in the meanwhile, the vision that...
Save. I mean, he wanted to grab the illusion rune. I think he may pay with his life for that. As Amar, he's going to be able to stay on target here as Skeeter takes the nightmare off him.
And look at the vision, like, and we mentioned the top ward, but the bottom vision that they have at the moment of Nightfall, they're already drawing the line. They know where he's going to the next camp. I see a Crit at least was drawing it. Starting to do the Falcons things.
How to Bet Boom slow this down?
Just try to keep these waves shoved out. That's one of the biggest issues that I'm seeing right now of them pushing them out. All 3 are kind of getting pushed onto their side. Aghanim's already finished up for Skitter. These timings are absurd. Bloodstone Kaya also on the Lesh. Very durable at this point. Bet Boom's damage is really mostly just going to come out from their initial spell burst. And these heroes at the point where they're at right now are too tanky for that burst.
They've got the relocate plate. Amar's in with the setup. Skeeter's brought over by Crit. Miro will put the blade mail. It's not going to stop them taking him down.
They're struggling to just find farm on the map and slow things down at all. They're grouping up with Nightfall.
They go for this smoke, but it's immediately caught by the scan. So they try and go for this big brain play of, oh, well, we've lost our offlaner, but we'll try and hit them whilst they least expect it. The problem is Falcons, they already expect it.
Oh, and they're bringing the whole squad. They might think he's alone, but he's not.
They're going to try and go for this. The grip's there, but Crit's able to tether across. Keep Amar safe, and now Marine's able to move in. Save will hold him back with a nightmare, but Save will fall. They've got to run. The jump's in again from Amar. Closes in onto GPK. BetBoom are just playing straight into the palms of the hands of Falcons.
They're just, I mean, they just have way too good of reads. Whoever threw the scan out, they knew exactly the movement that was going to be coming. They predicted that they're going to set up for that top play. Bait Amar, an instant go afterwards.
Radiant's top tower
Still no
is
Spirit
under
Vessel
attack.
onto Toronto Tokyo to prevent any of this heals either.
And they can take the Roche
in seconds.
Very easily here with the Slardar Lesh.
He's got the full Eternal Shroud now on the Slardar too. Mostly magic damage early game for BetBoom. Starting to really just take full control of the game. It feels like it's all on Nightfall now at this point. Even though the Mage Slayer was picked up for this DK, made him tankier, but did it really? Right? He's slowing down a little bit of damage, but every single time GPK showed up, he's just around it.
He's not able to do a lot.
Nope.
1, 3, and 2 after a laning situation where, you know, he got what he wanted out of the lane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just hasn't mattered.
Now, Falcons does have a draft with a lot of mixed damage, right? So it is not ever just magical. They have an absurd amount of physical.
Amar
on the prowl.
And they see Miro. They pop the drums. They close in. They get the crush. They're ready to bring in the backup with the relocate. Miro does not stand a chance here.
I belong in the sky. You belong in the ocean of your kind. Have fallen.
Well, when was the last time they actually even got a kill, right? It's been... Okay, it's been about 6 minutes since that Lesh kill, yeah. It's been just Falcons cruising and controlling and going outside the map when you're at this deficit now versus an IO. We're seeing what's going on. Division control, tower control.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Where's
attack.
Save looking to go?
They've got creeps pushing in on the mid and the bottom, so Falcons, they've got their options open.
And this tower's dead, the
These
Edict.
tier 2s.
They can just take the towers in no time.
Still 3 minutes and a half left on the Aegis. Falcons can go for so much more.
Good lord, and he did get, of course, the Vampire Fangs on Malrine as well, too, so absurd amount of healing that'll be dishing out. No Vessel charges on Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall. Yeah, I mean, he's got the Manta in this Ogre Club, but he's so fragile.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Can't walk into this lineup either to deal damage. It's just they need more time to be able to get these items, but time is not on their side.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, they're already looking to get the kill top. On a Tokyo. Tried to jump away, but Amar's going to find him. That was the final leap he had. So Amar, he's just going to be able to take this out solo, very likely. He's teasing around with him there.
Yeah, he was taunting him.
Making sure the death hurts extra much, extra hard.
And easy access to the Tormentor immediately afterwards. I mean, Save, you're already seeing what the game state really feels like for BetBoom. He's doing Ancients.
Okay.
There's not really anywhere else he feels like he can go. Everywhere they show on the map, they die, and Tormentor easily claimed. These guys are too good. Oh, and Amar gets the shard for free.
All right.
Why not?
Radiant's top
Usually
tower
one that you
is
see
under
even
attack.
bought early on the Slardars. All tier 2s to fall.
Save will get the Wisdom Rune at least.
Radiant's top tower
He'll
has
take that.
fallen.
I was waiting to hear the relocate on top of him, right? Like,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course, Falcons, they'll take BetBoom's Wisdom Rune.
And their base.
Almost certainly.
Can they even... I don't know if they can hold this. This looks like it's just a Rax. I mean, they'll pop the glyph, but I don't think Falcons is going anywhere.
Still 2 minutes on the Aegis for Malrine. They gotta do something, BetBoom.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Miro's gonna try. The boat doesn't really make much happen at all. The barracks are being taken. Well, they can swing around and go for another set here, Falcons. Straight towards the mid.
Time to close it up.
I guess they haven't got the creep wave mid, so they'll maybe back off and deal with that. You know, Nightfall's trying his best to kind of cut the creeps with the illusions, but the fortification, they're gonna pop it.
They're just coming in for the Rax. They have the creeps up top.
That's true, they could still stick around here. That's the fortification coming out from BetBoom.
Still a minute left on Aegis. A Yule's now for Malrine.
I mean, they might as well try something, BetBoom.
I mean, they're gonna have to because the game is ending.
It certainly looks to be. A second set of racks under fire.
Only 20 minutes in. All right,
Got the
Academics, it's done for Kunkka.
It's on off the mark, but Amar, he's still in with a jump. They get the gripping on towards Amar.
GPK is just dying.
I mean, Amar's just taking barely any damage at all. They'll run it with the stun, but Amar, he's only down to half HP. They pretty much threw everything down onto the Slardar. It didn't matter. They take the second set of racks, and they're already on to the third here, 22 minutes in.
Oh, Eternal Shroud. 0 damage from the Torrent Storm boat wasn't even up. Nightfall, will he even return to base before the Mega Creeps are out? I guess the Glyph, yep, backdoor does
they've got creeps coming in on the mid, so they will be able to go for this very shortly. Falcons, there it is.
100 gold for Nightfall's BKB.
It's the Aegis gone. He'll tank the tower hits for that. Marini's ready to keep going though here on round 2. And Nightfall's back to base, so he's going to try.
All right, BKB done, but
they may have pretty much been mega creeped here, 23 minutes in. Well, they give it one shot here, Bet Boom. Okay. The mega creep's not to come out quite yet. Can they defend this final melee rack?
They can't touch Malrine.
I mean, they're going to. There's a full Solar Crest on Crit as well now. They're going to go all in onto the Lesh, see if they can burst through Malrine.
Nope.
But they absolutely cannot. There's the black hole out onto the 2 cores as well, catching Miro and Nightfall. It's game over. It's GG. Falcons, 23 minutes in, will take this one no problem at all.
A shellacking. Absolute shellacking. They've got, lane's pretty decent for Bet Boom in a way. I don't think that this top lane, Save dying for this first blood definitely hurt quite a bit, setting up Skeeter for this absurd type of farm. But either way, it's the map movements. It's Falcons just understanding every single thing what to do, taking all the towers, shutting down Nightfall. The game feels over post lanes. Pretty crazy.
See Amar there, he's like, oh, was that even a game?
It's another day, another
Easiest game in the world for Amar there.
Yeah, walk in the park.
Not breaking a sweat at all. Well, I mean,
it's happened a lot, honestly.
It does. Falcons do this sometimes. Well, I say so. They do this a lot of times. This is, not a rare thing to see here from the Falcon lads. But you got to imagine, Bet Boom Game 2, they should be able to come in with something better than this, right? I don't expect them to get stomped twice, right?
Maybe go back to the Coddle strat or something. I don't know, man. This is just, it feels like Falcons just really does have them figured out completely. Yeah. It's just been too many times in this patch. They've played them. They just know exactly how to play around them.
Yeah, you can see on the scoreboard there, nothing really going Bet Boom's way this time whatsoever. It's a rough one. We'll maybe see if they can bring something better in Game 2. But as sort of history has shown us, Falcons, every reason to expect they may just do this again. This Game 1, no doubt about it, Falcons, they walk away with a 23-minute victory.
Yeah, that puts us back on schedule. Because previous game was a little bit long. We went into the 70 to 80 minutes, and Falcons, they're homies. They're like, you don't worry, DreamLeague, get you covered. Bet Boom on the receiving end. Well, all jokes aside, to be fair, Falcons just really, really crushed them, Kezu.
Falcons are, probably the best team for a reason, or one of the best. But I feel like there's a lot of things that went well for Falcons after the laning stage, like this move that we see here in the highlights that they did before. They bring a lot of heroes top. Nightfall's still farming. He's not really ready. But there's a couple things that Fear and I most likely want to talk about that. I personally feel like this GPK item build is just straight up illegal. Like, you're playing against... They're going to run into...
Illegal in a bad way.
In a horrible way. In the worst way possible. It's going to be a Lesh Gyro Slardar running at you. You think rushing Mage Slayer and tickling them once is going to stop this train from just crushing inside of you and, killing everyone? No. Go a Blink. Play with your team. Allow your team to play forward. So, yeah, him ending this game without Dagger is, I think, it's just garbage.
And then from one to the other, Fear, do you have some choice words on a particular last pick?
Oh, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of this Luna. I think Luna is the hero that you're going to farm for 25, 30 minutes before you can even do anything on the map. And you're playing versus Falcons. They're going to be in your face. They're going to play aggressively. So I called it a safe pick before. It's a safe pick as in it's never really a bad game for Luna. But if you're getting owned, it is a bad game for Luna, which means you need to pick a hero that's a little bit faster, and they weren't able to slow down the tempo at all. And I guess you have a DK mid and an offlane Kunkka. These aren't heroes that can really make space for you. I really want to see Nightfall, if he's using that last pick, to really focus on shutting down offlaners, such as Amar, because if you let Amar and Malrine have free games, the game's over. And they've proven this time and time again. You got to put your counter picks to better use here. Yeah. You can't go for the safe pick. You have to go for something a bit more risky. Potentially, I mean, I would say the reward versus risk here, but it can't get any worse than this. The safe pick wasn't good.
Yeah.
So you got to go for something that can win the lanes and be better for the game.
He was a lot more aggressive in the green room about the last pick, Luna.
He's a professional.
I mean, I just hate Luna picks. Yeah.
What do you feel like they should have picked? Because I agree with Fear, but I had a hard time finding a hero on that slot.
I mean, it's hard to like pick a hero that is going to like crush a lane, for example. Yeah. But there's a hero that's better for the game. A hero that can come online a bit quicker. I think Terrorblade you mentioned was really good. This is a hero that can use the meta to fight. You can use the reflection. Yep. You can actually just use these timings around the 14, 15, 20-minute mark to do something. Luna can't do anything. You max 2 auras. You buy a Mask of Madness, and you have a Yasha. So that is like your 15-minute timing, and you just can't do anything.
You gotta build him up. You guys don't understand. We're in the green room. This guy stood up. He threw a can at the screen. He said, "Luna, shit!" And it was terrifying. And now he's such a professional. But you can feel the dad anger rising for sure.
You can. You want to have any words on this game before we're heading over?
Hell yeah! That team lost 4v5. Snaking was 0-0-16. Dude wasn't even in the game. Homie's like,
what did you miss the 16?
Huh?
Assists don't matter.
Dude, assists don't matter. What is he playing Zeus? Who cares? This is like a silencer gameplay. Homie's in the jungle farming creeps and he wins. Huh? Game's over? Yeah, that was sad stuff from the old bet boomers.
It really was. And, hopefully they can recover a little bit for game number 2. But before we get there, we're first going to check in with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, for the Kadeo ward of the game, the most impactful moment of this match was that big fight around the 12-minute mark near the Radiant Tier 1 tower. The ward up there was going to spot the rotations from the Bet Boom side as this fight began. They see them coming from the south there, and this gives them all the information that they need for Amar to jump in and get a 3-man crush and to jump on those supports right away with the relocate. So with that ward, they get to take this amazing team fight that leads to tons of kills on their side. And then they say, okay, now we're going to steal all of the stacks that the enemy built up. They stole the stack of Ancients to the left of this, and they got the big stack here as well. And yeah, they maybe lost some heroes, but this is what they consistently do with their advantages. They cross the map and they take their opponent's resources. I mean, they took the Tormentor at like the 21-minute mark, just about right after it came up. This is just Falcon taking their lane advantage and just going farther and farther for here, killing Luna as well. So just a big moment of acceleration that happened all because of that great ward on the enemy side of the base that sets up plays for their team that allows them to steal resources.
I have a question.
Sure.
That ward is placed on the place that is the ward place.
Yep.
Like, everybody knows that's the ward place. There is a sign on the map and everything. There was a lot of fighting around that time. Why do you think BetBoom just didn't put down a sentry?
There's a lot of different places players can place wards, and it's that bell curve that you see on Reddit where if you're at like 1 KMMR, the cliff spots are like kind of good because nobody sentries at all. And then you get the middle of the game and everyone sentries the cliff spots, but then when you get really high again, nobody expects those pros who have all this ward knowledge to put the ward right on the most obvious spots. So you don't always, it's not always going to be ready, you know?
I don't buy it, I think.
It's that simple. It was 11 minutes. They placed it at like 11 minutes. Who do you wards it? It's very distracting. We're trying to work over here.
We're trying to work. Great.
Never mind.
We're going to head over for game number 2 of this series after the quick break.
Position of power.
Prepare for battle.
Let's make this a battle worthy of my name. I ordain it. To battle. Onward. Sound advice. By my whisper. Let me a tribute. God giveth you feelings. Your prayer answered. Very good. Heaven help you. Beware. Attack! Yes. Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A divine infusion. Form. A position of power. To battle. God help you back. Reach for the sky. I ordain it. Yes. Very good. Sound advice.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To battle. Very good. Your prayer answered. Form. I ordain it. You wish you were never spawned. Divine invasion. Sound advice. Beware. A position of power. Yes. Onward. It's not time yet. A position of power. Onward. Your prayer answered. The heavens seem closer now. To battle. I ordain it. God looking after man. Form. Yes. Reach for the sky. Very good. Sound advice. Yes. Very good. Your prayer Onward.
Hello to you too. Good morning and welcome to series number 2 of DreamLeague here on day 2 of the group stage. It's DreamLeague season 23, by the way, and we're watching Bedboom versus Falcons. Good morning, FogChamp Pandas as well. You know, we need a little bit of energy around here because Bedboom's not delivering it, and well, we're really hoping for game number 2 to be a little bit more competitive. Here with Fear, Kezu, and Purge, and Purge, game 1 just was not it.
They did some good things. I thought they pressured Skeeter pretty good in the off lane. The Bane was like constantly just beating up on him, brain sapping. There were so many times I looked at him, he's at like 30% health. So they killed him at least once. So they had some good things going for them, but it got out of hand so quickly after that fight until all the ancient stack steals. That was supposed to be experience and levels going towards Bedboom's side. I liked your point about the DK item. Like, if you have this like beautiful chain stunning lineup, why would you not have a Blink Dagger? You know, so
they did the nice things like Purge said in the lane, and then even like minute 8 or 9, there were a lot of heroes in mid. They got another kill, but the problem is when you make one big mistake, and on top of that you mess up like some of your itemization, the game will just naturally become really, really hard. Because we can't only talk about the draft. Like whenever you play against Falcons, you're gonna have to bring A-tier gameplay or S-tier gameplay, and if you don't, you're gonna get outplayed.
Yeah, I would even say A-tier gameplay is
it's
not
not
gonna cut
it.
it.
No,
You
that's
gotta
not
get
gonna cut
S.
it.
But I do want to talk about the draft, though.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so when was the last time... No. Okay. When was the last time they played Leshrac on Falcons?
Probably a long time ago.
ESL won Birmingham.
Oh, that's not that. Not as long as I thought.
But Sumel was playing it because he was the stand-in.
Good point.
So that was like the most recent time they played it, and this is very impressive to me, the fact that they're bringing out heroes for Malorine that we don't see very much from him, but he showed a clinical performance on it, and this is a team that I criticized myself, like, oh, they're very limited, they have a small hero pool, but they're still evolving, they're still branching out, picking new heroes, and that's very scary.
Yeah, Malorine did have a level 25 Leshrac though, so it just must be like one of the pub things that he plays a lot, not so much in competitive, because he just has such a deep roster of heroes he's amazing at that it's like you never really need to go that deep to a Leshrac, which some teams rely on for their mid players. So he's special, all right.
Yeah, but it's only level 25 per.
It's
not
honestly
30.
He's got a lot of 30s. That's
yeah,
so
but not Leshrac, you know. Disappointing. No, he played fantastic. We're gonna see what happens in game number 2. So we have Falcons on the Dire side with first pick. They were on the Dire side previous game as well, but with second pick, so that's the only change there. They will get their Slardar again. Bedboom is the team that can pick second. Obviously, DK is now banned out, so that's not one they can go for. So let's see which route they're gonna go for this one.
I feel like something that is super interesting is last time around, after the game, Bedboom were maybe like, maybe we should have picked our carry on 18 instead of the Kanka, because afterwards Falcons banned the Wind Ranger. So there's very likely Bedboom had this conversation between the game. Now in this game, Falcons first pick the Slardar, and they're like, in case they're debating this, we're gonna take out the Wind Ranger so they can't close the face with it. Just to like give a little bit of context, I feel like even these conversations between the games can be very interesting, like how far a team will actually think ahead. So I feel like this ban is actually very interesting from Falcons.
Thinking 3 steps ahead.
I think one of the toughest things about playing against Falcons, avoiding the fact that they're the best team in the world, is that in this first phase, it feels like you have to ban all these core heroes that a lot of other teams just don't ban. It's like, well, here's the DK and the Razor Flex. And that just makes your first phase of banning so difficult against them and allows them to get these still very good core heroes like the Slardar. Timbersaw was banned in the first phase by Bedboom in the previous match. It makes it through now. They moved the DK up to first phase, and that allows them to pick it first. It's a decent solution, because if they know their opponent's like taking Slardar, they're going to get a strength counterer.
I mean, whenever I see Slardar, I feel like Shadow Demon should be pretty high, I think, in like the list for both teams. If you give it away, it's very good against Slardar, right? To kind of, you purge him aggressively, he has no sprint, you can buy the shard to also help your team to never be corrosive haze for the entire duration of the ult. So I wonder if Bedboom potentially want to think about this hero. It matches up so well with all the heroes that are played in the meta. You can stack, everyone wants to farm stacks, everyone gets gold, everyone gets XP, you're just happy.
Maybe you shouldn't stack though, because Falcons is going to steal them.
Good point.
Yeah.
Kill instead on the lane.
I mean, if you have a Luna carry, then pretty easy to steal those because he doesn't really contribute much to those fights. But I would be very concerned about an IO coming up here for Falcons. It's not banned, it's in the pool, it's very popular. You have a Slardar. They just had it before. Gyro's in the pool. A million other heroes that are good with IO. And Falcons, they somehow had a draft where IO was good with all three cores.
All three.
Yeah, which is kind of goes to show you how well they know this hero. So maybe slap a ban on that one right here if you're a Bet Boom team.
But you only have one ban, and you also have to think about Crit's Hoodwink and the Clinks.
And play versus the Clinks for sure.
Okay.
And the Hoodwink, ooh, I mean, it's scary,
Yeah.
but IO's scarier.
All right, they go for IO.
And they steal the Gyro, which is also good versus Hoodwink, so, you know, they'll probably still go Hoodwink anyway, because I don't think Crit has a choice on this team. If it's in the pool, you play it type of situation.
And much like Falcons did last game, picking the Gyro in some ways opens up picking the Enigma if you want to for Miero. It would make their lane solidified already, because then it'd be like,
Actually,
okay,
Purge, it's banned. I mean, Falcons are such an interesting team that they know they're always going to have all the Giga cores banned against them, like the Doom, the DK, the Razor, sometimes the Timber, sometimes the Gen, that they can kind of ban whatever they want for their new first pick. But, let's see. So, because for Falcons, there's also other heroes you can think about potentially on them, like later on closing the phase. It could be like some Amar Viper that is also very annoying for these Timbers. I would be a bit surprised if Falcons aren't thinking about this Clinks. Like this Slardar with more amplified damage later down the line is so nasty. It is so strong.
Well, raise your hand if you're surprised.
Ooh, surprise!
Back two over here.
gives them a break against Timber, which is slightly nice, but it's more about like the chain disable and the high burst.
Yeah, I mean, all those things are really good with Hoodwink, but more than anything, like they like winning lanes, right? And Hoodwink right now is the best possible for winning lanes and scaling, because we know Falcons, they'll crush you into submission, but they generally don't really want to go high ground unless it's like a free game. So now they're just going to pick double support here. They still have their first pick this time around, so the second pick, they'll have the 18 pick to counter whatever core they choose to counter. I imagine BetBoon team, you pick two supports here, try not to show anything else, use that last pick potentially for that Timber to go mid or the off lane, but Gyro most likely your carry here.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, what supports would you be eyeing here as BetBoom? Like, when I see Slardar, I just would like to slow down this hero's laning phase in a way. Like, I know they take out the CM because it's pretty good against it. I've always liked other teams that have tried Phoenix. I don't know if I love a Phoenix Gyro lane, but I'm just looking for a hero that will pair with the Gyro and slows down this Falcons offlane. Because in my opinion, that's the lane that I'm always looking at. Crit and Amar, they don't lose their lane ever. But at least if you can't win the lane as BetBoom, like damage control it like just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see Falcons, they banned the CM, which would have been probably the best pick for them. So I mean, I'm looking at heroes like potentially, I don't know how good the lane will be, but the Tusk is pretty good versus Bane. They definitely need some hero that gets in there and stuns, so Gyro and Timber can do damage. And I always like to have one way where you can not really cancel grip from stunning the Bane, but like saving someone from the grip, whether it's Shadow Demon, Tusk, or other heroes like that.
And you could pick some Save, Tiny maybe, or if you want to have one of these body type heroes, I think the Tusk, Tiny, Clockwork maybe are okay. I at least wouldn't want to play Clock 5 into Hoodwink Slardar. I feel like when I'm running in, they don't care about my battery assault and they're just gonna clap me in the face.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah.
There's lots of good options here, but I think they need a hero that can initiate. And Batrider, that's the hero that can do it. It's not melee, but it kind of plays like a melee, right? You get in there, you get your stuns off, you do damage within melee range, and from here, now I think they probably need their 5, I would imagine. I would like to see more stuns.
You prefer Bat as a 4/5 in this
Generally
game?
speaking, because I think this hero needs a Blink Dagger pretty early, and stacking that triangle area in Ancients is very easy to do from position 4, and you can just farm it with Batrider, then all of a sudden you have like some 12-13 minute Blink, now you can make plays.
I think Team Spirit has been slightly successful with Bat 5, but like other than that, most teams, by far, 4 is the most popular.
Well, let's see. They just continue ticking into their bonus time for this one.
I mean, there's some like weirder 5s that they could play, like Oracle or something like that, but yeah, their picks are so all over the place that I'm not really sure what they're going to go for. I assume it's something like Clock, like you guys mentioned before. At least it gives them a good interrupt against Bane, but it is still vulnerable.
Definitely in Toronto Tokyo's wheelhouse, though.
There's some teams that have like tried to reach into some. Okay, I think that's somewhat of an interesting spot.
Yep.
I mean, that fits the you save your ally from a grip, because like stunning the Bane has become hard to do with a new Ags introduction. There's just 4 of them like gripping you from different angles, and nobody wants to play Silencer or Warlock. So just, you know, using the shield, it's pretty multi-purpose this game here. You can take off Corrosive Waves, you can take off Grip, you can take off Sleep, Bushwhack. Maybe you can buy a Quelling Blade on this hero and get in there and start chopping some Bushwhacks as well. You don't have to use your spells.
I actually love the Abaddon. I feel like the way Falcons play is that in the mid game, they throw a lot of stuff from like long range without committing. But they get you low enough that then afterwards they can commit or you're dying. The shield can break that. It can break the Sleep as well and the Grip. On the other hand, you have Badrider who can initiate for you if the Abaddon doesn't have to save. I kind of like this one. This is a very nice find from Baboom.
And it's a hero that doesn't have to worry about being vulnerable to Slardar, because most of the time he's not going to be able to kill you through your ultimate. You can protect yourself, you can remove the haze, and there's going to be a Viper on the enemy team, which probably is going to be Viper offlane typically, with Amar playing it, but in some ways Abba's decent against that. You can wait till he stacks like 3 poisons, you can reset it, but we've seen Vipers crush gyro carries in lane. Saw it at Wallachia. I think I saw it where Heroic got crushed one game against it. It's really tough to play against, so there's definitely good things for Falcons here.
And it also means that Slardar is going elsewhere.
Yeah.
I feel like right now, if you're Bedboom, you cannot put the Timber into the mid lane, which is why I like that Falcons are banning out new mid heroes. Because I feel like because the Viper and the Slardar are still open.
Yeah.
But if Bedboom show you that Timber is going mid, you just slap the Viper there, and I feel like that is a really horrible matchup for the entire game for Bedboom. So I'm looking kind of for their last pick, that is a new mid, that kind of locks in that the Slardar is most likely like going into the mid lane, that the Viper is going to the off lane, because I feel like otherwise you're making it really, really easy for Falcons.
Will they play it mid though, is my only question.
The Timber?
No, the Viper.
I mean, I know that Amar is definitely more comfortable on it than Malrine.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen him play it yet in competitive, so we'll have to see if he's willing to branch out there.
And what his Dota Plus level is on it.
Of course, I mean...
Very important.
He plays all those toxic heroes.
He does.
Yeah, I'm sure
Viper's up there somewhere. But it's very interesting. The one thing I see about Bedboom's lineup that is somewhat concerning to me is I feel like they definitely need one more initiator type of hero, whether it's through mid or the off lane. And this game to me kind of screams, because most games are bad in this, the support, if it's a support, of course. This Timber has to go ham. Like, really, really ham, because like you're not getting a lot from your bat. He's your initiation. You're just sitting behind heroes on the Batten. Gyro's farming, and I also feel like you need kind of one more stun just to round out your draft, which means Timber has to have a good game, and you have to play around him, and he has to provide a lot of damage. We've seen this hero time and time again. It can go like 15-0 pretty easily if you get a good game for it, but it's not the easiest game so far. And yeah, my only concern is like the draft is a lot on Timber doing the damage here.
I was going to say Pango, even though its win rate's not great, but you're against a Bane, so that wouldn't really fit the bill either.
I'll be pretty... You're saying the Pango for Bedboom?
Yeah. It's not ideal, maybe, but it's fine-ish.
I feel like it's the type of hero that they should be looking at. I feel like at least if the Timber's going offlane and Gyro safe lane, your 2 supports are bad Abaddon, you should be looking at a mid hero that can do something on the map. So I feel like at least in terms of that regard, that would fit.
He's not that worried about Viper either, like, as a whole. He doesn't necessarily kill Viper easily, but he can mess with the supports.
Bristleback. Just to keep it a little bit extra open, obviously Skeeter can play Bristleback, and that would be the most logical one. However, I bet that there is a lot of flex potential there still too.
I mean, Bristol into Timbersaw, huh? That is very bold, for sure. It's a very strong hero right now. I have no idea how they're going to lane this, though. But then again, that'll be a mid lane, though, for sure.
Okay. I mean,
what's going mid? That's what I really want to know. I guess all these Slardar mid, right?
Malrine, Slardar, yeah.
And then probably Bristleback carry, and then Amar will get his Viper. So they picked Bristle into Timber. I'm very curious on, like, what their train of thought on that one was going to be, because we see this matchup. Bristle, you're all physical damage. You're a strength hero. Timber's pretty good against all of that, so I'm very curious about that one. And they also picked the Viper into the Batten. But what I've seen this Viper Batten matchup, you can use your shield, but just keep reapplying it and you die anyway. So I don't think he cares about that one. Very interesting. I actually am kind of confused on how this one's going to go.
I mean, it's not good against the Timbersaw, right? But like against the other 4 heroes, I'm relatively happy playing a Bristleback, and like he's also a great carry for like trying to kill a guy, and Abba is just getting his ulti popped coincidentally just by being there, you know. So it's like maybe that matchup isn't as good, but I feel like he's going to be able to run in. His team's going to back him up. It's not ideal, but I think it's kind of cool.
I think the Timber Bristle, you don't care so much about the Timber early on, but in the mid game you can. It can be overwhelming damage. I still feel like Falcons like mid game is very solid. I do like the Lina answer from Bad Boom. I feel like they're in a better shot compared to last game. But I still feel when this Bristle's online, when the Slaughter's online, and they go together, I feel like the Lina Gyro cannot stand their ground to fight back. So I'm looking at Miro to like really have a good game and be the reason why they can stand their ground and fight into them.
Because that's the only reason they would be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going for Bet Boom this game, actually, the more I think about it. I just think their lanes are really good. If they have a chance to win a game versus Falcons, this is probably it. I think this Lina pick is super good for them. And yeah, I think Miro has a lot of chance to shine in this game.
Yeah, he does. I kind of feel like this might be a mental pick, you know? Overall last pick Bristle. Or not overall last pick, but like last pick Bristle, knowing that you're going up against that Timbersaw. It's basically saying, you know, we don't care that it's not good in the lane, because you won't beat us in lane anyway.
Crit's going to rotate over, get some ganks on him. I don't know if Amar's going to have a great lane, because he's got to deal with the Abaddon saving, but he probably still will do some sick, nasty Amar stuff, so...
He probably will. At the same time, as Fearlet says, if Bet Boom is ever going to win a game against Falcons, this might just be it. Let's find out if they can do it. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fog, but first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Time for game 2 now, ladies and gentlemen, here between Falcons and Bet Boom. We heard it for the panel, Fog. They definitely seem to feel that Bet Boom's given themselves a bit of a better chance, or maybe sort of on the flip side, Falcons, they've given themselves a bit of a tougher time here. They go for this last pick, Bristle, something that the panel feel actually it could be dealt with by Bristle, with the fact that they have, this Timbersaw.
Yeah. You know why they did it, though?
Yeah? What do you reckon?
Because Hoodwink is a carry. And Crit's playing it.
I see. It's just like, hey, it doesn't matter if I'm counted as the carry. Crit's gonna step up and carry us anyway.
Right? I feel like I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of serious at the same time. No, I think, you know, they're just looking for this type of hero that can kind of run in also to be able to allow the rest of them to get their spells off and get information. We'll have to see if it works. It does look like they put themselves a bit on the back foot in the lanes, right? This is a Lina versus Slardar. I don't know how Malreen's going to do it to be able to play this matchup, but I imagine it's going to involve creep cutting or some kind of crazy shenanigans. And then, yeah, that Bristle versus Timbersaw. We'll have to see. This is going to be quite a test. I mean, Falcons have done it every single time versus Bet Boom recently, so...
So in particular, it's already from the laning stage that you expect to see the Bristle struggle a little bit, or when you consider the two supports that are going to be up here for either side, like does this keep this lane safe for Skeeter, or can he have a rough time from the start?
I mean, he can die, but I think he should still be able to get good farm. He has a Bane behind him, so Bane is just one of the strongest laners, so I think that allows you to be able to do a lot versus some of these, because he can trade very effectively versus a Bat and versus a Timbersaw. Should still be able to get his farm, but definitely there could just be some kills up there. I'm going to be looking at that one probably for, honestly, either side lane. Could be some volatility. But I imagine Bet Boom on the bottom lane is just going to play to shove the wave out constantly to not allow them to get aggro onto Nightfall. Yeah, let's see how Skitter does do.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Maybe it is just going to be overwhelming for him.
So on this bottom matchup, you feel that the Gyro should be kept safe enough?
I say that, but I swear, like, I don't see Crit and Amar lose lanes, so almost ever. But the way that they're going to play it on Bet Boom is they're just going to shove, right? You're shoving, you're shielding, shove, shield. So I feel like it should be, in theory, pretty hard for them to get aggressive onto him. They also have to save constantly. If he gets a poison stacks, if he gets bushwhacked, they can have a shield. That's all on paper.
So. Should be good lanes for Bet Boom.
Yeah. Malreen is going to kill GPK. Wait, what?
Wait, no.
He's going to get him. No way.
No way.
No way.
I mean, how does that happen? Is that... What? That just what should never happen. Like,
we need to see the lane again. I didn't see how it started.
Sure,
I just saw
let's see how that sort of accelerated, but that...
I tuned over and saw him on top of him, and I'm like, how did he get on top of him?
You die. That's going to hurt. That's gonna just sort of the team morale as well, right? You look over to your mid, you see him dying, you know, on this Lina versus Slardar matchup. That feels rough. Oh no.
How the hell did... this guy is a monster. He's got the same CS too.
Well, it happens once. Shouldn't happen again.
I mean, who even knows anymore at this point? Good God. Then he's going to do some dragging of creeps. He doesn't get the range creep, but he's trying to drag some melees. And then he's going to set up that fill up for the bottle. Insane. But yeah, should not happen.
No. Well, the other lanes, at least nobody's suffering there so far. For BetBoom.
Not for BetBoom. Amar definitely is having a bit of that slowdown. The constant spam from the flak. Shields as well. Will be a bit of a slower start here for Amar. Big creep wave now for GPK. And he's back to cruising.
See if he's got any way of getting aggressive on the tower. He's still saving that level 4 point.
Nah.
Seeing if there's a chance to make some sort of play with a light strike.
At least make him maybe potentially miss some CS. But not going to be the case. Just throwing some harassment. Marine will get most of them there.
Top lane Skeeter. Definitely feeling the pain here.
He is feeling it, yeah. Snay unable to actually deter away from save.
What the hell are these quill sprays? Look at them coming out straight
Yeah.
there. Just a tower of quill sprays.
There used to be also, what, Enigma, I think, was the other one, or Io. There used to be the coils just like flew out of the side of them for some reason. I don't know why, but they're able to get aggressive
Amar's
now.
getting very low, though. I mean, Amar's dead.
Crit.
He's got the fairy fire. He should be fine, but yeah, Amar pushing a bit too much. I mean, I say he should be fine. They're considering diving this. Toronto, he's going to get it.
2 points in miscoil.
Just pushing their sort of to the limits too much. They're critting Amar. Rare mistake from the two of them. They try to get too aggressive. It cost them both their lives.
This is a nice lane setup. Toronto Tokyo now has a null talisman as well too, so he can just throw these heals onto Nightfall. And he's doing a good job baiting. You know, I think it was 3 stacks of the poison. He waited, and then he threw the shield out to dispel it, and then they turn and get aggressive. Yeah, all 3 lanes looking good.
It really is. It's going to plan here for BetBoom, and on paper, in terms of the matchups, this is, apart from that solo death in the mid lane, what you'd expect with the sort of setups that they have here. All 3 cores having a great time.
Yep, Marine. This time, able to get a little more aggressive onto him here in that river. Get the Guardian Sprint, gets at least a stun onto GPK. He's farming decent, still 23 last hits. Not as far as behind as, I mean, it's because of the kill, of course, but yeah, it's still pretty damn good for him. Range up as well to be able to soak the pressure, and he's got his boots, so he's getting away with the lane. Truly a master.
Just in a minute around the power in spawn. If the side gets a bit of backup, there could be potential to dive for kills here.
Snay able to keep Skeeter safe and secure. Skeeter's farm is still actually quite fine.
It's all
He's
good, yeah.
Yeah, 2,400.
I mean, we see sort of situations where he's been burst pretty low by Mirror, but obviously they've never been able to quite kill him in this lane.
Yep, and he is hanging on to all of these wand charges, so if there is an over-aggressive play there that comes out from Mirror on save, they could turn it on the side of Falcons with that 20 stick.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one sort of aspect of the game that could be tough for the Bristleback against the Timber. It's not actually ended up being that rough at all.
Yeah. At least in the lane.
Skeeter's fine.
In the lane. In the game,
sure,
that,
it's
of course,
what the mid-game fights where it's just what the fact that BetBoom are having the Timber against the Bristle, they actually do have a means to kill him.
Constant kill threat, yeah. Pretty much at all times throughout the game. Well, in last game, you know, you could quickly see they ran out of damage. This one, they'll have damage. They have a good mixed hybrid draft. Stacks coming out for save. Scouting out the rune. GPK will be able to find himself an invis to fill up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Solid start here.
Yeah, and I imagine once sort of Mirror hits the 6 on that top lane, Skeeter's kind of got to look elsewhere for farm.
Yeah, or ask for a rotation. Yeah. They can farm pretty well, though, with like the stacks and everything as Nightfall. So, dropping low, 4 stacks. There's the shield again. Immediately turning onto Toronto Tokyo after it. And they should be fine, but good harassment. The levels are starting to add up. The Viper is able to start dishing out level 3 poison attacks onto Nightfall, so yeah, he's just going to back away to jungle.
Yeah, Mars going to hit pretty good timing on the 6, despite that death early.
Yeah, I think Crit gave him a decent amount of XP. Just been able to, like, he's been moving around. Just ensuring that the Viper gets solo XP for that level 3 poison attack, because that is a big timing, right? When you do have level 3 poison attack, you're able to do quite a lot to zone. And he has a great position of lane right now on Amar.
They're going to consider a rotation here potentially with Maureen.
They have a ward on the high ground here. So they do see them. They're trying to pull the lane back right now at Nightfall because Amar is holding the lane static.
Looks like Maureen won't find the opportunity to go. As Bet Boom play it safe beyond the tier 1 tower. He'll head back to mid to pick up the farm.
But he gets back there quick. Just zooms himself back over. He's 600 behind the Lina, but it's not so bad for a starter, honestly. It's pretty crazy. Miro, okay, 3 points now. Whirling Death, very close to 6. Is there any snaking? Has not done any stacks yet, but... Skeeter is level 6 already, so Warpath is online. So he does hit pretty hard if he's able to get the stacks up.
8-minute power rune. Arcane here for Mallory. Snaking, see if he can get some sort of sleep setup, but save stays hidden behind the trees.
Maroon looks like he wants to start making some moves around. He has the bash primed. The ward is placed in a sneaky spot, so we'll see the rotation if they look to go top.
They could try for Mira, but he's already kind of far enough away by the tower. It's a bit difficult now. TPs are going to start coming in. They've got the Nightmare. They're bringing Skeeter over as well, but Save and GPK, they'll turn up. Great stun out onto the two of them. Laguna Blade thrown out onto Malrine. Falcons, they won't quite be able to kill off Mira, and they'll lose Snaking. All their efforts there. Good turn up from BetBoom to make sure Miro doesn't go down.
I think he lives because he literally just got safety bubble neutral item as they went on him. I think he lives with like 100 HP, and the barrier went up.
He had that at the start before they went on him.
They may have been able to kill him if he didn't get that right there, but either way, good rotation, GPK, very quick. And Maladin also actually dropping low. Now making that quick move bottom.
I mean, they know Nightfall's pretty alone now.
How do you get down here so quick?
Toronto Tokyo's going to try and come in with the heals and the save. No, it's not going to keep him alive, and he's not actually quite able to get enough damage out to bring down Crit with him.
Yeah, he got
Nightfall punished.
He got there so fast. What, TP'd mid, I guess, and then just swung over? I didn't get to see, but damn. Very quick movement, sandwiching on top of Nightfall. Yeah, slows him down again. Just like last game, he is really struggling to play versus this lane, even though he had a good laning. Like the first few waves were pretty damn good for him. Skeeter now has 700 difference between that gyro and himself.
Toronto Tokyo is going to show himself down here. Crit's going to see if he can immediately find the setup. He's got the bushwhack, buying time for Malrine to close in. Toronto Tokyo trying to run. He's not yet hit the 6, so no borrowed time to save him out yet.
Makes the rotation work. Didn't work top, but worked out bottom twice, and now the tower. Well, they look to finish it off. Amar's actually looking to pull the wave back. No, they're looking to pressure tower.
Yeah, just getting a stack going. Yep. More creeps to farm up afterwards, and indeed BetBoom, they don't really have any interest in showing anyone down there to try and defend. They're going to try and get a bit aggressive over towards Skeeter. Save trying to close in to look for a lasso.
Can he get the bug back? Do they have the slow? Should have him.
This should get the job done. I mean, TPs are going to start coming in, but with the drag back of the lasso, Mirror...
Oh, the sleep!
Oh, that's the sleep that may save it, indeed save it, but no, it won't. They still get the kill on Skeeter at the same time down bottom. BetBoom turn up, and GPK, he picks up a double kill, maybe even more. Crit's able to turn with the bushwhack onto GPK. But the chase is there, and Toronto Tokyo finishes him off with the mist coil, level 3 now.
GPK looking to build up toward being that real carry. He's going down the Maelstrom route.
These are some good moves.
Yep, Nightfall is still struggling though. He dies again, but yeah, GPK makes the move and gets 3 cleanup, or at least 2 of the cleanups, and then Toronto Tokyo finishes off the other one. So yeah, he's enabled nicely. He's gonna have his Maelstrom super early. I think he already has it finished going down the Gleipnir route, so it's gonna be nice playmaking as well as scaling that comes from GPK in the mid.
Yeah, very, very good redemption after, you know, losing in that 1v1, dying solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've seen this before. You know, GPK makes one mistake in the lane and then he sort of goes, you know, complete god mode.
Yeah. Powered up.
Definitely some issues that Falcons are going to have to try and deal with. Coming out from BetBoom, you know, Miro getting stronger and stronger. A lot of space on this top lane now, and Falcons, they did make that effort earlier to try and take him down, but every moment that passes it's going to get harder and harder, and it's going to take more and more if they want to try and bring down this Timbersaw.
Yeah, if Amar is there or the Hoodwink's there, especially once the levels come out, it's going to be a bit easier, but that's going to take a little bit more time, and Amar does want to stick down here as long as possible. Tower almost in deny range. One more hit.
A big difference in the levels on the mids now. Level 11 GPK, level 9 on Mallory just hit.
Does find a shield rune. And how is the blink? His blink is pretty close, so we'll have the gap close at the least for the Lina as Snaking somehow also does get away. But yeah, 2K lead now for BetBoom. Just
much
needing
solid, much stronger than like what we saw from them game 1.
Need to just get some space for Nightfall. Even though GPK, as we said, he is building toward being that carry, they can't have their gyro be, you know, getting killed over and over and over again. So there's the blink. See what they look to make happen with this. Skitter, he's going to farm these ancient stacks that they have at the ready, and that's going to pretty much be the Aghanim's, I think, done. So they'll have a blink on the Slardar, Aghanim is on Bristle, and it feels like they'll have, Mage Slayer on Viper, I guess, and that's going to be their timing to look to fight back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, pretty much exactly done.
Still hanging around this tier 1 bottom, BetBoom, but
Dire's top tower
very
is
close
under
to being
attack.
taken out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Here with the smoke, Snaking and Malrine. They're ready to join up from the mid lane.
GPK picks up the Vitality booster. No boots of travel for him on this one just yet, so.
If they're getting on top of him, they're probably still going to stand a pretty good chance of killing him.
He is pretty fragile in the armor department. But playing it careful.
Just a little too late, really, to find him in that spot. GPK able to clear the camp in time and get out.
Good thing he doesn't go for that right medium camp. He knows better. Blink now also finished up on save at a very good timing when he's been able to finish off those stacks with his team. So yeah, the 4 position bat has that blink at the same time as the Slardar mid. And Tokyo, we're seeing the diadem. So he's going to have Holy Lock in very early.
Jumped. TP's coming in straight away. The sleep to hold him back during the borrowed time. The cooldown comes in for Nightfall. It's not going to get the connection. They'll get the jump in with save with the lasso onto Amar. Amar able to turn towards Miro, but they're in on top of him with the gyro damage. They'll bring down Amar. Big shot coming in with a sharpshooter over towards Miro.
They finish
that
him
actually
off.
helps them finish the Timber off.
They get 3.
And now they're in on top of save. The tower's fallen. They may have lost Amar, but they'll be able to clean up all 4 heroes in return.
Oh my god. I mean, that was Save who jumps in to get the initiation, or to get the initiation on the Viper, but Amar gets his spells off right before he dies. I believe he gets the Viper strike off
straight
onto
down onto
Nightfall.
Nightfall.
And then they're able to just bring him down. Look how much damage he takes from Skitter. He's just dead. Holy crap.
Beautiful angle to sort of come in with the hit there from Crit, and it's at that point, the fight just completely smashed apart.
It's like the perfect timing for
And
the
back in action in the mid. Oh, but he gets killed GPK!
No, it's not.
I mean, that was 1 versus 2. Toronto Tokyo, we're going to get a replay. What the hell happened then?
How does he do this? How does he do this?
How does he get that solo kill on GPK beyond the tier 1 tower? I mean, at a point in the game, but they were all back up. They just couldn't help him.
He just ran at him, I guess. Got the illusion rune. I guess must have dodged the stun with the illusion or something.
Okay. I mean, GPK, after that early death in the mid 1v1, he started to clean things up, but he's dead again, and it's just as rough as before. That's a rough death.
I mean, Malrine is higher net worth than the Lina now as a mid Slardar versus him. Same level as well. 2 parts toward the Aghanims.
Under attack.
Jeez. And they're now sandwiching toward mid. Well, BetBoom wanted to have an advantage. They did have the good lanes. You know, the lanes did end up going pretty decent for them, but now everything has crumbled again. It's, of course, it's only a 1K lead here for Falcons, but it's a Slardar mid with higher net worth than a mid Lina.
Middle tower is under attack.
I'll get the tower top.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Wow.
Save, seeing if he can find a catch.
Middle tower has fallen.
Nobody to be around here right now, just snaking, and he's already out.
And Nightfall still really struggling. Bottom of the course. Needs space. They're hunting for him already, too. On the flip side, we do see BetBoom. They're kind of playing around the top side, but nobody's there on the side of Falcons. All the Falcons playing in an aggro position right now.
Dire are scanning.
There's the climb there. So it's still in very good timing, and he's got the amp damage.
They do want to fight. Smoke here, save with the lasso ready.
Falcons also went their way toward top with the smoke. Amar, does he have the read that they're making the move down here? Or is it Skitter that they're
going to try and burst the Bristle, maybe. I'll go for the lassos. Hit them, got enough damage. Miro, he's in front of me as the Chakram, the Laguna Blade. It's enough. It's a clean kill.
Nicely done. And they'll be able to heal GPK right up back to full. Potentially can get the mid tower, too.
Yeah, I should be able to.
Radiant are scanning.
Malrine is setting up, though.
They're kind of tempted to fight by looks, but they're going to make the jump over towards Stave. Look for the quick kill first with the bushwhack and the sharpshoot. Brings him low, but the Aphotic Shield's there in time for Toronto Tokyo. The heals as well. Stave's going to be fine. They can turn towards Malrine. The Nightmare holds back Miro for now, but he's got another Timber Chain forward. Stave blinks across. Chakram's there. They'll cut Malrine down as well.
Jeez. They do get him. Good connection. Great play from Toronto Tokyo there to bail out his buddy. Betboom strike back, and all in the meanwhile, Nightfall's able to get the farm.
He's catching up.
Yeah, he needs this space, and he's getting it.
Bottom tower is
Sticking
under
as 3 or 4 on the side of Betboom. That's definitely looking like it works out.
Might be able to find some sort of setup here, Falcons. They've got the force surrounding the two of them, snaking. Opens things up with the grip, and Save's not going to be able to get close. As we'll see Skeeter just stay on top of Save, make sure he can't head over to help out. He's going to get killed off by the damage from the squills of Skeeter, and indeed they'll find Miro. So, a moment sort of where Betboom maybe feeling a bit too comfortable with the way things have gone in that mid play. They split up. It's just the two of them up there. Falcons, they can easily surround them.
Quickly striking back always. They have so much damage. I mean, both sides have so much damage on their draft, so they always will be able to get these kills if they find them. If they find them isolated.
Tribute to my house.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As GPK, Haste Rune secured. This is a big one. That's a pretty important one. Be able to distance himself whenever Amar does look to go in on him, or if Malrine does.
She's snaking over. Good game for the Ags Rush on the Bane this time?
Yep. I mean, there isn't a bad in. You can just shield it.
He's going all in on it. We'll see if he buys. Yeah, he's buying that point booster. He's ready to go. What's that Ags ASAP? But as you say, he's going to have to be careful how he uses it.
What else do you really buy on this hero? It's like Aether Lens and Aghanims is the build. As mid.
It's a good jump, and it's going to be a very easy kill. The question is if they can get out in time, as Falcons will look to try and punish this. Bushwhack's not going to catch on to save.
Off the mark.
Betboom, they're still good to go. Can actually turn over to Warden. They've got the setup here with the stun. Any further way to get Skeeter back? They've got the Gleipnir control. Miro gets in front of him. See if they can continue to deal with this Bristol. Miro himself falling kind of low. Have the Yule set up another stun out onto the two of them. GPK coming in with the damage, but it's not enough to kill
Too many quills.
Skeeter's going to live, and now Malrine straight in the face of GPK. He's in on top of the Lina. The crush comes out. Toronto Tokyo, can he save GPK? He's got the mist coil. Another shield thrown out. GPK still alive, but finally he falls. Malrine and Skeeter, they don't die. And now with the Nightmare set up into another crush, Malrine, he gets back in. He'll lose his life for that one, but he makes sure they get a third kill and maybe more. Toronto Tokyo Knight for the last two remaining. Missile heading the way of Crit. Skeeter and Snaking still watching from the side, seeing if they can get stuck back in on the fight. I mean, they're Snaking. He's got a grip available as well if he finds the chance to go for it. Turn toward him. The grip is there. Skeeter kicking out the damage. The Aphotic Shield will come out to Nightfall to remove the grip. Allows him to turn and kill off Snaking, but this is board time for Amar to turn over the fight. Nightfall, he's able to TP away back to the base, but Toronto Tokyo will fall. So Falcons, they're still able to pick up the kills, but they don't get the big one. Nightfall is saved.
But Skeeter lives. He lives the entire time. He's up to level 15 off of that. They commit forward him. I guess he had the Vampire Fangs right before it all too with the Voodoo Mask. That little extra healing. I think there was 8 quill stacks on the Timber, so he started getting some big spell steal. Jeez, that's a lot of damage done for 20 minutes in. Did you see that? Yeah, 14,000 and 10,000 on the other side. Now, these are some big damage numbers.
In that fight, but so the GPK on the Lina, I think he did about 5,800, and we saw Skeeter as well on his Bristol. He also did 5,800 damage in that fight alone.
Wild. Malrine has the Aghanims now done too. Does die, of course, toward the end of it there, but cleanup kills. 14 to 15, an action-packed game. Full Bloodstone now finished up on Skeeter, so it's going to be way harder to kill him in that next one unless they do get in front of him. And they'll kick up the pace. Roche dies in seconds with this draft.
Maybe if Betboom was sort of around, they would try and take the fight with them here, but nowhere near being able to make a move in time. Skeeter, very unappealing to go on now.
Dire's top tower.
It's not going to be easy to bring this Bristle down. Got through the tough part of the game. He's top net worth, and that sort of period, I mean, already where maybe the Timber Sword was going to be able to really cause an issue for the Bristle in the fights, it seems like we're getting past that.
They're starting to have more and more answers, absolutely. Malrine gonna solo his Tormentor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See who gets it. Does Snake get blessed to get the increased farm tool? He does. So he's going to have that brain. He doesn't have the levels for it, but either way, he's going to have the brain sap to be able to farm up that Aghanims a little bit faster. He's halfway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And even though, yeah, the numbers are close, it does feel with this Aegis and with the lead that's there, in particular on this Bristleback, Falcons can try and push for some objectives here that BetBoom won't have an easy time holding.
No respect to Lasso, though, at least. Blink and a 4-step now on save, so the repositioning, it's far.
Gonna try for the move here, BetBoom. Not afraid to fight into the Aegis.
Miro. He's kind of baiting them here.
Crit's trying to set up onto him. This is going to be there to dodge the bushwhack.
There's a nice
A lot of backup, and there's a good jump. They get the jump onto Crit. Get rid of the hoodwink first, and they will. Crit's gone. Skeeter's pushing in, though. He's doing a lot of damage already, and GPK's had to put the BKB. He'll turn with a full burst onto Skeeter. They'll take out the Bristleback they want. Marine watching for the high ground. He's in with the jump crush as the BKB starts to come to an end. The Aphotic Shield's there, though, keeping GPK safe. They turn towards Skeeter, but he's able to turn his back. And he's just sitting at full HP, kicking out the Quill Sprays. Mirror at the sides, caught by Amar Marine. They've lost their Timber.
Nightfall, can he get away?
I mean, Skeeter's just chasing him. Now he's going to try for the TP up, but with the Quill Spray damage stacking up, it's not quite enough. Nightfall gets away. He's got the sleep into the grip over towards GPK. It'll finally be removed here with the Aphotic Shield, but Skeeter, he may be tempted to dive. They're up to the tier 3s. How much they want to try and push this here, Falcon. Skeeter turns his back, kicks out the Quills. Marine's in with a jump crush. They've killed off GPK. They should be able to get Toronto Tokyo as well as Skeeter gets
He wants more.
He's ready to dive to tier 4, straight up towards the gyro. Triple kill for Skeeter.
The relentless chase down. Level 18. The amp up to the corrosive, just making those quills even stronger.
Absolutely, and just making a statement here. They picked this Bristleback last. They don't care what you have against it.
Nope.
Completely crushing with it right now.
Just so good at taking these team fights. Look how low these heroes are. 3 cores down to what? Sub 50%.
He's going to try and get a jump, but this is a quick move to be made. It's only the 2 of them, and Falcons, they've got the numbers.
They're still here.
This is such a risky play for BetBoom to try and make happen.
Oh, they're crumbling.
Oh, that's got to be a bit of a tilt play there, really. You've just come back in with your 2 heroes. You're making this jump. I mean, you're going to know that Falcons are pretty much going to have the full 5-man still around. That's just 2 easy deaths. That's got to hurt.
They must have thought they were splitting up or something, but yeah, that's another chain death as another tier 2 to fall.
And just
massive goals here.
This difference in particular between like the Timber and the Bristle. I mean, as I said, Skeeter, he's not going to care about this Timber Sword at all from this point onwards.
Nope.
Mirror's just too far behind.
Not whatsoever.
Radiant's top tower.
And honestly, yeah, these little things, that the way that they play, the way that they understand things, right? Yes, Timber, very good versus Bristle, but if he's poked by Mage Slayer in every single fight, that damage really gets negated massively. Because I saw a couple times he hits him with the Whirling Death, he hits him with the shotgun, and I'm like, wow, that did a whole lot less than I expected it to. And it's the Mage Slayer. You know, all these little things, they really do understand how to play versus quote-unquote counters and stuff like that. Itemization on point. As, yeah, Skitter, look at that.
I mean, it's just tough for Nightfall to try and carry in these fights. We're seeing the last few times he kind of just has to run and TP away.
They're just getting ran at now, Skitter.
It's falling apart.
Good God.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
With the full axe out for Snaking here.
They're already setting up bottom. Snake, he's found Nightfall, and they're all TPing down.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo's trying to get over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See if he can do anything to help out. There's going to be the jump from Marine, though. He's over straight away towards Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall.
He can't run.
He's going to be chased down. Toronto Tokyo cannot save him. They are crumbling big time here, BetBoom. After what seemed to be a solid start to the game, they're just getting completely handled now.
Outplayed, outmaneuvered, out everything. Out team fought. I mean, this rotation bot, they knew exactly where they were. Snaking was just flanking on him already as the entire team just rotates around them. And now it's an Aghanims too for Snaking. Yeah, these guys are good. Orchid now to follow. Onto Amar.
That's the dream combo. I mean, that's the...
He can break and silence,
the ultimate threat for the Abaddon. You just throw down the silence and an ult onto poor old Toronto Tokyo. He's got nothing he can do.
Doesn't even feel like they need to do that at this point after they've won 3 massive consecutive fights. To the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower.
Snaking. They'll kill him.
But it's a lasso. So that threat of that lasso No longer there for these 3 on bottom. Sorry, these 4 on
now
bottom.
on crit, so he's going to start scaling.
Yep, I mean, he has the Glypin, I'd imagine, coming out as well, so super cheap recipe. Yep, his scaling starting to kick in. His is one of the quieter games I feel like we've had for him. He hasn't really had to do as much.
That's true. I mean, in terms of kind of the impact and net worth, it's really Skeeter that's just popping off to the max this game. I mean, you're hitting 20k net worth 27 minutes in on this carry Bristle.
I mean, and Malrine, it's a mid-slaughter that, I mean, I'm just going to have to keep reiterating. Versus on Lina, got
And
2 solo kills.
2 solo kills, yeah.
Not in the lane. 1 solo kill in the lane, then 1 afterwards when he had a complete level disadvantage too. That was the thing. I think it was level 10 when GPK was level 12 when he got the solo kill afterwards. As Save shows top. He get himself away. Malrine wants blood.
Not going to be able to get the jump in. Sheikah's guard holds him back.
Hey, Skeeter still wants blood. No fear whatsoever. He uses the Yules on the Bristle.
He's got the setup to try and buy time for the rest of the team to come in. Malrine not going to be able to find a target to close in upon. Bet Boom, they back off.
Gotta love it. The Wind Wakers, they're going to start coming out already, Owen.
Save. Malrine's ready to go again.
Oops, guess is
Take
wrong.
the high ground. He tries for the blind play there.
Another power rune though, bottom. A deity, or sorry, an AD. As Bet Boom all hugging each other, Falcons playing together, looking for the fight. Snay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh, there's the jump. They're going to try and go for Skeeter. It's a hard target, but I tell you what, they've done it. They're able to burst him. This is huge for Bet Boom. Maybe they could get more. I mean, they go straight for Snake. They're going to be able to get a third one. Amar has to TP out. He'll make it away. Malrine also should be able to escape. But, well, there we go. They still can absolutely destroy this Bristleback, apparently. They get this lasso in. They just hit him in the face. He dies instantly.
Facing the front. Every spell thrown on him right away.
Okay.
There's no Mage Slayer or anything thrown onto anybody there. Full damage potential.
Definitely, I think a bit of a wake-up call probably there for Skeeter. I think he felt invincible. And, you know, every reason to believe so with the amount of farm that he had. But he just disappeared.
Always got to watch out for these Bat Riders, these Tinies, these pullback plays.
All right, Bet Boom. Shaking the game back up.
Who got the last hit? It was
Who got
Nightfall,
the money?
right? No. It was Nightfall, so yeah, that's, I mean,
Good stuff for him.
Most important one.
Very close to the Daedalus.
Yeah, Daedalus and Satanic, those will be, I think that's going to be the 2 big timings that I look for him. If he's able to get that, then he can maybe actually stand his ground versus the Bristle a bit easier.
Toronto. Take a steal away, but Amar's ready to chase. He's in with the silence, and that's the combo that you can't do anything about. No borrowed time proc for you. The silence and the break.
Looks like they're just going right back down to go for it. I mean, Skeeter just being like, okay, maybe he feels like he just made that mistake stepping up like that. But they're still playing very aggressive on the side of Falcons. There's that Daedalus. I feel like Save is going to be that difference maker, really. If he can get these lasso plays, he's almost got Aghanims too, so if he, I mean, a double lasso play would be the dream, obviously, but
yeah, he could
farm.
be the one that allows them to turn this.
Yeah. Especially since the game is going to, it is going to get to that high ground hold.
Roshan. It's there for the taking here. Falcons, they can head over for that. Get that in place for the next push. Get that on Skeeter.
Skeeter's going Lincolns, so they're starting to get some itemization. I was checking to see if anybody was looking to buy Lotus Orb or anything as well. But it looks like it's just going to be mass Lincolns and Wind Wakers to try to protect the Bristleback versus this lasso. I feel like we don't see like any Lotus Orbs anymore. It's sad.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah. Supports just have better choices to go for nowadays. A save.
Not many ways out of this. He's going to try and hide up on the cliff. Malrine snaking, they've got him. So able to pick up a kill at the same time whilst the rest of the team's picking up the Roshan. Aegis to go the way of Skeeter. He is more than ready now to be dragged up into the high ground if Bet Boom find the chance to do it.
He'll have the BKB for the secondary life, and soon we'll be able to finish up that Lincoln's banner also acquired. Kurt will just throw it down. Just going to throw it down in the mid lane. Keep that pressure going on the lanes. The typical Falcon / Owie strat. Keep every lane shoved in onto the enemy side always.
Silver Edge.
Silver Edge.
Another piece to the solution there to deal with the bristle. And do have the tools.
Yeah. I mean, not the, as we always say, like not the greatest item anymore by any means, but Lina may be one of the ones that actually uses it pretty okay, because it's 60 damage still flat, and you do attack insanely fast, so of course you don't have like a crit or anything built into it, but that was broken, so it's pretty OP.
See how much Falcons want to try and push it with this Aegis. Making sure that they get all 3 waves pushed in. Still a tier 2 to be dealt with on the top lane.
Oh, Nightfall actually got a Paladin sword too, that's kind of nice. Same thing for GPK. How quick on that Linken's. Looking to finish it up for Skeeter, he's very close. I think that's probably the ideal before they look to go toward that high ground again. Crit actually switches his choice up too. He had the Wind Waker queued. He's also queuing up the Linken's. They're all just looking for the big items to be able to prevent these lasso plays.
Desperately trying to get the gold to finish off that Aghanims before the next high ground defense has to come out from BetBoom.
He kind of needs... The thing is though, he needs his Force Staff to do the full repositioning, right? So if he goes Ags, he'll still have to blink Force Staff to break the Linken's and then go for the lasso play, so... Wondering if this is going to be worth it or not, as he's going to get jumped.
Was hoping to get out to the secret shop to pick up his point booster at the least, but he couldn't make it.
Nightfall.
There it is, the Linken's picked up and a few minutes left on the Aegis.
Is Amar queuing a Linken's as well? I'd imagine he would. Yeah, he just queued it up too. Okay, yeah, he had Manta finished. So looking to get the solution to that annoying lasso that can still catch them off guard and allow BetBoom to have a chance in this one.
What BetBoom can do. I mean, they're 20 seconds without that threat of the lasso. It's been the one tool that's sort of given them the chance to set up onto Skeeter.
It's still hard versus Skeeter with this Linken's.
Trying to slow this down, but they're ready to move in on towards them, and GPK has to put the BKB and run. They have to back away. Right, he's up now and he's committed for the Ags. The Ags is there. Do they find a chance to use it? He's going to jump in the back line. He's going to grab the big, but it's straight away with the Ags grip. They turn over towards him. He'll get removed here by the Aphotic Shield.
GPK.
Marine's in. He's fully loaded. He's able to put the BKB. Stay on top of GPK. GPK pops the Silver Edge. He's able to get out of this. And in fact, with the Chakra, Miro able to snipe out Snaking. He'll lose his life with those. Skeeter, full HP, and with the BKB up, just charges into the base. Forces out the buyback from Miro. He'll get hit by the break. He's able to buy some time during that with the self-fuels. He's got the Bloodstone ready, but he can't be able to sustain through that amount of burst. They kill him off. Miro with the buyback allows BetBoom to force back Falcons and keep the Rex alive.
They're thinking about going back in, Maureen. Okay, gets himself away. Whew, GPK able to sneak himself out too. That was scary for a second. Maureen closed the gap on him, but a buyback from Miro does salvage things. Nice attempt from Snay. That instant grip attempt. That's the Ags reveal. So was able to grab the 2 of them there on this first catch. Items being picked up, though. Butterfly for Maureen. Well, Linken's for the Hoodwink, so 2 big items picked up also.
Slaughter, Maureen trying to get the full right click going over the Butterfly into this Satanic.
He is very close to being able to do the infinite
chain bash.
Yeah. A little bit more attack speed. He's also very close to 25. That Corrosive Haze is undispellable. It's massive versus something like a Baden. Like, since the Lina is also playing with Shadowblade or Silver Edge, that's going to allow him to get right on top of him and stick on top of him.
BetBoom. Well, to keep the game going, as I say, cost them the buyback on Miro.
And oh, save actually does get the Ogre Steel Totem. Okay. So it does get the choice to be able to now go for the blink, break the Linken's with Force Staff, grab, totem up, try to get the repositioning. How close on Satanic, Nightfall. He's still having such a difficult game. Every fight, I'm watching so much to point out, so I haven't mentioned, but Snaking is just instantly enfeebling them. So as the fight goes on, it's like the gyro runs in, he's got like 70 damage. He's tickling heroes. Most of that damage, of course, from GPK.
Falcons
They're getting so much farm out of the map.
I was going to say, they may just hold things off again, wait for that next Roshan.
Yeah, BetBoom, they're trapped inside the base while all of Falcons doing as they do, scaling and scaling and scaling, not just on the cores, but the supports as well. Picking up more neutral items as well, 37 minutes.
Mindbreaker for Malorine.
Good one, more attack speed.
He gets in on top of someone, it's going to be really down to Toronto Tokyo to try and sort of allow them to get away from him with the shield and such, give them at least a chance to pop their abilities, their items. Otherwise, yeah, Malorine in a sort of 1v1 situation, he catches anyone alone, he's going to completely destroy them.
Cannot believe how high level, just how far and high level he really is.
And in the mid, he's ready to go in with the jump.
Margin.
They get the jump straight away on towards Nightfall. And they're ready to go for the kills. They get the break here over towards Toronto Tokyo with the sharpshooter, and they kill off Nightfall with the damage from Skeeter.
80 seconds.
And now with the Yule setup by Mimiro, you got to remember, he bought back in the last fight. He goes down, he's going to be down for a long time. GPK is going to try and help out. He's in with the last episode on towards Maori. Maori's able to pop the BKB, get in on top of GPK, and this is where Maori's just in his element. He can clean them all up. There's nothing to stop the Slardar. Double kill for Malorine. And with 3 dead, none of them with buybacks, it is over. GG is called. Falcons, they'll take both games here today against BetBoom.
I mean, Malorine went Super Saiyan mode this game. I don't know what else to really say. They did play very well as a team on the side of Falcon. Skeeter, of course, having those moments, but this Slardar just, how does this happen? Just first level 25 by a significant margin, solo killing the enemy Lina in the lane, post lane. And yeah, this team just really seems to have the formula ready versus BetBoom.
Yeah, they just make some of it look pretty easy. I mean, this game, at least, it was a bit of a close, well, definitely closer one than game one. We saw BetBoom be able to have a bit of a chance, but any sort of mistake that comes out just immediately punished tenfold by Team Falcon's movements. And yeah, you see on the scoreboard here, Skeeter and Malorine on these two cores this game. 14-4, 11 on the Bristle, 13-4 and 16 on the mid Slardar. Can't ask for much more from those two.
No, and they never, I mean, Nightfall didn't have a series. The Luna game, he didn't even get to play, it felt like. This one, it felt kind of similar. He's 2-7, unable to show up to fights. Every time he shows up, he's just dead. Yeah, they really do seem to know every way that BetBoom plays. They read the map perfectly, the movements. As you said, this one, a little closer, but nonetheless, Falcons reign supreme.
They do indeed. Business as usual here for Team Falcons as they take away 2 more victories, this time against BetBoom. 2-0 this series for Team Falcons.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fog. 2-0, very clean. This game definitely was a game where BetBoom had more chances. It was a lot more competitive than game number 1, but fair. I want to quote you what you said after we came off panel, because you were very polite and politically correct on the panel, and then you said if BetBoom doesn't win this, they can go home.
That was correct, huh? Okay. To add to that, I think this game in particular, it felt net worth-wise close, but it never actually felt that close, right? You got some kills here and there, but it was always on like your side of the map, and shortly after you get wiped. And then when you did get kills, it happened to be like they were overextending or they're in your base type of situation. But it was pretty clinical from Falcons. Like, I think this game is like a testament to show like this is a statement game. Like, we're gonna put Slardar mid versus Lina. We're gonna win that lane somehow by solo killing Lina like level 2 or level 3. Oh, you're gonna pick Timbersaw? I'm gonna pick Bristol back and just beat you in your lane. Oh, you wanna pick a bad? I'll pick Viper, and they counterpick themselves in theory in all 3 lanes and still win the game.
Yeah, like I think the one thing to, like, cause I'm getting kind of bored of talking down on BetBoom. I feel like they should have very likely won this game if they play well. But the problem is this game should show people that Falcons don't need, like, they don't win off of amazing drafts. Of course they have good drafts, but like, look at their gameplay. Amar on Viper will build an Orchid because his ulti breaks the Viper. Now he silences him with the Orchid, which means he can't manually use his ult. So he just dies. Yeah. What did I say?
You said Viper.
Yeah, on Viper, he buys the Orchid against the Abaddon, and just like the other things, he buys like a Butterfly on Malorine, on Slardar, who somehow wins mid against Lina. Like, I don't even know how these things are possible, but they make it happen, and this is what makes them such a damn good team.
Yeah, they're a strong team.
Falcons confuses me. Like, how are you possibly supposed to beat this team? But people eventually do, though. Like, they're so good. Like, that was, who do you go on in that game? Crate insta kills you, Bristleback insta kills you. Is terrifying. But somehow people figure out how to beat them, though. How come this team doesn't win everything? How come it's not the Gaming Gladiators of last year on Falcons? Because when you watch their gameplay, when they're winning, they are winning. Like, ain't no way you're getting in there.
I mean, you're going to win some games because Mallory is very difficult to get a visa for sometimes. And that is like your biggest ally.
Yeah, you win the visa battle.
We did have Extreme Gaming beating them in the finals of Elite League.
Yep.
That's like the only time we saw them really bleed. I am going to talk to Crit because we get the chance to talk to basically everyone of Falcons once in a while because they win so much. Hey Crit, how you doing?
Good, how about you guys?
We're doing great. I feel like, you know, we talk to you and your teammates quite a lot. And I figured I have some other questions that are not related to the game. Are you having Dota open on your PC, perchance?
I do, yes.
Do you have Dota Plus, perchance?
Yes.
All right, tell me your top heroes that are Grandmaster, if any, and what your highest Dota Plus heroes are, because, you know, I'm just checking if you're keeping up, you know?
Okay. I have 5 Grandmasters. It's
Okay.
Tiny, Clinks, Earth Spirit, Dark Willow, and Pangolier.
Okay,
And then after that, it's Shadow Shaman at 29, Tusk at 27, Rubik at 25, Shaker at 25, and then I have some lower than that. So
And is this something... Sorry, go for it. What did you say?
I got some more coming up, but the Shadow Shaman quests are very hard, so it's a grind to get there.
Because that was my question. Because, you know, is this something that you, when you're playing, actively try to go for? Especially now that, you know, Malverine's showing up with like all the ones that he has, and Amar, all the ones that he has, and you know, it didn't used to be a big focus at all until people showed up with zillions of level 30s.
No, for sure. I mean, any extra motivation you can put on yourself to play more Dota is something you can use, you know. So whether it's farming Dota Plus points, or if it's like doing the cavern crawl or whatever it's called, the Crownfall cavern thing that I did it so fast because, you know, it was such good content to make people play more pubs. I know people were mad there's no gameplay patch, but that was made me want to play pubs. You know, I was playing random heroes. It's very fun.
Yeah, it's very fun. I think there was also a high increase of the average player numbers for the game specifically after that patch, so hitting the nail on the head there. I'm speaking of the patch, the gameplay patch. I do have to ask you about it because I don't know, we here are expecting one, you know, somewhere this week. We don't know exactly if Act 2 will drop at the same time. Obviously Act 2 is coming this week as well, but I was wondering if you had any things on your patch wish list.
I mean, I just want Earth Spirit to get a little bit of a buff. That's usually my wish. I wouldn't mind Klink's rework again. If those two things happen, then I'll be happy. Maybe a little bit of a map change or like some changes to Roche banner, something like that would be fun.
Changes to Roche banner?
Yeah.
Like what do you want to see changed? Because I feel like at the moment it's not really figured out properly yet.
I think it's just too bad. I don't think it's that it's not figured out. It's just not very useful. Okay. So then I think there's just some tweaks they can do. Maybe they'll just remove it and add something else for the second Roche on Radiant or whatever. But I think something for the second Radiant Roche, like some buff to that, would be good for sure. I think those are the things. I mean, any change is welcome. Doesn't matter if it's my heroes or heroes that I don't enjoy. Any change will be welcomed at this point.
Fair enough. Do you have any favorite patch that you have? Because obviously you've played for a long time. You went through a lot of different patches. Is there any patch off the top of your head that you can remember? Like, that was a good patch.
I think honestly, I really like this patch. I actually think this patch is quite good. I think there's a decent amount of variance, like throughout the long time it's been online. Like there's been changes to it. People have tried different heroes. Teams are winning with like niche heroes that only work for them. I think it's interesting. I think it's still not like completely figured out. Obviously, like it's been so long that there's some heroes that are just mainstay, but I think this patch is pretty good. I think there was another time where there was like a long period without a patch, like 8 months. I don't exactly remember the patch, but I just remember that it never really got that boring. So I think every time there's been like a long patch, it's usually because the patch is pretty good, you know? If it was bad, then they would end it earlier. At least that's my coping, you know, Valve are looking at us and actually analyzing the data. So I'm gonna say any long patches is good.
Okay, fair enough. I also have Purge with me, and he'd love to ask you a Dota question.
Hey Crit, when you're talking about your top Dota Plus heroes, I noticed you didn't say Hoodwink. What level is your Hoodwink in game?
Oh, my Hoodwink is probably, my Hoodwink is right below like my top 10. Hoodwink is 21.
Okay, gotcha.
My top 10 is like my Pudge is 22, so she's right below that.
Of course, because you have to pick Pudge at least once in a while in your pub games. It makes sense.
It's just a classic, you know. It's a classic. You have to have it in your arsenal.
So I was curious about one aspect of your guys' gameplay. When you win like a big team fight, you typically push your momentum across the map, and you steal a lot of jungle stacks. What does it feel like when your opponent's stack camps? Is it like, oh good, that's for us later? Or is this just like a focused part of your game where you guys make sure you have jungle clear and the ability to invade and clear ancient stacks?
No, I think we, as a team, we have a pretty good understanding of stacks. I think we're kind of the team that pushed it first in this patch. Like, I think a lot of teams like looked at us winning and were like, okay, these guys stack a shit ton. And then that just means that we have heroes that can clear stacks, and like we have good laners on our team. So most of the time in the early game we have a lead, and if they're making stacks, like it might as well be ours, you know. So if we have a chance to invade, we'll do it. You know, it's just neutrals are neutrals for a reason. You know, you don't own them just because you stack them. So if there's a stack, it's good to go there.
Okay, so that you own them actually is how it works.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Understandable. All right,
I bought all the neutrals.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Crit, for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, good luck in your game later today against Shopify Rebellion, and that's going to be a special one for sure. So can't wait for that one. And yeah, talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, we still have yet to head over to Purge because he is going to tell us about his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Yeah, for the Acer Predator head-to-head for that game, I thought it was fun to watch Toronto Tokyo pump out the heaps and heaps of heals towards his teammates, because for a long period of that game, BetBoom was playing quite solid. They had some nice net worth advantage. On the other side, Snaking was playing Bane there and having very impactful team fights. But I don't know, there's just something about healing your teammates that makes the fights drawn out and interesting. Look at that healing done.
0.
Now, this is technically incorrect because Snaking, I'm sure, used Brain Sap at least once. But, you know, we won't count that healing because it's not really as important. But, I mean, it was a great Bane, or it was a great Abaddon game because of his ability to remove the stacks from Viper, basically. That really helped out in the laning stage. That part was super impactful. Just pumping heals to offset the damage done. To be able to remove any stuns. He could remove the ulti from Slardar as well. All very impactful. With Snaking's impact ultimately was something that helped Falcons win the game. Disabling Batrider on the back line so he can't cast Flame Break or lassos is helpful. It gets a lot of +1 kills. And Feeble as well goes a long way. So it was an interesting team fight for the supports, and I really thought Toronto Tokyo's impact was really good this game, but ultimately they lost.
Yeah, we saw an Abaddon yesterday as well on Gaming Gladiators, and now an Abaddon as well. It's like Abaddon stocks rising.
I mean, if you need a 5 that helps save your carry in lane, it can be a good solution against certain heroes, certainly. And the fact that it makes your hero survivable is great. Obviously, Amar eventually countered him with the Orchid himself, where he's like, okay, no more of that. Because, I mean, he rushed Holy Locket as like his first item, because he just wanted to be able to pump out huge amounts of HP towards his allies. Yeah, it was very good.
It was very good. Thank you, Purge. I want to see what's up behind us because it's getting kind of little creepy.
I don't like it when he's behind me.
What you got, Slug?
Social media report round 2. Thank you for the information, Purge. I got to talk about healing.
Yeah, you did.
Time for some mental healing or mental damage, in fact, as we see what our fans have sent in. Yesterday, I gave you guys an email address, said send us images of what you want changed in the next patch, and we got so many. There it is right there. Send us whatever you want. Images, zip files, fish links. You want to invite us to play in a tournament? I'll click on it. I don't give a hoot. Send it over. Thank you. Yeah, that's a hoot right there. I'll give you one of them. Would you like to see what we got, though?
I would love to see what you got. Yeah.
Oh, we got some great stuff in the box. Let's go to our first one. Now, this is a suggestion.
Okay.
That gif of Homer Simpson going backwards into trees, but with Tree Protector. I think this is actually a dank idea.
I love that.
This would be a great shard. You just like heal a tower,
shard.
and then you sink back into the trees. You slink back.
Can't you already do that?
You can, but you have to face the trees. This way, you'd be like a.
You want to have a backwards movement.
Yeah, you do an IO deal where he doesn't have like a face. You know?
How about that as a taunt?
A taunt?
Yeah.
He just moonwalks? That's kind of cool. Another banger, Sheever. Well done. Yes. Sorry, why are you don't apologize.
It doesn't work when it's a taunt.
It's a good taunt. Next up, show us our next suggestion. Oh, there we go. They just sent this one. It is a taunt. It's Toothless Dancing. Do you guys know that song? You know that one? All right, the PogChamp Pandas did not like that.
I also don't know, like, is this animation, did we make that? Because that looks really cool.
No, you don't know the meme?
Did the guy make it?
No, the guy didn't make it. That's a very famous meme right now.
I don't know it, but it looks so cute.
That's Dancing Toothless from the guy who makes those videos.
Toothless, of course.
I know you know Toothless. If you let me finish talking, I'll explain where it comes from.
From the dance video.
It's a parody, Sheever. Why won't you ask questions, you don't let me finish talking. Anyway, that was Puck dancing like Toothless, who is a dragon, a fairy dragon. You know, fun facts about Puck? Ate all of its siblings in the tree.
Fun.
That's true. And also, do you know what Dream Coil, how it stuns you?
Yeah.
It makes you visualize the way that you die. Read the lore. It's crazy.
I'd rather
Puck
not.
makes you relive your own death a million times and it stuns you. Next.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
All right, this is a suggestion for the next patch. The side of the river that doesn't get a power rune spawn should automatically place a spray of Juggernaut sipping on your tears. So this one is like Valve shit-talking you for a 50-50 random. I think that's awesome. If you get Dota Plus, Valve should like flame you. When you try to like stack a camp and you don't do it right, some like a creep should just turn around and just like insult
It shouldn't
you.
necessarily be Juggernaut. It should be whichever hero walks up to it.
Wow.
Because then
Maybe it could be
it's like really personal, you know?
That's really, it could be like Puck and you could see your own hero dying.
Yeah, or, well, the easy way to do this is obviously, if I walk up to it and I'm playing Puck, I would see the Puck tears, but if you walk up to it and you're playing Juggernaut, you would see the Juggernaut. So you just see whichever hero that you are playing.
I should take a picture of your webcam and show your human face crying. That'd be cool. Last one, guys. Let's take a look. This one is...
What the heck?
What the heck? There's a suggestion. I only want Pigeon Hero. I believe you are the vessels of Valve. Make it happen. Thank you for reaching out. We did not reach out. Please don't say my name. It will dox me. And we were going to say his name, but they actually took that out. This is Ropert the Pigeon. His Q is called Car Wash. The W is Ballistic Execration.
What does it say what they do?
It doesn't.
Oh.
E is Daggered Feathers, and R is King of the Concrete Jungle. Would you like a Pigeon Hero?
A bird? A pigeon? I think if I'm going for birds, that would not be the pigeon.
Why?
Pigeons are...
Survivors.
So pigeons are like considered city rats, no? With wings.
Okay. I mean, that's one way.
It's not the nicest thing. I would imagine that hero is going to be very annoying.
Yeah? Well, it can't be worse than Hoodwink. That's the most annoying-ass thing I've ever seen in my life. But I think a Pigeon Hero would be very good.
You want to see a Pigeon Hero?
I'd like a... I wonder
that
why...
has Car Wash as an ability.
Car Wash was not an ability.
Yes, it was. That was his cue.
I want to see a crab, personally.
A crab.
I don't know why there's not a crab hero, but yes, I think a pigeon is great.
It
anyway,
looks too much like Sand King, maybe.
Thank you, Sheever, for another fantastic review. Guys, if you'd like to send us any more ideas, I'm still interested in your beautiful drawings. I'm interested in your beautiful images, so send them to the email. Whatever you want. Should we have a call of action today?
Yeah, do a call of action.
All right.
Give it.
Send us your best ideas for pro teams. Send us your best ideas for pro teams. How to beat each other.
Oh.
Special cool strats.
Oh, cool strats. I always thought like you want to have this player removed from that roster.
No. I don't care about any of that.
Be the general manager of the esports teams and create... No, don't do that.
No. Unless you're boring like Zai, no one gives a shit about that.
Give us the strats.
Thank you.
You know, Betboom's not been able to beat Falcons yet properly, so tell them what they should have done instead, how they could beat them, for example.
My segment. But, you keep talking.
Yeah, because I'm going to send it away because there's going to be more Dota to watch for the people, you know? It's all for the people here. Series number 3 coming your way very soon. It's Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. We'll see you after a break.
closely. Something special is about to happen.
Prepare for battle.
That was unpleasant. Ready. Yes, yes. The danger is this way. A pleasant sound. A worthy goal. Not encore. Oh. I cannot refuse. Quick. Is there any doubt? Points away. Let's get to the point. Moving. At your disposal. Hold my wine skin. Like so. To the task at hand. Where does this lead? You know I. You have trouble now. An excellent choice. Something good this time. Fear not. An honorable path. Thank you. Come on, then. Yes. Rest assured. Is this wise for you?
Your top tower is under attack.
Is that a challenge? That's a head. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The danger is this way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's conceivable. There's more to this.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And send you down to me. Only angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark. Fading in from far away. Trying to find the words to say. You're everything I ever dreamed. All the hope and all the good.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We got more Dream League Season 23 coming up. There's a lot of unsung heroes out here, but the real heroes are in the game. You ready for the second half of Dream League? Let's get it poppin' with the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome back, everyone, to more Dream League action, where we're starting out with, dare I call it, an El Clasico. Brian, Effie, and Purge, thank you all for joining me for, well, I don't know, is it? Would you consider it that? Brian?
It's about me now. Okay, yeah, I'd say yes. It's like the fourth iteration of El Clasico. For this particular series, I think we're going to see a lot of what these teams have historically done, which is this tournament, Gaimin in their 5 wins, averages 32 minutes, with the longest win being 38, and their only loss was over 50 minutes.
Okay.
And then for Liquid, all 3 of their wins, they averaged 28 minutes in the wins, and 2 of their 3 losses were 65 minutes or longer. So both these teams are looking for tempo. Both these teams are looking for basically ending the game before the 35-minute mark, because that's like the critical threshold where it starts to get a little dicey. Team Liquid maybe throwing high ground, Liquid's lineup, or Gaming Gladiators lineup potentially not scaling all that well. And then the one thing I want to say about the cores for each team, first and foremost, Liquid. No core has been repeat picked for any of the players. They've all played 6 different heroes so far during this event. They've repeated heroes, but like swapped them by flex picking. And then on the side of Gaimin, for the 18 core picks they've had, because they've had 6 games, right? 3 cores each. They've had a Lesh one time and a Pango one time. And those are the only stuns that their cores have had for this entire tournament. They had a sniper mid a bunch of times. They're playing like Underlords and Omni Knights off lane, Bristleback off lane. So we're going to be seeing virtually no stuns from Gaimin, push lineup, while Liquid's going to be having a bunch of stuns playmaking, so they do the same timing very differently.
And that was the core specifically. And then the supports, I know that I got a chance to interview Celery, and he mentioned that he's no longer in the drafting seat for this series, or this tournament rather. Tofu has been stepping up, and as a result, Celery feels kind of liberated. And I think that's part of the reason why we saw like the Abaddon, the Treant Protector. I feel like these are heroes that he would not really draft for himself. But now that the blood is off his hands, he's like, yo, Tofu, how about giving me the heroes that I like to have fun on, which apparently don't have stuns.
Yeah, you can suggest them, and if you're not the captain and he says no, it's like, okay, fine. But if he says yes and it doesn't work, it's his fault.
Yeah, exactly. And as in regards to the length of the game, Effie, that series that Liquid had against Extreme, it could have very well been a win for Liquid as well, right?
I mean, it could have. I don't think Liquid should look at their Game 2 versus Extreme as a loss. Because, like, if you secure that big of a net worth lead early on and you play the draft the way that you want to early on, that in and of itself means you've executed correctly up until that point. It's just that high ground in Dota is very difficult, and that's where most of the mistakes are made. Like, obviously, it feels awful to lose a game like that, a 75-minute game where you feel like your Win Ranger only died one time. That sucks. You don't want to lose a game like that. But you did play well overall in the beginning, and you did get the heroes that you want, so you have a better understanding of what not to do in the late game. I mean, similarly, in their game versus Aurora yesterday, which was actually longer than their game versus Extreme, their game 1 versus Aurora went to 80 minutes, and that game also, I think that one, they can look at the early game as a win, but their late game execution was very poor compared to their game versus Extreme, where the execution looked better. It just felt kind of like a tall order to go high ground.
And part of the reason why Extreme may have that familiarity in the late game is because they've been there many times before. Let's take a look at our Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force, where we're taking a look at 55+ minute games at Tier 1 tournaments in this calendar year. Batboom team has been involved in a lot of them, 17, and Spirit and Extreme always somehow coming up in the same storylines, have also had their fair share of long-ass games. Purge, this is, they're experienced when it comes to that point of the game, so I shouldn't feel that bad for Liquid. They were out of their depth.
Yeah, I mean that they want to end the games quickly and they want to up the tempo, and sometimes it goes really late. In the long game earlier today, I mean, Mickey was like 19-0 and 20 or something. Like it's an amazing KDA. It's just they just kept getting picked off a little bit. The Jin-Q Nix, which we were kind of joking about in the green room when he was like 3 kills, 10 deaths. We're like, oh man, he's dying a lot. He's not playing as well. All of a sudden, he just keeps getting pickoffs and keeps getting pickoffs. Bought their team more time, got them setups. That kind of thing is just something you have to play against sometimes. And Liquid still executed so well late game that it gives me a lot of hope for them late. But because, and it also helps that both teams do want to go fast. That way, maybe they can keep that in mind when they're drafting, that they do want some late game carry potential. But I think it's just going to be a really fast-paced game, and whoever executes a little bit better is more likely to win it.
And if after all of that you're still lacking familiarity with Liquid, well, don't worry, I got you covered. Let's go through a history of Team Liquid.
The absolute best team in the world at almost winning tournaments. That's been the fate of Team Liquid for a long time now. They have some of the most prolific names in the scene: Nisha, Boxy, Mickey, Insania, and their newest addition, TI winner 33. But winning events has proven nigh impossible for them. According to the all-seeing gem of true sight, a wise man once said, "Upper bracket is for bitches." Well, it turns out that there are no bitches on Team Liquid because they always seem to end up in the lower bracket at every event. By choice, I'm sure. At least they always end up making massive lower bracket runs, but they tend to be eliminated by the eventual tournament winners. At Birmingham, Kuala Lumpur, you name it. Now, I can hear you saying, DreamLeague is different. Oh yeah, for Team Liquid, it definitely is, because in DreamLeague, they tend to swap out their lower bracket for the bottom of the group stage. Someone should tell these guys that you can't do incredible runs through the tournament from the bottom of the group. This team has all they need to win tournaments: unbelievable skill, Team Liquid backing them, and extensive experience. Now all they need on their side is fate, and they might just win. Don't, for the love of Gaben, double down, however. You might want to wait and see if they get out of the group stage this time.
Especially because this is such a short group stage. We are beyond the halfway point at this point because it's like it's a 2.5 long day group stage. And we're 1.5 days in.
Yeah.
So by my
60%.
calculations, 60%.
Or you could just say 6 games and they all play 10. I like that better.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Yes. And for the Games for Gaming Gladiators, they are also on the border right now. They also split their series earlier today, except theirs was against Heroic, which I have a tough time ranking Heroic because post-Birmingham, I was like, oh, okay, Heroic's on the come-up. And then Wallachia, they get 0-3'd. And then now they're splitting series with Gaming Gladiators. I don't really know if that's more indicative of Gaming Gladiators being iffy or Heroic being on the come-up.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at their drafts, they've been picking Sniper on Gaming. First pick 3 of their 4 Sniper games.
Whoa.
So I think Heroic might have just been able to crack the code on that one because that was the last time that they did it. And then they went back to the Quinn Pango in the second game versus Heroic.
Heroic didn't ban Pango?
The disrespect, letting him have a fake hero like
Foolish.
that.
I do need to say that I think Heroic looked really bad yesterday in their first series, but they stepped up. They 2-0'd Quest, and they looked good today. Towards the end, they looked good, like more of an identity, so I don't want to take that accomplishment away from them. They are looking much better. But also, Gaimin popped off yesterday. Gaimin went 4-0 before they split their series today with Heroic. And one of the teams that Gaimin 2-0'd is Extreme Gaming. So we have to look at Gaming Gladiators right now as they have found their footing, finally, in DreamLeague.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And talking to Celery yesterday, he mentioned to Tofu, he's like, oh, be careful with your sleep, because he said that when he was drafting, he was struggling with sleeping a little bit because he'd be like, oh, did I pick the right hero here? Maybe I should have done differently. So like just seeing him in that mood was like, man, he's just going to be more calm. He's probably just going to play better. He might even have like a gameplay glow up from the 5 position as a result of this. So we could see a lot of good things. New drafter comes in, refreshes things. The 5 that previously was burdened before now has a relaxing, nice time. He can truly be his vegan self, you know? and have a good time.
They've had an identity so far on game, and I really like what they've brought to the table. They've been running Klink's safe lane as a first pick response to heroes like Doom. They comfortably picked Klink's twice yesterday versus Doom. It looked very good. It was just a hero that beats them up on lane that maybe other teams, while they have experimented with Klink's, have not looked at as a response to Doom. And that's something that Gaimin have brought to us. They've also been playing a lot of Bristleback on Duraccio, which, yes, that hero is on the come up, but it feels like finally they have lowered or limited their hero pool for Duraccio, making their drafting a lot easier.
Yeah, I mentioned that their lineups don't really have any stuns, but all of Duraccio's heroes are like 1 or 2 item heroes. TA, Klinks, and Bristleback are the only 3 heroes he's played so far. So we think of Duraccio as the guy that kind of plays as less of a carry because Quinn is playing like more of a carry. Even more so this tournament, the fact that Sniper is an actual carry hero. That is 4 of Quinn's 6 games so far. So this team, this looks a lot more like the identity they had last year when they were winning all the majors. So it makes sense that like maybe by shifting to Tofu as the captain, he was like, let's just run it back. Like, it's a different patch, maybe different year, but this is what made us good last year. So let's, I think they have been lacking a bit of like their own identity in the meta and more so trying to follow the meta. And I like to see a team like this kind of have that confidence to say, no, we'll do our own thing.
Well, Quinn's going to have to step out of the box as we take a look at our draft for game number 1, because his Sniper's banned and his Pango's banned, and Disruptor's also taken out. Coach Chloe's doing her homework. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators, they take out the Chen, the Io, the Bane, and the Enchantress. Liquid first pick a Slardar, and Gaimin actually opt to not go for their Klinks, but instead go for a support Shadow Demon.
I kind of see this as like Slardar's kind of a problem hero right now. I mean, people were talking about it as one of the heroes of the tournament at the previous tournament. Now we've been seeing multiple teams just first picking it, similar to Falcons last game, and SD presents one of the best solutions, because if you hit him with the Demonic Purge, he just doesn't get the extra movement speed from Sprint because it gets dispelled. So it's a great solution. Once you buy Shard, you nullify his ultimate on important heroes, and it has good counterplay potential. So I think they're probably still going to go into their stuff, but I think opening with the SD as a response is a great place to be for a second pick.
Yeah, and another thing about Slardar that you always have to talk about is this hero's flex potential to the mid lane. Liquid showed us yesterday that they are willing to flex at mid to Nisha, which then creates a slew of problems for teams that maybe in the past thought that Liquid wouldn't do such a thing. And you'd expect 3-3 to have his Doom if you just leave it open in that first pick, right? But they prioritize the Slardar over the Doom instead. And maybe because they don't want to give Gaimin the Klinks response that they've looked so good on too.
You like Klinks as a counter to Doom?
That's what Gaimin have been playing, right?
Gotcha.
They've run 2 Klinkses as a response to first pick Dooms, and they've won those games.
One thing about Slardar is that he's really feast or famine as a hero. I feel like you either see a useless guy or he's a terror on the map. And what I wanted to reference was the series from Falcons yesterday, where Tundra first picked Slardar against them, and Falcons the team of the tournament again. We were talking about on panel attack speed slows, like just preventing him from getting those bashes off, preventing him from perma-stunning you. And, Shadow Demon's nice because of the fact that he dispels your sprint, he locks you in place, he saves the guy that Slardar goes on. But Team Falcons drafted CM with a bunch of attack speed slows and a root, and then you have Pango with Lucky Shot attack speed slow. They picked Tusk with the aura of the attack speed slow. So I just think that Slardar is a hero worth addressing with this many picks because of how powerful he's been at this tournament, and also if the hero is in a bad game, I think he's just useless.
With that said, though, I think while attack speed slows are so good against Slardar, I think it's probably just safer to pick Shadow Demon as the first overall pick in your draft, because you need if a CM is just a little bit vulnerable, I feel like it should just be kind of beat up. They would pick like a strong dual lane, maybe Crusher in lane, something like that. I think the SC is just safer in this case.
They go the CM themselves.
And their Templar Assassin gets taken away from them. Now, are we sure that this is a Duraccio pick, or can they give it to Quinn? Is there flex on this TA?
So funny. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, Quinn historically, way back in the day, he was known for his TA, when he was originally coming up in the NA scene, but I feel like I haven't seen him play TA in a really long time. So I almost certainly think it's Duraccio.
So they just played TA, actually. In their Game 2 versus Heroic, they picked TA safe lane for Duraccio as a response to Bristleback. So it's kind of a thing where you just come off of a series, a hero pick felt really good, you know that Liquid are going to snatch up this TA if you don't take it, you just run it back, right? Because conceptually, if Slardar does go on TA's lane, that's a pretty free lane for TA up until you can bring heroes to that lane and Slardar gets level 6 because, you know, she kind of bullies out any melee hero with her meld. And if theoretically you want to give it to Quinn, that option is open too.
Maybe they want to give it to Quinn now that the Doom shows up. I feel like you said they like Clinks against Doom. Clinks is still available, but maybe Liquid felt like they could go for it because they're like, you're not going to give Quinn TA. I know you're Duraccio hero already.
I'm a firm believer that it's very different to pick a hero against a team that specializes with that hero. Like, if Liquid picks TA all the time, which they do, like, they've lost scrims, they've lost matches with TA. They know what this hero struggles against, and I just see damage over time galore from Team Liquid's 2 picks against it. The Frostbite, the ulti, the Doom, the Infernal Blade, the Scorched Earth, that's just going to chew through those refraction charges. So I get the idea of taking it away from Team Liquid, but I'm also a bit nervous, like, if you're running a hero against a team that just picks it all the time, that they'll know how to beat it really well.
Okay. Common solution against Doom is you pick Centaur to run away. Won't be... I mean, it's decent against CM as well. Arguably, there's not that many stun durations on Slardar, so if you get max movement speed, you can get out of there.
So how are you going to abuse what is now confirmed to be a Slardar mid? Quinn's got his pick of the litter.
I mean, it could be Doom mid too, hypothetically, but...
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to give Doom to 3-3. Like, he just plays it incredibly well.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no reason to get too creative with your flexing.
I'm pretty sure Blitz told me that they were like 15-0 on Doom or something in tournaments. Like, this is a stat you can find, but like they haven't lost a single game of Doom since
the streak was broken out with Wallachia.
Oh, yeah, he did get broken. I was scrolling through, but yeah, they did get before Wallachia. Yeah, almost certainly 33 playing it.
So then, yeah, then what's Quinn gonna do against it? The Slardar specifically. Oh, apparently they will save it for last pick. They want to protect it with 2 more bans as they scoop up their other support, a Rubik.
Seems okay. I mean, you can basically lift the chasing cores away from the person on your team that's dying. You can buy Shard later and throw them away. Stealing Doom would be fantastic, obviously, to amplify damage. If you can steal that, would be amazing with the TA on your team.
And I think that at this point of your gaming, you have to secure your support picks here because you need to have some kind of reliable way to team fight, and Rubik does give that to you because Doom versus Rubik will always be able to steal Doom. There's no way for that not to happen unless you save Scorched Earth for after, which it doesn't really occur, and it's one of Tofu's best heroes. And if you pair it up with Ace of Centaur, that's a lot of kill potential on a hero like Crystal Maiden, making Liquid's safe lane a lot weaker. Whichever Quinn hero you choose towards the end, I feel like is not as important as making sure your supports can team fight versus Liquid.
Yeah, I guess the only trade-off is now Liquid can dedicate 2 bans to making this Slardar mid feel even more safe, which I would imagine, is like Huskar a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think now that I look through the bans of Team Liquid, they did kind of telegraph that this Slardar was most likely mid, because when I think of Slardar, what I like about mid Slardar is you have sprint, you're in the river, so you get that constant bonus movement speed, allows you to run around the map, picking up bounty runes, going for quick ganks, even most time heroes that can't close that gap on the map. But what he hates is when heroes are just shoving the lane in really fast, potentially pressuring the tower, and either matching his rotations or just killing his tower in 1 or 2 waves. So you're seeing like Lesh DK as the second round bans, and then Coddle. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like a Zeus or like something like this that just insta nukes the wave.
That's the thing though, is that you cannot discount the TA flex to mid versus Slardar if all of the heroes that Gaiman were looking at for mid get banned out. Then you can still just run back your Clinks versus the Doom. That's still a possibility for Gaiman, depending on Liquid's fans.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Liquid also need to figure out their other support, and Dark Willow's taken out a lot of support bans from Gaiman. Willow, Enchantress, Bane, Io, Chen.
Yeah, Willow's smart because it's really difficult to stampede through a Bramble Mace. Somebody's going to get caught, a lot of sources of damage. Putting Bedlam on any of these melee heroes that are going in is also going to be a really good source of damage, so perfect ban there.
Team Liquid's turn to
Wow, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, they need the mid-game damage on Liquid, I think, because like Doom and Slardar take a bit of time items, and same with Lifestealer. Like, he's not going to move, so I like the ban. Like, you mentioned the Bedlam damage. I wouldn't have thought of that, and that's a really good point. So Hoodwink does the same thing, a lot of damage.
There's still Marcy in the pool. Boxy had played it earlier in this tournament. You want damage, she does it in spades.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I think Marcy versus Shadow Demon just feels generally bad. If you get like purged as Marcy, there's really not that much you can do. You can't rebound out, you can't really run around and abuse your ulti. Then you're also just having another melee hero, you're playing with 4 melee heroes plus a Crystal Maiden, that doesn't necessarily feel good, especially if Game and pick like a Clinks on overall last.
Maybe they pick. I mean, it's not good damage necessarily, but Bat Rider for Liquid as their 4.
That hero does damage. It's not like amazing damage, but yeah, it's pretty solid. I wouldn't be surprised by Bat. Maybe Tusk.
Problem with Bat is like you're playing versus SD and there's a disruption save versus Lasso.
That's true.
And the Rubik lift instant. Yeah. It is against TA though, so like in lane it would be nice. Just depends on what they. Like I know the way Liquid thinks is they're like, okay, we've got late game covered. Like our safe lane's pretty strong against the Rubik Centaur. So like, what stage of the game is our concern? Is it that 12 to 20 minute mark? Oh, it's actually
support Doom,
support
or Slardar,
maybe. I'd be leaning towards support Slardar, but I actually have no clue. What do you think, Effie?
I think that the mid hero is like the flex is open between Slardar and Puck right now. So Game
you think Puck could be supported?
Yeah.
Really?
I think they're just keeping the flex open because they don't want Game to have like a gotcha last pick here. That's interesting. I mean, if they're gonna flex a hero to 4, it should be Doom. I don't think you should play support Puck.
They're really calling this bluff that this is not a mid TA, because doesn't TA just dump on Puck in the lane? And Sniper's already banned first pick.
If it does, I feel like that's one of those situations where they're comfortable with it. They're like, okay, it's not going to go very good, but it gives us what we need, which is more catch. It's more Stampede counters, basically.
It's the Doom flex that they're doing right now.
Okay. Oh, that's a really good Deuce pick.
All right, who's playing what?
I think you play Doom 4 here.
It is a really good Deuce pick, yeah. You don't have to worry about the minus armor from Slardar.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about Doom's Doom.
Anti-heal. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about Feast on Lifestealer doing bigger percentage damage. It's pretty cool.
That's about the most. That's a
BKB
really
cares
good
the
temp
Lifestealer.
pick.
So.
What if it is a offlane Doom and he steals the Harpy creep though?
Yeah, I mean that means he wins.
Before Doom, guys. If it's not for Doom,
they're literally thinking about it. Look at this. They haven't decided
yet.
It
has to be. It's the worst Doom game ever now. You've got Disruption versus Doom. You've got Rubik to steal Doom and also lift save, and now you've got Medusa.
It's a pretty bad Slardar game too, though. Like you don't like Spurge said, the amp doesn't work on Dusa. It's not that great against TA because of refraction.
It is for.
Okay, they put 33 on Doom. Okay.
Okay.
It's such a bad Doom game.
Webcams of the Liquid players, they're just like, wait, what did we just do?
I actually think it's GG on this.
Is it a worse
Slardar
game or a worse Doom game right now?
It's really close. I mean, I think this Medusa pick is perfect. I don't know. Like I liked the draft for Liquid going into those 9 picks, but I think this might. You mentioned all the reasons, Purja. I think this is.
All right, it's not good against Dusa, but they can kill all of the other heroes. I mean, Quinn's gonna get doomed every single fight, no matter what. It's either him or Centaur, pretty much.
But
guaranteed.
Dusa's against 2 melee in lane. She should win her lane. TA should win against Puck. Maybe Ace will struggle a little bit because he's against Lifestealer, but like, I feel like Medusa is just gonna come out of the jungle with 3 items and then.
I don't think it matters if Quinn gets doomed. He has like Disruption. He's playing with Disruption early on, and he has a free lane versus Puck on TA.
But what if they get ganked and all of those lane thingies don't matter anymore?
By who? Slardar?
I'm thinking traps on the ground, cover mid. Medusa gets early Manta, and you're just never gonna see these heroes unless they're killing you. Like that's what or like Deuce has Aegis or something, or TA has Aegis maybe.
I love what Gaiman did with putting TA mid and just last picking Doratia's hero, just like that really poke high range Clinks archetype. Medusa does it even better because she's such a strong counter versus all of these melee heroes. And there's not that much jump too. How are you going to abuse Medusa in the early game? Like how, in theory, is your Slardar going to sprint in?
The old twin gates.
He's going to need a Blink Dagger. You can infest on Pucks. That's a free Blink Dagger for somebody else. That's CM can buy Shard, turn around, launch yourself in, freezing field.
You've convinced me, Purge. 2-0.
Thank you.
Great. I'll do my best Neta impression during that webcam. Let's send it to our casters for game number 1.
Let this man cook. Is this the worst draft that has ever been concocted in Dota 2's history? Our panel certainly seems to think so. I'll pose that question to you, Avery.
Wait, what? Is that what they said?
I mean, they didn't put it quite that way, but, you know.
The worst draft in history.
It was implied heavily by that panel that this is possibly one of the worst drafts of all time.
30 seconds to
What was the worst draft of all time?
Well, there's never been one that has been held as the worst draft, so it could be this.
It's definitely not. I'll tell you, it's not this. Like, I played with Eternal Envy for 2 years. It's definitely not this. I don't know what it was, but this is nowhere close.
Do you like the Liquid draft? Because the panel did not.
The battle begins.
I mean, maybe we're asking the wrong question, Austin.
Okay, what's the right question?
Does the draft like Liquid?
Well, seeing as I can't interview a draft to ask that question, I think we'll stick with.
Look, people always blame the draft,
like
man.
The draft.
It's always about the draft this, draft that, patch this, patch that. You know, what about play? With the word game before it. Gameplay determines whether you win or lose at Dota.
Okay, but there is no gameplay to analyze
hero.
just yet. There's a draft to analyze.
Well, we're getting some gameplay right now. I think Quinn is going to demolish this lane, honestly.
Sure, it's TA versus Puck.
Yeah, and I think this is a matchup Quinn has played a lot. He's very comfortable with it. He knows how to win it. This should be in his comfort zone. I think this offlane should also be pretty comfortable for gaming. Maybe this is the one lane where Liquid can maybe find a cheeky kill with the level 2 or 3 maiden timing. But outside of that, honestly, we've kind of just seen Centaur farm these lanes, and worst case scenario, he can go and cut between the 3 and 5 if the Rubik wants to leave him alone. That's another route he can go. Or some sort of rotation out of Liquid, which maybe they don't want to make with a support duo that's pretty awkward to do it. Support Slardar, though, that's the real question mark on this game. Now, this is not the first time I've seen this. This is something that has happened in various patches in the past. And since this hero has just been bumped to first pick priority, I mean, it was probably inevitable that someone was going to bust it out.
Okay, sure.
Boxy can play some of these melee weird fours pretty well, so I have faith there. You know, he probably thinks he's playing Tusk right now. He's wondering where the Ice Shards is.
Yeah, but Liquid is no Falcons, you know? Rocking the double melee offlane. I'm not convinced they can make it work, but...
I mean, 33 is also pretty experienced in these like weird sacrificial lanes where you pull waves and do the shenanigans. He was one of the original, you know, Bat Rider, cut the wave, level 1. You don't even get to play me straight up offlane players. So I don't think this draft is that uncomfortable for Liquid, to be honest. Now, did they gain a lot by putting themselves in a position where these lanes are probably going to be rough? I don't know. I mean, there's a big question mark there. Like, where's the payoff in this lineup? I guess it's just the Slardar Lifestealer combination. If you can jump the Centaur or the TA, maybe you just burst them down and take the fight with the Radiance Lifestealer. That the evasion's really nice this game. And
can you ever really burst a Medusa, though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're not jumping Deuce this game. You're jumping one of the other 2 cores. You're trying to burst them off the chain stun coil to deal with Stampede. If you disrupt some guy, he just comes back into the fray. There's main spells going down. Radiance burn on 3 cores that don't necessarily like it. I could see this game and draft lack a little bit of damage, too. Maybe that's one of the weaknesses. Yeah, their heroes are very tanky versus the Slardar jump, but Deuce lineups can sometimes fall off in scale. TA can sometimes have trouble entering the later fights when people have a bunch of survivability items, some Wind Wakers, some Halberds, whatever you want to get it.
Sure.
Wear out her BKB duration, she just melts. And then you have Rubik SD, which great heroes at dealing some mid-game spell damage, and, you know, Shadow Demon can scale here, but might also suffer versus this Lifestealer who, if you start with the Infest Bomb, they don't necessarily react the best, I guess. I don't know. Interesting lineup, but I don't think it's that one-sided, actually.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
I mean, the lanes are. That's going to be a problem for Liquid. I don't know what they're doing in this laning phase. I don't know what Boxy's doing in this laning phase. I don't know if he knows what he's doing in his laning phase.
Well, he's been just pulling creeps a whole lot. That's what he's been doing. Now he tries to open up the hard camp pull. Let's see if he can actually get that here. Looks like Gaming Gladiator is going to be late getting to body block it, so they now have a hard camp pull available. That helps a lot when it comes to doing these lane shenanigans.
I mean, I assume the move for Boxy is to go bottom at some point in the next 2 minutes. There really isn't anything for Liquid to do in this early game except tri-lane the Lifestealer, or look for 1 or 2 cheeky kills, maybe double contest that 7-minute Wisdom Rune with both supports, and just out-skirmish the Rubik SD, because the supports can definitely do that in this game. But you can't rotate mid in this game. It's a dead zone. You cannot pressure Medusa, really. So where else do you have to go? I think it has to be this move bottom for Boxy, and he has to make it at the very right time to snowball this support duo into a position where you can contest some of these smaller objectives and put the Rubik SD on the back foot. Because if you just let Rubik SD enter the mid game here in even footing, Gaimin are going to be very happy in that situation. They're just going to have stronger spells around the level 6 mark.
Yep.
That's another problem for this support Slardar. Like, normally I think support Slardar can be okay if he doesn't need an item. Like, if he can just get level 6, amp some heroes up, and you have something like a Phantom Assassin that can play off the amplified damage, okay, I can see the value. If you have a lineup that can abuse early Roshans with the amp, okay, he can provide some value. He can get objectives or kills based on the team effort that can get him that gold. What the hell plays off amp this game? I don't know, man.
A rotation from Boxy to try and catch Quinn here.
This is not a thing.
Yeah, he'll do a little damage, maybe ease some of the pressure on Nisha, but he also soaks up. Okay, Quinn came back and will get burned through another refraction. Not that he's going to die, but it does put Nisha in a better position.
Yeah, I guess it helps him a little, but...
They're probably securing 6-minute power rune as well.
It cost him a blood grenade. Now, I think that rotation was supposed to go bottom here. Like, maybe this Centaur is just too high HP, but this Rubik is a freebie. And you're still looking at first blood on the table. This Gaimin lineup can't really force the early action too much. They just want to farm on the lanes, get a really big TA, stack some camps with the SD Rubik to pay off later. If you give them first blood, you're going to be really sad, but this should be the point in the early game where this support duo can start to exert some pressure.
Oh no, a slow on Crystal Maiden. Just going absolutely nowhere. Gets the deny in the bounty rune at least, but does give up first blood to Quinn.
That's bad news for Liquid here. That is the last hero you want to be giving extra gold to right now off of you rotating supports.
Yeah, if TA gets ahead, that fixes the damage problems you were talking about before, right? Like, you're already set up for a good lane. If you manage to get some stacks out of Ancients, you get this fast, 2-3 item timing on TA, then that fixes all your damage problems you could possibly worry about.
I mean, this could be one of those TA games where it just 1v5s. Okay, you have Frostbite. You have some spells later that can burn Refraction, but the Shard on Templar Assassin's game is incredibly good. The puck matchup is just 90-10. The supports don't really stop Quinn on the map. If he gets aggressive traps up, can play around the vision, I mean, he can just have some solo kill potential in this game. He does not need much help from the supports. That's a big ticking factor here for Liquid, and you do not want to let this Templar Assassin snowball right now. You're going to be running around with some brown boot Slardar like, hey, anybody got an answer out here?
God, that is going to be quite depressing if that comes to fruition. Brown boots, Slardar. At 7.5 minutes is wandering around, threatening some supports. But if they don't really start getting something out of their support duo soon, then this is what his game's going to look like 20 minutes from now.
Brown boots Slardar, that phrase sounds like a punishment. Like, if you don't step up this game, you're going to be playing brown boots Slardar next time. But they did it to themselves. I mean, at least he can play around the river now. It's better than it used to be, 3 or 4 years ago. Even with brown boots, you're 500 MS. It's pretty good. We're going to see Gaimin start to invade around these TA traps. They are incredibly good this game. Oh, Invis.
Got him. Ooh, big pickup of the two supports rotate from Gaimin Gladiators, get the kill on Nisha's puck.
Just did not expect that burst.
Now they can start doing some damage to the tower, maybe stack up a little bit for the TA as well.
This mid lane it's just a no-go zone for Liquid. And if you can't go mid in a game of Dota 2 in the year 2024, you're probably in trouble. You're gonna have to make it up elsewhere.
You can't go top. This Dusa is very farmed, has a lot of CS, is very tanky. The Slardar is just back there behind the tier 1 and tier 2 towers, farming up the jungle because you can't really help 33. In fact, 33 is going to be the one to die here as Quinn comes over for a quick last hit.
Gaimin getting everything they want out of this early game. Absolutely everything they want right now. And they don't have to play it fast. This is not one of the Gaimin lineups we saw from yesterday where they tried to run those games over by a 30-minute mark. This is a lineup you can play in farm. You can play it a bit slower. You're not going to force objectives super early. Switching that Slardar to support slows down that Roshan from Liquid a bit as well.
Ace has to have Stampede, so he's fine here, but they will force it out of him.
Is under attack.
I mean, I guess the one thing going for Liquid right now is they did find a lot of farm on that Doom. Well, all this movement has been happening. 33, able to recover, get an early Veil. He has the level 7 already, so he can join some of these fights. But he will have TP'd back top here after the death, which will create an opening for gaming on the 10-minute power rune. If they want to crash mid and try and deal with this puck a bit more or get some tower damage out. They know the Doom does not have response on the map right now. That's a big deal. He's your best team fighter.
No power runes for Nisha. It's just the difference between having this support Slardar that's not really doing anything for you, and even worse if he's missing his crushes out here. They're going to TP in, see if they can catch somebody out of this one. Disruption on 33. They want the bigger target. Crush lands onto Quinn, trying to slow him down. Help 33 get away from this big damage dealer that's coming his way, but here it comes. The melt hit struts off, and now they've got him kind of boxed in. Nowhere he can really run to. Best he can hope for a neutral creep deny. That's not going to happen. The siege creep, I was like, what took the last hit the siege creep did? Cardi with the last hit. Well played.
Just throws out a headshot, walks back to lane, job done. Don't mind me, boys. He's still going. He wants more blood. He's tasted human flesh.
Watch out, Boxy. It's coming for you. 0-4, 3,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Very far up off the laning phase. And they're probably going to continue to stay ahead because we have a Blink Dagger on TA. So very likely, and also all the power runes you could ask for. They throw out a Coil, but that's useless. He's got an armor rune. Shield rune, so no damage to be done there.
I mean, Liquid are pressured to keep going mid, but I just don't think that play ever existed this game. I think your only window was maybe, you know, like pre-6 on the TA, you bring both supports on a double flank or a smoke, and you get that kill on Quinn, but even then, you're not going to slow down the rest of his game. I just feel like every time they go near mid, it's...
Oh no, Stampede!
It's tough for them.
They can't even throw out the orb to hit the Rubik because Nisha needs to protect his own life first, so that is going to be a Doom used on the support and doesn't even get the kill.
And Quinn's just going to start laning this tower. I mean, Doom down, Coil down. There's only so many resources you have to commit into this tower defense. And Quinn does not need to farm Ancients here because you have a Medusa to pick up that slack for you.
That's true.
So he's getting involved in kills. Just first item Blink Dagger, ready to fight. Double power rune up. He will get the last hit on the tower as well. Liquid continuing to search for anything in this game. Man, slapping some meat down there.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you listening to the sound? What is that sound?
Unnecessary. Infest. They're going to kill the Hellbear. He's going to pop out. Can he make it to the tier 2 tower? Hit by his own teammate's Crush.
That's probably the most Slardar's done this game.
That is probably true. A negative impact for Team Liquid.
And we see the Midas come out for the Doom. That about sums up what's happening right now.
And if they had a hard time killing anything, Liquid looking at Gaming Gladiators hero, we now have a stolen Infest that could come into play, saving a hero next fight. So look for that. No neutrals for you, Nisha. Quinn's going to take all of those out. They've got some nice aggressive wards. They've got TA traps out all over the place. The map is closing rapidly. Team Liquid. There's the Infest. Okay. That maybe wasn't the move. Stolen Coil, though, but it's still going to be the Rubik dying. Stampede goes out with a Frostbite on him if they can hit the Crush. Of course he doesn't hit the Crush. It's just not quite fast enough as a brown boot Slardar.
This is where the flexes really hurt you sometimes. Like, I'm not saying Boxy hasn't done what he can do in this game, but You have a Tuskar there, you have an Earth Spirit there, you have a Hoodwink there. That's a guaranteed follow-up stun. And maybe you don't get that kill, but all these little things add up in a Dota game. And so it goes back to the question of, okay, you can give up some of those little plays. It's okay. But then what's the payoff down the road? This Slardar is going to have to pay it back at some point. As an Infest vehicle, a Roshan taker, a backline jumper, something. Because it's costing you a bit in this early game. You're down 4K, not irrecoverable. But the downside is this TA is going to infest your side of the map with traps. He's going to steal some of your camps. The Medusa, you're not going to see this Medusa for 15 minutes until he's 3 or 4 slotted.
Yep.
Because you're going to have to go through the TA brick wall to get to him. Well, I mean, it is Dyrachyo, so maybe you'll see him once, but the game is just farming up right now. And it does feel like the clock is ticking a little bit to get into this mid game in a solid enough position. Again, I don't think they're in too much of a rush right here.
Yeah, because they do have a TA lineup, so you're expecting early Roshan, right? And then you're going to start this cycle of it feels like they always have an Aegis that they're playing around. They already have a huge net worth advantage. They're going to go for 33 here with the Stampede, tries to use the Hurricane, stay ahead of the Stampede, but obviously there's enough slows and stuns. There's nowhere really he could go.
There's just no playmaker in this lineup. I mean, when your puck has to lane TA 1v1. Just testing it out.
Aiden, you good? You good there, dog?
It was a preemptive ulti.
Cold comfort.
Celery saw it, that's for sure. Boy, those crushes really don't want to land, do they?
I mean, these coils also not doing a lot for Liquid. Throw it on the coil, game and sit there. And I guess you can send the little Cobalt in.
Yeah, get him.
I mean, amp damage rune on Quinn means this Roche is completely open anytime they want it here. Doing it on the Dire side would probably be nice here as well.
The one playmaker, he's about to be online, but he's gonna get ganked again. He needs one more CS to get the Blink Dagger, but he's gonna die before it's picked up, so that will be delayed even further, and Insania will join him in a trip back to the fountain. So just get that Blink Dagger, okay. Got a Blink Dagger on the Rubik before the Doom. So they have 3 Blink Daggers on the side of Gaming Gladiators before Liquid gets one.
I mean, what is Liquid?
Radiant's top tower has
What is their game plan right now? Is there a game plan? Was there? I mean, there must have been a game plan from the draft, right? But
I would certainly hope so. Yeah.
It does not feel like, and this has been the inconsistency in this team, especially in these Dream Leagues, man, where they just something happens to them in this tournament.
Radiant's middle tower
And we've already seen it in games this event, where like they look amazing in some games, world class, and other games it's.
Their Extreme series was super fun to watch. There was some high-level Dota there.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
what I'm saying.
perfect, but there was definitely a lot of high-level Dota.
I just don't. It's such a mystery how you can oscillate between these two ends, these two extremes, so quickly.
Doesn't that usually mean that you don't have a direction and identity? I feel like that the teams that I see that oscillate like that have these very low floors and high ceilings, it usually means that they're just not sure where their place is in the meta.
It could be a meta thing, could be a patch thing. Hero pools definitely can affect it. It could also just be the tempo synergy between the core players that they haven't figured out yet. I mean, we've talked about it at length, like how does 33 fit in this lineup? They lost Zai, they lost Matumba. These were players that generally found a way to fit well together in terms of the pace they wanted to play the game. This team, a bit more of an enigma. What does that actually look like?
Yeah.
If Boxy is your driving force behind this roster, and he's the guy setting the pace, setting the calls, determining where you're going, when, and how fast, then the team kind of has to play through him. But if 33 is also a player who's like that, well, how do you mesh all of that together, right? And it just feels a little off. This is another one of those games where nothing really came together with this lineup. They're not out of it yet, but they're down 8K. And I mean, the bigger thing for me is I don't really even care if you're like losing a game of Dota. Honestly, it almost doesn't matter. It's, are you still trying to do things from that position? And this, it just doesn't feel like they've done anything.
Yeah, and a lot of that just comes down to draft, right? Like their heroes
Sure.
aren't enabled in this first 20 minutes. Now, we're soon going to get our Blink Daggers, and we're soon probably going to see Liquid making some plays. They're at least going to have their Doom Blink Dagger, maybe the Puck one.
Radiant's bottom tower
So
is
maybe
under
at that
attack.
point in time, we'll see them try and be an active voice in this conversation, but
Yeah, I'm not
now-
saying there's necessarily a lot of openings here. I mean, obviously they're a bit pigeonholed, but we saw that one smoke, 4-man smoke, didn't yield anything. I don't know, maybe you just try and sneak Roche on there or something with the amp, right?
sure.
Like maybe get some deep wards, enemy triangle, and sit your Slardar Lifestealer there, look for some cheeky pick. I don't know. Like you have to get creative in these types of games because your space is going to get closed off very quickly here in the next 5 or so minutes. The second Dyrachyo feels confident enough to start joining gaming on Liquid's side of the map, then I mean, your camps are just gone because you're going to have to make a choice of running into the Deucer or running into the TA. Maybe they're confident enough in 33 Doom with a Shiva's timing to be able to frontline against the physical damage.
He got spotted, and he's going to get caught before he can blink away. Toss back into Quinn. Quinn attempting to go for the Doom, but a blink away from Quinn. He knows there's reinforcements coming from the side of Liquid. He doesn't want to be the one to get doomed. He'll leave that to Ace instead, who's going to be left behind. So they train out offlaners here.
What?
What?
Wait, what?
Radiant's
Huh?
top tower is under attack.
All right, hopefully we get a replay on that. What?
He TP framed disruption?
But and he also didn't TP into his fountain, he TP'd to his throne?
Well,
there's a series of weird things going on there. Hey, Dyrachyo's in the game.
Radiant's bottom tower
The
is
Deuce
under
has
attack.
been farming away this entire time. Dyrachyo's gotten to a point where now he can be in an active force.
Oh, he's rage.
The rage, right. Yeah,
that makes sense.
We're old Dota players. It's hard to get used to that change.
I mean, it also looked weird because he TP'd there, though. Like, what?
Yeah, I know. Why is he TPing to his ancient, not his fountain?
I mean, that's the real old school aspect there, right?
Radiant's middle tower
Like you're
is
double
under
clicking that
attack.
and going straight to fountain.
Yeah.
There used to be a time where you couldn't, but
True.
Mickey's not that old a player. He's
Okay, you're gonna get stomped before you even touch the creep wave.
And they're not even doing Roche in this game. They're just taking everything they want.
Yeah, that's the wild part about this. It's a TA lineup that is dominating so hard they don't want to back off to a corner of the map and do Roshan. They're saying that gives Liquid too much space.
I mean, it is in theory correct. Like, the first Roche is honestly not worth anything if you can't die anyway.
Yep.
What is the point? Like, this is worth way more than going and doing Roche. Every time. Liquid just looking for their Lifestealer Radiance here. Shiva's on the Doom, and I mean, that's going to be as good as it gets in this game. You're going to have to make something happen with that double core item timing if you can get to it. And if you're going to do Roche here as gaming, you just spend 1 or 2 to it.
Oh, they know.
Get a little rage steal.
They're going to chase him away again. Think he was hoping to be able to farm that triangle to a point that he has that Radiance. Instead, they're going to go back into their Tormentor, an advantage that Slardar does give you, right? This is something that we saw Falcons put to use really, really well. They took both Tormentors in 20 minutes. Here, a support Slardar can always give you a very fast Roche-taking mechanism with just 2 heroes, so that's kind of an interesting, unique idea to it.
Yeah, that's nice, but you're about to have a Butterfly Medusa walk down one of your lanes in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Sometimes you gotta look at the bright side of life. At least you'll have a shard before your barracks dies.
Do you have to look at the bright side of life, man? I feel like that's a bullshit saying, to be honest.
I mean, you know, you don't have to. You could choose to be miserable if you want.
Yeah, just close the blinds and play Dota all day.
Yeah, that's called depression.
Oh, that's what that is, huh? Well, I wouldn't have known. It was a career for me.
Yeah. Radiance is done.
This game's depressing.
Yeah.
Tell you that much. This is one of those Dota games you're playing it going, you're secretly in your mind, I hope we lose soon. So I don't have to play this out anymore.
God, I hope they go high ground soon.
Hey guys, when's that patch coming? You think it's coming right after this game?
That's right, the patch coming today, surely. Right? Faster the games are over, the faster the patch comes. That's what Reddit says.
Liquid's just doing some fan service right now.
Speed running an elimination out of DreamLeague.
Well, they got their Radiant.
They get better at it every season, you know?
That's true, they are improving. If you're looking for a speed record, they're getting better.
Not going to be able to infest, I don't think, unless he does. Tries to go for a TP
Oh.
out and does do the armlet toggling well enough to get out of there. Well played, Mickey. Man, he has had some stellar performances today. The rest of Liquid, maybe not so much.
Okay, yeah, that was a beastly armlet toggle, but the misses here from Quinn. Like, this guy needs some glasses or what, man? He missed like 7 out of 9.
That was pretty bad. He had an amp damage.
That was absurd.
Oh, he got the Shivas on 33.
That's what I was saying.
Doesn't quite. Okay, now they still go for the initiation anyway. Boxy's coming in from behind. Hits him with the dust. And TP's out. No, he doesn't. He cancels his TP. Boxy's plays continue. The high ground backstab. Now he's going to run out into double trap and get 3-shot by Quinn. The enthralling tales of support Slardar continue.
I honestly wonder what his hero damage is in this game.
Oh no.
It might be the lowest hero damage game of Boxy's career. Like, I'm not saying that to be mean, but like, it might be. I just don't know what he was supposed to do in this.
Is he going to get over 1,000 damage?
Well, yeah, he has over 1,000.
Oh, okay.
Let me see it there. Good try, Austin.
I was just thinking of that.
The only thing I saw
Magnus game
was the tri-lane bottom at like the 5-minute mark, and you kill Rubik twice. And maybe that opens up the Wisdom Rune steal in this game. Like, that's the only thing I saw that maybe can happen in this game. I don't even know how reliable that is.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any other openings. I don't think the openings existed on the other 2 lanes at any point in that early. Very tough position. He will get the Blink Crush, though. Onto Celery.
They're going to go for Celery, but Stampede is getting him away. They're going to invest inside the Slardar. The Slardar is going to try and sprint run him down.
Go to the Slardar.
Does manage to get the TP out. They do manage to get the Shadow Demon. Knee shot back to the fountain as well.
They lost him. No, they got the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they got the Shadow Demon.
I said
he infested inside the Slardar to sprint run him down.
Okay, so they did
I had it all in my head.
There we go.
You listen to the commentary.
There's the
you'll
payoff.
know what happens. Don't worry.
There's the payoff, ladies and gentlemen. They got him. That's where you play that Saberlight clip. Suck it, Celery. Do we still have that? I don't know.
We lose that one?
You know production's looking for it right now. They're going through the files. Where's that damn clip? I know we got it here from season 14, 8 years ago.
Yeah, that clip will... That clip is timeless. That clip can be used 5 years from now. All right, one final push for Game & Gladiators. Let's see if they can get 4 more kills, too.
All right, who do you doom here? I think you doom Templar Assassin.
Well, last time he doomed Shadow Demon.
You got him.
And he gets out the Doom on the Templar Assassin, you're right, and Mickey doesn't quite yet die. He gets the Infest off, so he's going to start healing up a little bit.
Oh, he has BK.
Insania marching forward with the Freezing Field, a silence to stop the stomp that was going to stop the Freezing Field.
They got
keeps
him.
going, and they get the kill. Now an orb forward. Boxy was keeping them close to the chest. See if Liquid can continue to chase down these heroes.
He has no
Duracio's
mana.
running out of mana. He could actually die here. Duracio's low. They have to fight through this butterfly, though. They need more magic damage. They finally get him. Liquid. They get 1 kill, 2 kills, get a 3rd. Holy cow. The comeback in the making here for Liquid. The last stand, the last barracks gives them a chance at winning a fight, and they pull through. They get 3 kills, looking for a 4th. At Blink Dagger, Slardar Crush, it's coming up.
I don't know if you want to go in there.
Do it.
I think you take what you got here. Well, they're gonna look for.
Oh, keep going. Oh, you got nothing left to lose. This game,
4 kills,
was absolutely done for Liquid. You might as well go for as much as you can after.
I mean, that's a big gold swing. It's like 5K gold.
Yeah.
Didn't lose the Megas. Parasma now on the puck.
They got, yeah, that Parasma is a really big pickup.
Plus the Shiva's guard. I mean, you have some spell amp, you have some damage to work with now. Was this the plan all along? lure them into a false sense of confidence. Hey guys, look at this starter. He isn't doing anything all game. Let's go high ground. Dumbass. Never go high ground.
Never go high ground. That is the rule of Dota 2. You do not go high ground. All right, level 20 Templar Assassin. Pick up a shard for Tofu, so now they have an additional save. We talked about that on the panel we had.
Can we get the hero damage again, please? We're gonna have the hero damage stat. 3.4, he doubled it in that fight. Woo. God damn. This man's a monster. He's level 14 now. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the shard, Blink Dagger, he's got the talent now.
It's the same level as the gaming supports.
So if he actually, they could do the Infest combo, they could do the Crush, they'll have the Corrosive Haze on them.
Oh, you
right
cannot
away.
afford to die here. Nisha! Ooh, that would have been a dieback.
The Meld Strike was coming in, but it doesn't quite land fast enough, Nisha.
And he took Defiant Shell here just for some armor.
Yeah.
Gossamer Cape as well. I mean, but they are getting some items here. Like, they got their Shiva's Radiance timing. They took that fight. They got to the Halberd on 33. They're maxing up the neutral items. They have 3 Craggy Coats. Did I see that correctly? I don't think I've ever seen a team with triple Craggy Coat.
That is awesome.
That is pretty nice here.
If you activate it in fights, that's a bonus 20 armor from when you didn't have that item.
I mean, they're itemizing very well in this game. Not that it's like, super hard, but you're going to make the TA's life pretty miserable in these fights. You just keep stacking the armor, stacking the disarm.
The long smoke wrap around. They're going to break on Tofu. Tofu blinks back.
This is a very hard high ground.
Now they're running into a high ground ward plus double TA traps.
You have to find an angle on the supports here or something. You cannot charge into that ward.
Boxy, maybe he finds it on Celery. Jump in, 3-man crush! An immediate follow-up there from Nisha as he jumps in, now throws out the coil on some of these heroes. Now, Mickey's got to play the long con here. He's got to start backing out. Quinn's going to chase after him, though. He uses Infest to get into the fight. The misses keep on raiding in. The Arblet toggles the misses. No, the Shadow Demon Purge will finish him off, but they've got Duraccio. Duracio's dead. They were chasing after Mickey the entire time, but they finished up Duraccio. Now another crush comes in. Ace, Nisha's going to clean him up. No problem. The Orb is going to be able to run in through.
The hell's happening?
Another fight.
What a sick angle and entry into that fight. I mean, you cannot ask for anything more from a forward position Slardar right now as Boxy finds 3 on the Crush amp. Just sets everything up to get Mickey in here. This Radiance has done so much work. The Craggy Coats. The Craggy Coats.
Yup.
Were they the turning point as Quinn's... This guy needs MKB. He needs it bad because, yeah, you get the Lifestealer kill, but it costs you so much on the backside of this fight. A full channel freezing field. They lock Medusa in the Doom under that Stone Gaze used earlier, and...
It was also Heaven's Halberded, so he got Daedalus, but he was disarmed for most of it, and he was doomed.
How did that go? How is this game going so wrong for Gaiman? 20k gold lead, Roshan control, 2 lanes of Rax's, high ground vision, trap vision. They have saving turnaround supports with decent frontline, but you put a couple Craggy Coats on a fish, and the man gets the job done. And now he's looking at Roshan.
Oh, this is so big. TA lineups, man, they live and die off of these Aegis. Just over and over again. You run the Aegis up into a high ground push.
This is not a Roshan they can afford to give up, I want to say.
They don't have a choice in it. They're not going to be able to get here in time. Not thanks to the Corrosive Haze.
And does Quinn have MKB? He does not. He's still short the gold.
God, their damage really sucks for it. If it wasn't for Slardar, they would not be able to do this Roshan. And they're going to get Boxy before the Roshan even dies. It finally dies. He gets a nice crush there, and they get vision of all of these heroes. Liquid is getting out, though.
Super happy with that trade. Slardar dead for 50, but you get everybody else out. You get a banner, you get an Aegis, and you're going to get time to get to another Halberd here, potentially, on the Lifestealer. Again, the itemization here from Liquid has been 100% on point. You nullify the physical damage output from this TA and Medusa, and I go back to the crux of the gaming lineup. The biggest issue I have with it is where is the damage if you solve that problem? Like, there is none.
Yeah, you're never going to get a source of magic damage from Gaming Gladiator. So
will not.
Liquid can just all in on armor. And they also are getting a big damage bump up very, very soon. they are going to get Aghanim Scepter on Nisha. Imagine that if Boxy hits another one of those 3-man crushes and you have a coil on top of that, you're dumping all of those right clicks in from the puck thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. That's a lot of damage you're going to be throwing in.
I mean, I don't know where this momentum came from, but Liquid have found it. And they found it right when they needed to. And now all of a sudden, I don't think this game is nearly as comfortable for Gaimin as it was 10 minutes ago. They're continuing to have more map control, continuing to find runes, but...
You know what's crazy? Dota Plus has said this has been 100% over for like the last 5 to 10 minutes. They said this game is done, and even still does not give Liquid hardly any chance to win this game. It just keeps on going up to 1%. They say they went from 0% chance to a 1% chance to be able to win this game.
I mean, yeah, that
doesn't
not,
feel that.
That's not even close.
Yeah.
Well, honestly,
what would you give it?
I honestly think Dota Plus overrates certain carries.
Yeah, Dusa, Spectre.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it understands the current status of late game Dota anymore because it's too whacked. It just gives up at a certain point.
But what would you give it? Do you think this is like, it's not quite a dead even game, right? But it's like, what, 70-30?
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad, honestly. I think Gaimin need to find some answers to these halberds, to the armor, or at least get some of the spells off
on the
board.
poison, they're gonna get a disruption. Jump in from Ace, hits the stomp on at least the Doom, stopping him. He throws out the Doom before he dies onto the Templar Assassin. But they had already gone through the gate on one hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nisha's gonna TP back to base, so now Gaimin Gladiators have a chance to go high ground again if they want into the Aegis. But with the Doom down, they could force a buyback at least.
Yeah, they're gonna run down this lane. That is more than enough time to force this issue. Yeah, you have your Aegis, but Quinn finished MKB. That was the biggest item, the biggest answer in this game. You got the BKB for Dyrachyo now too, so both cores getting their answers to what Liquid have proposed here that brought them back into it. And this is the real scary fight because, yeah, maybe your TA Dusa are not going to scale too much more past this as they're getting slotted, but right now, you have that evasion pierce on the Templar Assassin. It's pretty damn terrifying. You need to stall this push out. You need to use this Aegis well. Buy time for your Doom to come back. See how much Gaimin want to force it. Like, do you want to jump in here is the question.
Telekinesis are going to try and burn through this HP initiation from behind, catches the Rubik, almost instantly takes him out of fight. He's still stuck in the coil, but he does get a bit of a heal there. And he's going to be okay for now. Actually infests inside of Quinn to be able to get away, and the Stone Gaze allows them to full reset. So that's a buyback Doom, where they did not get the initiation. And 33 still struggling to get it. He's not going to be able to get it at all. The crush comes in from behind, though. The supports just get melted. A freezing field instantly gets canceled as silence comes through from the TA trap. Mickey is fighting for his life here against 3 different cores. He's got an extra life to be able to work it. Celery came back in, almost immediately dies again. Finally, Mickey goes down. Immediate buyback as Doom comes back into it.
Yeah, but what's he going to do? He has no Doom.
Yeah, he has no heroes to be joining him alongside of this play. They're getting here soon, but he might just die before they even arrive. 33, a couple more shots from Quinn. They finally go down, but they get on top of Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo will now die. He is the person who doesn't have buyback.
Is this enough for Liquid to repel Gaimin here?
Nisha's going to chase after and collect whatever more heroes they can get. A dieback there onto Tofu. A lot of buybacks being used there. Some on Gaimin Gladiators, a lot on Liquid.
3 buybacks out of Liquid, but you had double buyback out of Gaimin. 2 supports for 2 supports and a life stealer, so it really only cost Liquid Mickey's buy here. They're looking for more.
Boxy trying real hard to make this infest, give it an opportunity to get a kill, but both these heroes are pretty damn tanky.
So tanky, what the hell?
What's going on? Okay, now they finally go for the infest pop out and get the kill on the Centaur. Can Mickey get out of here? It seems like it's fine, no problem.
I mean, another exchange that's worth it for sure, because you get that Slardar dieback timer on cooldown now.
Sure, in this like dead period where nobody's taking the objective.
And you exchange it for another big core kill. So honestly, the end outcome, not too bad for Liquid, considering that was that MKB, BKB timing.
Yep.
And you had that Doom dead for the start of it. Very awkward fight. I mean, not getting the momentum they wanted to crawl back in this game, but they're holding it at a standstill. Getting some more chances. They still have a puck buyback to work with. I mean, what else can you build up here in the meantime? It feels like they need the BKB on the Doom. I think that's the biggest thing here. Ags for Mickey, you get a disarm on one of these heroes. Going to be pretty solid, but I think 33 just needs this Black King bar.
Or maybe he just waits, lets everybody else initiate. Then in that chaos, he's able to get off the Doom. I mean, feels like the last couple of fights, he's trying to start the fight with Doom.
I mean, the crushes have been going out pretty much simultaneously. It's just, when he goes in, you're going to get stone gazed at some point, and he's just getting chain stunned off that. There's a Centaur Stomp, there's some stolen spell off the Rubik, there's a Trap Silence going out. He just needs BKB to guarantee he can get a Doom off on an important target, at least near the start of the fight here. I mean, you're looking for one of the cores, but if you get the Shadow Demon before he throws his spells out, you'll probably take that as well. More importantly, you just need to get the Shiva's Guard on as many heroes as possible. It's a big damage amp for the fight. Gives a lot of vision for Nisha to go in. Both teams looking towards this next Roche now. I don't think Gaming are in a position they want to go high ground without it. They are starting to scale up Ace a bit more here as these two of their cores are peaking. You know, we talked about the damage issues. Centaur can be a late game damage source when he gets that 5 or 6 slots. Especially with the double-edged shard. Just start building up the stacks. You have 8,000 HP. What are you going to do about me? But the Ag's done for Mickey, so they have another disarm mechanism. And man, even with the MKB, Quinn is having trouble hitting people. There's just so much evasion, Ghost Scepters, the Craggy Coats, the Halberds, the Shiva's armor. It's so much to get through here. Infest Bomb.
Got the pop. Got the kill on Tofu. The Stampede allow Ace to get away without further casualties, but this sets up for Roshan. If it's a fast Roshan, Liquid might just be getting it for free.
And this is where the support Slardar does not feel like a liability anymore.
No.
As much as it was in this game. He's just pure value now. Like, he's going to go in, give you that initiation vehicle for the Slardar, and he's going to do it as a support, which means even if he gets stuck in the middle of everything and goes down after he uses utility, you still have 2 other cores to back him up. Yeah, level 20, he has fully recovered in this game. He's annoying for them, man.
Kind of surprised he didn't take the minus armor talent just because he's a vehicle for the Lifestealer. But I mean, if this build definitely pays off. You get to that later, like that, you know, like Ags Octarine build, where you're just crushing every 3 seconds for a ton of damage.
Helps you farm too. There's something to be said for wave clearing and pushing out camps.
Sure. Roshan is going to be pretty fast, but Gaming Gladiators will have their full 5 up to contest this Roshan, and Liquid are not in a position around the pit just yet. In fact, it's looking like Gaming Gladiators are going to get that Roshan. Liquid just don't seem to be in a position, really, to contest. They're all over the map. Are they wanting Gaming Gladiators to go high ground again?
Radiant are scanning.
I don't think you ever just give up Roche from a strategical position of now they're going to go high ground.
That's what they're doing. Am I wrong?
I think they just didn't feel confident with the way the lanes were set up. Like, that's not an easy Roche to just sit there and force when your 2 other lanes are getting shoved in off 2 Raxes that have been taken and your 3rd one's exposed.
They have this lane ward.
Once again, though, they're on the clock on this fight as the lanes are all going in. They want the backstab here. They want the Shadow Demon. They want the Rubik. Get a numbers advantage.
Smoke breaks on Instania. Stampede immediately goes out. Ace tries to find what he can. Goes forward with the Shivas and finds Instania. Doesn't quite get that kill. There's a jump in. Mickey immediately got the kill on the Shadow Demon. So no disruption is going to be here. Now he's trying to finish off the Centaur. Keep on top of this tanky horse. See if he can finish him off. The Stone Gaze is causing a little bit of issues. Going to pop the Manta, try and get away. And he helps for Mickey. Mickey, the shot's coming in. Again, he's trying to arm the double. What are these misses? Oh my God. How does this keep on happening? Now he's got an Infest again. He can start healing up if he wants to. He's going to go back inside Boxy again. They've already burned through the Aegis with Dyrachyo. He's going to come back.
He's full.
They're going to chase after him. What is Boxy going to jump on?
He wants the back line.
Shiva's trying to get some vision. Okay, that's going to be 33 instantly dying, but it gave the initiation to Boxy to get on top of Quinn. They're going to try and burn through this refraction. He's got so many charges, but they burn through, eat through it, almost dead. A little bit more, and they finally got him, but he gets the blink away. He actually somehow gets out of here, and Mickey is trapped in hell with Starachios raining down arrows on the entirety of Liquid, and that is game. Far closer than it looked 20 minutes ago. But Liquid put up one hell of a fight for the last 15, but they just couldn't do it in the clutch. Gaming Gladiators get their victory after all.
That was maybe one of the closest not close games I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
They made them work for that, but I don't know if at any point Liquid was ever really favored.
I mean, Dota Plus still did not give them more than a 5%.
I guess Dota Plus was right. Just no chance. I think if Liquid get that last Roshan, they have a decent shot to win that game. But them giving it up there, or the lanes were too much of a problem, the timing on it wasn't favorable. Like, once you have a second life on that Dusa, that fight's just so damn hard there. And, I mean, props to them for bringing that game back, because we thought it was just over. So that says something about the resiliency of this team and them finding the openings there. Once more, Boxy was just a beast from the position he was put in. Like, honestly, he was just 2 3-man crushes every time. But this TA was a big problem for their lineup. Quinn ended this game 12-0 and 17. They had no real good interaction for him from the lane stage to the end of the game. And honestly, if he had a little better ability to not miss 1,000 times every fight, those might have been a little closer, because this man was just punching air and they were still winning those fights. And he still had the most hero damage in the game. I like the itemization from Liquid, but this game just way too comfortable for gaming.
And a lot of that comes back to the draft on our panel. Not fans of this opening draft from Team Liquid. And maybe they could break down this game one for us.
And I was ready to walk over here 20 minutes ago and be like, Liquid, what the hell are you doing? And now it took me 20 more minutes to be like, Liquid, what the hell are you doing? Because the end result ended up being the same. A highly questionable draft with glimpses of this fight in particular. Is it greatness or is it stupidity from Gaming Gladiators? Effie, which side are you on?
I think Gaiman got caught with their pants down a little bit, like when Boxy was able to get a 3-man crush and there were a couple of heroes tunnel visioned on the Lifestealer, ignoring their Medusa. That was just a matter of Liquid playing really well and Gaiman getting sloppy towards the end, right? In a lot of cases, when you have 1 Rax left, you can, and you feel like the game is pretty much won, you can make 1 or 2 mistakes that extend the game that long. But, I mean, overall, I felt like that was Gaiman's win through and through, even towards the end.
They were about to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
They were getting there. I mean, it gave me some hope. I mean, it looked completely hopeless for a long part of that game. I mean, the first moment of hope was when Gaming was about to go high ground and take the last Rax when the tower was already dead. Like, they were not far away from just being out of the game. But yeah, the laning stage did not go good. Basically, the Boxy's impact on the game was not high from the Slardar, unfortunately. Just the position he was put in. And yeah, every fight was difficult. Their heroes just didn't really do that much against the opponent's ones. They had damage issues. At the end of the game, they had 3 heroes on the Liquid side that did less than 10,000 damage. And their other 2 players did 30k. And that's what happens when you have a support Slardar, because he can't itemize, really, past, like, I'm initiating. So yeah, many issues, unfortunately. The draft kind of screwed him. And we've brought an authority on absurd games, Cinderin. What a pleasure to have you join us. Yeah,
how am I know authority?
That's how I know him too. Yep.
Just a weird guy overall, not just with Dota.
You've been telling me that you find that at moments sometimes the games are not playing out the way that you see them in your mind's eye. But this one, you were pretty sure that Liquid were doing something wrong here.
Yeah, I called this. This is going to be a 25-minute game. I said minute 2.
Yeah.
Because like you're looking at the lanes and the way this game is set up. I feel like Liquid have inferior lanes, they have bad core matchups, and they have no solution to specifically Medusa. And it's a team that has Medusa TA and is going to get Roches, right? But I want to give credit where credit's due. I think this game, for me, was like borderline impossible from minute 10. Yeah. And they made it that far. I think their itemization was pretty much flawless from the side of Liquid, and the fight selection that they did with terrible conditions was really, really good. So I think if you want to take anything away as Liquid after that game is, all right, our draft, you know, sometimes a spade is a spade. That sucked. Like, that was about as bad as the draft is going to get. So if they can still make that game competitive, get an even draft or even slightly worse conditions, you might be the stronger team today, right? So I think that's the glass half full way of thinking. Was we played pretty damn well with nothing. So
What an
give us
optimist.
something, you know.
I think the most disappointing part is we don't know why they picked the puck and they forced one of those heroes to support. That's really what I want to know personally. I just don't know though.
If they win game 2, we'll talk to them and I'll talk to Netta specifically and be like, brother, what were you doing there?
It wasn't just the puck though. Like I feel like there were too many ideas in that draft because they had their Doom available for snatching in that overall first phase, but they prioritized Slardar instead. And we know Slardar is strong because of the mid offlane flex. But then in the next phase, they pick up Doom anyway. They're like, okay, Doom's still open. Let's just take him. It's our best hero. So they pick Doom, giving away their Slardar flex because you know that your Slardar is going to go mid now. And then towards the end, they're like, okay, let's just pick Puck and put him on 4, which is not a position that Slardar is good in this patch. So this draft started to fall apart in the second phase when they picked up the Doom way too early. I feel like for your first phase, you either commit to your Slardar or you commit to your Doom, but you don't do both.
Well, on the topic of positions, I want to see which 2 positions BSJ chose for their Acer Predator head-to-head.
Well, they're both the same position, Neil, as I picked the position 4s from this game, as we were talking extensively about the draft on the panel, as well as the casters, and we wanted to show the KDA of these 4 positions, air quotes, as Boxy was playing the 4-position Slardar, and they look pretty similar, like all things considered. But the clips we have, we're going to see first and foremost Tofu playing a support at the stage of the game where a support is supposed to be a quote-unquote support, making active ganks, moving around the map. We saw Boxy attempt to do the same thing a few times, but you can see why this hero isn't exactly considered a support on the side of Slardar, because this is not what was happening for Liquid at this stage of the game. But, Slardar is traditionally a core, so eventually he will have impact in the game, as we're going to see some sick 3-man crushes in multiple fights. But at the end of the day, even though Liquid was able to take these fights, it just felt like even if their impact looks the same on paper, there's multiple stages of the game you have to consider, and we saw what happened the first 20.
So then is there any world where if a Slardar rotation ends up working out in their favor and maybe they killed Medusa in like the first 8 minutes or so, does the game really change or does it just take longer for the same result?
I mean, I think what Synderen was saying backstage and on panel just now is that the fact that it didn't really look like Gaiman's draft was concerned about going late either. So it feels like Liquid had to also get ahead in a way that they weren't supposed to. Like Slardar had to have more than average impact, and it also had to get them ahead, and then they had to not lose it. So it's like, I'm not by any means just trying to bash Boxy at all. We're just seeing that like both players are making high-level plays. They're both having the impact that they can, but at the end of the day, it is a strategic game. We talk about there's a little bit of a chess aspect to Dota, and a lot of times these teams, like, you can see how important the draft is when the players of equal skill in the game looks like that.
Well, right now, that was basically what looked like a 200 elo draft out of Liquid. Let's see if they can step it up, because the bar is set very low for game number 2.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. Bring out the best in me, baby. Bring out the best in me, baby. Baby, now that I've found you, I finally believe dreams gonna come true. It's really happened. Suddenly life has a brand new meaning. So positive, this mood that I'm in. With you beside me, I feel I could do anything. Your love's making me shine. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby. Now I feel so alive. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby. You are the sunshine after the rain. You lifted me up, made me happy again. You're everything a lover could be. You bring out the best in me. Yes, you do that. You bring out the best in me. Yeah, yeah. Baby, feel so natural. The joy we're sharing now feels so magical. The way you seem to make everything in my life so easy. I can take it all in my stride. As long as I know that you're there, I'll be satisfied. Your love's making me shine. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby. Now I feel so alive. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby. You are the sunshine after the rain. You lifted me up, made me happy again. You're everything a lover could be. You bring out the best in me. Yes, you do, baby. You bring out the best in me. Make me so happy. Yes, you do now. You bring out the best in me. Your love's making me shine. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby. Now I feel so alive. You bring out the best in me. Bring out the best in me, baby.
what you just witnessed was the physical representation of Liquid figuring out their Game 1 draft. Do we put Doom on 4, Slardar
Left hand
on
green.
mid, Puck, well, let's last pick a Puck. And unsurprisingly, it was a disaster. So the bar is set pretty low. They can hopefully do something that's more coherent for game number 2, Effie, right?
Yeah, but I honestly think that they should feel good about themselves for even making that game look somewhat competitive towards the end, because that draft did them no favors. That was probably one of the worst last pick drafts we're going to see in a long time, I feel like, just because they were in a position where their overall flex of the Slardar Doom towards the end, both of them had abysmal games. It was a terrible Doom game and a terrible Slardar game, and I don't think Liquid will put themselves in that position, but they're going to pat themselves on the back anyway for taking it that far.
So, Mir, we saw Neil over there contorted on the Twister board, and he had to go right foot green.
I know.
And that did him in. So what part of Liquid's draft was the right foot green?
For me, honestly, it's like I mentioned in the post-game panel, I think that the idea, like the first pick Slardar idea was cool, but they didn't fully commit to it because they picked Doom right after, and they weren't ready to play that flex until the very end.
Okay.
So I think that if they're going to play the Slardar, you play the Slardar. If you want your Doom, you first pick your Doom, but you don't complicate your draft that much that early on.
I'm saying the Puck at the end.
The Puck was the right foot green?
The Puck was the right foot green. I think it all fell apart at that moment. Like, they could have salvaged the positions, but then they just threw another core in there when they didn't need to.
Yeah, I mean, it made a situation that was already spaghetti, pretty convoluted already. So, I mean, but you already had the spaghetti, is what Mira's saying, so.
The pasta was already there.
Yeah.
And then they just bungled the sauce.
Neil, what was the part of the draft where Brian touched your ass? Oh, wait, that was my ass.
That was the Medusa, actually.
Oh, okay.
It felt
that was,
good.
yeah, good old
It felt real good.
Yeah, okay.
And we've finally proven that the flex to TA is in Gaming Gladiator's pocket, because, like we said, we haven't really seen Quinn be associated with the hero in quite a while, but Dyrachyo was more than happy to get a ultimate last pick Medusa and then move the TA to mid. And it gets banned out by themselves as we get into the draft for game number 2. The Pango, the Chen, the Io, and the Sniper taken out by Liquid and Game and ban out the Doom and the TA.
You still have your typical support picks up for grabs. Your Shadow Demon is still available. They took out the Disruptor themselves on Gaiman. They take the Slardar themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent for teams to ban TA in the first phase against Team Liquid, so they solved that problem by picking it last game. This game, just switching it up a little bit. They banned it themselves.
Do Liquid respond with a Shadow Demon opener here versus a Slardar?
They could try Falcons, the CM.
5 seconds remaining.
But I think both are fine.
What? You think what?
Both are fine?
Oh, okay. You really compressed a few syllables
Yeah,
there.
sorry, that's the, like, hyperventilating from...
I think both are fine.
From the Twister.
They go for Vayne instead.
I mean, this can be fine, certainly, because for really big jump heroes, sometimes just providing really long duration lockdown is what you need to, like, give your carry a couple seconds to focus them down. So Bane can certainly work, and it's a little bit more flexible in the draft, certainly.
I also think that having this Bane this early covers for a potential Bristleback coming out of Gaiman, because they have been running a lot of Bristleback on Dyrachyo, and Bane is one of the better supports at dealing with it, because you just put it to sleep during a fight, and you focus the rest of its team.
Because if you pick a CM here, they're just going to potentially flex the Slardar, and then your CM is against some offlaner that might not even be good against. Whereas the SD response that we saw last game, just more flexible in terms of, like, at some point in the game it's going to be good against the Slardar. It doesn't have to lane against it. So for those reasons, if they didn't want to pick SD and they're scared about the CM getting caught by it being a swap, the Bane just makes sense and it does all the other things we mentioned.
But I wanted to see Enchantress, because that was the other first phase ban out of Gaming Gladiators, in addition to ban.
I mean, it's good. It is a tower pressure, but it feels to me that teams are just relying on different tower cheese heroes right now. It's like the Enchantress or the Chens. Obviously, if Chen makes it through that one, just makes sense. Enchantress is a little bit harder to execute, and it doesn't necessarily scale as well. But why do that when you could...
Enchantress doesn't scale.
Sometimes not so much. Like, yes, you can throw the cruise missiles or whatever, but
plural of impetus.
But I just feel like these teams are being like, I'm going to pick a sniper and I'm going to outrange the tower, or I'm going to pick a Leshrac and use Diabolic Edict, or I'm going to pick a Clinks and I'm going to spawn skeletons in front of your tower and hit it with searing arrows, and then you just walk away. It's like, it's a much lower impact. Enchantress takes like setup. There's heroes that counter her, that can just kill her basically without having to worry about her ultimate.
And not to be repetitive, but you have to think about Bristleback if you're Liquid, because Gaimin have run it repeatedly, and they have a Slardar now, which synergizes so well with a carry Bristleback. So you need the heroes that you pick in the early phases to also be able to respond to that threat.
You ever ban it, is the question.
The
On
Bristle?
Liquid. Like, you have one ban here. You don't really have to ban to protect Bane, so you're probably going to ban to protect, or like ban some synergy with the Slardar.
So I would
Lifestealer doesn't look
imagine.
great.
Sorry. I would imagine just the priority on Bane means they want to let it through.
Okay.
What about Clinks? You like Clinks through?
Not so much at the moment so far. Because usually their Clinks has looked really good. They banned out the Bristle. Usually their Clinks looks really good when you see a melee offlaner, and they haven't seen that yet on Liquid, but they might. It's still something to think about. Brian.
You're just staring, so I'm like, somebody has to join him. He's committed. They're taking a really long time on this pick. Like, usually you have a lot of time to think during the bans when you're second pick. A lot of teams just not pick it. But they go with Enchantress that you were hoping for, Neil. They have won 2 of their 3 games of their wins with
He does
Enchantress.
the deeps. I don't care about this tower nonsense, Kevin. I care about damage on heroes. I care about pure impeti.
I will give you that she is a hero that has some good things against the Slardar. Like, he is going to attack her slower. That means that he's going to have to prime a bash before he 2-shots you, instead of, attacking 6 times or something.
But then she sproinks.
Sproink is an option to get an inch away from the Slardar, that is true. And you can dispel a sprint. Like, it's a soft counter, I would say.
I love what Gaimin just did here with the clock into the Clinks. First of all, Clinks definitely is a hero they've been seeing a lot of success with, but it goes up in value versus Enchantress, because you can just kill her through Untouchable. Like, when you see one target that gets beat down by Clinks, it becomes a good Clinks game. All you need is to just see one hero that increases it in value. And then you have the typical Clock plus Clinks combo of the cogs into the strafe, but also now you have this Clockwork who's going to be able to focus on Bane. Typically, when Bane excels in fights is when he goes uninterrupted, right? When he casts his grips, his nightmares, his enfeebles over and over, but you've got Clock with the hook shot to just bully him.
Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
I was going to say, the clock also protects them from a lot of these tanky offlaners in a lot of ways. So Clinks can have issues getting run down at times. Clockwork's a good solution for that as a 5.
The one weakness I see of Gaimin's draft so far is they don't really have any wave clear. Like, none of these 3 heroes clear waves. So if Liquid wants to counter that aspect, because you have a lot of playmakers on Gaimin, but if they just don't see anybody or they don't have the informational advantage, then that is one way to deal with this type of thing. So I'm not exactly sure what the heroes are for that, but if these heroes kind of scream to me, we'll pick and choose our fights, that would be a good way, in my opinion.
Does Naga work?
Naga would be good. Something like that is exactly what I'm thinking.
Team Liquid's
Terrorblade, there you go. Perfect. I don't think Mickey really plays Naga.
No, he doesn't. That's probably one of the boons of Liquid that Mickey doesn't play this hero, because I think Naga gives you so much more than Terrorblade does.
Yeah.
Because I look at this Terrorblade and it is susceptible to dying early on. It's not like it's a free Terrorblade game, but they picked it because they needed an illusion hero to play for map control, like you mentioned, Brian.
It does have stupidly high armor. It's one upside against the Slardar, but you still would have to worry about the bashes, which isn't going to be a good time. I know that guy.
I hate that guy.
He wouldn't twist with us.
Oh god.
So the funny thing is, DK's
Mike was hot.
Yeah, DK's like traditionally, like a frontliner, but he's actually a hero that is Neil that does the exact same thing that I was mentioning, which he just builds a Manta and then you never see him on the map. So I do like the way that Team Liquid addressed what Gaimin is presenting. Now the question is, like, how is Gaimin going to counter that? Do you pick some illusion destroyer? Do you pick an illusion creator like Darkseer? These heroes go up in value because of that.
Lion.
Or Leshrac.
Leshrac. There's options.
Pugna.
I do like that Liquid went for 2 high armor cores in this phase versus the Slardar, though. It really simplifies their gameplay.
If you get ahead in net worth, basically, then you don't have to worry that they have a crazy burstable moment. If you just stay like a plate mill's net worth ahead of him, it's going to make a huge difference in whether or not you die in that first second or 2. I mean, the supports are going to have to worry about that, Enchantress especially. Because if Klinks pops out with a Slardar, I mean, that's always the scary thing. You have some invis high physical damage hero, and then you have a jumping minus armor Slardar. It's like, if they find you by yourself, you're just going to die so quick. So some protection there is going to be nice. Maybe go Scepter or something.
It also means that the high armor makes Duracio's generally isolated adventures in the enemy side of the map a little bit less fruitful to find kills, because he's more than willing to waste time looking for something. Ideally to find a kill, but for a Terrorblade or a DK, it's not going to be so easy.
Mm-hmm. And now they diversify their damage. They also have some illusion clear with the less track here, so that's pretty good. They've got pure damage, another source of killing towers too. So pretty consistently, Gladiators have been picking 2 cores that do this.
It's a great last track game, but they thought about it for a while, I think because they were just worried about the Enchantress tower pressure to mid, and if their draft was equipped with the ways to handle it. It doesn't look like the freest way to defend Leshrac, but if Leshrac can get off to a good start based on whatever hero they pick for Tofu next, then Leshrac should pop off, right? It's one of the only heroes from the mid lane that can give you the kind of damage that you need to kill DK early on.
The one concern I have of Lesh, because I agree with all the good points you guys said, is that Lesh is a different hero in terms of clearing illusions against melee illusions, like Naga and CK, for instance. Like, those heroes just can't do anything to Leshrac. But these illusions are going to be DK formed. They're going to be metamorphosis. So if Quinn has difficulties getting into the fight and they're able to get like the DK Ags and just kite him around, he doesn't really have an enabler for that. Like somebody, he has to kind of follow in the Klinks and the Slardar. So at that point, if like the blink stun comes out on him, I feel like he'll do nothing throughout the entire course of the fight. He'll get slept, he'll get DK Ags hit. So it's going to come down to how he enters the fight, and that's just going to be all about who jumps who. I don't think there's going to be anything to do with draft there.
What if he has Nihilism?
True.
Nihilism.
But you have Enchantress.
Oh,
Purge.
that's true. Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot.
Honestly,
that Scepter gets taken off.
If Gaiman were Liquid, I would say that Oracle looks incredible for Gaiman, because then you can just protect the Leshrac. Like, you can give him that Oracle ult to walk in and sustain in damage. You can dispel Fiend's Grip. There's so much damage for you to offset with your disarm as well. The issue is then you would have to play 4 o'clock and then put the Oracle on 5, which Gaiman might not want to do.
Okay, so they go Darkseer. That was the hero I thought they might pick, but the one reason I thought they wouldn't pick it if they didn't was the Enchantress. You have the Dispel, or like the Convert Creep, and remove Ion Shell. So the laning stage is going to be a bit weird for Darkseer, but he creates illusions and it's DK Terrorblade.
But then who's your support, though?
10 seconds.
My God, they did the Liquid thing.
Okay, it's Slardar support, but it's way better with Darkseer than it is.
Slardar mid, and then is it
Klink support?
No, I think with Darkseer specifically, you can get away with
It's probably
Slardar.
Klink support. Celery played it one time previous tournament.
Tofu did.
Yeah, Tofu. Thank you.
I would like Klink support, lane it versus Enchantress.
It's Slardar support.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
No, I will say, if
The
there's
spaghetti is still alive.
if there's anything that makes a weird 4-position melee work, it's Darkseer specifically.
Against Enchantress? Thoughts,
If there's anything that makes a position for
And we haven't talked about the Viper last pick yet either. I think this Viper last pick versus Lush is going to give him, like, not only give a good lane, but give a really easy way to fight early on. And then also, Viper's just going to completely dumpster Slardar support.
Yeah, and it's like it further plays into the game plan of like long-ranged illusions kiting you. You have the Surge, you have like generally good gap close between the Slardar and the clock supports. So, but I think this draft is infinitely better than the last one, but anything is infinitely higher than 0, guys. So.
And you're comparing the 2 Slardar support drafts, correct?
I'm comparing Liquid's draft to the last one, and I think this Slardar is better than the last one.
I think so too, because they have other initiators. So it's Slardar. If Slardar just like sprints forward and Corrosive Haze is a guy, I'm like, okay, that's a decent impact.
Klinks might actually kill that guy.
Yeah, like last game he had to like initiate and stun, and that take gold to do it, which he couldn't do. So it does look better, but I'm surprised that he's the support, I guess.
I think stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. Stop picking Slardar. You don't need to pick Slardar support in this game. I'm going to go with Liquid for this one. I'm a hater of Slardar support.
Jens, load up the xylophone because this game is getting silly. I want to see who wants it less as we get into game number 2.
game 2 and say, anything you can do, I can do better. Support Slardar, we're running it, and we're going to beat you with it. Avery, what do you think? Are you a support Slardar hater? I'm not.
No, I actually like it.
Okay.
I think it's been better than it's looked for a long time. I mean, the problem with it this patch is core Slardar is just so strong, you just devalue the hero automatically, which kind of sucks.
Sure.
But I think Darkseer is a good enough reason to do that. If you think Darkseer
Can he
carry
catch
the
up
game.
for the battery assault? The blood grenade is going to come back, and the Nightmare will separate Celery from 33. They will not be able to get that first blood they were looking for. In fact, if anything, Liquid may go for the punish here. You don't want to necessarily go up to that high ground,
30 seconds.
but they can throw some damage back on this low ground for sure.
I mean, Ace does not want to throw out too many shells here for some useless fight that does not yield a first blood, because he's just going to go to lane with half mana, and that is not what you want on Darkseer. But he has 2 melee supports to work with this game. Clock probably the fastest in the entire game, honestly. It used to maybe be an Earth Spirit or a Tiny or something, but both those heroes have pretty much fallen out of the meta.
The battle begins.
So I think Clock is the fastest now, and Slardar, maybe not the best shell user, but this hero is just a beast right now.
They're going to go for Ace. Ace, throw as many Ion Shells as you want, man. You're getting full mana. Now, that Ion Shell on Tofu will help him, as will manage to get a kill back, but obviously the first blood is the big pickup. The support's the ones who claim the last hits on both sides. Now, support Slardar, Tsunami did point this out. It is a support Slardar and a Darkseer against Enchantress. Both Ion Shell and Sprint are dispellable, and Enchantress has a dispel. This seems like a bit of an oversight.
It's more playable than it used to be, I think. But yeah, this matchup is pretty good for Ench on the lane. She has some counter gameplay. Flip side is you can just all in her with double shell back. Okay, maybe you dispel one, but if you get crushed in the vacuum with another shell going, it can be problematic. And ultimately, they're not picking this Darkseer to crush the lane. Like, they're picking this Darkseer because they feel as though Darkseer will be the ultimate carry in this game. You're going to be able to create Dragon Knight illusions, Terrorblade illusions. Viper doesn't really deal well with getting backed into a wall with a bunch of the mosh pit on top of him and a bunch of shell damage. Like, Darkseer is incredibly good this game. It is just downright destructive for Liquid's cores. So if Ace finds the farm and he gets really big, I think he is king of the hill in this game too. That's a good enough reason to pick the hero. The rest just comes down to execution. But Liquid definitely have way more openings this game than they do the first one. Boxy's going to have a lot more gameplay. The support should be pretty strong in these early skirmish points. If you don't give away some bad kills here or there, this early game should be a lot more stable and a lot more solid for you, which means maybe you can start to get those crazy team fights we saw in game 1 going at a earlier pace for you than when you had to bring them out there in desperation mode.
Boxy being super aggressive in his positioning this game. I mean, you start off that bounty rune play trying to get onto the enemy side of the map, see if you can steal away a bounty. Now he's just playing up in Durachio's face. Actually so far away from Celery, because Celery's trying to do the same to 33.
I will say the mid rotations are probably going to happen more frequently this game.
Okay.
I think Liquid, once more with the Dragon Knight, they always want to rotate to this hero. They have Enchantress to do it as well. I would be very surprised if Liquid do not make a 6 to 8 minute type rotation into that mid lane and look for either a catapult usage on top of DK ulti, some sort of pressure going into the Enchantress, force Gaimin to respond to you. The flip side, you also have a Leshrac in that mid lane that Gaimin can play around. If you can maybe shell a support, TP him mid, surge him at the last minute, there is some gameplay there.
Yeah.
Not as easy to execute, but it's possible. And Quinn has done very well in these early waves in that mid matchup.
Oh, that was so close. He almost got that Lotus, but now the Nightmare cancels it. The Lotus goes over to Liquid, and Liquid gets a lot of damage back on a Celery.
This should be a free farm lane for 33 though. I don't see Clink's Clock pressuring him past level 3 here. I mean, he takes a Breathe Fire, but he has some extra tangles to keep him up. So this should be, again, a much stronger laning phase for Liquid, and they're already showing it. Creating a lot of pressure here, early waves. And Quinn goes down in the solo kill. The stacks built up. I was saying he was doing very well in these early waves. I mean, he's 19-4 on this Lesh. And he got the assist gold off that river fight. So he was having a very good early game here, but Nisha don't miss uphill apparently, whereas Quinn missed everything last game.
He hit 3 different times from the low ground to high ground.
Maybe one would say a little unlucky, the other would say a little skill. Nisha definitely gonna take that. Big solo kill to get. Now, this is a matchup where you want the lead with the Viper. So you can just punish the Leshrac in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, the early part of the matchup is better for the Leshrac, right? But now it starts getting more and more Viper favored. Boxy gonna be run down. The creep wave to his assistance will soak up some of the battery assault hits and allow him to live.
I mean, this solo kill could also be big because it's going to open up those mid rotations down the line. Boxy's just going to feed away a bad death here. That is not one he had any need to give up.
Nope.
And it's going to result in a bunch of regen trade off of 33 as well. More free farm for the Clinks. As I was saying, like, you're in a position now where you're guaranteed going to chip a lot of this Leshrac's HP. You're going to force early regen out of him. That mid rotation is going to be opened up. Just a question of how much can you get on these silence to enable it. You're going to try and poke down Tofu or maybe just kill him outright. God damn that damage.
Yeah. Oh, some heavy damage back over to bottom lane where the battery assault on 33, but the turnaround kill the Clockworks. No more battery assault there. Okay.
If Liquid can start to pick up the pressure on these side lanes, just burn out regen or get these kills like that, it will also open up the roaming from the Enchantress. So these are big exchanges for them to try and set their next 5 minutes up, and we're already seeing Boxy rotate through the jungle right now.
Yeah, because
Enchantress heading towards mid. I mean, this gank is coming.
You have to imagine the Clockwork is going to do the same off that death, right? He's going to TP in, refill the bottle, try and secure the power runes, but Liquid know this was coming, and they immediately go for the strike to backstab from behind. They take the first step. They bring down the Leshrac, and they'll get the kill on Celery. Celery, it looks like, too, unless the Cogs can somehow create some space, and that's just not possible. Double kill for Nisha, and power runes secured.
Perfect timing on that gank. You have the catapult wave, you have the level 6 versus 5 advantage. That solo kill for Nisha just sets all that up. And now you get a power rune to boot. Really nice opening sequence here for Liquid, and this is what we expect from this team in the early game. Some structure, some support combinations, some quick moves, good momentum-based gameplay. Get a 7-minute Wisdom Rune right now, you're going to be cooking.
Radiant are scanning.
And of course, you can just leave this Dragon Knight alone, but you can also rotate to him.
He actually get this kill. It's a little hard. Dark Pack, Darachi got so much HP. Enchantress comes in for the extra. Darachi almost has his Dark Pack back up. He needs to get to a creep to eat it, and he finally does. Gets that extra HP, 33. Still trying to chase him down, but he actually got to level 5, which gave him another stack. He eats another creep, and it gets back up to full. Boxy dies in the trade-off with Tofu, and they try and run down Insania. Insania's got the heal going, so maybe it's not worth it to chase. Certainly not going to be getting that kill anyway.
Yeah, I cannot believe he lives there.
Celery,
that's brutal.
It's a Viper on top of you.
Yeah, what was he looking at?
Well, Wisdom Runes do get traded out, so nothing there. I did see there was some sort of attempted aggressive play, but didn't work.
Caught him sleeping, quite literally. Matchup still not fun for Quinn, still not level 6, so he can't go into the jungle yet. At least efficiently. And Liquid continue to control the vision around mid. The D ward there going to limit Quinn's ability to read these moves even more. Double obs up around mid lane for Liquid.
Go for the kill on 33, but a Dragon Tail defends against the stun of Tofu. Did you see what happened, by the way? Boxy dragged a range creep with him, and it followed him up the high ground, so they knew where the word was.
Ah, very nice. And Gaming, I mean, they're just trying. That's gonna be another free D ward. It cannot keep the vision control at all. Liquid support's all over it right now. I think that's the 3rd obs to go down around this mid lane. That's a lot of golden XP you're giving away as well.
Got him after the surge. Nisha will come in to try and collect the kill. Nightmare actually put on them for a second here, and maybe that one extra hit, maybe he could have gotten in, might have resulted in the kill in the Darkseer. Instead, he's not going to get it. Stomped on 2 from Insania. But Mickey is here just trying to get Boxy out of the situation. As Durachi is trying to chase him down with these tar bomb hits. Maybe one more? Yeah, he had wand charges. He did get Insania as well, so Liquid attempting to get an invasion into that triangle. Gaming Gladiators respond with every single hero that they have and get 2 kills for it.
And you gotta remember, this early game was Liquid's to dominate. So if Gaming can pull out of these little fights on even footing or get a couple cheeky kills, get some XP for their supports, they're pretty happy with that. They just want to get Ace as farmed as possible, and then he can enable the supports in this game. So they don't need some super fast game on this clock Slarder. They're going to have Shells and Surge to play with if they're a little bit behind. They just need some good boots, you know, phase boots, tranquil boots. It's good enough to enter the fight here. And Durachi is going to start getting active. Try and do a little enabling of his own.
Mickey tries to come in and help, but Quinn is also joining this fight. So Mickey needs to just get out of here, go farm some jungle, and Game Gladiators will take the tower.
Very efficient Edict. Get a kill. Straight into a tier 1. All of a sudden this Lesh is starting to pull back a bit. Though he does not get the last hit. That's a little embarrassing right there.
Nisha will take his tower in return. So it's a trade-off. Very even game so far, net worth-wise. They have the top 2 on Gaming Gladiators cores-wise, but Leshrac is struggling so much that it balances out the scales. And now they're going to go for the bottom tower. I'm not sure if Gaming Gladiators really want to contest anywhere the Dragon Knight Viper are together.
No, I don't even think Liquid needed to bring people down here. I think 33 was going to get this no matter what. I mean, it's not bad that they did. It'll pick up the pace here. But I agree. I don't think Gaimin had any inclination to really defend this with a full-on fight.
Yeah, Durachi shows up just to kill the catapult, which kind of slows things down, but he could do that pretty safely. Hey, maybe.
No, this is just not a fight for them. Maybe you get the deny with the illusion? Actually kind of close.
Caught Boxy in the mid lane, but Nisha goes for the punish onto the Leshrac. Committing to kill him, and they've got him. They'll run him down and get the kill on Celery. So Boxy's death certainly not in vain. This time it's Liquid's turn to bring everybody to the field.
Nice rotations from them. They have the freedom to do it this game, and they're making the most of it. Really punishing Quinn for this pick. They got their value out of that Dragon Knight flex for sure. With a really nice Viper pick, it's going to be top position for Nisha coming out of this laning phase. Should be able to transition with it as well, because he has Terrorblade to shove the waves. He has some aggressive supports to play with him. And he can scale in this game.
Everybody doing a bit of farming right now. Power runes coming up.
I guess the downside for Liquid here is they don't have some easy playmaker. There's no real clear initiation power in their lineup. It's just kind of been all these weird angles, get on the enemy side of the map. But a lot of that does slow down in the mid game. You don't just completely take the game over, which is not the case here. We're maybe gonna have to play this a bit slower. This might be a little too much to give away though.
Yeah, that is a lot of stacks. Is Liquid stacked at all?
Not much.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
They've been the aggressor here, which, you know, you don't want to be stacking with Enchantress. You want to be killing with Enchantress. You want to be taking towers. They got some of that done. This game slowing down now, though, is giving Gaimin a chance to just farm back up. They're getting their utility on Ace. He's already level 10. That is huge for them.
Got the hook shot first. There are a lot of heroes here. Maybe you can get the kill on Boxy, though, before he dies. And he does. So Celery gets that much for them.
I mean, again, Gaimin's happy with these kind of trades. It does a lot for their double melee support duo. Tofu's getting a lot of space off this. He's going to have a pretty fast blink in this game. And that blink crush is a bit stronger when you have an Ion Shell on top of you and a Darkseer to back you up if the fight collapses on you. You send the Slardar in first, he crushes somebody, you amp the Viper, maybe he tanks a couple spells. The bigger factor is if Liquid clump around that initial target, the fight gets set up for Ace later on. And he's going to clean house if he gets the Terrorblade or the Dragon Knight stuck on that wall. There's no real disjoint for it right now, and these are not heroes that want to buy early BKBs. You're probably looking at Manta styles here. Perhaps across the board, it might even just be triple Manta cores at some point in this game.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy to think about.
Boxy's still looking for his Fiend's Grip pickoff somewhere.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to find that. There's not a lot of easy damage follow-up for it. Honestly, not the greatest Bane game for him in terms of like synergy with the lineup.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot to, take advantage of a sleep setup. Like, what are you sleeping somebody into?
Yeah, it almost makes me wonder if this could have been a game where you go Boots of Travel Viper.
I thought you were going to say Boots of Travel Bane. I was getting excited there.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that Liquid teams, they want to group up, right? And they're obviously going to get split pushed by Clinks and Darkseer. Like, they need to be able to have a way to get around the map quickly.
Maybe there's an argument for it, but I think that Boots of Travel is going to feel real bad when you have to take the 5-on-5 against Darkseer. It's 2k gold just doing nothing for you. So you have to prepare yourself for that. Because you're not stopping Ace right now. Level 11. Greaves on the menu pipe, in fact, almost done here as he opts for that first. Kind of interesting. Doesn't strike me as the greatest pipe game, but does reduce some of the Viper's impact. And that's about it. I almost would have thought you just go the Greaves into like Blink Ags or something. Pipe is an expensive item now. Pipe is not the cheapest aura item.
It's a pretty valuable Lotus game as well, right?
Yeah.
There's all a Bane plus some single target spells.
I mean, even Force Staff is not bad this game. Like, being able to force the Leshrac out of a DK stun, out of an Ench slow, or like the Viper stacks, might even be more valuable than the pipe here, but never going to complain about a pipe on your team, especially if you get it this fast. DD for Nisha, they want to use it here. Again, initiation is kind of the problem for Liquid. They need to use the night vision from the Bane.
He's hidden behind the tree. Well placed, but 33 has a Blink Dagger to catch him, so he's going to die anyway, it looks like. The TPs are going to come in just a bit late. Ace tried, but...
Okay, yeah, Blink for the DK solves that problem. Makes that move a lot smoother. He just died through the mech.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Viper demolishing Quinn in this game right now. No real answer for him.
Got the hook shot with the Ion Shell. Now, is any follow-up going to be here in time? Tofu misses out on the crush, but he can still get it with the bash, and they got him. Plus the wall being laid out means 33 is now in trouble. Mickey is going to join him, though, and they beat down the starter pretty quickly. And everybody from Game of Gladiators now is to back away. Don't want to fight into this Metamorphosis Terrorblade. Not right now.
Oh, Tofu was watching Boxer from last game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you think you're good missing every crush by a couple inches? Well, I can do
Radiant's
that too.
bottom tower is
He
under
just
attack.
got his Blink Dagger like 5 minutes faster than Boxy did.
I'll show you how a real man misses a crush.
Tier 2 gonna fall, but it looks like Celery wants some allies to help him here. Not that he has hookshot yet. 5 seconds to do it, though.
I mean, you still have to be careful about these aggressive pushes or aggressive team fights as Liquid, because if you give the good opening for the Darkseer plus the double melee support here, those are tough fights. Like, then Quinn might be able to get in there and do something.
Yeah.
If you're just fighting these open areas or situations where the DK can pick the initiation, it's a lot easier for you. Because Quinn's entry into the fight just isn't nearly as good. Nisha can just run in, you can start hitting the first guy you go on. Then all of a sudden, Gaiman has to run through that front line to try and find something. It becomes a lot more awkward. Full Vessel done for the clock. Pretty damn nice here. A lot of extra damage. And I think Gaiman are ready to go. They have everything they need right now. Slardar Blink, the Aura's on the Darkseer. They have his levels. Max Shell. This is where their lineup's going to hit their stride. These mid-game fights, it's all they want. They want the 5v5. Will Liquid give it to them is the question, or do you dodge?
You also have the Burning Barrage for the Clinks combined with Vacuum, right? This could be a very deadly Vacuum. You get some sort of Vacuum Cog situation, and these heroes are just stuck in all this AoE damage. Mickey, he runs into him here. They throw out the hookshot. They're going to go for it. The crush on 2. See if they can burst him down before the Sunder goes off. The Vacuum. Stop the animation of the Sunder so they bring down the enemy carry. Gaming
really
Gladiators.
nice.
Well played.
I mean, that's exactly who they wanted on this map. They just ran down mid and ran right into Mickey and get a kill. Honestly, I don't know if this is where Mickey wants to be on the map, but if you look at the vision right now for Liquid, it's pretty defensive.
Shard puts him on the wrong side of the high ground here. Maybe they can get a return kill.
33 gonna go in. He will.
Supports are pretty tanky. They don't die quite wide. Quickly, Nisha gets a little bit too far forward, and they try and punish him for it.
Is this a dive at 19 minutes?
Yeah, Celery goes in maybe a little bit too deep. Does Cogs push forward 33 into the rest of the enemy team? The Burning Barrage trying to burn him down. They do manage to get that kill, but Nisha's back into it. They get a surge over to Ace to get him out of that slow. And with Mickey back up, Gaming Gladiators will respect that high ground, though they weren't respecting it 20 seconds ago, that's for sure.
I mean, it shows you how much they believe in their aura timing right now.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's kind of working. They're getting kills out of it. They're not giving too much up. They're just going straight back in.
Again.
I mean, he can't afford to die on his side of the map like this multiple times.
Into split stun. The Thunder goes off early. They get a Nightmare, but it doesn't save him. There is no saving anybody with this kind of 4-man just ball that's running at you, rolling over heroes. 3 kills for them in short succession.
These are not the fights Liquid wants to be involved in. You're looking at a Darkseer skirmish lineup that's going to bring numbers and just try and run you over. You get caught out like this on the map, it's a death sentence. Like, where's the split push action? Where's the pressure on the lanes? Where is anything that's going to try and force Game into split up on the map so that they don't get these kind of fights? It feels like Liquid are just running straight into it.
They're going to take your Tormentor.
Like, you don't have any of these big auras to take the full 5-on-5.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I guarantee you right now, Ace, he has a Greaves, he has a pipe.
And it's up.
When this man sees Liquid run into him, he's the happiest man in this tournament right now. Please.
Gaming
Please
Gladiators.
come fight me.
They've been doing pretty well for themselves in this group stage. Bit of a return to form for them, but Liquid, this game specifically, very important because they still are in a position where they could get into the top 2 of their group if they win this game and then go up against PSG Quest on the final day. Hookshot goes in, leading off. Immediate Fiend's Grip, though. Not in time for the Cogs. Insania's still going to be in some trouble. Nice vacuum on a 3, but no wall this time around.
No wall.
So the wall finally goes out, but it is not enough to get any kills out of this. Slardar going to die, as well as the Clockwork. These melee heroes, if they push too far forward and they do not break Liquid, Liquid is always going to be able to clean up those supports.
And finally, Liquid responding accordingly. Bringing the numbers, setting themselves up to take that defensive fight or game and extend, and they get the punish. And these fights can look fine for them if they bring everybody, but you have to be ready for it. You can't just bleed out kills to start. It's a real threat right now on the map. Dyrachyo, he has 12 extra charges on that Deso. He got the Grove Bow. So everything has been going his way in this game. Quietly been having a very good one. He's a big pickoff threat.
Under attack.
Yeah, whenever you're keeping up with the Terrorblade, I feel like it's a good sign. You know, this hero's supposed to be kind of ahead of you, just because of all the illusion spam he can do.
And I wonder if Mickey's just been too afraid to push these lanes super deep because of the pickoff potential. I don't think the Clinks is necessarily threatening him, but you could just shell a clock, TP him somewhere, the Clinks is on top of you, and you know, this 1 or 2 hero combination might be enough to dissuade him going super deep on the map. The aggressive vision also hasn't been too consistent for Liquid this game, as they've had issues in the early game, so yeah, they see some stuff, but
Tofu, oh, he's gonna get it too late.
And again, like, we're looking at Mickey, he's just in his base, right? Like, this heat map, I don't think he's getting to create the lane pressure he wants to right now.
Yeah.
And Terrorblade on the back foot is very different than Terrorblade when he can force enemies to respond to him. When he's pushing in your bottom lane with illusions and kind of playing like this Naga Siren and forcing a hero back or threatening your tier 2. That's the value of the hero in this lineup. So Liquid need to find a way to get Mickey to where he can start creating those pressure points, because right now, Gaiman just 5-manning, and they're not really getting punished on the map for the 5-man shenanigans. Here's a Roshan that commits 5 heroes to it, and you're getting your Ancient stolen, and that's pretty much it. They're not losing much for these plays. And they're just going to keep grouping. Like, they don't have much incentive to split up a lot in this game other than, you know, create the 2 or 3 man hit squad, let Ace push in some lanes, and regroup somewhere. Can they go high ground super early here? Potentially. Like, they have Lesh with Edict, they have the Deso Clinks. They don't have the worst siege mechanism, and the high ground defense for Liquid is not necessarily the best, so you also can't afford to slip up on your side of the map here if you're Liquid. If you lose a fight outside your base, it's gonna disappear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blink for Ace, that is a terrifying item right now. Because you have double initiation supports that can easily force a clump out of Liquid that sets that huge vac wall up. And they're just gonna start laying into the towers here. Not a lot to dissuade this. Leshrac Shard will also help this push.
Again, no pressure on the side lanes, really, from the Terrorblade, so nothing is gonna get Game of Gladiators out of here. It's gonna be Liquid having to take the fight here.
Oh, he got
There's
them
the
all.
vacuum! What
See you later.
a beauty! Mwah! Just perfect stuff from Game of Gladiators. Make it look easy, man, and all of a sudden it just looks like maybe the game's over.
Yeah, that's it. Like,
it's done.
It's just not a game you can afford to make mistakes like that. It felt like we just saw it coming and they just gave it to him.
Yeah.
Like, you can't clump when this Darkseer has the turnaround capability. And man, that left shard did work there. Like, that is such a nice pickup from Quinn.
They'll get the support pickoffs before the cores are back up into play.
Oh, backdoor.
Did have the buyback, and yeah, backdoor protection actually comes up. The creep wave is a little bit slow here. They'll got the dieback on Boxy, though. Now the backdoor protection is about to go down again. Where's that creep wave? Oh, got
pulled.
drug around by the Enchantress. The Enchantress is dragging the creep wave around. Oh, no!
No, it's the Courier, right?
Was it?
33 Courier drag?
The 33 Courier drag, but the cores come back to defend and they just die right away.
I mean, yeah, what are you doing here, right?
Okay. They gave
Nightmare
themselves a chance, and his team fights are just way too hard for them.
I don't like how Liquid played that mid-game transition. I think they had to either push with the group up and the DK Viper bringing the Terrorblade in and take that to gaming before those auras came online, or you're willing to play the split push game and create pressure on the side lanes and try and force gaming to split up more. But if you're not doing one of those two things, if you're just consistently forcing those skirmishes, forcing those fights, you're not going to win them going into a Greaves pipe Darkseer. Like, you have no chance. The Darkseer pick is way too strong in these 5-on-5s, and you're giving Ace everything he wants in this game. Like, either support can start all of those engagements, which means the clump is going to happen almost no matter what. Just the easiest 4-man vacuum of Ace's life. Seriously. Just on a silver platter, he gobbles it up. And I mean, that game's just instantly over. Gaimin, they are laughing into the bank here as their group stage has been very strong so far. This draft switch-up has worked wonders for them, and we don't see it often, Austin, but a zero-death game from Dyrachyo, that might be the scariest thing of it all.
That's how you know you got crushed by Game of Gladiators right there.
Yeah, you got bamboozled.
Man, 7-1 for Game of Gladiators. They're going to go into that final day up against Aurora, but I think they're probably secured. Maybe not quite, but very likely top 2. We'll see what the panel has to say about this game 2, the resulting of Game of Gladiators and Liquid.
Don't ask me about math. That's for the nerds upstairs to figure out. I'm just here to watch a 4-position starter. Why has no one thought of this before? This looks amazing.
Yeah.
I was a big fan.
Who could doubt it?
This like flex potential. No one's ever you pick it first, and then they don't know where you're gonna send it. You can send it mid, you can send it off lane, or I mean, apparently 4 position's pretty good.
It's probably been happening in scrims most likely, because obviously if Slardar moves up to position 1, some teams are going to practice flexing it, so it did not look good at all last game. This game, it had a lot of good things going for it. The fact that it was paired with a Darkseer is cool. Obviously there was the Dispel from the Enchantress, but just by being alive and being a melee body, you are doing Ion Shell damage and your skills on top of it. So that alone got it off to a good start.
To be honest, I hated it. I still, not in this game. It looked good. Like, I saw the vision here, and it's because by flexing your Slardar, you got this incredible Darkseer pick, which really was the story of the game for me. They could not fight into the Darkseer wall. They could not fight into the Darkseer auras. But they made it work. So, I mean, credit to them for like taking Liquid's initial plan and making it look a lot better. Overall, Slardar aside, I think Game In just looked incredible. Like Leshrac got off to a really difficult start, but they just found a couple of timings early on when Slardar got his Blink Dagger. There were really beautiful hook shots coming out of Celery where they caught Nisha on the Viper one time, then they caught Mickey on the Terrorblade. And after that, they just grouped up and it felt like Liquid could never get a hold of the game back.
And in classic Gaming Gladiators fashion, this was a 25-minute game, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the more inspiring things to see in this tournament is that, honestly, for a patch that gets a rap for being really slow and dragged out games, some of these teams are kicking up the pace. Like, this is vintage gaming stuff when they're the scariest, is that one mid-game team fight is just game over. It's not, oh, you lose a base tower. It's literally, they just finished the game in one fight. That's scary stuff, and they play their classic stuff with Ace with auras, like Mira pointed out, right? That's been the recipe for success in a lot of their games. We saw them with the Underlord yesterday as well, pulling that one off against Extreme. So yeah, they are the best team of the tournament right now. I think it's fair to say, at least in this group, no doubt about it.
That kind of reminds me of Dota about a year ago or so, or maybe a year plus change, like Lima Major time. The games were really long as well, and then Gaming Gladiators was like, oh, everyone's playing late, they're drafting for late. What if we just draft super early and get good at super early? And then all of a sudden they just start winning tournaments because everyone else is like, oh shit, we're playing for like late game scenarios. So that change of pace really does upset things and give you an upper hand if you execute it well.
Even the game one should have hypothetically been fast as well.
Absolutely, that could have been 25 as well.
Yeah, that was looking like a 25-minute GG, and then maybe a slight miscalculation on their part, or Liquid fighting it back. Whatever Liquid had going on in that game one did not happen in this game two, though. They just got completely run over, and maybe they were run over by a product of some great vision. Am I right, Brian?
You are right, Neil. As just like yesterday, we saw Malrine playing an Invis Lina hunting people on the map. For this game, my Kadea award of the game goes to Dyrachyo on the Clinks, constantly setting up the engagement. We were talking about the Liquid's like mid-game play, but these rotations from Dyrachyo are just always the catalyst for what was going right for them. We saw the vac walls, we saw some sick damage being outputted by Quinn, but the scouting that Dyrachyo is offering is giving him the information every time, as this is going to be a crucial pick-off that really, yeah, they had the late game vacuum on the high ground, but this felt like the entire map collapsed on Liquid after this last one here, the crucial pick-off on Mickey at his own Ancients, and all this was set up by Dyrachyo scouting out for them and consistently setting them up for success.
I love the applause sound effect, because there's this just moment of Brian staring into the camera. It's like, right, guys? And he is right, because normally I do see Dyrachyo idly doing nothing in the jungle for hours on end, and there's maybe like a 20% chance that he finds kills, but 80% of the time is just Ace and Quinn feverishly trying to be like, okay, well, if he's not farming, then we gotta farm. But this time, he had the pieces necessary to get some kills along with it.
Yeah, I think it's also a nice combination, actually, in theory, the Darkseer plus Clinks, because Darkseer will passively just push out lanes all the time.
Yep.
It's kind of a similar logic to what we saw yesterday when we saw the Naga plus Lina played by Falcons, where if you run this combination of heroes, then Naga will provide Lina with freedom on the map to get stuff done, right? Darkseer, it's not as good as the Naga at pushing waves, we're not going to pretend that, but it's like a little extra thing, and then you can also put the shell on the Clinks, perhaps sometimes for extra burst when you go for kills, so kind of like that duo. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and it's also a hero that doesn't really need many items to start fighting. And the earlier that your carry can fight, the happier Darkseer is. Because usually Darkseer hits a timing in the mid game where he has a couple of aura items and is just ready to 5-man. And he hates playing with the anti-mages and specters of the world, but does love playing with semi-carries like TA, like Clinks, like Wind Ranger.
It was a good day.
For Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Really good day for them.
Are they the best
Good day
team
for
in the
Slardar. Slardar is now officially a flex hero.
Three-way flex hero. We already saw mid and off lane. Now he's a support flex.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. I feel like genuinely it's only good as a 4 because of everything around it.
Because of Darkseer.
I don't want to see this hero as a flex.
Tofu.
Yes, I agree.
Am I right, guys? It's because of Tofu. Because he's the one who masterminded this whole thing. And I'm going to get a chance to talk to the man because you dodged me yesterday, Tofu. Why did you not want to talk to me yesterday?
Hey, guys. No, it's not like that, bro. It's more like my teammates are really eager to step on this interview platform because we hadn't had many shining moments these days.
Fair. Share the love all around, but you're the man who I especially want to talk to because we got Stellary's perspective about how he's no longer in command of the draft. So I just want to hear your pitch that you gave to your team that you're like, guys, I'm assuming Wallachia just ended and you're like, I'm feeling maybe we should change things up. So what was the discussion?
Not sure how I really set this up and like slowly intrigued my way into it. It's more like I was thinking for it for a while, like everyone kind of has input in the draft, like we're doing this draft together and all. But more people are doing prep and having like a bit stronger voices when the draft is on, because not everyone did the prep, but you usually suggest your hero, when is it good, what do you want to play. But I feel like there needs to be a main role that keeps the whole thing in check and sort of has the bigger picture in mind always. Like someone suggests 2 heroes, but then knowing this hero's banned or Liquid likes X hero, okay, this one is better, and then you sort of go with it. It's not like I'm a big brain with that. It's more like we were not looking too hot for a while, and I was playing with the thought for a bit, and I think just having something new, a change, helped us a lot in a way that we don't care as much and play a bit carefree in addition to me drafting, because I don't know, like just feels refreshing when like something is new.
Nice. That was very similar to what Celery was saying as well, because he feels liberated that he doesn't have to worry about as much of the stress of pressing the actual button, and you seem to be rising to the occasion.
Also, like I just freed up a spot for my star player, so he doesn't have to think about all these drafts.
There you go. Take the responsibility yourself. As for the actual Dota, I think BSJ has a question for you as well.
I'm also curious about this drafting from you, Tofu. So we heard Celery talking about the concern he has for you as a drafter is losing sleep at night, that, something went wrong. But as a drafter, how does it feel about, like, how do you feel at night winning all these games? Because it's clearly working. You guys are 7-1 thus far.
Overall, it does feel satisfying when things go well. There's going to be some mistakes always, and you do learn a lot also. Overall, the impact is not like it stresses me anything or I have worse sleep, but like doing prep and thinking about it, it definitely takes some extra time. Like I used to play a lot of pubs these days, but since the last 3 days I played like 1, I think, just because we have 2 series a day, and I don't know, it takes a lot of energy. And then I'm tired, and then I want to eat.
Well, I know you're tired, but one last quick question is that, as a captain, has it affected your ability to made you a bit more nervous or anything like that to pick your own hero when it's more of a spicy pick, or does it make you less creative with your own picks because you're trying to build around the team or anything like that?
It's hard to say. I do suggest random heroes sometimes, like Jinkyu plays a lot of random as heroes, but I don't really force it on this team. We had it for a while, and I'm not really doing that. I'm just playing to win. And I think overall it's also, we're more open to try things where we just picked some random habit on the other day, or we did this Witchdog Bristle, like things we haven't really tried as much or didn't even have a scrim on. But I don't want to be afraid or like in a way regret that we didn't try something. Like, no cares, we'll just play and whatever the outcome.
Yeah, path of least regret. I respect that. Thank you for your time.
So then, would you have suggested, hey guys, I'll play the Slardar in this game too, if you weren't drafting?
I would have said it in a bit memey way, I think. That's how my team knows me. But it was actually not me calling that. Like, we like Slardar, that became really meta. And Ace likes it a lot, he usually plays it. And he randomly came up with, he doesn't like those Illu heroes, high armor heroes. Darkseer is really good against that. So we could potentially have a counter pick, and it just happened to be a perfect Darkseer game.
Definitely was, as exhibited by that very fast GG. Tofu, congratulations on a great debut into drafting. Looking forward to more continued success from Gaimin later on in the tournament.
All right, thank you guys.
Catch you later, Tofu. And something else that I've been very eager to see is what you guys at home have been talking about over on the social medias. All of them, even our email, because that's what Cinderen's been looking at. Cinderen, what's going on over in the social corner?
That's right. This is the social media corner. We're back for another episode of who can try to be as funny as Slacks, and we're going to try our best here. not going to be successful, of course, but Social Media Corner, it's aptly named. We're going to be social together, and we're going to be looking at you guys' media because you've sent us some stuff, and I believe the topic of this breakdown is going to be Arcanas. So let's see what you guys have for us. So this is the first one.
So Slacks had prompted people. He said, send in an email. We'll tell you the email later on about an Arcana concept.
Yes, so this the first one is apparently Razor is static linking Bristleback with a straw, which is the Arcana. And then obviously I drink your milkshake.
I
and then
drink
the
your
Bristleback,
milkshake.
What does it say there? Does it say he mad? I think that's a really important detail.
Wouldn't
Bristleback actually doesn't have an identity.
he's
There's
not-
Razor on one side, and on the other side there's he mad. So doesn't have a name. It's just that's his new identity. He's simply just upset.
Razor already has an Arcana anyway.
He does, but you can always have another. As we've seen plenty of heroes, actually
Persona.
zero have.
This is the
a second
Daniel
Arcana.
Day-Lewis persona.
So great suggestion on the one hero that will absolutely not get one. So good job on that. Let's try another. We've got more in the tank here. So this is Earthshaker. Bring back Shaker Arcana, please. I have dollar.
These aren't concepts. These heroes already have Arcanas.
I don't think dollar is enough. You need a lot of dollar.
I think this is BSJ's alternate persona, Jan Salama. That's just Banana Slam Jamma in different words.
I'm just looking at the color scheme, and I feel like this is a Canadian hockey player. This is Trent's casting outfit for TI, as a matter of fact.
This is the Leafs. The Leafs Arcana?
Yeah. It also, yeah, pretty much. That's all I got for that one. Great suggestion. Another hero that already has an Arcana. Can we get a new idea, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see for our third submission. Chaos Knight actually does not have one.
Okay.
However, this has no idea. It just says, make CK Arcana. I'm not coping. And then he has an aura.
Brian, give me a CK Arcana concept.
I would say make him a white knight, you know?
Ooh,
like
okay.
for all the, the protecting all of their favorite players
That's
out there.
really lore inaccurate for Chaos Knight, Brian. That fits
exactly.
him absolutely 0%.
No randomosity whatsoever. Everything's very ordered. Effie, think of a CK Arcana concept.
CK Arcana?
CK Arcana concept.
Okay, make him a pit bull.
Mr. Worldwide?
Her idea's better than mine.
I think
he rides a
I think the
pitbull.
random submissions we're getting from the audience
A
are
pitbull?
clearly better. So good job, guys. Keep sending Arcana suggestions for heroes that already have it, because that's better than Pitbull Chaos Knight, who... This suggestion, might I add, the way he was holding his shield, it looked like he was carrying a bag that he had stolen, like a burglar CK.
Okay.
Was the vibe I was getting with
I
that
see.
one. So, great job. That's all we've got for you this time around from the social media corner. Keep sending stuff to this link. I believe it will be shown again. And you
DreamLeague
might
at EFG.GG. Now, your next prompt is, I want you guys to design a new boot upgrade. We already have Arcane, Phase, Tranquil, Travels 2. Tell me something else that could be a boot upgrade. If you have an illustration.
The Pitbull boot.
The Pitbull boot. You eat... Never mind, I'm not going to go there. Let's go to our final series with the PogChamp Pandas after the break.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Team Tundra. Did you know Thompson is on this team now? Yes, no longer resembling much of the TI winning roster of the last year. Now they only have one TI winner in their roster. But Thompson did win 2 TIs, so that probably makes up for it. Together with Pure, Ramses, Whitemon, and 9 Class, you've got yourself the entire Tundra squad. It almost resembles last year's TSM roster, but that one didn't have Thompson. Tundra Esports is a team that never ever gives up. Not with Moonmeander as their coach anyway. They got 3rd place in Birmingham, but that wasn't enough for Thompson and his team. They wanted more and swapped out Toby for Ramses. Once again, Pure is back to playing carry with another carry player on the offlane. Most people would already be satisfied with a placement like that, but clearly any team including Thompson takes nothing less than 1st place. If Tundra can show the magic from Birmingham here at DreamLeague, they could very well land another podium finish, or even win the entire event. Did I mention Thompson is on this team yet? Wake up and smell the bat chest.
Welcome back, friends, to our final match of the night here on the mainstream. It's Tundra taking on a BetBoom team. And just like you heard from Cap, this is not a team that can afford to get complacent because they are on the border of the direct invite to make it to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. They are in 8th place right now. And there are other teams that could leapfrog them if they don't progress any further in this tournament, which so far is not looking likely because the leapfrog candidates are Heroic, Shopify, Aurora could do it, and then Azure and PSG Quest, and then Na'Vi is way down the list, but they have to win the entire thing. So Tundra making it to playoffs is pretty critical if they want to secure themselves a Riyadh direct invite.
I don't know if you heard from Cap, but Thompson is on this team, guys. So I decided to look at the way these teams are prioritizing the draft and for their players. And yeah, we all meme that Batchest Thompson, we're all watching Thompson, but he's actually the center of attention for his team when it comes to draft priority. If we look at their 6 games thus far this tournament, he has been last picked for his team in all 6 of those games. The sniper wasn't exactly last picked, but it's the where you have 2 picks in a row thing, so it is exactly last picked. While on the other hand, GPK has been only last picked twice, and the other 4 we see are actually all 1st round or 2nd overall picks. So we're seeing that when BetBoom is drafting, they've had 2 last picks for GPK, 2 last picks for Pure, for
GPK?
What?
How many different players are there?
It's Pure, Miura. Why am I? Oh my god, I just totally spaced.
Who are we asking for? The support players?
Nightfall? No, Nightfall. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, it's late at night. I was Puro's on the other team. What am I talking about?
We are confusing offlaners left and right also.
Yes. Okay.
They don't know themselves.
Yeah. So they've been equally distributed on BetBoom, while Tundra's throwing all their last picks on Thompson. So my eyes are on the mid lane and exactly what his matchups are. We've seen some spicy stuff with the last pick Pudges in our early series today. So that's who I've got my eyes on.
Okay.
But not every last pick has been Thompson, because they last picked Huskar for Pure. Right? it just happened.
Did I actually mess up my stat?
But I can see why you would think so, because
I think you're both right. How about
No,
that?
you're absolutely right, because he ended up playing Nature's Prophet in that game, and he was mid, which was the weirdest draft of the whole tournament I've seen so
But
far.
they owned with it, which is kind of a last pick for Topson if you think about it, because nobody would consider like a Nature's Prophet to be flex to mid. So they've been doing some really crazy flexes because Pure has been playing a wide variety of heroes this time around, and that's an issue that Tundra had at Birmingham at least, where it felt like Pure only played ranged carries, the same 3 range carries, right? Luna, Morphling, and Drow Ranger, and if he didn't get those, Tundra looked bad, but now Pure's been popping off.
Absolutely.
And GPK at the forefront of it as well, because you know that man, he's been clicking. Have you been watching those farm and chills? That man opens up the scoreboard constantly because he keeps his APM real high. Let's take a look at our Wisdom rune presented by the US Air Force for this series. It's the amount of tips per game at PGL Wallachia Season 1. GPK eclipsing all the other players. Everyone averaging maybe just 1 strategic tip here and there. GPK is averaging 2 tips per game.
Is this how many tips he gives or receives?
I'm assuming gives, but that would be pretty funny if it's on the receive.
I actually feel like it's more likely to be received based on what we know, like of everyone thinking GPK is a tilting player. Like he gets tilted.
But who's tipping save? Why would you tip save?
I just feel like if it's tips distributed, Amar would be like, how many are you allowed? 4?
I also think GPK tips his teammates quite a lot.
I think that's also
okay. I feel like he's very good at tipping save when he does something clutch in any sort of situation. So
I think it's given.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the top of both of those leaderboards.
Yeah, that's true. He might be on top of this. Yeah.
Question is, Brian, who do you tip more when you play with these players?
Oh, I mean, the thing is, I can't tip GPK because he's not laning against me, and I can't tip Amar because he's always killing me. So
you can tip as a sign of goodwill, being like, wow, well played, you killed me.
True. I'll keep that in mind next time. Amar would probably appreciate that.
Well, so far on, the tip of this draft is very much like our previous series, with Slardar being first pick. The bans. Tundra take out the Doom, the Timbersaw, and the DK. BetBoom team ban out the Chen, the Disruptor, the Io, the Shadow Demon. And indeed, yes, the Slardar first pick by Tundra, and BetBoom respond with a Coddle.
I want to say for BetBoom, I feel like I think it's fair to say they're just in a downswing, right? Like the last tournament didn't go well. In this one, they're not looking too hot in groups. I think they have a little bit of an identity crisis right now where stuff that was working for them really well a few weeks ago just isn't hitting the mark, which was, for example, this mid-GPK Coddle that was looking unbeatable, and then suddenly teams figured them out and started beating them left, right, and center. That makes me think for BetBoom, this is actually a flex. I don't think this is committed to GPK this time. I think they want to run it on save if possible, and they're trying to kind of curveball a little bit where other teams are like, oh, BetBoom are struggling, time to put GPK on Coddle and look for some easy wins, but I actually don't think that's the plan here necessarily.
Yeah, and I think it was the Gaming Gladiators actually that yesterday flexed their Coddle to position 4, and Tofu had a pretty good showing on it. I mean, they have been playing weird 4s, hence the Slardar earlier, but this hero kind of has been neglected in terms of its flex potential because it's been so strong in the mid lane. People forget that you can run this hero support if you need to.
Yeah, I got all the strategy talk going on, and I want to highlight, BetBoom as a team having struggled ever getting a championship. They've been consistently always placing very highly at most tournaments, and when they didn't get first at Birmingham, they got second. They came from the upper bracket to go to the finals and then got clean sweeped 3-0 by Falcons. Then after that, proceeded to have the poor showing at Wallachia, and now they're here having a subpar showing as well. So I think what usually happens to them over the course of the tournament, maybe morale goes down, pressure goes up, and they tend to bomb out at the end, may have happened over the course of multiple tournaments, is what I'm trying to say. I think this team, I've always said, they've had some of the highest skill, if not like the highest combined skill of 5 players of any team in the world, but they've always struggled with the mentality aspect of the game from my perspective. So I think that this is their chance. Like, this is a short group stage. We got 10 games total. They've played 6. Now or never. Die or die. Live or die.
I agree with that entirely, and I think it might be time to maybe just do something different on Nightfall, because I like what you said, Synderen, about these heroes that they've had success with a few weeks ago just not looking good. Like, they got their first pick GPK Coddle, which at Birmingham spelled instant death for you if you're allowing this Coddle into BetBoom's hands. But it got beaten by Azure, who didn't really have a great showing in the first day either. And then they got their Nightfall Gyro and their Nightfall Luna versus Falcons, and they just didn't win with it. It didn't look good. So I think it's time for Nightfall to step outside his box a little bit and not go for his bread and butter.
the other side of things, or rather, it is on the same side of things, but look at how BetBoom are targeting their bans, right? Like, we're talking about, okay, maybe BetBoom needs to get creative with their picks. I feel like their bans, this is literally, we hate you, Whitemon. Like, they've banned 5 supports that Whitemon plays here, right? And then Tundra themselves banned the Bane. So I was about to ask the question, what's left for Whitemon? And he's going to pick the Techies, which is probably primarily going to be him playing this on this team. Obviously, 9class is a very capable player with this hero as well, but I kind of feel like this is almost a lock on the 5, specifically because I'm starting to run out of ideas for what we've even seen Whitemon run.
You'd probably dodge in lane, at least the clockwork, right? Techies, Mira, you wouldn't be super happy playing 4 Techies in a 5
It can be
clock,
tricky, yeah.
Either of you?
I don't think it would be too horrible.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a annoying matchup for
Oh, there's
Techies.
one more. He plays this one too, doesn't he?
He plays
Whitemon Marana.
In the tournament, he had Venge up his pocket as well, but...
Okay, that's a pretty uncharacteristic hero for the tournament in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, barely anyone's playing that.
But also, people forget that at Birmingham, Tundra was playing an entirely different style of support on Whitemon. It wasn't these ranged carries. He was playing like your Clockworks and your ETs, and Tundra was running exclusively melee supports to pair with Pure's hero pool. But because Pure started playing different heroes, all of a sudden Whitemon's just popping off on the heroes he's always been good at.
This feels like a deny pick to me. There's no like directly obvious good morph matchup yet, right? There's nobody you are like, oh yeah, he's definitely gonna use ult on this guy and just overpower him in the fight. Or so a lot of the time I feel like recently we've seen morph as a response pick rather than this hero is just really great in the meta, so we're just gonna play it no matter what. In this series we've just seen it was ignored. So interesting. But Pure's good on it, and maybe BetBoom feel like it's valuable to get it out of his hands.
Maybe, because he has looked good on it, but Nightfall also plays a very mean morphling himself, and I think Marana can be enough, honestly. Like, the leaps and the arrow are no joke when you get it early on, and you needed a ranged carry to pair with your Clockwork just for draft integrity.
Does this lock the Caudle mid now? It does, right?
Yeah, almost
Which
certainly.
is an interesting choice for BetBoom here to value the last pick off lane that highly. Unless, I mean, there is a world where Miero plays 3 Caudle. We've seen other teams do that in the past, but I doubt it against Void. It just is not great.
So, let's not forget that when Miero gets last pick, BetBoom always pull out some crazy summons hero out of Miero.
I was thinking that, yeah. Beast Lycan,
Beast and
Visage.
Lycan, that's when it comes out, when BetBoom have last pick for their offlaner. And they did reveal their carry on Tundra.
Yeah.
So you could easily try to exploit this Void with something like a Beastmaster.
Yeah, Faceless Void is very susceptible to summons, and not only that, but what did any of these other heroes do about AoE clear? You have Techies as of this moment. I think Centaur, I think they're disrespecting this a little bit, Mira, because like you said,
I agree.
If there's one offlane player I'm afraid of summons that's maybe not 33, but he hasn't really been picking it recently, is Miero.
And you could argue that a hero like either Beastmaster or Lycan is also good against techies in the mid-game portion. You just have this free way of scouting out mines. You send Wolves, for example, and get rid of them. If you're playing Beastmaster, you send your Dominated Creep to lead the charge and basically play area control, which I think is an underrated aspect of techies that we don't talk about enough, is the free vision and the free control that mines give when you reach that portion. Having a reliable way of breaking through that really takes out a lot of the hero's impact on the game after the lanes. So yeah, I'm so convinced now after we've said this that he has to be playing one of those 3, right?
Yeah.
Visage, Lycan, or Beast. And he'll have 2 options at least out of the 3. There's only 1 ban left.
They're actually thinking it's a mid Void because it could be against Caudle, actually. You were just mentioning how offlane Caudle. And I was thinking, what's a weird hero for Thompson? And I'm like, wait a minute, it could just be a mid Void. That's weird.
That's actually true. I completely forgot. He's played mid Void against Caudle already.
But also, guys, his Sniper and his Zeus are still in the pool. So that's something that you also have to consider.
That's true. Man, that's actually a sick Void pick if that's a real threat. Because, yeah, if you put Void carry, that would be the type of mid you want. Mira, like you said, the long-range damage dealer.
But if you want another weird one, Pudge.
I was thinking Pudge, but they need a guy that hits Chrono. Like, I don't think they can get that spicy. Like, whatever this last pick is has to dump some damage in a Chrono. Like, it could be Luna carry, for instance, or it could be a mid Sniper, mid Zeus.
Love the synergy though, Neil. You chrono them and then you hook them out of
Exactly.
No. You jump in on Pudge while rotting.
Oh, yeah.
And then you chrono. It's the same idea. Like, he's doing damage while he's stunned.
If you pick Pudge mid versus Caudle, you deserve to lose.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. I will say though the whole it is going to be a mid void. All right, Lifesteal
That
was
is not chrono damage.
not on my bingo card against Morphling and with void. I will say that this is a very surprising pick for me. But something that a lot of teams have done to try to deal with this mid Caudle is pick side lanes that are really difficult to rotate on and kill with the Caudle. Right. So now you have Lifesteal who has Rage and Infest. In the mid you have Void who's borderline unkillable for him. And in the final side lane, your options of killing are either I guess it's Techies or Slardar. Techies can jump away. Slardar is the only really susceptible hero here. You can't really sprint if you get solar bound, so...
That is true, but you are gimping Caudle a lot if you're only giving him one side lane to play on, because then you can just set up all your vision around that side lane and be prepared, as opposed to worrying about that threat on both side lanes at the same time. So I really like that point.
I don't know, part of me feels like there must have been a better carry pick specifically because you're kind of limiting Thompson's impact here. If you're playing mid-void with this chrono, like...
But think about it.
With Techies and Mirana, is that enough? Maybe it is.
But think about it, like, you're usually afraid of giving Rage to Morphling for free. It's a free BKB, but they've already got the Bash Bros. Like, they've got the way to deal with this Magic community. They've got Faceless Void. How often can you say we have a way of dealing with Lifesteal or Rage because we have another carry on our team, you know?
Is Thompson going to buy attack speed? Is the question. It's
probably not.
He is going to buy Atos Dagon.
What was his actual build? Do we have that game?
I don't remember. And there it is, Beastmaster. So it will be the Summons hero. I think this, in the remainder of the pool, this was my favorite option. I think the lane against Lifesteal is quite good. You get the vision, you get the option of scouting out against Techies with your boars, and you buy Dominator and try to play a higher tempo and ideally punish that Tundra have a quite slow lineup, right? Mid, Void, and carry Lifestealer. You're going to look at 20 minutes before these heroes actually start doing anything in fights. So possibly you can outpace them.
Yeah, I find this Thunder Draft very creative and very interesting, but I do worry because they had to know that this Beastmaster was going to come because it's something BetBoom always does. But do they feel like they can withstand the Beastmaster pressure? Because it's going to have a great lane. It's going to have the backup of Hoodwink, which secures any lane, really. It's going to have a Caudle roaming around, and Thunder are going to be dependent on Chronosphere to really make any big moves, and that's what Beastmaster loves. He loves playing versus high cooldown lineups.
Yeah, I think the Beastmaster pressure on the map from the summons and the roar, the Caudle TPing in, you have the summons now to TP in on top of as well with the Boots of Travel. Most Caudles do that. And then Morphling feels relatively ungankable for most of the games, so I just think this Tundra lineup's a bit too cute.
Yeah, this is a crazy game from Morph Shard, right? Like this actually they kind of have nothing if he gets a shard to truly burst him with. Even Infest Bombs aren't necessarily going to find the kill here. So
like a single Force Staff, I feel like saves him.
That too. So I really like what BetBoom have got. I think it comes down to whether GPK and Miro can play the tempo game. If this gets really slow, I feel like BetBoom might fall off. But under normal circumstances, if they were playing well, I would favor them here. They haven't looked good this tournament, so it puts me a little bit on 50-50.
But think of all the damage they can put into the chrono of a mine.
I think
a Mirana arrow.
Maybe, but I think what you're looking at from your Void here is just that durability in the mid lane and the time dilation. Like with that, you're going to be able to play with your Mirana, and you're going to have like at least supports that can play around the mid lane, maybe try to kill that Caudle a few times. It doesn't seem like it's a draft that won't work. It just doesn't seem conventional enough to play into a Beastmaster, so that's what I'm mostly worried about.
Well, maybe the Super Bash brothers will be able to prevail. Let's get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Pickup for Thompson, like it always is a spicy pickup for Thompson. It's going to be his Faceless Void, the Manta Radiance Mid-Void. Maybe a Mage Slayer, maybe an Octarine, maybe an Aghanim Scepter, but it's Mid-Void. He's done it before. Is it actually any good, Avery?
Maybe never again.
Maybe this is the last of...
Maybe one more time? Maybe 0-10? Maybe team, please help me.
Maybe 10-0?
It's true. Anything is possible when this man enters the mid lane on a hipster pick. And he's definitely got one here. I think the lane's going to be fine, but I don't know, man. Like, looking at these two lineups, my gut tells me that BetBoom should win this game in 20 minutes. But like the panel talked about, they have not been executing these games well at all this tournament. So their gameplay just might not be there. But I feel like Tundras have no ability to push the waves out versus a Beastmaster who's going to start ramping up the objective pressure. I'm not seeing it. I don't think the core synergy is like that great either. You have Faceless Void, Slardar, Nates, like.
Avery just pulled the nastiest stank face you've ever seen. Yeah.
But of course, like I'm you know, I can feel all this and I can have some read on it, but none of that really means anything when it's Thompson. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, though, I think he'll do fine mid. That's not my worry here. I think this Beastmaster's, in theory, pretty strong, though, just because you have limited ways to defend your towers, take fights around those tier 1s. I think if BetBoom can get the tier 1 tower pressure going, they can secure a good enough early game where Nightfall and GPK are both going to free farm here, which I think they should. Then they can just run the map with the Coddle. Like, they have Hoodwink Coddle, very strong combination. The amount of long-range poke and kill pressure you have. It's a very good Vessel game for the Keeper of the Light. That is one part of this matchup that the Faceless Void does not like. The Slardar gets massacred by this hero. And you're looking at what gap closes this Coddle to deal with him. That's the part I just don't think is really addressed here. Like, maybe you could say, okay, Coddle can't just solo kill some of our heroes, but it's not going to be this Coddle solo killing your heroes. It's going to be Coddle pressuring your heroes, and then you get bushwhacked, you get roared, you get hook shot. And then that combination, that 1-2 with the Coddle is what's going to kill you here.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to deal with that because you just don't have anything to really lock that Coddle down. So I really am favoring BetBoom's lineup here. I think the onus of execution is definitely on Tundra to pull some crazy team fights out and slow down the tempo that BetBoom can create with a Coddle Beastmaster lineup that really doesn't have much to slow them down in terms of the waves.
Well, the offlane of BetBoom is certainly going well. Seemed like that Beastmaster, maybe he's not getting the most CS, but it felt like the trade-offs were going pretty well for them. So I imagine they're going to win that over time. As you said, the mid lane matchup is perfectly fine for Thompson every single time he gets blasted. He time walks that off, and then he gets a melee hero versus a ranged hero, so he's probably going to get at least more denies than the Coddle will, that's for sure. Then I guess the more open matchup is this one right here, where Nightfall has struggled to get some CS here. 6 CS compared to the 8 and 4 of Ramsey's Slardar. Very good start for Tundra.
His Dire lane's definitely stronger. Clock is just a liability on this lane. He'll pay it off in the mid game with some initiation power that they really need, but yeah, the lane's not going to be too fun for Toronto Tokyo here. Just have to make up for it on the Coddle rotations. What can GPK get done this game with basically free farm? It's guaranteed on this hero, but when you are versus a melee, it's just ultra guaranteed. Just a question of what he's going to be able to do with it. Does he try and rotate into the Slardar, create some pressure with the Morphling, accelerate Nightfall a bit in this game? Does he try and make that level 6 rotation of the Beast? Or if you get that roar up, suddenly Lifestealer can't sit there? I think Tundra are just going to have to read these moves and react to them well. Like, Thompson can counter gank one of these Coddle rotations. He can TP to a tier 1, jump in, time dilate 2 or 3 heroes on that counter gank and be pretty effective, but you have to be there in time. You can't get caught with half resources or without a TP on the map and let GPK just dictate the next 10 minutes here.
Sure. Miro. Lane's getting harder, man. They're killing a lot of boars, and Miro is actually going to be the first one to die, potentially. Here's the leaps come out. Couldn't quite do enough damage, though. They'll eat up another Tango, but they'll get another boar. They have gotten a lot of boar kills in this lane. That's a lot of extra experience. Bushwhack lands onto the Mirana. Maybe it's Whitemon who falls first, and there it is. First blood for save.
Yeah, I was wondering why he didn't summon the Hawk during all of that. Like, maybe afraid of the extra right clicks coming through, but that trade was not that one-sided for Tundra.
Oh, right in the margins, the axe and the boar hit. It's not enough. Thought for a second he did die, but no, it's Nightfall who falls as 9 class. Gets that pick up. This Slardar Techies lane is really destroying this Morphling now.
Yeah, they're going ham down here. Ramsey's just taking it to him. Says, listen here, kid, I was the original CIS young
Radiant's
carry.
bottom tower is under attack.
Now I'm here to ruin your career.
Like many CIS carry before him and after him, it's gone to the offlane. We'll see that one again in action. What exactly happened? Looks like they got a blast off on very low strength. Wow.
Yeah, just straight 9-class outplaying him here. And I mean, we were talking about the execution from BetBoom not being here this tournament. This is another game where, like, how often this year did we see this team lose lanes this hard from just an executional standpoint? Tundra just outplaying him right now, and that is very good for what they brought to the table because they just want to pull out ahead, and more importantly, they want to shut down the BetBoom early momentum here. It's not as much about what they're getting, it's what they're stopping BetBoom from getting right now, which is any sort of pressure that the Coddle can rotate and snowball off of.
Can you think of another team that has suffered such a precipitous fall in play so quickly? I mean, they went from grand finalists to elimination, and then maybe perhaps double elimination if this group stage continues to go poorly for them. Is there any other team that set this precedent? Blood grenade landing on Amiro. They hit him with the arrow as well, so they get not just the Hoodwink, but the Beastmaster as well. Tundra side lanes, absolutely dominating, and Thompson is doing the best in net worth. His mid lane matchup, we said it's good, it's perfectly fine. He's going to get all the CS he wants. He's getting way more than just that. He's 1,000 net worth up on GPK.
Oh, he's doing great here. Really abusing this matchup to the maximum. It's what you want to see. Just going to be a very slow early game for BetBoom, and that's trouble for these type of group up push lineups that want to threaten the objectives as fast as possible. All gets delayed, everything gets thrown off.
All right.
Little pick off.
Trying to be a little bit too cheeky there. Going for the Wisdom Rune. Toronto Tokyo making a break for it and getting a lot of damage on Ramses in the process, but the support is going to be on the other side here. He's going to get sandwiched. Blast off lands, prevents him from getting to the Wisdom Rune, and looks like they'll probably get the kill on Toronto Tokyo. Maybe he can get a break for the Ancients, but it gets blocked in still. He couldn't get around that skull of that big dead corpse.
Just more bleeding. More extra gold into Tundra's pocket right now. They want Pure here. They need Pure.
Oh, the Bushwhack doesn't quite land. The axe does do it, though.
Oh, okay. They're at least getting something off that. Pure was like, he was sitting up here way too low for way too long to get away like that. But finally, something going BetBoom's way. But maybe the damage has been done. This early game is very open for Tundra now, even if they give up a few kills here. But we are going to see that GPK rotation, makes it work. That, I feel, is just guaranteed. Like, there's nothing Slardar can do about this matchup.
Does he get there in time? Does.
Oh, yeah.
Battery Assault easily lands.
So a double for GPK off that first move. Yeah, you're giving some farm to the Faceless Void, but in theory, you don't care too much.
Middle tower is under attack.
And Miro has a little bit of stacks to help out some of his recovery.
Tundra want to contest.
Yeah, they've got level 6 on Pure now. So that was why he was sticking around so low HP earlier. Hobson came through the triangle as well. Looks like they knew about some of this stack action going on. They've got a ward on the high ground now.
I mean, that's really nice for Thompson. He gets involved in these extra kills for some XP. Slows down this Ancient taking as well, which is just honestly going to take a while for Miro to get through it. You might even see Thompson just start hitting this mid-tier 1. How strong he is.
What about Thompson's build is good? Because Manta Radiance was like the staple for him in all these mid-void games. But he's got a Lifestealer. So obviously that Radiance is going to go over there. Is he going to double up on the Radiance? He's going the Manta first.
He might just double up on it.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
There's the first chrono. Arrow blocked by the boar. Time walks off the damage, but it's straight to GPK. GPK, though, does get hit by a lot of damage from that blast off, and they'll get him, too. Run him down underneath this tier 2 tower. Now Pure's going to try and get out with the Moonlight Shadow.
Needs an Infest.
Infest gets inside. Gets inside Night Class. Now they turn back around to kill Toronto Tokyo. What a bushwhack timing, though. Right as the Infest pop out there.
Still, it's Thompson coming out ahead in all these exchanges. They don't have the control for the Void in these early game fights. They need that Vessel plus second item on the Keeper of the Light to really make him suffer.
Yeah.
But he's going to have Manta by the time you get there, which just means he's going to be invincible in this game. And Time Dilation is an obnoxious spell.
Oh, yeah.
Another missed bushwhack here. The small execution from Bet Boom has just not been at the level we expect from this team. Tundra taking advantage of it.
Moving around the map, save. Gonna back up GPK here. I mean, this is kind of a killer duo. They just need Toronto Tokyo to get level 6, and they'll be a killer trio.
Dire's top tower.
So the thing right now is you're racing towards the threat on the Void. Like, that's going to be one of the bigger things in this game. The Orchid for GPK, if he ends up committing to it, like, he's looking at Thompson's items right here, and he knows this Manta is coming out at a ridiculous rate.
Yep.
Do you even want to commit to Orchid? Like, you could have it before he has Manta. You will have that window if you want it, but...
I think it's worth it because it's also good against the Lifestealer. Right? They get a Clockwork Hook initiation, he can follow up with the Orchid. That way they have a kill against Lifestealer that doesn't require the Beastmaster.
Are scanning.
It does feel like you have to go it here, but I don't think it's going to feel great. I almost think there's a world you'd rather just get the Vessel, get some fighting done now, and then get a Hex later. Because the downside of going Orchid now is if you want to go Hex later, then you have Orchid and Hex, and I always feel a little bad about that type of buildup. Like, it's just so much gold committed to single target disable. You really only need the Hex in a lot of those late game situations, but he is going to commit the Orchid here. So now there's some pressure on GPK to make this item work. And specifically to make it work either versus Thompson or, you know, at least the Lifestealer maybe once. You can get it. We'll see if they smoke him specifically towards that top lane where they want to combine the Keeper of the Light and the Beastmaster. That would be the strong point for Bet Boom.
If you know the Manta's coming, wouldn't you rather kill Thompson first? Like, to keep that Manta away from him as long as possible. They hit the hook shot, and they're going to get him on the Orchid. Bushwhack doesn't land, though. They need the damage. The blast is going to land, so it's fine. It's fine. He missed some abilities. It's all good. The Orchid is still a death sentence for Thompson's Faceless Void. Arrow? Not quite.
That is the kill you want on the map, but the downside is you're not getting the tower progression. So I'm still looking at where this beast is going to go. And again, I think this is just going to be a defensive game from Tundra because they don't really have the capability to make too many aggressive moves here until the Slardar comes online.
Yeah.
Which also puts an emphasis on, you know, if you can pressure these towers early, it's going to be nice here. Miro just trying to farm and catch back up in this game. So the rotation not going to him means you're not accelerating that. But the upside is you get the bigger kill on the Faceless Void, who's the most farmed hero in the game. And it'll be Tundra making a move with their Chrono. We saw this earlier. Chrono into the arrow, into the leap is going to be enough to kill anybody here.
Hit the blast off of the arrow. They don't even necessarily need the Chronosphere if they land a combo like that. That was beautiful. Well played by 9 Class and Whitemon. I feel like this support duo, by the way, has really stepped it up this last month. I think they have been looking really good.
Radiant's top tower is under
I mean, they definitely have the skill to compete with anybody,
Dire's
right?
middle tower is under
It's just a
attack.
matter of finding the shot calling and drafts that work for them. So far, this game, it's looked pretty good. That's going to result in a tier 1 tower without dropping the Chrono. That's huge for them.
Radiant's top
I mean,
tower
actually, hold up. You said they had the skill, and obviously they're great players, but I don't think the general public looks to those guys as like one of the best support duos in the game. Do you feel like when you watch Whitemon or 9 Class, like have they stood out to you in your career? I mean, you played against Whitemon at some point, right?
Yeah, I think Whitemon was always rated very highly. Like, he was one of the best supports in C for a long time. He was on those top teams. And I think again, I go back to his skill. I think he's one of those very high mechanical skill 5s. This guy's gonna hit his spells every time.
Yeah.
He plays a huge variety of heroes. He's a melee 5 player as well, which is a huge asset to have. He doesn't have any weaknesses in his gameplay, other than maybe he's not a 5. You can bring him in and just be like the captain drafter for your team.
Right, yeah.
So you have to fill that role somewhere else. But if you can fill that role, then you just get all the upside, which is pretty big.
9 class is a little bit newer to the scene, I would say. Haven't seen quite as much of him as we have Whitemon since, Whitemon's been around since like 2018 or something like that. Ramsey's initiation doesn't quite go right for BetBoom. There's not much has.
No, just a very, honestly, clumsy game from them, it feels like. Nothing really great has happened outside of some of the GBK rotations. And like, they're getting their items online. They're not in a bad position. But you really want to be combining these cores, getting some tier 1 tower progression, getting this beast active in the game. Hero's just sitting at 1-4-1. He's just been ganked trying to farm Ancients. It's not really the trajectory you want for last pick Beastmaster that's supposed to be your ace up the sleeve.
Yeah. I would also say this slower pace, maybe it's fine for other lineups, but I feel like Tundra's Faceless Void, Lifestealer, Slardar, like, is pretty greedy.
Right, you don't want to let this triple carry lineup just farm.
Yeah.
Like, Beastmaster thrives when you can fight these other melee cores early in the game because the boars are really obnoxious. But
Look shot on the power rune. And a quick kill on 9 class with GPK just doing an Orchid fadeaway shot. Time Walk undoes some of that damage, so Thompson will be able to get back. He has Manta, and he's going to go for Eternal Shroud next, so he's not going to go for the double Radiance, which means there's going to be a fair amount of damage lacking from this Faceless Void, but again, it's a mid-void. It's not necessarily his job.
Yeah, damage comes from Chrono setup on the supports and time dilation. So finally, we're going to see that core combination.
Oh, wow. That was so much damage, man. Holy cow.
God damn.
The Orchid practically wasn't, the Orchid pop at the end practically wasn't needed.
That's what BetBoom were looking for. Tundra will respond with everybody, which will negate any sort of lane pressure into a tower pressure, which I think is still valuable here.
Yeah.
Continues to slow this game down. You know, okay, we lost 1 carry, but we got 2 more. Haha. Good try.
I mean, there is one thing that BetBoom probably feel great about. The Smurfling is completely untouched, right? Like, the slower pace may not be the best for them for many reasons, but it's very good for Nightfall's game. He just took an offlane tower for free.
Both these carries are having a lot of space to operate in.
The same ward is gonna catch the other support of Tundra.
Man, the long range, just barrage combination here.
Yeah.
Between the Clock, the Hoodwink, and the Coddle is just nasty. Like, the second you get caught by either of these supports in a stun, you're just gone. There is no save on the side of Tundra to deal with it.
Dude, if Tundra look for that D ward for his second time, and they find the ward is actually just straight up expired, oh man, that's tilting. An infest gank though. Nightfall had been free farming for so long, but 3 cores get brought to his lane, and there's not much he can really do against that, especially with the Manta that he hadn't quite completed. They'll have it next time, but...
Yeah, BetBoom have to think about some dispels for the time dilation. The more of them you get, the more you're going to devalue that pick.
Yeah.
Make Thompson's job a lot harder. And we did see that tier 1 mid go down off of that kill in the river. So BetBoom getting some of the Beastmaster tower pressure they wanted in this game. Came out probably later than they wanted to, but it eventually came there, and we're seeing the net worth start to reflect some of that objective boon. Tundra want to make another move with this Chrono. They did not commit it earlier, so Thompson's been holding onto it for a while. Would like to put it to use off cooldown in this game if he can.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roar goes out, but arrow doesn't land. Blast off does.
As
a result, not quite enough damage. Thompson actually does commit. Into the tier 2 he goes. Yeah, they had the Orchid, but he still had Manta, so they didn't even try and turn back to go for that kill. And he's going to go in. He still has a Chronosphere, so he tried to go for more, looking for a Clockwork +1 scenario, but only finds the Clockwork. That's fine. Still 2 kills for Tundra.
Yeah, he'll take that. You do not mind getting these solo kills with the Chrono. It slows the game down even more. Gets extra golden XP for the Void. A lot of pressure on Bet Boom to try and make something happen here in the next 5 or 6 minutes, particularly towards that Roshan that you want to start getting around when you have this Helm of the Overlord. Thunder are just racing towards their items, man. This Radiance is going to be nice in the fight. They're getting utility on the supports. Thompson gets to that Eternal Shroud. He is going to be pretty damn tanky. Though, to be honest, I don't know how much I like the Eternal Shroud this game compared to some of the other games we've seen him abuse this item. Definitely a very strong item this patch. I don't think it's ever going to feel bad in your inventory. But I almost thought he was going to go something, dare I say, more Thompson-esque.
Radiant are scanning.
There was a game where he went Meteor Hammer in a pub.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Just take the hammer to the head, you know what I'm saying? Meteor Hammer, Octarine Core. Look, if Thompson's item build doesn't make you want to report him, then it's not a Thompson item.
That's true. Yeah. Orchid lands on the Lifestealer. They've caught him out. Now, Tundra may be able to still go for the punish. If they can get GPK, this all could be recovered, and yeah, they get him. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Hook shot over to the side, trying to help out Nightfall. Nightfall getting bashed up, turns to the Faceless Void. Time walks his way out of there. It's the Clockwork who's now in trouble. The Roar goes out to finish off the Techies, and the Boar and Golem will chase off Whitemon, but Miro himself needs to get out of here. He needs a micro and carry himself some space. Morphin comes back to be able to help out Miro. Miro, Bushwhack lands onto Thompson, but Nightfall's going to go for the kill onto Ramses. Morphing full agility to get the damage done.
Pretty nice fight for Nightfall. Gets to clean up some kills. But it'll be Thompson once more just living through everything. And he'll put some bashes into a hero and clean up a Boar. Man, he got a lot out of that fight.
Yeah, he
did it without Chrono too.
It's like Lifestealer gets picked off, like, oh, that really sucks, but then your second carry comes in and cleans up the fight. It's a massive boost in net worth and experience.
Bet Boom just don't have a lot of firepower if the Kato goes down early. Yeah. So much of their damage. Getting 2 or 3 more blasts there would have won them that fight, so the fact that Tundra got on him early is just huge. The one thing you're going to have to consider is Nightfall turning into the Void here and throwing that Dilation back against them.
Yeah, he might need a second Dispel here. Maybe he just needs a straight BKB.
Very good steal if Nightfall can land his hands on it here, and it's going to be a really annoying one. But that Shroud will be finished for the Faceless Void, so he is incredibly tanky. I do think Tundra want to think about some Dispels here, Lotus Orbs, Greaves on the Mirana, these types of things that would be really nice here to help their cores out. And just in frontlining for some of the Roots and the Orchid, Solar Bind, these types of long-range disables. You don't want to have to instantly pop your Manta in the fight to deal with just an Orchid being casually thrown.
Yeah. SNY Radiance done for Pure, and getting this Roshan means Aegis, so Tundra looks to be in very sharp position right now.
Yeah, they're cooking.
And I don't really know when BetBoom's going to feel good about the game again. Maybe it's after the Aegis expires.
I mean, that was not a Roche their lineup wanted to concede.
No.
Like, you have Vlad's Morphling, Keeper of the Light for heals, and a Helm of the Overlord Beast, and you just weren't even close to contesting this first Roshan?
And that Aegis would have been so good against the Faceless Void Chronos here, right? You put that on GPK, or maybe you put it on Nightfall and he just goes even more aggro or something, but... Like, you could see if BetBoom was farther ahead and they get that first Roshan, maybe it's Tundra just run out of damage. You know, they just can't do enough to win fights, but they are in a very comfortable position on the side of Tundra. Nightfall will do Tormentor for his team.
Can he actually do this?
Yeah, with the Phylactery. That'll add the extra damage he needs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was ugly, but he got the job done. And more importantly, he dodges the smoke move from Tundra, which is just late to the timing here.
Radiant's top tower is under
So if they're going to take that, if they're going to push that tier 2 in the top lane, Toronto Tokyo's like, okay, I'll push out this lane, try and just get as much farm as we can and dodge fights during this Aegis timing for the Lifestealer. Because they can't kill Faceless Void, not with an Eternal Shroud Manta. And they can't kill Pure because he's got an Aegis. And they can't kill the Slardar because he's got an Axe. Team fights look pretty impossible and not really, there's never really something to take. If you're just picking off supports, then what's the point?
You can't split the map.
Maybe Thompson a little bit too far out here. They go for the Primal Roar, hook shot. They have enough stuns, they just don't. Dude, that wasn't even close, man. This guy is way too tanky. What is this?
Is he even taking damage? I don't. What is this abomination?
I mean, yeah, their damage isn't the best, and the only real like burst damage they have is magic, right? It's going to be the Morphling throwing his adaptive strike in there with the phylactery, and it's going to be whatever the Coddle does. But that was even more pathetic than I expected.
Yeah, that was embarrassingly bad. That was like so bad, like you just call it. That's one of those kill attempts. You're like, all right, well, this game's absolutely fucked. Okay, good to know. I did not know that before that kill, but now I do. Good luck, team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blast off double mind drop, Nero. Trying to stay out on the map to get some farm for them while they're dodging fights, but Tundra just too quick on the rotations.
Yeah, see, Save knows what's going on. He's just sitting here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ags Void, I like that. He was debating Diffusal as well, but I think Ags on the utility Voids it's just so good.
Yeah, I think that's been his late game MO is Ags and Octarine.
Like, this build's just so obnoxious. Like, you look at it, you play against it, you try and go on him, he's bashing you in time. You don't want to cast spells on this guy. You don't want to do anything to him, but if you don't, it's like just enough to be impactful.
The perfect balance, the Thompson balance of impact and annoyance.
It really is. This is when this guy is in his element. Like, he's annoying enough that you have to deal with him, but it's weird enough that you're like, this can't be good. Like, this is trash. Of course we're gonna beat it, but then you don't. You don't beat it, and then you feel even worse. Guys, we lost to mid-void with Eternal Shroud.
What was that moment for you? Because you matched up against Thompson a number of times. What hero, Thompson hero combination was that for you guys? You're like, guys, we lost to this.
There were too many to count.
Oh no.
I mean, he was one of the first mid-hoodwing players before anybody was playing that hero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember we had some scrim, we killed him like 10 times. And then he just one-shot our carry, and I was like, all right, we're done here for the day.
Wow.
What is the point of killing this guy?
It's even worse if you actually shut him down that hard. And
yeah, that's why it felt good.
Your carry.
So sometimes the best route is to just ignore it. Like, if you don't understand something, just ignore it. And focus on other things you can control in the game. Like, okay, let's try and burst this Lifestealer right.
Yeah, we know what the Lifestealer does.
Exactly.
We don't know what the Faceless Void
does. This guy has no Dispel. He doesn't have an Eternal Shroud. If you can find the Orchid on the Lifestealer in the fight, or you find the Roar on him, maybe Nightfall can just take him down, right? You have a hook shot that can go through as well, get some chain stun going. That part seems a lot more reliable. Like, I don't think you try and interact with this Faceless Void, especially at the start of a fight. I don't think it's going to go well for you.
I think
that's a bad hook shot to miss. Toronto Tokyo not happy about that one.
I think my favorite part about this is that Thompson is bringing a yet another tanky core to the meta. It's not even a strength core, but it's basically one. He's got 3,000 HP, an Eternal Shroud, He's gonna have this time walk undoing all this damage.
Has been killed.
You know, you don't need to kill heroes, just outlive them.
Hero will not outlive himself. He gets found on the Ancients and a little chrono for a...
Surprise Chronos here into the arrow! It's gonna be a close call. Think he get a bash or something? Never mind, it's a guaranteed bash. He's got an Aghanim Scepter. GG! We're done! We're out!
Yeah, I mean, I told you. It was literally that gank on the Eternal Shroud. You're like, well, this is over. Like, what are we even doing here? This guy is just way too tanky. He's way too obnoxious. I don't want to play this game anymore. Is this team tilted? Are they tilting out of this tournament? Is the execution nowhere close to where it should be? Well, a lot of those are true. I'll let you decide which ones. But right now for Tundra, it's clicking on all the levels, right? Like, this team's coming together. Support duos playing well in the early game. They're figuring out what the lineups look like for them that incorporate what Thompson wants to do, but work for the other two cores. Seems like the fights are pretty well coordinated by them. And I mean, when they're rolling, this is kind of a scary team because they're just weird, man. Yeah, they're just weird. Like, they're doing weird stuff. They have weird players. The combination of players is weird. And then you're just in these games and it's not even a question of outplaying them. It's like trying to understand what the hell is going on first so that you can outplay them. And Bet Boom just caught completely off guard here in game one. A quiet game from them as they get silenced into a 29.5-minute GG call.
I mean, if you were going from second place at ESL 1 Birmingham to quick elimination at PGL Wallachia to now maybe quick elimination here at DreamLeague, I mean, this journey has not been fun.
No.
And it's got to be, you're already tilted, and then you match up against Thompson. That's got to be the worst cherry on top of all of it in this shit sandwich that has been BetBoom's journey of late. Hopefully they return to form, and hopefully they do it quick because Game 2 is just around the corner. This Game 1, though, not fun for BetBoom as Tundra take over with a faceless Void Thompson.
BetBoom? Tilted? Can't say I've ever associated those two terms together, but if there were ever a time to start questioning yourself and your own mentality, it would probably be after a match like this where I don't really even know what went right for them. Cinderin, thoughts on what went right for BetBoom? Yep, that's what I thought. Effie, thoughts on what went right for BetBoom?
What went right for BetBoom?
Yep, that's about right.
They
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm
got
absorbing.
their coddle.
They did. And they gave it to GPK. And you even said in the draft, you were like, well, they've been relying on it a lot, but hopefully they don't rely on it again because the shine has kind of come off, so maybe they'll flex it. And then they didn't flex it. They rammed it into the mid lane anyway.
They just got completely handled, honestly. I thought that was such a great showing from Tundra. And overall, Tundra played exceptionally well this tournament. I don't know what it is about adding Ramses. Maybe having an extra voice, having an extra shot caller has given them a lot. But what I've noticed coming out of them is just immense amounts of creativity. In the past, you would see Pure on the certain archetype, right? We've talked about it, the ranged carry, the Drow Ranger, the Luna, the Morphling. At some point during Birmingham, that was all that he played. All of a sudden, he's busting out Huskars, he's busting out Lifestealers, he's busting out whatever hero he needs. And because of that, Whitemon's carry pool, his support pool has increased a lot. And Tundra have been able to just play the wackiest drafts and pull them off. I mean, that looked really impressive to me. Mid-Void winning and looking that dominant, that's incredibly cool.
I told you it wasn't going to be the Super Bash Bros. I was like, Thompson's not buying attack speed, is he? Nope. Manta into Eternal Shroud. And he's literally, this is the way he's been playing that Faceless Void. And his next item on the docket was obviously the Ags as well, right? He's just literally in the front, giving information, being a pest, and just freeing up the fight for his teammates. It's similar to what we see. Falcons do it sometimes with Malrine, but he does it in a more traditional fashion with, like, an example like a Puck that just goes in, gives vision, gets out, starts the fight or whatever. Faceless Void can kind of do the same thing when you're this tanky. You're just this problem that you present to the enemy team that they need to find solutions for. And unfortunately for BetBoom, I feel like this game was quite simple. Like, if you don't do well in the first 20 minutes, what have you got? Offlane Beastmaster is going to fall off. Your mid Coddle is going to fall off. The tempo needed to be there, and the moves weren't successful. I think a big part of it was what we talked about in the draft. You're picking these side lanes that are difficult to gank. GPK doesn't find enough success. He got a couple kills, but it's not enough.
In theory, wouldn't team fight superiority be in their advantage? Because we were seeing that how do you really put damage into the chrono, and then how do you really stop a Morphling who gets rage? And the idea would be from BetBoom that like, okay, as long as we can stall out the pushes, then once it's 5v5, then we can win in that situation.
So what happened that game, and I really love how Tundra played this game, was that they made all of the early game moves, and their moves were very decisive. We saw that BetBoom were the team getting run at for the first 15 minutes of the game, and a really, really cool thing that Tundra did this game was instead of making their first couple of big rotations with the Void and the support smokes to the Morphling lane, which is what a lot of teams might have done, tried to shut down the Morphling some more. No, they went to Beastmaster's lane. The first smoke, the first chrono went onto Miro on the Beastmaster. He died. 2 minutes later, the two supports plus Thompson, they run again with another smoke into Miro's Ancients and kill him again, and then 30 minutes later steal the Wisdom Rune. And because that Tundra successfully identified that they need to shut down the Beastmaster, because Beastmaster is BetBoom's entry point into the game, after that, BetBoom were just running around like headless chickens.
It was their last pick, and hopefully it would have brought them to success. But like you said, Tundra shut it down. So let's go over to Brian. Did he choose the offlaners for the Acer Predator head-to-head?
I mean, our pregame segment was about Thompson, and our postgame segment, the Acer Predator head-to-head, is also going to be about Thompson and our boy GPK. The Coddle mid versus the Faceless Void mid, and I put an emphasis on the KDA at 20 minutes because, as in pubs, one of the most annoying things about this Coddle hero is that he's just all over the map. He's just setting up the side lanes for success, and not only did we see Thompson lane pretty well against him, but he also matched the rotations. So we're first going to see a couple of GPK, the Orchid reveal from him, and then we're also going to see it being used to high potency against the Lifestealer top. So this is the kind of stuff that I have to deal with as a carry player, but this mid Void, this is what, 9 minutes in that they're diving a tier 1, tier 2 tower on the side of Tundra? Yeah, they're already up by 2k, but like, you guys talked on the panel about them putting BetBoom on the back foot. This is 9 minutes in that you're seeing a late game, quote unquote, Faceless Void be active as all hell, and this is what this Faceless Void allowed them to do. We talked about the Manta, the Eternal Shroud. Like, Thompson's entire build was, I'm going to throw my body at you, and then he gets an ag, so he's bashing you while he's doing that. And the fact that he started that so early is like the one concern I had when I saw the draft was like, how do they match the global pressure of this Coddle? How do they match like the split pushing of the Beastmaster and the Coddle? But you can just run at them, and they don't get to choose where you go. You're choosing where they run away from.
So then is there any world where Morphling could have participated earlier, or that's just the nature of Morphling is like, I can't help you guys?
The thing about Morph is that you usually have to like TP behind people because you don't have the best chase potential, but then if you TP behind Faceless Void, like, that just feels like a low probability play, right?
Sure.
So the problem with these dives is that if they're chasing you down, the turn potential from BetBoom really wasn't all that great. Coddle's a hero that kind of wants to shove the lanes in and force you to react to him. Same with Beastmaster. So when these heroes have you in their face, like those Coddle blasts aren't necessarily hitting. The Beastmaster's not hitting you with boars and kiting you with the Hawk Roots. Like, these heroes' effectiveness just dwindles. So I think we are rightfully so skeptic about Tundra's draft. Just so unorthodox, yeah. But man, beautifully done. And that Faceless Void, the early rotations was what surprised me the most.
And they need to make these moves because, like we said in the pregame, this is the borderline chance to make it into Riyadh directly through invites, through points. Will they be able to make it a 2-0 performance? Find out after the break.
At DHL, we have a variety of roles that can fit any one of our potential employees' skills. Oh. Back to work. Some skills have more uses than others. If you think that you have skills better used at DHL, sign up.
to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up
true to that break music, I think Ramses is bringing the best out of Tundra because they are looking like they might be able to lock their way up to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, especially because their journey just got a little bit easier, as PSG Quest is now confirmed to be eliminated out of DreamLeague Season 23. Condolences to them, especially because, well, we have not really seen very much of them. We saw them at Elite League, and other than that, they've been kind of gate-kept out of the MENA region because Falcons was just going to everything, or rather qualifying to everything. And now that the invitation process is happening and Falcons is getting to go direct, you would have thought that PSG Quest could pick up the pieces, but maybe it wasn't being gate-kept. Maybe PSG Quest just aren't what they are cracked up to be.
Yeah, I'm confused by that, because every tournament they were at last year that they managed to make it to, they were successful.
Yep.
So, I got nothing.
I mean, they changed Kaori for Ducalis, right? So, I don't know. I haven't watched enough of this iteration of Quest or at this tournament to like see what's going wrong. But when they had Kaori, they had a very specific identity where I remember they would like first pick Phoenix and Kaori would rush Hex, and they were playing it very heavily around both of their supports. And now it just seems a little different. I mean, honestly, their offlaner was always switching last year too, right?
Yes.
So maybe this team just needs a little bit of time to discover their identity.
Maybe, or it might be poach time for them, which oftentimes happens because I feel like TA2000 is still doing work. Noob has been fantastic, so pieces of the Quest team are solid, but unfortunately, their journey ends here in the group stage. But the journey continues for these two teams as we take a look at the draft for game number 2, Tundra versus BetBoom. BetBoom take out the Slardar, the Techies, Nature's Prophet. Tundra, they ban out Chen, Disruptor, Doom, and Shadow Demon. BetBoom first pick the Io, and Tundra respond with a Razor.
You know what I want BetBoom to do? I want them to go back to their like bread and butter Io Storm type heroes, because like their Coddle doesn't seem to be working out this tournament. You know, their reliance on a really strong Nightfall carry doesn't seem to be working out either. So maybe just go back a few chapters to the Dream Leagues of old, of last year.
Whereas the last game was like last chapter. The Coddle on GPK, that's fairly recent. But we want to go in the archives, GPK Storm.
Yes.
Vintage.
Yes.
I genuinely feel like this is not really so much about what heroes they pick, but around keeping the morale in the right place and doing stuff. I find that a lot of the times when teams are on a major downswing, the thing that really puts you into the complete depths of Dota is if you play lineups that don't do stuff. I think try to activate your players, make communication the key ingredient in the game so that players are talking and doing stuff. Because it's clear, it was also clear for their camera shots, they're not in a good place right now, right? They're just not happy with how things are going. These are world-class players. Sometimes, as I'm saying that, it's like clearly you need to, then it is also about the draft, right? So you need to pick a draft that allows it. But I wouldn't get so hung up on like specific hero player combinations. More so like just play a bit more free, you know? Do stuff on the map, get some morale going, get some successes, small successes in the game so it can snowball.
But don't you think that potentially just changing the way that you're drafting right now could be something you need for fresh morale to not keep losing the same things? Because their Coddle was open to them and they just chose not to do it this time.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think one way to do it is obviously running. Io is a perfect example of a hero that does what I'm looking for, right? It's active, it wants to play with the team, it wants to make moves around the map together and play aggressively and play tempo. So I'm not going to say Coddle isn't a tempo hero, because it is, but the fact of the matter is BetBoom have been solved with that hero. I think they should just shelve it for now. Maybe they can revisit the idea later, but the recent successes have not been there when they're running it. Put GPK on something more carry-like that's going to have more impact when the game goes later. Because BetBoom are struggling to string together a first 20 minutes that is significant enough for Coddle to win.
I like that because I think GPK has been playing well, regardless of how BetBoom have been performing overall. And I want to see them do some Leshrac, some Storm, some Invoker, anything along those lines, where they can just depend on this one player that seems to be having a decent performance.
So I guess one question I'd have, well, you guys were both very supportive and encouraging and constructive criticism. So my first thing is that BetBoom by no means is out of this tournament. Like, they're 2-5 right now, but Navi's 1-5, and Shopify's the other team that's about going to be tied with BetBoom, and they play against Shopify tomorrow. So if they just like right the ship right now, like by no means are they out of this tournament. So I just think like a lot of times when you see a team that's 2-5, you'd think like, okay, how can they at least, you know, keep the morale going past this tournament or something? But I also think these guys have never really been the best at coming back from this type of situation. So I just say, like, what does it take within the team to make that something that they can add to their arsenal? They're not just a team that vibes when they're winning and they just look like they're feeling themselves. But at the same time, I'm wondering if, like, Miro has looked a little bit shaky in the couple games I've been watching him, and I'm just wondering if you guys think that my inkling is that, okay, so team's been doing really well. They did well with Miro at the start. Suddenly they've had a tough run. Is there a chance there's been somehow a lot of pressure being put on him, being the new player of the team? Like, how do you guys feel like, spitballing wise, that might be happening?
I think the pressure is there, but overall it seems like BetBoom as a team are not playing well. And I already like that they're doing something different with this draft, right? So we talked about their same old losing this tournament, but they bust out the IO Weaver, which was something that Monet actually popularized last DreamLeague, I believe, but it's a solid combo. You fight in the early game, right? You have this Tiny that can be flexed either mid to GPK, or this is a save specialty. Like, they were playing Tiny Enigma so much, like, literally one tournament ago. They just could be looking to play something different and maybe just dial back into their old strategies.
And just to clarify, I wasn't talking about this as, okay, BetBoom are dead in this tournament. It's more like this is a team that is extremely, how to say, momentum driven, I would say. Both good and bad. When they're hot, they can be exceptionally hot. They can look like the best team in the world. But it's also why some of their grand finals go 0-3. It's because when they drop the ball a little bit, then in the second game they can drop it even harder, and then the third game it's irrecoverable. So I just want to see this team just, like you said, right the ship, right? They're in the fortunate position, as you pointed out, to be in a group where arguably two of the other teams might do even worse. So they can still, they can make it through, and just a single win here in the series is instrumental to getting there. So absolutely, just try to stabilize. Understand that yes, we'll be starting in the low bracket, but we can still make it.
Well, let's talk about the drafts real quick, because I feel like the game plans are already kind of laid out. You have like the Marcy Razor that either could potentially be a side lane in and of itself, or a Razor mid. But the laning looks really strong in Tundra right now. Rubik Centaur, tried and true lane, very, very powerful. Centaur rarely loses any lanes, and a lot of running at you again from Tundra. These are heroes that get in your face really early on. Whereas BetBoom, they go for the Tiny plus Visage lane. I mean, similar to Tiny Enigma, it's a lot of damage, especially when Visage hits the level 6 and you can get those tossbacks. And also, Tundra's heroes, they don't really deal that well with Visage right now.
They do not.
The one thing that they do have against Visage that I think is very powerful is Stampede. So they have a way of getting away from this Grave Chill backstab play that Visage can go for, especially with an Axe. It's a way to disconnect yourself from Weaver as well in fights, so you can kind of create some distance. And of course, Rubik, he's going to steal Shukuchi, right? So he's going to have something too. So I think Tundra, when you look at their heroes, are actually fairly mobile. Marcy as well is going to be able to help in that aspect, both for herself and for a teammate with a movement speed buff. So yeah, I would like to see BetBoom's last pick. Either they put this Tiny mid and they get a 4 that also has a stun, or like you said, for example, the Storm could be an idea, just something that ties this together where they take advantage of, or rather they prevent Tundra from kiting. I think that's the essential thing here. You want to be able to stay on top of heroes and kill them off.
You don't think the Weaver Gleipnir will be enough, at least for a little while?
It's definitely very helpful. I mean, you're going to itemize against Stampede specifically, right? But it's the fact that you are going to need that to reliably lock down and kill heroes, but it is definitely going to be a great solution. Is it enough? Visage Hex doesn't really solve it, right? Because that can also be stampeded away from, so.
I guess I'm just like looking at this meta right now, and we see the way Gaiman's playing where they never really draft stuns, and we see the way Falcons is playing where they pick like Timber, Slardar cores that are just running at you. So I'm looking at these two drafts and I'm thinking Razor runs at you, Centaur makes his entire team run at you, Visage just kind of like walks around the map at you. Same with Weaver IO, like there's just a lot of mobility. So for me, it's like, who's gonna allow Tundra to kind of relieve the pressure of the Visage so that they can do their own running like they did last game? Like they had the Void that was setting them up for that, and I think all the heroes right now are able to do that for themselves. So now it comes down to who shuts down. I don't feel like either team has answers to the other team running at them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I would like to see GPK Dragon Knight for that reason. And I'm saying that despite being against Razor, because as we've seen recently, Dragon Knight apparently beats Razor mid. So yeah, welcome to 2024 Dota, where Dragon Knight beats everything and the lanes aren't what they used to
Bristle.
be. So.
I just noticed he's still in the pool.
True.
I would love Bristle for Tundra more than I would for BetBoom, but maybe the heroes are broken enough to just pick because you have IO.
And Zeus still. You could
Zeus?
still run Zeus for Tundra, and it'll give you the damage and the late game that you need, and potentially a way to kill that Visage early on. Because even though this Visage is definitely going to be a problem once he hits 6, I also think that heroes like Mercy are exceptionally good at ganking Visage early on because he's such a low mobility hero on lane. If you go through the gates and just rebound on that guy, that should be a dead Visage a couple of times. So if you have a hero from BetBoom that can respond to that kind of aggression on a side lane, that would be very helpful. I think Pango fits the bill for that very nicely.
They banned Dragon Knight themselves. Interesting. I personally would have been a bigger fan of DK for their lineup. I think it would have tied things together nicely, playing with Visage as well, you know, getting towers, playing that early pressure. Pango is more of like a team fight angle and less of a catch and just starting the fight together kind of thing. You're also playing Pango into Rubik, which, as long as the Pango is careful, he doesn't give away Rolling Thunder, but it's always a risk that you need to be wary of.
I think Pango responds to side lane pressure a lot better than DK does, and that's probably the angle that they were looking at.
You can also collapse on mid really well with Weaver specifically, so having a mid with an ultimate that like fights, I usually like with Weaver, because it's not uncommon for a Weaver to like push out the lane minute 6-7 and then just like Sakuchi is way mid and collapse on the tower. So if it is Razor mid, that'd be a great mid to do that too, because he usually likes to keep his 1v1s.
I think pivoting the Razor to carry and just picking like one of those gotcha mid types for Thompson would be better here instead of running it mid.
Okay.
Pure Huskar mid.
We're gonna run it mid
I
anyway.
want to put Thompson on the carry Razor. So yeah, Lifestealer. Once more. Pretty good Lifestealer game. I guess the Weaver matchup is a little bit iffy sometimes, but aside from that, you have great staying power.
And I mean, for a late game overall, like it does seem like a very good Lifestealer game. There's still going to be the question of the Visage pressure, right? The same way there was the question of the Beastmaster pressure from last game, but Tundra dealt with it well. I don't think their supports are as good as shutting down the enemy offlaner this time around in terms of like smoking into this triangle. It's not going to be as easy as last game, so there's going to be a lot on Tundra's supports to make those moves happen early game, because I do like what BetBoom cooked up in this game too.
What I liked about potentially Bristle is that he fends off the pressure, he's hard to gank, and the Lifestealer fits that build. My issue with Lifestealer is he can be booted out of lane if you have enough physical damage, and they have Weaver rotation through gate, they have Visage birds. So, in all honesty, if BetBoom looked at full capacity, I would be very confident that I like their draft more here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But, yeah, they just haven't really proven.
And they bounce back, right?
Yeah.
If they can bounce back, it's a great draft to bounce back with. Like, and if they get a win with a draft like this, I think they'll be more confident in their abilities as a team. But if they lose, I mean, I imagine they're just going to continue their downwards spiral from here.
This is definitely the kind of draft I wanted to see from them to prove that they've still got it, right? It has all the elements that we want to see from them. It really plays into their player strengths. So, yeah, it would be really good news for them to get a win here for, first of all, staying in the tournament, but just overall like team trajectory, just solving some problems. And for Tundra, you know, keep doing what you're doing. It's working great so far.
Eastern European teams seem to have the highest highs and the lowest lows. Lest we forget, Team Spirit didn't even qualify to this event after winning the last one. Let's see what happens in game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Was once the brightest day for BetBoom, and now it seems we're in their darkest hour. After reading some of the social media comments, it is people are very, very pessimistic about BetBoom right now. Here's one. Anywhere I can get odds on the BetBoom disband mid-tour. There's even some talent. BetBoom are a dead team. Call it. What do you think about that, Avery? Because I think that's bullshit. I think BetBoom have more to show us. Yes, they're in a bit of a rut right now, but I think they're going to come back in this game too. They're going to smash Tundra, and they're going to show why they made Grand Finals of ESL 1 Birmingham in the first place.
Yeah, sure, man.
Oh.
They have more to show us, you know? Well, they have the... They'll show us if they have window seats or aisle seats very soon. That's what I'm looking at.
God damn. One shot. There it is. First blood. Hey, Miro.
Yeah, that's the way to start it. And that's the hero you want to own. I agree. Like, you can't go from finals of a major LAN to, okay, you lose 3 or 4 series and suddenly you're just complete trash to call it. Like, yeah, Dota shifts very fast, but it's never that bad. So they have a lot of opportunity to still recover here and refine their form, and maybe they just figure out what type of heroes are working for them. This is a very well-rounded draft from both teams. Not a lot of crazy picks compared to the last game. Just very standard heroes across the board. A lot of synergy, a lot of stun, a lot of team fight, a lot of initiation. So I expect some heavy brawling and both teams to be very willing to take the 5-on-5s here, as they're both well-suited for it. The one thing I will remark on, though, is I feel like that last pick Bristle for Tundra was incredibly juicy, and I'm surprised they passed on it for a Lifestealer in a game that, yeah, it's fine, but like, you were against Weaver, you know, IO with some move speed. I don't know, like, Lifestealer's good here, but I think Bristle would have just broken BetBoom's lineup. I think this is just unplayable into that hero. Literally just unplayable.
Yeah.
Your birds just die every fight to Quills going out, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. You're never really a threat to him. I don't think you can get the single target damage online fast enough. So I feel like BetBoom dodged a bullet with that one, and maybe that's something they can take advantage of here to give Miro a better game than he would have, because I think the Lifestealer matchup for him is whatever. Like, I think there are certain heroes that make Visage's life hell, and I don't think Lifestealer is one of those. The Lifestealer with the new Radiance is pretty annoying.
Sure.
And it's not necessarily a matchup Visage is happy about, but it's not one that just makes him unable to play as hero. And I think the lane should be perfectly fine for Miro here as well. So BetBoom have that going for them.
In your opinion, why did they go the Lifestealer? If there are some mobile heroes that you can't really lock down very easily, if it's not a hard-winning lane against Visage, why did they pick it?
I mean, I personally think Bristle would have just been better. But maybe they have some idea about wanting a Radiance in this game. It is a very good item here. Very strong burst, what BetBoom have. Maybe they have an idea that the hero is going to be more independent in the early game, though I think Bristle also fits that bill. That they're just going to be able to roam a bit more. Maybe it's a hero that can enable their supports. They also do have the Infest vehicle in the Centaur, which can be really strong. Right? If they wanted more oomph off that jump from the Centaur, Lifestealer gives them that over almost any other carry. So he can give them a lot more single target burst damage off the jump, which can be a big threat versus Nightfall in the fights.
Fighting over the Lotus, Pure does manage to get it. He had to use his rage for it. Miro is getting a little bit low. He needs to be able to get that shot off on Pure to get the kill, and he does manage to get it off just before he dies to the Rubik. So they end up trading out cores, so the Visage dying first. It's obviously still favorable for Tundra with the experience being given to the Lifestealer.
Is it just me, or does Pure like always have one weird death on the lane?
I actually don't think I've noticed that, but it's possible.
Or maybe not weird. I just feel like he always dies once on the lane, and then he never dies again. It's like, you get me once. That's all you're gonna. That's all you're gonna have.
Freebie.
Yeah.
Wait, did he get the Lotus?
Yeah, he got the Lotus.
Oh. Okay.
He got the Lotus. He used the Lotus, and he died for the Lotus.
Oh,
9 class, you are not fast enough. I feel like he's gonna get it somehow anyway, though.
Wait, 310 versus 315. Wait, he did have. He had a 5 movement speed advantage.
I mean, 5 MS is not enough to catch up on bad ranged attack animation. Got the deny, though. Suck it. Do we have that clip yet? No? Okay.
Suck it! 24 and 3 for this Razor.
Yeah, Thompson is owning mid right now. Really taking his GPK. Not as bad in the net worth department, though. GPK did not have to ferry out some insane amount of regen here, just abusing water runes, so he's doing fine. In another game where he can make some rotations, hopefully he can get some power runes, he can play fast off of either of these 2 cores in the side lane.
Hop in,
Ooh,
got a grab on
that's
Nightfall,
close.
but if they'd landed the stomp, maybe they really could have gotten something out of that
I
situation.
mean, this is a double bracer ring centaur. Very tanky, but he is getting pressured by this lane duel. Shows you the strength of it in this early game. And one thing to remark on this Betboom lineup when we enter this mid game is they do have some decent physical damage synergy going in. There's the rotation from the Marcy, but Carry's already dead, my friend.
Yep, they're too late. And get the dispose back, maybe try and body block Miro a bunch. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that Miro's good, though. And now Miro can throw some damage back out if he wants to. Doesn't have the mana for it. Never mind. Just get some right clicks in, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. God damn, he has the mana now.
Yeah, he has the mana. He only had the vision.
I mean, Betboom's still very happy with how this offlane's going. Very strong start for a Visage here. Anytime he gets the extra kills and can stay on the lane on top of it, so much XP going into him, which is all he really wants. The net worth is just the cherry on top here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Pure
attack
not
by
having a
Skarn.
fun time of it. Had to buy the raindrop for the assumptions. Didn't save him anyway. That feels real bad when you buy raindrop and you still die as a carry.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, damn, I should have just saved the gold and died and then bought a Midas.
Well, you were wrong, by the way. Pure with the one death and then doesn't die again in the laning phase. Didn't work out here.
Yeah, that's true. I thought you meant they all had middle seats, so I thought it was...
Oh, no. That's how you know the organization is really mad with you. Everybody has a middle or a wild. Miro going to be chased down here potentially as the plasma field catches up. Thompson is...
I think he's dead.
Probably the strongest hero in the game right now. I
think you got him there,
they
guys.
brought both supports as well, so...
I like these moves from Thompson, though. Like, Visage is one of those heroes where you just gank him twice. Even if it's not the most efficient move, even if you miss a wave for it mid, like right now there's a wave hitting Thompson's tower. You know, normally you wouldn't feel amazing about this, but Visage is one of those heroes where you kill him twice, maybe 3 times. It always feels good, because setting that hero back is just... that pays money in the mid game. Pure money, as they say. Easy money.
Easy money.
Easy money sniper, some might say.
True. We haven't casted a sniper today. Holy cow.
Yeah, I was waiting to bust out that line, but we never get the sniper games.
I feel like Sniper's been in like 70% of the game so far this tournament. Nice double stomp into rebound on 2 with the Stampede. They'll catch up and finish off Toronto Tokyo. So they get one of them.
That was actually pretty well executed.
Well, you sound so surprised.
I don't know why I sounded so surprised, but yeah.
Radiant's middle
Didn't think that's damage.
And maybe they still can get the Weaver. They got him.
God, that is...
GPK goes for the punish. A TP in. He wants at least 1 kill out of this, and it's looking like he'll get it.
Wait, trapped him.
He's literally stuck.
Trapped him like a rat.
Now he's stuck.
Trapped himself like a rat. What is going on here?
A messy situation where Save is going to die.
Got the ward, I guess. Lost his courier, lost himself. Is that worth it? Not really. And I mean, what was looking like an okay start for Miro, he just gets ganked twice. They lose both heroes top. Now they lose Save and a courier again. Once more, it feels like it's only GPK having the really good early game here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they need the 6 on Miro.
They had a stun. Miro would die here.
The third gank from Thompson.
Whitemon was just a little too far away. Yeah, they are really hating on this Visage.
I mean, it's what you're supposed to do to this hero.
Dire's middle tower is under
Little ancient stack stealing. It's gonna feel good.
And I guess they don't really have the... I mean, they have Pango, but the other support is an Io. It's not the best, like, TP response hero in the world.
Nope. And Tundra continuing to make the moves here. Man, Thompson has just owned with these rotations. And he's not really getting punished for it, because there wasn't anybody mid for a long time to take advantage of the empty lane. They finally rotated the Visage there now to pick up his 6, but he has gotten some impactful kills bottom. It's going to result in an ancient stack stolen, an extra support kill, and probably this tier 1 tower for free, as Pure collects the last hit.
I think the pretty disappointing part is that you know the Razor isn't going to come to the Weaver lane, right? That's just an unlikely kill.
Yeah, he won't.
So he's going to go to that Visage lane. Plus, you said that's how you play against Visage. You shut him down as much as you can in the first 15 minutes of the game.
I mean, I think Betboom could have read those moves a bit better, just played it safer, not giving him up, but it still would have had the effect of limiting the Visage's XP here, which is why Miro was playing up in that lane in the first place. You can't really afford to just sacrifice too much in the early game. But yeah, it's a product of the support duo not being able to help him fend that Razor off. Or maybe Pango not create enough pressure on his own. I mean, I feel like there's a world where the lanes are static. If the Razor makes that rotation bottom, the Pango counterplays it with roll. It shouldn't be that bad of a fight, right?
Sure.
You can even TP the Weaver in, like if you really want to.
Yeah, if you get the Swarm on during a Rolling Thunder where these heroes are getting disabled and they have bugs on them for a longer period of time as a result.
I don't know, Thompson just feeling the game right now, playing really well in this series. Playing really well recently in general, honestly. Feels like he's slowly returning to his form. Finding something that works for him right now. And I think Thompson, when he's playing his best, he is the highest net worth in the game. He has accomplished that here.
Lucky find.
Shield Rune on 1600 HP at 11.5.
Yeah, this guy's not dying anytime soon.
That is pretty... I mean, he's got a way faster Manta than last game.
Gonna have a fast Blink Dagger soon on the Centaur. They almost don't need it, though. Thankfully, the Avalanche is there. So it stops Ramses. They have to use the Stampede to get 9 class out of here, but it doesn't quite last long enough. They're still going to try and go for the kill. Swashbuckle stolen from Whitemon, gets some damage on Nightfall and forces him to use time-lapse, and 9 class will bounce back onto the IO. They got the telekinesis stopping the tether away.
And while that's happening, GPK is finishing his defusal. So again, these are the types of fights that the Pango can respond to. He can turn them around. But he's trying to get to his item. He now has it. He has an Invis rune, but it's a little too late.
Underneath a Ward Sentry combination.
He gets scouted. Tundra just controlling the mid lane tempo so well. Thompson's found the openings, and GPK has just not been able to do much to counterplay it. That's been the story of the first 13 minutes here. I mean, even Pure getting extra tower damage a bit. Very aggressive move from him. He doesn't want to burst the Visage any longer here. I mean, Betboom want to fight. Like, this is not a lineup that wants to just go into the jungle and farm with a Weaver.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You have Io Weaver, you have Defusal Pangolier. Should be happy to take these skirmishes around your towers, and it's going to be GPK just TPing straight up to do that into the smoke. So they can gate bottom here and backstab the Lifestealer.
I mean, this is a risky move just because it's a Lifestealer. If he gets off the rage, or if he simply
not the simplest of moves, but it can work.
Oh no, he got off the rage! Can he get the Infest off? TPs are coming in, and a Creep Wave is coming in as well. He's gonna be fine. Maybe they can still kill some supports as they're late TPing in. Nobody canceled those TPs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You have a lot of skirmish power right now. So fast, man.
Now we're gonna relocate, but it's a bit late. He's pretty close to the mid tower now. There's no way. Betboom just late on the decision making there from Toronto Tokyo. Gets himself killed, and now Thompson in position to get the punish on Betboom as they take too many steps far forward into that mid area. Tundra able to respond with the numbers and get 2 kills.
And that is a Manta done for Thompson here.
14-minute man.
That is disgusting. And like you said, just late to the party with the reload. It gets bursted instantly, and this Razor is way too strong right now, unless you're willing to commit a Rolling Thunder on him there, which GPK has it. Again, a very disconnected fight for Betboom. Tundra take advantage all the way with some nice rotations. Bail that Lifestealer out. That was the hard gank. They chose to try and make it, but Pure ready for the move. And now Tundra can just start playing aggressive. They can start pushing towers off the back of the Centaur. Looking for the Infest Blink plays off smoke. They want to go that route.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, their Roshan is pretty bad this game, but they don't really need it. Just take the map over and look for the pickoffs into the team fight.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Well, BetBoom can at least take this mid tower with the Visage Familiars, though the deny is taken by Pure, so that'll...
Man, even that doesn't feel too good.
Yeah. He's going to have a very fast Radiance, too. So it's going to be fast Manta, fast Radiance. Tundra are going to get very strong in just like 2-3 minutes from now.
Unless BetBoom can do something to slow him down here. And a pick off on a support, that's a start.
They'll take that for sure. I mean, this Rubik Visage matchup is just terrible for Rubik. They used to
Marcy
actually be
running
pretty
into the Weaver, but he's got some backup. He's got Thompson. They go straight for the IO. They ignore Nightfall. Don't really need to try and get that kill. You're probably not going to get it anyway. They get the support pick off. You trade off supports. Thompson's well on his way out of here, though.
And honestly, they have a pretty nice lineup to utilize this Stampede aggressive.
Oh, back through the portal. They're going to chase after Ramses. Ramses doesn't have Stampede, so there's no way out of this.
I just caught off guard. Trying to get some extra farm down here, but not respecting that gate capability. So BetBoom finding a little bit of some momentum here. Still hasn't all come together yet, but this Visage is strong right now. Like, they picked it for a reason. He's going to be a force in these fights in the mid game before the real tankiness comes on for Tundra. Quick two-man smoke. They're looking for the Weaver IO pair. They just get it.
Once again, killing the IO. This time, are they going to trade off Marcy for it? It's kind of looking like it. Nightfall. In some way, he is having farm. Oh, nice tree plant. It doesn't stop the kill, but that was fancy. It's a cool idea. In some ways, Nightfall is having farm just delivered to him in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think he's sad about that at all, to be honest.
Roll it up. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder, bouncing back and forth. The Manta can only do so much to stop some of this damage, and yeah, they finish him off. Now Pure will get on top of save. Toss over, relocate coming in.
Tundra in trouble here. They're gonna get kited out. Real damn hard.
Trying to finish him off, got the Tiny. So at least Ramses can TP out, head held high, and gets hit by the bird stun. So doesn't even complete the TP.
Man, wipe here across the map.
Was it actually?
Yeah, the Weaver wasn't even in that main part of the fight. Nightfall just took everything top and got a tower. An incredible sequence for BetBoom as this gank for Tundra just was not set up well, and then they TP back towards mid and just get caught by the Pangolier. Finally, GPK able to connect with that Rolling Thunder. If you're not going to take an organized fight here as Tundra into the Visage, he's going to punish you in those 1-by-1 situations really hard because you don't have clear for the birds. So he's just sitting here with his Vlad, sitting here with his Aura, going AC second. We'll finally get cleared out of this jungle. Tundra have had enough of the bird lingering.
Yeah, I'll probably get the familiars as well. Thompson runs those down pretty easily.
200. 2 familiars have indeed been killed. Can we get a replay of the 2 familiars being killed 2 seconds ago, please?
Yeah, you say this. I was like, you know production's gonna do it.
Oh, there we go. There we see the first familiar. There's the second one, plus 200 gold. Can we get a recap of how many familiars have been killed this game, please, production? 2 familiars have been killed this game. Awesome. 200 gold for 2.
Why are you the way that you are? You tell me that.
All right, well, let's keep an eye on that. We'll come back to it in a little bit. See if that's changed.
Gleipnir done for the Weaver. So BetBoom haven't had this Weaver involved that much besides the kills that have been delivered to him in the jungle. But now he's got a very active item, so they're able to...
See, Pure was toggling his Radiance there for last hits.
Against the tower?
Against the creeps.
Okay.
Like Like he was turning his radiance off, so he made sure he got all the lane creeps.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I get it. I feel like you probably don't need to do that, but
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because this is a game where I look at it and I'm like, you would never turn your radiance off in this game, right?
yeah.
But this guy is just too good.
Manta, he tried to go for the toss back into the Rolling Thunder for an instant stun. Couldn't get the toss back. So that is both a Rolling Thunder and a relocate. Used for not a whole lot.
At least his Arcane Rune.
Yeah, that's true. And he got another Power Rune for it, this time in amp damage.
Damn, I mean, he's getting good runes, but they aren't finding the fights with them. It's going to be another smoke from Tundra. Again, looking for the Weaver IO pair. Catch that duo that is always going to be on their own. It's free pickings if you bring the numbers, but kind of a hard smoke gank to land. I mean, that duo is just so fast on the map. Oh, I mean, this could be really bad.
They scan the other side of the gate to make sure it's clear. They're going to go through it now. Pop out instantly, Gleipnir on 3. Avalanche on 3 as well, but they have to Stampede and Save is kind of by himself. But Bedboom were not sure if they wanted to take this fight or not. Nightclaw's almost getting blown up by GPK. Thompson pushing forward, trying to drain some damage. Gets pushed back by Nightfall. A little bit too much damage for him to handle. He has to back away. Meanwhile, Ramses with the extra Infest HP, he's going to need it because the damage coming in is going to wipe him out. And now Pierce left in no man's land has to instantly rage TP. Not a good gate push for Tundra.
No, completely outmatched in that fight, despite that initiation being very awkward for Bedboom. Like, do you want to take this 3-man Gleipnir Avalanche? Do you not? The Pango wasn't there, that's why they were hesitating, but the second GPK gets there with that DD room, that fight's over. He outmatches everybody, and the Razor cannot run in and frontline versus this lineup. There's way too much single target physical burst. He does not have the armor or the sustain to tank that. It'll be BKB second here for Thompson, but that doesn't help him versus this Vlad's AC build from Miro with Geminate and a bug going in on top of it. It's just so much physical single target. And you're looking at these 3 cores for Tundra. Where is the armor going to come out? You have some Radiance Evasion. You have a Shiva's being built for Ramses, so there's one source. But all 3 of these cores are pretty susceptible to the Weaver plus the Birds and the AC Vlad's build-up here. Some nice itemization overall for Bedboom. It's going to give him an edge right now, and they have an Aegis to maintain that advantage. So the onus on Tundra to come up with some next set of items to help him take these full 5-on-5s, because right now this ball seems way too strong to just run headlong into.
There, we got the toss back into the bird stuns. Very fancy. And Thompson uses his BKB thinking he's still going to be able to escape.
Yeah, that's
just a lost charge.
That's the 9-second. Mega value for Bedboom off that gank.
Are fortified.
They're going to force Pure to have to TP again. Rage TP. It's being forced to move around the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not able to stay out there like he wants to. 23 minutes in, dead even net worth game. But maybe not about to be if they can blow up this Lifestealer, but it gets off the Rage, and the Infest is available to him. But first he starts hitting onto Miro. Now he goes for the Infest in the Centaurs. His Rage was about to run out, and Rams is going to make a run for it. Nightfall has to use his time lapse. He did have Aegis, so he could have braved it if he wanted to. But it looks like Bedboom made the call.
It's a dangerous chase. Don't have your Razor yet.
Yeah, again, they're chasing after an Aegis hero. Okay, well, Bedboom's still back away. Guess without the Tiny, without their full 5-man, they just do not feel confident enough to take it.
It was a nice bait by Tundra, keeping Pure alive, get a little bit out of it. We're starting to see the work Marcy can do in these fights, honestly. 9 class putting in some damage, and he's finding the farm. That's kind of the X factor in this Tundra lineup, I think, is if 9 class can continue to scale here, if he can get to the late game position where, like, you get to that Basher territory on Marcy or something, pretty terrifying hero for Nightfall in the middle of these fights, because you get hoof stomped and then all of a sudden Marcy leaps in, bashes you once. That's enough for you to just die on the Weaver. Doesn't take much more. 3 familiars have been killed. Thank you
Good
for that.
update. Good update, production. Thank you.
I almost
Rubik
missed
did manage to get a last hit.
I actually missed. I'm gonna admit it. I missed that one.
Wash
Why we have backup. We're gonna see the replay of the bird kill.
Oh, this was the moment right here where we missed the most important detail.
Let's see
where the familiar didn't die. Okay.
Okay. Well.
Pure doesn't have a TP. Oh, okay. He has a TP now. It was getting delivered.
And almost done with his AC. So I was asking where the armor was going to come from. Shiva's on the Centaur, AC on the Lifestealer. They're going to try and mitigate the advantage that Boom have created here. And it looks like they're going to get there without too much damage done. In fact, they're still holding the gold lead. The group up from BetBoom not finding the consistent fighting they want, as Tundra have pretty successfully dodged and can start to look for their own move soon.
Whoopsies.
Yes, File Explorer. Still working.
We'll check that Dota 2 beta folder, see if there's a new patch yet.
I saw you exploring some files earlier, Austin.
What?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's not a double entendre. There's not a second part to it.
I think we all know what it means.
Okay.
Armor items up for Tundra here. Ready to do a little file explore their own. Maybe a little Tormentor exploring.
Dire's bottom tower
Could steal one away. That'd be pretty damn nice here. There's some good shards to get.
Execute Tormentor. Got a Rubik save.
Not bad. So everything's online for both teams here, honestly. Just a question of how you take the fight and where the initiation comes from. Tundra really want to find a core with this jump. I don't think they care about the supports too much. I mean, if they get the IO, they'll take him, but you do have to keep in mind some sort of IO buyback shenanigans. Birds scouting, but no one here to break the smoke. They find the visage of all heroes, the Dream.
A perfect catch for Tundra, and they're going to get more off of it too. They'll also get save.
Did finish his Ags. There's 2 more birds.
Ooh, 2 more.
Brings the total to 5. My math checks out.
Great work, production, making sure, double checking Avery's numbers. It's been hard to count up to 5, but he made it.
NA math, you know, it's tough out here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Be sure to count with us, chat.
Hey, at least I can count to 5. Valve can't count to 3, so beat them.
That was such an unnecessary stray. They're coming out with a new game, man. I want to cast that. Can't just burn that bridge before they even come out with a new game.
That's right, Dota 3.
Dota 3. Coming tomorrow with the new patch.
That's right. Already here first. What if we just skip the next Crownfall act and we just go to Act 3? That would surprise everybody.
That would be the funniest thing if Act 3 just never comes out.
Yeah, you play Act 2 and then a week from now it has the little thing under it where it just says next week and it just says next year. It's like, fuck you, man.
Basher for the Pango. So now we got a bit more control for this Lifestealer. He's been having free rage TPs all over the place.
Yeah, that's a big item here. Really big item. I mean, even if you manage to just bash someone during a Stampede, again, it's a pretty strong Stampede lineup. The Marcy benefits a lot from the gap close, the extra mobility in the fight. The Lifestealer does as well during the rage, gives them some extra hits in. Razor likes it to maintain the link. So just bashing any of these random heroes during any of those attempts to utilize that Stampede offensively is going to feel good. And Daedalus done for Nightfall as well, approaching that level 20 talent. This is where the Weaver is really going to start to heat up. It's going to start cooking.
He cooking up,
Nemesis Curse as well. Yeah, okay. He's just going pure damage right now.
God, that item's too good, man. Too good. If you had somebody with a Nemesis Curse Daedalus this early on to the game, they're just going to blow up.
Doesn't have Evasion Pierce, though. One thing to note, you have Elven Tunic plus Radiance on Pure right now.
Yeah,
that
but
is a decent amount of evasion to get through.
Isn't part of your MO just kind of ignoring the Lifestealer and hitting everybody else? Like
sure.
Killing the Razor first in a team fight, cleaning up the supports. Leave the Centaur and Lightstealer for last.
But if Tundra have their way, they're going to start the fight with the Infest Centaur Stomp. So you may not have a choice of who your targets are, right? That's why the initiation is really important for both teams here, between the Centaur and the Tiny, to set their big damage dealers up well in the team fight. Look towards save to try and find some tossback or some 2-3 hero avalanche. Would really make Nightfall's life a lot easier than him having to just run in with the IO pair and try and start something on his own, which just sounds like a nightmare.
It gets Toronto Tokyo killed every time.
Miro still hunting. We saw him pick that Ags up earlier, but really hasn't found much with it. I mean, he's going to look to try and probably backstab somebody in the fight. Find this Rubik. The Rubik just disappears in probably a second and a half. You're just absolutely gone. It's also a significant amount of just single target damage if they find that tossback stun on somebody in the Visages within range.
Are scanning.
And it's going to be a fight that looks like Tundra want to be able to start on their terms, but
he's too fast for you.
It's a big swing, big miss.
Where are you watching?
Stays one step ahead of Ramses and Thompson Port.
So Tundra they can stick around and try and take the defensive fight here, but the defensive fight is not as good for them, I think.
They've already popped out of the Infest, so I feel like it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, they're lingering. I mean, this is pretty greedy. Now you can defend Roshan because you have some high ground potential here. You have Outpost to TP2 with buybacks. This is a much harder fight than where they were 5 seconds ago. I don't know if BetBoom wanted to push into that defensive position. That's a tough one. Now you can wrap around with Visage, who can just cliff walk over the side. That is another possibility here. And if you do manage to take a fight where Tundra get dragged into the middle of this area, then the Pango roll can go to work. You are really flirting with danger, my man. You get tossed back, you're not going to be a happy camper.
Guess he thinks maybe he'll just be able to Manta faster than Save gets the toss. He's already kind of dodged that once or twice.
He also has Elven Tunic, so I mean, he's pretty tanky with Satanic plus some evasion.
Yeah.
It'll be another smoke up. But this is the high ground ward for BetBoom. So once more, both teams they're trying to find the deep angle, the flank to get the initiation. Ramses sees a couple heroes.
Spots the Tiny, gonna blow him up first. So there goes the initiation, and Thompson coming in from the back. They instantly kill the IO as well. This is looking like a really good spot for Tundra.
GPK is just melting. He's gone.
And the Weaver's fighting it out right now with Marcy pushing through. Not good enough on the lifesteal. It's going to be the Weaver going to have to carry through this fight for them because everybody else on the backside is gone for BetBoom. Miro's going to go for a TP out, a desperate one at that, and it's not quite going to make it. He was so close to getting out of there. Nightfall cleaned up 3 heroes.
Yeah, he dealt some serious damage. It's just too late. And that's a high ground ward for BetBoom that they lose the fight on. There was no vision for Tundra there. Just sick positioning to take that upper angle on the re-smoke. They get the vision off the Centaur. That's enough to start the fight on their terms. And like you said, the second they find Tiny there, that whole fight is broken open. They're going to try and reap the reward, which is Roshan into the hands of these two cores. Man, the fact Thompson just got a full link on GBK too. I mean, that is the Razor Pango matchup dream. No bash comes through. He just walks the dog and puts him down.
The pangolin. Aegis and Banner. 9,000 net worth lead.
You give this to Thompson?
If he's going to be doing all this frontlining like he did last time.
Don't leave the banner, guys. Make sure you collect your free banner.
It's true. Very important item.
Why do people hate on this item? Item's not that bad.
Because Dota players in general, when it's hard to tell an item's impact.
Yeah, that's when it's probably good.
Big boys.
It's a nice sound effect too. How do you think they made that one?
Probably literally walking on some ground of some sort.
Radiant are scanning.
It's usually how sound effects are made. put a microphone up to some sort of action. All right, so Tormentor gets a shard for Ramses, and apparently that was enough for Miro to tip Ramses.
Nice shard, dumbass.
Haha, you're so poor you got the shard?
That game's so bad. I got free shard from Tormentor. You need it. Now when I kill you, your buyback's going to be more expensive.
Nightfall. He's going to pop out and go for this, and he dies so fast. Oh!
Surprise indeed.
Oh my god, that was a gank right there.
Yeah, that was, and they got
And he got relocate?
I don't know what that does, but it's cool.
No relocate with no tether?
You can infest reload.
Oh my god. Now that's an idea. They're gonna try and cut some waves here. Whitemon with his relocate was trying to help out Thompson get this kill. They spot him, they get the telekinesis, the relocate. It works.
He got him.
Now let's see him use tree grab to that same effectiveness.
It is not often you see a Rubik put that spell to work. But we have seen it here.
Oh, Pure. The Rage is going to run out soon. They're going to try and surprise him out of invisibility, see if they can take away that Aegis, but no. Uh-oh. Is that another familiar? Is that another familiar death? Say it ain't so.
Ooh.
How many was it,
Avery?
Avery?
On its grave. Well, that was number 6, right?
No. Incorrect. Production.
I think it's 9, actually.
Yeah, because I think 2 died in that last team fight, right?
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Man, this game's hard, actually. I don't.
Production.
They don't want to show it anymore.
Time for the Visage familiar.
It's because it was
Production.
9, but now they're faking the number to make me look bad.
10.
I told you, it was 9, dude. I'm telling you, they just
hacked the system.
Yeah, that's fake news.
Fake news. Don't believe the headlines, kids. Do your own research on how many familiars were killed.
Halbert for the Marcy instead of the Basher.
Oh, yeah.
I guess after that Weaver gank, he's like, I don't need Bash. This guy just dies in a second anyway.
Yeah, and also the Weaver, like, offensively demolished them, so...
There's so much evasion on the side of Tundra. I mean, Thompson's just farming in their base, apparently. Like, Butterfly Razor, Radiance Lifestealer, now you have a Halberd Marcy. They even had Elven Tunics and got rid of those.
Which means Bedboom do not want to fight until the MKB is done, and it's being picked up now.
Yeah, he just finishes a very important item for Nightfall, but it does feel like so much of this game comes down to the Weaver, what he can get done in the fight.
Dire are scanning.
This Visage is just getting abused.
They're going to smoke up to the high ground through the empty lane, but a scan got him.
Tundra's like, or Thompson telling his team to come with him.
Bedboom knows this is coming, and they baited out anyway. They're going to try and blow up the Razor, and they got him. Thompson really went for it, huh?
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, nothing bad has ever happened to Thompson in the enemy base, to be fair.
Yeah. Who needs to use their VK?
That was Gem as well, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I see that empty slot, huh?
That should help.
That's very awkward. Because they're not going to be able to use the Aegis now.
Yeah, that was a unfortunate sequence, some might say, for Tundra.
Unlucky. What can you do? The enemy was inside their base, guys. How could we foresee this?
I mean, he wanted to, like, since he has Gem, he sees everything. If he runs in BKBs because he has Butterfly Satanic, he guarantees survives there. I don't think the idea is that bad. There's the execution. Definitely lacking a bit. It costs them a big price. Slows that Aegis period down. They don't get the fight they're looking for. They lose Gem, which they really need one versus this Weaver. It's a big deal. Octarine done for TPK. He's continuing to scale here.
Stop.
Play a bit harder next time.
There's a lot of bashers in this game, man. Feels good. Spend some time.
A lot of bashers, a lot of evasion. A lot of heroes just slugging it out for long periods of time.
Whatever happened to MAME?
I mean the old
Dire's
Sanj?
top tower is under attack.
Well, then it was on that tier 4 item.
Yeah, I know, but now it's just gone. Why, man?
Because Scotty's just a better effect. $40 minutes in, 27-20, 14,000 net worth lead for Tundra. And they are demolishing towers. In fact, they were looking to demolish this game until that misstep by Thompson prevented them from going high ground a second time. Still, though, they are getting stronger. They've got the Abyssal Plate done. I am curious how much the game will turn when you get to the level 25 on Nightfall, where you get that third hit in from the Geminate.
I mean, the thing is, I just don't know how he survives if he ever gets stunned by anything. Like, the single target burst is insane off the jump. Which means BetBoom need to tank that or start the fight on their terms with something between the Tiny and the Pango. And they just haven't been able to do it this game. Hex on Miro maybe will give him the confidence to just run in here and start the fight out of his invis.
Oh, he doesn't want to run in right here, that's for sure. Well, breaks the smoke on this high ground little area. They get the blink backwards from the Tiny, but they spotted Miro. He was on the cliff area, gets tossed back down over to Pure, but he already activated his charge. They're going to have to ignore him for now. The Pango got stuffed. He got clipped up on this stage. He gets back down, and then he's now trying to get to the other side of the cliff. He gets clipped again. Now he goes back into a wild disaster for GPK.
Why did you do it to yourself?
Get this kid a driver's license, man. That was bad, bad driving for the Pango.
Oh.
Struck another.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, Tundra is certainly going to go high ground with that.
That was painful to watch. They're going to try and burst with the Hex, but it's
the Blink-in Shiva
not
comes
good
out
enough.
from Ramses to make sure the Thompson gets out. Double buyback.
This Weaver's hurt.
Can they chase after these heroes that are all low? There's so many heroes low, but they still do not feel confident enough to run up that high ground.
And they're not going to be low for long.
Yeah.
Double buyback yields nothing here for BetBoom. They're going to instantly smoke and try and make something happen. I mean, this feels almost like a desperation play at this point.
I mean, if you use double buybacks and didn't actually get a kill for it, you must take control of the Roshan pit. Roshan has just now spawned.
So the upside of this smoke is if you don't find anything, you can just go in the pit and force it. It dies very fast. You can at least get some vision control. Tundra yielding a lot of the map right now.
If they push forward, the smoke would have broken. They would have been underneath a ward that could have been very bad for BetBoom.
I mean, Tundra, they're yielding because they know they have big items coming out.
They dropped Ward Sentry on a Ward Sentry. So both teams are aware.
The damage is done, though. They got the Refresher on the Razor and the Basher on the Marcy here. Huge items for this next fight.
But maybe they'll just take Roshan so quickly that Tundra, who had to push through this ward in the first place,
yeah, big win for BetBoom,
are not going to be able to get here in time.
A little too
Aegis,
slow
Refresher. Big items for BetBoom as long as everybody gets out. This has not been that bad of a buyback usage.
God, man. You know, these birds have been, they've been sad this game, man. Sad bird game. They're the sad birds.
No, those are dead birds.
All right, what can BetBoom do with this Aegis? It's a big one. Double live on Nightfall is huge here. He can play really aggressive, doesn't have to worry about getting all in bursted anymore, can hold the BKB for later. And this guy does do a lot of damage. Cannot underestimate it right now if you're Tundra. He gets a couple crits, a couple MKB procs. You're gonna feel it. Not level 25 yet, but it's like the missing piece of the puzzle here. And another 5-man smoke from BetBoom. They see Thompson.
Yeah, what Thompson is...
What is... I mean, he can TP Outpost, but it's slow.
Oh, let's see if he gets here in time. He's going to start TPing, but the Lifestealer's already down to half health. He's gone. Thompson is here, but without his Lifestealer. Can he carry through this fight with his BKB? Refresher pops another round of his ultimate and chases down these heroes. Already killed 2. The Weaver's in trouble now, but the birds come out, stopping the chain stun coming out from 9 class, but he gets another one, another stun coming out. That's the Aegis. Thompson is going to stay on top of the relocate away. Oh no, he got the timing all wrong. GPK to the rescue though. Hits him with a rolling thunder. Still Night Class hopping over that ball. Onto the Weaver. Got the stun and now he's dead with no buyback.
Not enough help for Nightfall in the later portions of these fights. And even though Thompson is there after the Lifestealer's dead, not enough gas in the tank. This Razor is way too big. This Marcy is way too big of a problem. There's nobody who can fight 9 class in these exchanges. It's just tearing them apart.
And that fight should have, it was one of the best situations you could ask for, where Thompson's not there at the start and you kill the one hero that didn't have buyback on the side of Tundra.
100%.
Tundra was playing around that outpost because they knew they could TP in Thompson, they could, whoever dies could buy back and TP in, but the Lifestealer died. And he didn't have buyback.
You even escaped the first link on the Pango roll and came back with a second one on GPK.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like it's near enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, that's going to be Megas.
Dire's top tower
Without the Weaver, really no way for BetBoom to stop this.
top barracks are under attack. Dire's top
Finish off that final building.
Dire's middle barracks is falling. The Radiants now have Mega.
25k and Megas. We don't have buyback on the Lifestealer, the Centaur, or the Marcy.
I mean, Stolen Avalanche was also big in that fight. Should give Whitemon some credit. He has found some good spell steals this game.
Yeah, he has.
And he just hasn't been like
scanning.
BetBoom haven't had enough room to focus this Rubik as much as they probably would like to with their lineup, just because the cores are too big of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what Visage is really good at, right? Catching these like backline squishy supports and
He'll decimate
a
in a
save
second.
mechanism.
That should help.
But are you confident enough to just run in here with the Visage where this Gem Centaur has been frontlining the whole game? It's way too scary. DD Rune top. Oh, man.
Dude, get that amp damage to 9 class, man. He's about to complete a Daedalus.
He's Thompson. Thompson, don't give up runes. BetBoom, this was a game they needed to win to stay in this tournament, and now they are on the ropes. And I guess it's looked a little better than game 1, but
scanning.
still very disconnected from them. 9 class, he just got out of control in this game. It's the danger of this Marcy. You start giving her some one-team fights, and then she's just an anti-carry hero. She's just gonna find your Weaver and make his life miserable. You're gonna get disarmed, you're gonna get bashed, you might just even get solo killed.
Patiently waiting. The Infest bomb ready to go if anybody from BetBoom gets out of position. Another smoke up through this
Never
bottom
seen
lane
this
again.
play go wrong before.
Thompson is going to lead the charge again.
Nothing bad has ever happened to Thompson in the enemy base.
This time, surely Ramses will follow him in. It's going to be 9 class who goes first with a rebound, and they chain the stun to blow up the Visage. Okay. It is a buyback. Oh, just the Weaver's gone.
All right, well, that was a nice
GG.
game. Yeah, that was a good attempt there. But the power of anime is indeed too powerful.
Cannot stop this monstrosity. That is Marcy.
Not even close in the end. Like, absolutely not even close in these late game fights. Just, I don't even think that scaling on BetBoom was close to what Tundra were outputting here. They have like 4 carries to 1.5. And honestly, I mean, I respect BetBoom going back to some of these summons heroes because it's something that's worked for them in the past, but in this patch, they just feel very weak. It feels like there's a lot of carries that can match their pace, a lot of carries that can deal with them in the fights. Radiance carriers, heroes like Bristleback, a lot of frontliners, a lot of offlaners who are going to buy Shivas. That's an attack speed or a slow item that messes with them. Like, you think about the itemization that this Visage has to fight through in this game, it's miserable for him. Evasion items all over the place, rattle cages, Shiva's Radiance, 4 staves. You like nobody's an easy target for him. You ended up with a Wind Waker on Whitemon by the end. And if you can't tempo this game out, it just becomes a nightmare. Another well-rounded draft for Tundra. Another superb performance from Thompson. Man, he was playing well today.
Yeah.
Solid rotations, solid laning on the first 5 minutes, abused power runes well, played the team fights damn well. You know, he had that one slip up in the enemy base, but other than that, ends this game 16-3 and 11 on the Razor, showing us why this hero is a first pick for a reason.
Yeah, and Tundra, they shut down the Visage really hard. Miro dying 8 times. We also had how many familiar deaths?
18.
18.
Yeah, lucky number 18.
Yeah, feel bad for the familiars. Well, that closed it out. Tundra 2-0 over Bedboom.
Nothing bad ever happens to Thompson. He gets everything he wants, at least in this series, as they get a 2-0 victory over Betboom team, who continues spiraling down the drain, Effie. This is getting concerning now. Now, obviously, a patch could come along and they reinvigorates things, but yeah, this is a steady downwards trajectory from, what, was it 2.5 weeks ago, a grand final?
Yep.
3 weeks ago, a grand final?
4 weeks ago, Birmingham, grand finalist. I mean, this happens to a lot of Dota teams, right? Betboom aren't the only team, let's be fair to them, that have done exceptionally well, then sucked at the next couple of tournaments. So I don't want to write them off. The only concern that I have for them as a team is that they are known to be very emotional, and they are known to tilt. So I hope that the fingers aren't being pointed at each other and the blame game isn't happening, because if they just relax and they just wait for the next patch, they are very good players. So I hope they're not too discouraged.
I mean, Liquid got like 1,000 second places and they kept chugging along. Betboom, they can be content with second place, surely.
That's how it goes, but I mean, Tundra, they're on fire. They're looking for some top 2 finishes of their own, it seems like. They're playing creatively, they're playing decisively, they're setting the tempo, and it feels like they've figured out what they want to do with their identity, Sindrin.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing about Betboom as well with the whole pointing fingers thing. I don't really know who you would point to, because I honestly feel like nobody in this team is playing at their best level. And it's obviously also harder to look great in a team that is not functioning at its best, but there's like some inconsistencies here and there. You know, you were talking about in this game, you're like, what is Save doing here? You know, he's dying on his tiny and like unusual situations. GPK on the Pango maybe not doing his rotations as well as he used to do. I think in this game, the standout player for the side of Betboom was Nightfall. I actually think he played a pretty good game on the Weaver, but he's not playing consistently well every game. So you're like, oh yeah, Nightfall's definitely carrying his weight. You know, it's other problems. It's like, it's a new problem every game, man. It's just like, it's a little bit all over the place. They need to find their groove. However, for Tundra, I feel like it's the exact opposite. Everybody's rising to the occasion. Anybody can have a standout game, and there's like no weak link. I feel like all of them are really doing their jobs in these games, and that's the way to top 3. So.
And they are edging closer and closer to a direct invite. This is obviously a big help for them. And also, another help for them is that Na'Vi earlier got a 2-0 against Azure. And these are all teams that are on the cusp of being able to leapfrog Tundra, because currently Tundra is 8th. If everything was just frozen now, then they would get the direct invite. But there are potentials for leapfrogs, or there are potentials for Tundra to just get enough points and make sure they cannot get the gap closed. So by the end of this group stage, we should have a fairly, if not fully solidified idea on whether Tundra can make it to Riyadh. And I would imagine make it to Riyadh with this roster, because if you're going to pick up Ramses this late into the game, you're probably thinking this is your TI/Riyadh roster.
I would imagine so, and I mean, I feel like they had to kind of be cooking up Ramses joining the team, because wasn't he practicing offlane for a couple of months before even standing in here?
The deduction that Brian came to is that you can see the day that he most likely got approached to do offlane, because he had nothing but carry heroes, and then all of a sudden a switch got flipped and it was offlane galore.
Yeah, he probably got a call from his homie here, like, bro, I need you to practice this role. No, but it seems to be working out really nicely. This is the roster that I would like to see them play the rest of the year with. And I feel like the addition of Ramses as an extra voice really is proving to be very valid, because not only, as Sindrin said, is every player stepping up, but their in-game decisions have been very clean. Like, even in this last game that they won, at some point Betboom switched the tides, right? They got the Aegis, they got the map control, they evened out the net worth lead. Betboom just kind of, I mean, Tundra just sat back patiently. They smoked right when Aegis expired. They found the 2 pickoffs, they controlled the map, they sat back and farmed their BKBs. They knew what they needed to do to win. Their Marcy got really strong, they did it.
when Ramses was instrumental in the win, in my opinion. I think he's my MVP for the game. I think the Centaur did so much work here. I think a lot of the infest bombs, he found the right opportunities at the right time. He played with a lot of confidence. I feel like you can tell when a player is just in the zone, you know? There was no hesitation. Every jump was go in. He landed all the hoof stomps. There was a couple of key stampedes earlier on in the game, disconnecting Weaver from finding chase kills in the top lane as well. So just very high impact. Love to see it. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like the way this tournament is developing right now, there's quite a few horses in the race for top 3 at this point. There's a lot of teams playing really well, and some disappointments too, to be fair. So I'm happy to hear that Na'Vi won 2-0. I was looking forward to seeing them in this tournament. I think they have a good chance of surviving now, so that's cool. And maybe we can get to see them on the main stage. Things are getting much more complicated because also Shopify got a win against Falcons, of all teams.
A game 1, right?
A game 1 win.
Yeah.
But they all count. And as someone who used to be well, actually, no, never mind. I forgot. We're interviewing someone else. We're interviewing Tundra. We're interviewing Pure, I believe, who is standing by. Thank you very much, Pure, for joining me, because I've got questions about your new offlaner. I saw that he did an interview earlier about how he ended up on Tundra, and he mentioned that he and you are close friends because you guys live next to each other. So how did this friendship come to be? How did you first meet him?
I mean, I knew Ramses from the last year. I think we just got close to each other not that long time ago, but I think we are really cool with each other. You know, we can talk about Dota. We can talk about everything almost. So I think we're just good friends, you know.
How did you discover that you guys actually live near each other? Because I'm imagining that you originally met through Dota, and you're like, oh, you know, add us to Steam friends and stuff like that. But then you discovered later on that you're like, what, like 10 minutes away from each other?
No, I mean, I've been to Moscow from the last few months, so that's why. And I mean, yeah, we're really close to each other, like 20 minutes by taxi, so it's just random, you know, it just happens. What can you do?
So then, because you and he have a history of being either offlane or carry, I'm assuming you approached him and said, I'm going to be the carry for this team. Would you like to be the offlane? Did he at all propose, how about you offlane and I carry, or you just stuck to what you've been doing recently?
I mean, maybe we're gonna do it, maybe we're gonna do it for fun soon, but we'll see. I mean, I just asked Ramses to join the team. He also asked me, he also approached me, you know, maybe guys Ram Tundra Ramses, maybe. And then just we made this decision. And Ramses, I think he is in the stage of his career where he has to not prove that he is good. He already proved it a lot of times, but he should show that. From my opinion, he should show that he's still in the game. He should show that he is already a mature man that can show a really good Dota without any pressure on him. And I think offlane position really suits him.
Yeah, I totally agree, because that stint on 9 Pandas was kind of Ramses' return to prominence, but then he's been on Liga team for a while, which has kind of been fading away, but he's making it work great on a Tundra. I'm going to pass you on over to a BSJ who's got a question for you as well.
Yeah, Neil was talking to you a lot about the off-lane and carry Swift swapping. So for you, you made that transition back when you were on Bet Boom, and you know that Ramses is doing it a second time back to the off-lane. Would you say he's been asking you a lot of questions about the off-lane for that transition, or he's been kind of doing it on his own? How much of this has been you guys saying, okay, you're playing off-lane, go do your thing, or like a discussion amongst the team?
I mean, of course, I'm trying to help Ramses a lot to improve. It's a new role for him, even if it doesn't look like that, because he already played an offlane. It's still a new role. He hasn't played it for a long time actually, and of course I used to be a offlaner too for some time, so I'm trying to give him my experience, trying to give him my knowledge of the offlane, of the Dota overall, and it's just starting to work, and I'm glad to see that.
I guess my last question would be, you're probably the 2 offlaners and carries that have swapped the most, between those 2 roles, and now you're on the same team. Does that, how does that affect the cohesion within the game? Do you feel like you understand each other and like what to expect from each other's heroes far better than you would have like before you swapped, for instance?
I mean, of course, I got a lot of knowledge of Dota playing offline. Of course, I rethink my Dota gameplay, like from the time that I used to be carry, like to the time that I used to be offlane, and to now. Of course, I got like I made a lot of conclusions, and I mean, I think we just. What was the question? I forgot that.
I guess the question is, do you feel like you're kind of mind melded with Ramses during the game, like strategically?
Nah, not yet, dude. Not yet. We give us some time. We're gonna be.
We'll give you some time. We saw that he played 180 games in 17 days, so we'll give you guys a few more games as a team, and I'm sure you'll get there. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you one more Ramses-related question because you have a lot of overlap. He used to be the captain for Pandas, and he was saying that he can rise up to captaining whenever it's necessary. Right now, you're captaining Tundra. During drafting, are you looking for extra voices, or you like being in command of the draft?
I mean, as you see, it's not necessary in this team. What should I say? I mean, of course, like Ramses got his thoughts too, and he's saying it, and of course everyone listens to it. But when it comes to the important questions, like on the draft, for example, it's gonna be me and Moonminder.
Right, I figured as much.
Mostly of the time. But of course, like we are talking, like we are humans, we listen to each other. That's like basic things.
Oh, here I was assuming that anytime someone talks, you're like, shut your mouth! Pure is going to determine who's going to be playing what. But wow, I'm glad to hear it's a real friendly experience over in Tundra. Pure, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And congratulations on another great day too. Best of luck making it to Riyadh.
Yeah, thank you guys. We're gonna try to make it on this DreamLeague, and we're gonna try to improve and play even better.
Fingers crossed. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you later. That's it for Tundra and Pure, but how did they manage to get that win? Well, how about we go to Brian with the Kadia Award of the game?
Yeah, thank you, Neil. For the first time for myself here, I'm actually going to use a ward from this game, and that is going to be, of course, on the side of the winning team, Tundra here. One of my personal favorite wards that we see 9-class place. This is one of the weirdest wards to effectively ever deward, and what this ward does is set up this later gank that you see. I feel like the crucial aspect of this game for Tundra was their ability to open up the map where both teams were farming pretty efficiently, but these like kills that were just tilting the momentum in their favor. And a lot of what this ward does is there's so much area on the map that it actually eliminates that entire back area that carries would be farming. So even if it doesn't see anything, they were able to process of eliminate, like, okay, that's where the IO Weaver is going to be. And I think that's a ward we saw crop up in the last month or so, and we should be seeing it more and more. So if you guys haven't used it at home just yet, now's the time to start doing that.
Thank you very much, Brian. Now come over here and join me because we need to wrap things up. It's the end of the day. We got to say goodbye. I'm heartbroken that we did not get to see your little jaunty way over here.
I did that so you guys look stupid for laughing.
That was a great,
Seemingly.
good run.
Thank you.
Brian, thank you so much for the information on the ward. Now I need to share some information about the tournament because I was alluding to it when I was talking to Pure that they are very much on the edge of making it to the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where they are currently stacked up. Like I said, they are technically in the invite slot, it's just not fully locked in. Neither are the two teams above them. OG and Team Spirit are not playing at this tournament. That means that there is potential for maybe the Auroras, the Heroics, the Shopify Rebellions to overtake them. And especially if Tundra gets a lot of points at this tournament, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do the way that they're looking, then all of a sudden OG and Spirit get bumped down a little bit further. Though, in terms of the 5th place lock, Liquid themselves had a hell of a journey to make it to a locked slot. Started all the way back at DreamLeague Season 21, back in September of last year. A classic low finish for them at a DreamLeague, but don't worry, they bring it back at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur at a podium finish at 3rd place. Then they fall off again for DreamLeague Season 22, and then they come back with a top 6 finish at Birmingham. And here at DreamLeague Season 23, who knows? But thankfully for them, it doesn't really matter very much because they are fully locked in to make it to the Esports World Cup.
Cool.
Very cool.
I like these maps.
I know, right?
I feel like I said this earlier. It reminds me of Skyrim. I've barely even played the game, but I like the whole like map layout of showing the road. I think it's also a very fitting way it was drawn for Liquid. It wasn't like a straight line.
No.
There were some serious curves in that one. Oh, we're going to go this way. Oh, nice, we got a third. Oh, let's
do a side quest.
Let's do a quick side quest for last place in DreamLeague and then come back around and do all right in Birmingham, you know. Yeah, that road has been rocky for them for sure, but they've got the points they needed when it mattered the most, so. And I will say in this tournament, this looks to be their best DreamLeague yet, potentially. No. It's not like the floor has been set pretty low, so, but you know, it's they might make it out of groups this time.
They're in danger still, though, but anything could happen.
They could make it out of groups.
They
could.
That's better than usual.
That's
what I'm
better
saying.
than usual. Yeah.
That's where the floor is set. Well, let's take a look at the floor and the ceiling as we see our standings for the groups. Group A, again, I will remind you that if you see the icon on the left, that means that team is locked for a Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And if you see a colored-in slot, that means that their slot is locked in terms of the tournament, because Gaming Gladiators are confirmed to be upper bracket material when we move forward into the playoffs. And unfortunately, PSG Quest are confirmed eliminated. We talked about it a little bit, Brian, on the pregame panel, but this is a questioning and troubling result from Quest.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of their chance to punch their ticket this year. I mean, they had underwhelming results, and as you mentioned, the beginning of the year, they were kind of gate-kept from making it into the tournaments by Falcons, so I assume next year they'll be able to bounce back strong based on the fact that Falcons will most likely continue to be invited back and forth. As you see there, they're just, once again, topping their group.
Yeah, we're seeing the floor and the ceiling here in terms of qualifications as Bedboom team are having a rough DreamLeague season 23, but Falcons are chugging along business as usual, topping the charts. But middle of the pack is all these teams that have not locked in a Riyadh Masters slot yet. Azure, Navi, Shopify Rebellion, and Tundra Esports are still gunning for that 6th, 7th, 8th slots, which I think at this point I'm pretty confident saying that Tundra will make it through, but do you think that the Shopifys, the Navis, or the Azures can bump out OG or Spirit?
What do they need, like top 2?
And there's Aurora. So it depends on the teams. I think Aurora and Shopify have the easiest way to make it, which I think requires maybe like a top 2 or 3 finish. But Effie, do you think that's likely for an Aurora or Shopify?
Honestly, I think you can never count out Aurora.
No.
Like, I feel like they're a team that people don't really give enough respect, because even at DreamLeagues, they play very well, and the series that they lose, they look very competitive too. I mean, this is basically Talon from last year, and they're not players that you can count out. So I wouldn't be surprised. Shopify, you can say the same thing about, but every time I believe in them, I regret it. So I'll be tentative on that.
But they beat Falcons in a single game. How hype is that?
No other team's done that this event.
No other team's done that.
That game is actually extremely important, which is kind of funny, right? Because if they were expected to probably lose that series, right? But that one game might just get them across the line of top 4. Because now they're 3-4 with that win. Let's say it's a tied series and they go 3-5. All of a sudden, tomorrow is everything. Starting that day 2-6 would have been way worse. So just that one little win could end up meaning everything for them. And in the other group, Liquid, I was talking about it, right? They're doing better than usual, but still pretty poor. Now Destiny is kind of up to them tomorrow, right? They're 3-5. I don't remember what their last matchup is. I don't know if you can remember that off the top of your head. It's against Quest, so arguably the easiest opponent for last.
Yeah.
If they go in and they play their best, that should be a 2-0 based on so far, and that would get them a 5-5, which is probably enough for at least a tiebreaker, unless things play out in a very specific way in that group. So they could still make it.
For Group A, Aurora and Heroic are both 4-4. So if either of those teams 2-0 tomorrow, then Liquid won't be able to make it. But I think that really won't be the case, because Aurora is playing GG and Heroic's playing XG.
Well,
so Liquid do have a good shot.
If one of them gets 0-2'd and the other 2-0s, then one of them would be 6-4 and the other would be 4-6. And if Liquid go 2-0, they're 5-5. So then they would be 4th.
So you need both of them to 2-0 for it to be bad for Liquid. So actually anything could happen tomorrow.
Yeah, there's multiple different ways. Oh, I love when it could go 10 different ways and we need to start getting out the calculator.
Don't worry.
Same for Group B too.
I'll break it down for you, at least in terms of what you can watch as we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow on the Storm stream. We're going to start things off with that PSG Quest versus Team Liquid matchup. Will we get another 4-position Slardar out of Liquid? Who knows? You'll have to tune into the Storm stream to find out. And then after that, I'm assuming it'll just be like the last contingency. We have to get this group stage game out of the way. In the Ember stream, things are already predetermined. We will start things off with Aurora versus Gaming Gladiators, which, like I mentioned, it's very important for Aurora to make it through because they have the potential to get a direct invite to Riyadh Masters. After that, it's going to be Na'Vi versus Team Falcons. But on the main stream is what you're really interested in. It's going to start out with Heroic taking on Extreme Gaming. Again, we are in that 4-4 territory where getting a 2-0 can make or break your tournament. And then after that, I don't know. Why is it TBD versus TBD?
Because they're trying to make sure the most pivotal matches are on the mainstream. So
Genius.
we're waiting for that Shopify Rebellion result to come in, and then we will know exactly which one of those games is on that
We don't know
mainstream.
which one's most important, but it could either be Azure versus Tundra, Na'Vi versus Falcons, or Buttboom versus Shopify. Those are the 3 games that would...
What I will say, though,
Right.
about the games that we had on our screens, right, they were talking about Aurora, can they make top 3? I think tomorrow, theoretically, is a really bad matchup for them with how Gaimin has played. Aurora is a relatively slow team a lot of the time that likes to go really late and play for that, like, triple core, getting 6 slotted, whatever. Gaming Gladiators games a lot of the time have been 25 minutes. So if Aurora get off to a bad start in their lanes and they play their usual slow style, they're going to get run over. So lanes tomorrow need to be good.
But at the same time, Aurora is one of those teams that if you go late game against them, you do often lose. They just execute the late game a lot
Classic
better.
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and Gaimin, their one loss so far has been when the game hasn't ended in 30 minutes. So it could actually turn out to be an exciting matchup.
And depending on how all those matchups go, those are the guaranteed matches, but we will also potentially have tiebreakers going on. Call up Dr. Neustadel because we are going to play them out, maybe infinitely. Who knows? You'll have to tune in tomorrow for more Dream League Season 23.